In front of the mirror, I meticulously adorned myself, preparing to meet my fiancé whom I had never met before. I felt a deep sense of helplessness. Once I step into this world, there's no turning back. When it's the end of the world. Enthusiasm. What are you doing? My oh so charming mother shrieked in my face, resembling a banshee. I'm going out, I replied, nonchalantly, keeping my expression neutral. I knew that was bound to piss her off. Out of all my siblings, I was the only one who managed to send her off the edge. Maybe it was because I was her only daughter and I was supposed to act gentle, delicate, and sweet. She huffed, preparing herself for another argument with me. All we ever seemed to do these days was have a screaming match. No, you're not. You know what today is, she retorted, firmly. Her jade green eyes, the ones I had inherited, showed fierce determination. I would not be able to get out of this, no matter how hard I tried. This was the one thing she wouldn't let go of. My shoulders slumped in defeat and I suppressed and I roll with great difficulty. Come on, Libby. We need to get that awful face paint off your face. Referring to the make-up I had bought on Earth a few years ago. She hated the stuff, much like how she hated Earth. It was the one realm she refused to visit. Reluctantly, I followed after her. Her long, white gown railed after her. She looked so regal, elegant. That was what she got from centuries of training. Even though my oldest brother was now the king, my mother still participated in her high queen duties until he found his mate. She didn't mind, though I knew she loved being queen. We ended up in my large, exquisite room. I had always been very fond of my room. It was the best out of all my siblings' rooms. My father favored me more than them. It was a fact well known in our castle. I sat down at my dressing table and stared at myself in the mirror whilst she called my maids. My albino hair was plaited to perfection and trailed down my back. Flowers had been stuck at the top, forming a crown. Most Phi beings have similar features. We were extremely pale. So pale, humans would think we were sick. Our hair was either blonde or white. It was rare to come across a Phi who had brown hair. Nearly all of us had some form of green eyes. Mine were distinct because I was a royal. Most had forest green eyes, but not us. We all had jade green. They were bright and seemed to glow under certain lights. I want my daughter to look stunning for her fiancé, my mother ordered, receiving a wince from me at the fiancé part. I hated it. The maids nodded their heads in unison and quickly got to work. They vigorously wiped the make-up off my face and then began using natural ointments made by our own gardener. When it came to my hair, they loosened the braid and pinned my hair into a traditional Phi hairstyle. They let my long, thin hair loose so that it curled down my back and left the flowers pinned in my hair. My dress was extravagant. It was a white one with gold and jewels embedded in it at the bottom. It hugged my body tightly, accentuating my curves. I looked like a goddess, just as Mother wanted. She had to make sure my fiancé, Prince Azil, would fall in love the second he saw me. Even though we had been betrothed at birth, we had never met in person. I only knew him from the stories I had heard from his kingdom. He was the prince, soon to be king, of the Dark Realm. His father was good friends with my own father. That was how our marriage was created. They were celebrating my birth and his father mentioned how he was worried if his son would find a good queen one day. One thing led to another and the next thing we knew, I was tied to Azil. Today was our first meeting. My family along with his own would attend the meeting. Mother wanted me to make an impression. I twirled around in the mirror, taking myself in. You look gorgeous, my mother complimented from her spot. Tears pooled in the corners of her eyes. She made no move to remove them though. Despite her demanding and rude nature, I loved my mother to bits. My bedroom door knocked in without waiting for an answer. Two of my older brothers walked in. The twins, Atlas and Kale, and both wore wicked expressions on their faces. They were known for being the most mischievous out of all the king's children. I came in as a close third. You look like a snowflake. Atlas snorted at the sight of me, flicking my nose. I swatted his hand away, scrunching my nose up. They knew I hated getting dressed up like this. Piss off, I muttered and earned a scolding from my mom. She loathed swearing. It was not the correct language for royalty. Language, she yelled, frowning at me in disappointment. You better not speak like that in front of Aziel. My brothers mock saluted, trying not to chuckle. I pinched my lips together firmly and bobbed my head up and down, showing her I understood. We should go. They will arrive any minute, she muttered, checking her expensive watch. She led us down the many corridors I used to play in when I was a child. Thousands of pictures of our ancestors and antiques were scattered around. The grand doors were swung open by two familiar employees. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My other 3 brothers were standing, talking to my father. At the sight of me, silence ensued. You could hear a pin drop if you listened close enough. Libby, my father practically cooed, embracing me tightly. Greedily, I inhaled his comforting scent, finding peace. When I pulled away, he examined my appearance from head to toe. Fatherly love glowed in his green orbs. You look beautiful. Genuinely, it was no secret in my family that I favored my father over my mother. Don't get me wrong, I did love my mother a lot. She did give birth to me and nurtured me. She wasn't evil or cruel, but we didn't connect as well. I had a special relationship with my father that I wouldn't trade for anything. Thanks, Dad, I chirped. Gratefully, I could practically feel my brothers rolling their eyes at me. They would never admit it, but they were jealous of my relationship with him. Especially Morpheus, the current king. Dad wrapped a reassuring arm around my shoulder and pulled me in for a side hug. He knew I needed it. Desperately. My favorite brother, Jacob, sent me a secret wink, reassuring me. He was always there for me when I needed him. He was a good brother. They'll be here in a few minutes. Libby, my dad informed me, dampening my mood instantly. Stay strong. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everything will be fine. I wanted to believe him so badly. My dad was always there for me, he was always right. Yet, I couldn't believe him this time. Impatiently, we all waited for their arrival. It was torturous, standing there, twiddling my fingers, and waiting. I'd rather be doing something mischievous, or as my parents say, stupid. You see, most Fi is known for being quite naughty. My parents were once before they came into power. It was like they lost their charm after that. Now they are serious constantly. My brothers are like me as well, except Morpheus. Understandably, he was playful once and relished in the freedom we were given as young adult. Now he always had a permanent scowl plastered on his face. 1 minute passed and nothing happened. Then another minute, and another. It soon rolled over to 10 minutes and nothing happened. My nervousness transformed into anger and annoyance. If they weren't going to arrive, I had better things to do. Where are they? I whined, slouching. Morpheus rolled his eyes at my attitude, even though he was feeling the exact same way. I'm sure they'll be here in a minute. Libby, my mum reassured me, hiding her nervousness well. Patience is a virtue after all. The twins snorted at that. They probably found this whole ordeal hilarious. They didn't have to worry about being married off to some prince. They could choose who they were going to marry. They could marry there if they wanted to. I couldn't. I was destined to Prince fucking Aziel. Huffing, I turned to my father and silently pleaded with him to let me go. I hated standing around, doing nothing. It was so unfair. Why did I have to be subjected to this torture? Please, I begged him, bringing out the big guns, I mean my puppy dog eyes. He stared down at me, pinching his lips together firmly. No, Liberty. We have to wait until they arrive. And what if they don't turn up? I retorted. He didn't reply. Another 5 minutes passed and they still hadn't arrived. My brothers began conversing with each other, no doubt comparing their boredom with each other. This is getting ridiculous. My mother whispered to my father, loud enough for me to hear. She hated tardiness. My love, they'll be here soon. I'm positive, he replied, confidently. Trusting my father, she accepted his word without a second thought. They trusted each other completely. Their bond was so strong that even the thought of lying was inconceivable. Not even a second later, the doors barged open and the head guard of our palace waltzed in. Your Majesty, may I present King Waldorf, Queen Serena, Prince Aziel, and Princess Anna. They stalked in with their heads held high. The current king and Queen Prince Aziel's parents were in front. They both had dark green eyes which were the color of avocados and blonde hair. Tall and regal were what I instantly thought. A snotty expression was plastered on their faces. It made my distaste for them grow. Prince Aziel was next to capture my attention. The picture I had been sent of him did him no justice. He had inherited his parents' features: platinum blonde hair, green eyes, sharp, cunning features, and a tall frame. He also had a large build. It must have been from working out. He was extremely handsome, yet it was all ruined by the air of arrogance around him. If there was one thing I hated in a man, it was titled arrogance. Just because he was royalty, it didn't mean he had to be cocky. God, I hoped it was just a front. I drifted my gaze to the young female. She was like a carbon copy of her brother. But as a woman, she was pretty and lean. She must be some sort of warrior. She looked around 16 years old, but the way we aged was different. She could be around 30 years old, give or take a few years. This woman had to be his sister Anna. I straightened my posture at the sight of all of them. The current king and queen approached my parents and my oldest brother. They both greeted each other in our customary fashion, a slight tilt to the neck. This was how royals greeted each other in my world. Everybody else would have to bow or curtsy. Next, it was Prince Aziel's turn. He bowed slightly at them and greeted them politely. Princess Anna curtsied afterward. Her expression was stoic. High King Orion and High Queen Diana. It's been a long time. King Waldorf greeted smoothly. He had a rough edge to his voice that was uncommon in our kingdom. Everyone was soft, spoken, and gentle. My father's lips stretched into an accommodating smile. Roughly 70 years, if I'm correct. Yes, around about that. He mused. Prince Aziel cleared his throat, capturing all of our attention. A confident smirk was planted on his pink lips. He immediately set his eyes on me, directing all of his attention to me. Princess Liberty. His voice smoother than his father's. I found it very annoying, though. You are even more beautiful in person. Did he think complimenting me would get him in my good books? Thank you, I replied through gritted teeth. A plastic smile was fixed on my face. I could feel my eyes twitching. I wouldn't be able to keep the facade up forever. Then, without asking me, he had the audacity to grab my hand and plant a wet kiss on it. I recoiled quickly, wanting to wipe his saliva away. He didn't seem to notice. Unfortunately, he must have been so absorbed with himself to notice. My father then introduced my brothers to the visiting family. They were all polite and engaged in small talk with them. The twins seemed interested in Anna, making her blush, acting innocent. I rolled my eyes at their antics. They flirted with anybody that had legs. Would you like to see your quarters? My father asked them, standing beside my mother. He had an arm wrapped around her waist. They accepted and followed my parents through the castle. I followed closely behind them, keeping my eyes on their backs. My father had ordered the staff to cut off the west wing of the castle, dedicating it to them and their staff. It was usually used for guests. As we entered the first bedroom, I saw Queen Serena lean into her husband and whisper something in her ear. With my good hearing, I easily heard what they said. It looked so plain. She mumbled, distaste clear in her tone. My fingers curled together in anger. Prince Aziel must have inherited his snobby attitude from his mother. My parents pretended they didn't hear anything, refusing to create drama. They wanted this alliance with them to work. After telling them their runes, we left them alone. Tonight, we would have a ball in their honor. That was when the public would be made aware of our engagement. I followed my family to the drawing room and collapsed on the exquisite-looking couch. A long breath passed through my lips. Do I really have to do this? I asked my parents, flickering my eyes up to my parents. You do, Connie, my father murmured, sympathetically. I groaned and squeezed my eyes shut. The twins fell onto the couch, one either side of me. Atlas placed his heavy arm around my shoulders, cutting me towards him. I grunted but didn't fight him. I needed some sort of contact right now. Sister, am I allowed to voice my opinion of your fiancé? Kaylee asked me, watching my reaction closely. You're going to anyway, I muttered. He never listened to what I said. His lips twitched. I could tell he was itching to smile. I think your fiancé is an asshole, I gasped, feigning shock. Wow, really? What made you guess that? He pinched my arm, evoking a yelp from my lips. I glared at him and lightly punched him back. When we were younger, we would constantly be fighting physically. We were nightmare. Don't be an ass, do. I don't think I can deal with two of you, he retorted, shuddering at the thought. My glare turned frosty. Don't insinuate I'm the same as that man. I am most certainly not. God, how am I going to survive with that pompous idiot? With lots of alcohol. Atlas piped up, teasingly. Don't even go there. I deadpanned. Our great-grandmother turned to alcohol after the death of her. It destroyed her so much. The only way she could cope was with alcohol. She would drink herself senseless. It hurt my father a lot to see her like that. In the end, she killed herself because she couldn't bear living in a world without him anymore. I was only joking. Baby, Atlas murmured in a defensive voice. I know you were. It's still too raw, I replied, sighing tiredly. She passed away 10 years ago, which wasn't a lot of time in my realm. So, are you excited for the ball? Jacob, my favorite brother, queried from his seat opposite us. He was by far the nicest brother and the kindest. He spent most of his time bouncing between realms, helping people. Everyone adored him because of his generosity. God, no. I am dreading it so much. Jacob stared at me sympathetically. It'll be okay. We'll be with you the entire time. I was grateful he would be there. It made things bearable. What if he talks to me, though? Will I have to keep up a conversation with him? I groaned, resting my hands on my cheeks. Do you really think I'll be able to keep up the happy couple image? Jacob pressed his lips together, pondering what to say. Just be yourself. Libby, Declan, the second youngest sibling, said to me. Declan was a very quiet person. He kept to himself most of the time. We got along, though. He was also very wise and always had the best advice for me. And if he doesn't like who you are, then he doesn't deserve you. I thanked him, taking in his wisdom. I would be myself because he'd eventually find out who I really was. It might not even be that bad. Who knows? Maybe I'd enjoy it tonight. If only I knew I'd swallow my own words. To run. Baby, run. My mother stayed with me whilst my maids fixed me up. She refused to let me be seen in the same outfit as earlier. She also insisted I had to be the talk of the kingdom, so I had to look like an utter goddess. I always knew I had been blessed with beautiful features, but I wouldn't say I was a goddess. That title was reserved for my mother and her alone. She was the most beautiful person I had ever seen. A true masterpiece. They poked, prodded, and peeled at my face and hair like I was a Barbie doll. She kept blabbering on about how I had to look perfect. Her watchful eyes never left my form. I spent 3 hours getting ready. I was so close to ripping my own hair out and plucking my eyelashes. How I managed to stay strong for so long is still unknown to me. Oh my gosh. The enthusiasm, my mother whispered. Breathless, she dabbed the corners of her eyes carefully, gobsmacked by my appearance. Since I was her only daughter, she wanted me to love fashion like her. She adored dressing up for people and wished I was the same. It was moments like this her dream came true. What? Do I look terrible? I joked, more for myself than anybody else. You look so beautiful, she gushed, her voice filled with awe. She looked so proud of me at this moment. She had never looked at me like that before. Despite hating my predicament and my mature age, I still wanted her love and affection. Whatever she offered to give it to me, I took it greedily. I hugged her tightly, relishing in this contact. "Thanks, Amand," I whispered into her ear. She pulled away first and fixed her light blonde hair. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She guided me out of my room and to the main hall where everybody would be. I would meet my father at the doors to the entrance and they would both walk me down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs would be Prince Aziel, who would then dance with me in front of our kingdom. Guards were stationed at their posts. A few of the younger ones couldn't help but gawk at me. One of them boldly winked at me when my mother wasn't looking. I smirked at him. "Remember to keep your head up and your eyes on him," Mom reminded me for the millionth time. "Yes, Mother," I muttered. She pinched her lips together and carried on leading me to my father. He was wearing his typical royal outfit. His features brightened at the sight of us approaching him. He couldn't stray his eyes from my gorgeous mother. They had been together for nearly 500 years and they still stared at each other as if it was the first day they had met. "My two girls look stunning," he complimented us, stroking my mother's cheek affectionately. She closed her eyes in bliss, enjoying the moment. "Thanks. Honey, are you ready then?" "Libby," my father asked me, looping his arm through mine. I inhaled sharply and nodded my head. I wasn't ready. Not really, but I had no choice in the matter. "Okay, here we go." One of the royal guards announced us individually. Dramatically, the two doors were swung open, revealing an onlooker of guests. Gasps erupted loudly. People couldn't keep their eyes off of me. I felt like a queen. Elegantly, we sauntered down the marble steps, heading towards Prince Aziel. He too couldn't seem to move his eyes from my body. Lust was evident in his eyes. I felt disgusted by the look in his eyes. My body wasn't his. It never would be. I hid my repulsion. Problems would be created. I couldn't do anything to affect this union. So instead, I plastered a sweet smile on my face and pretended I was thrilled by his lust. Prince Aziel held a hand out for me and smirked at me like he was some godin. I was some immortal who should be glad we were being forced together. I wanted to wipe that smirk off of his face so badly. He whirled me onto the dance floor immediately. Guests formed a circle around the floor, giving us plenty of room to dance. It was the waltz, a dance I had been trained in from a young age. "Remember to stare into his eyes." I recalled my mother's firm words. I swung my gaze to his. His green eyes were cold and horrid. There wasn't a flicker of warmth in them, just an endless dark abyss. It was like staring into a black hole. I absolutely loathed how close we were. His touch was scorching my skin, and not in a good, pleasant way. It made me wither in repulsion. "You could at least pretend to look happy," he stated in an icy voice, seeing right through me. It wasn't like I was trying very hard to hide my true feelings. My skin pricked at his voice and my brain was yelling at me to get away from this man. I hissed in a quiet voice. We couldn't have any guests thinking I wasn't happy with this. What was it that Penguin said in that one children's movie? "Smile and wave. Just smile and wave." He arched an eyebrow. "Cook-I-L-Y. Sure, doesn't seem like it. You know, loads of girls would be grateful for this position. You're going to be queen, not just a princess. You should be thanking me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I should be punching you in the face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you so much for letting me marry you. I am so grateful for this opportunity. I have always wanted to be married to some arrogant prince I have never met. I just can't wait until I'm queen. I snapped, sarcastically. He didn't appreciate my tone or words, but he couldn't exactly do a lot in public. We had to look like some loving couple. We were getting towards the end of the song. The next move was a dip. Without warning, he dipped me down to the ground and then abruptly pulled me up, flinging me around like a rag doll. I flashed a glare at him, showing my annoyance. When we finished, the crowd applauded us loudly. I slipped an award, winning smile on my face, and let him press himself to my side. I was screaming. This man was even worse than I expected. I hated him with every fiber in my body. He didn't give a damn about me, and he never would. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. An empty aura surrounded him. I got a nasty feeling about him. Nothing about him felt right. I couldn't back out of this now, though. If I upstaged my parents, a war could happen. We wanted to unite our kingdoms, not divide them. We faced the crowd, holding hands. A few familiar faces caught my eye. They were all beaming at me, happily. Their applause bounced off the walls, circling around the supposed happy couple. When the noise stopped, my father addressed our guests in his usual formal, business tone. Welcome. Today we are here to celebrate a union between my beautiful daughter and Princess Eel. Cheers erupted once again, and my family appeared to be beaming at us. My cheeks began hurting from the smile on my face. As if he could sense how I was struggling to keep the act up, Princess Eel tight and his hold on my hand, squeezing it. It wasn't reassuring in the slightest. It was a warning. Let go of me, you dumbass. Tonight, two kingdoms join together, and form an unbreakable bond. My father continued, standing beside my regal mother. My father looked like a god. In my eyes, he practically was one. They will make a beautiful and fair couple. I am so proud of them. Once again, everyone cheered. It was painful to see all of this. They had no idea what was behind our masks. I won't keep you any longer, my father added, coming to an end. You are all free to party now. They all dispersed onto the dance floor and to the corners of the room to talk. I attempted to move away from Prince Pompous Douche but was stopped by his tight grip on my forearm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I tried to pull myself out of his tight hold, but to no avail. He was annoyingly strong. So, instead, I shot him another frosty look. Can you let go of me? I asked through gritted teeth. His strong jaw ticked and his eyes glowered right back at me. He did not like what I was doing. This man was somebody who hated the very idea of a woman fighting back. He had probably loved the 1950s. Stop being a bitch, he whispered into my ear, harshly. The tone of his voice was lethal, deadly enough to cut through a fairy's invincible wings. I scowled at him. I hate to break it to you, but you don't control me. Your Highness, if we weren't in a packed room, he would have lost his shit. He did something totally unexpected. A wide smile spread on his face, but it wasn't one of kindness. It was sinister and evil. Listen here, princess, he said through a slippery smile. As soon as we are married, I am going to show you who is really in control. You will be nothing but my pet, a breeding machine. In the eyes of my people, you will be my pretty queen, but behind closed doors, you will be the dirt I walk on. I had no words. I couldn't believe what he said. I had never felt so degraded in my life. He obliterated me into, well, dirt. Normally, when someone insulted me, I would make a feisty comeback. Yet, nothing flashed in my mind. All I felt was dread. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When we were married, I would have no way out. No escape. He would control my future. Divorce wasn't allowed here. Once you were married, it was for life. He had found a way past my walls and had shot me straight in the heart. A bullseye. This man was truly vile. He had managed to plaster a princely exterior, fooling everyone. A flash of his wolfish smile was enough to have people fall to their knees in awe. Prince Aziel was the devilry incarnated. Nothing to say. No sassy comeback. He mocked me. I thought you had a bit more strength than that. It seems I was wrong. You are just like every other woman. Weak. Pathetic. The blood in my body practically sang with anger. But I couldn't do anything. I was trapped with him. Prince Aziel steered me away from prying eyes into a secluded area, where nobody could hear us. Now, if you be a good wife for me, I will grant you some freedom. If you don't, then I will make you wish you were never born. Am I making myself clear? All I could do was nod my head numbly. Compliant, I won't have to be like this. I can show you what a devoted husband is like, he continued, enjoying this too much. This was one sick bastard. There was a reason we stayed away from the dark fire. He was the reason we did so. They were cruel and monstrous. My father, who could only see the good in people, truly believed these people had something light in them. The words were clogged in my throat. Every fiber of me refused to utter any form of agreement. What he stood for was against my values. But I had no way out of this. If I didn't lose my attitude and wild streak, he would make my life hell. He knew he could. Once we were married, he had complete control of my life. I was at his disposal. Darkfire had the ability to see your deepest fears and use them against you. That was exactly what he was doing right now. He could see what I feared the most and exploited it. His hand came up to my face and involuntarily, I flinched. Slowly, his fingers caressed my skin. Terror crawled down my spine and glittered in my eyes. He saw this and chuckled, finding my fear amusing. For the first time, his dead green eyes sparkled. I realized with disgust that he enjoyed seeing me like this. This is how he wanted me, docile. I want you to use your words. Baby, he murmured, huskily. Any other woman would have thought his voice sounded incredibly sexy. I didn't. I could now see who he really was, and the facade he had up would never hide his true nature ever again. When I still didn't respond, his fingers trailed down to my jaw and cupped it aggressively. The breath in my throat hitched. Are you already disobeying me? I shook my head. And satisfaction crossed his features. Good. Now tell me you will be a good wife. I will. It took everything in me to say that. Right now, I wanted to escape his hold and cry alone. I wanted to run away into the dark and never look back. I wanted to be so far away from him so that his prickly cold hands could never touch me. In the space of an hour, he had reduced me to this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Feeble girl. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm, and power were enough to frighten a princess. I felt so belittled. What on earth would a lifetime with him do to me? Good. That's what I want to hear. Princess. He cooed, his mood shifting instantly. Now off you pop. I must go and talk to my father. And like that, he was gone and I was finally alone. Slumping against the wall, I avoided eye contact with everybody. Tears threatened to fall from my eyes. Where had my headstrong personality gone? Where was my determination to be free gone? Fresh air. I desperately need fresh air. The music, the laughter, and the joyous atmosphere were all too much. I couldn't watch my brothers and parents laugh along with everyone else, oblivious to what just conspired between Princess Aziel and myself. With agility and grace, I snuck out of the large ballroom and into my favorite garden. Peace circled around my body, soothing my shaky limbs. I always found peace here. It was the first place I would go to when I had an argument with my mother or brothers. My feet trailed through the garden whilst my hands brushed against the various flowers. Tranquility. That was what I named it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. It was a very fitting name. At the back of the garden was a bench dedicated to my grandmother, who passed away 30 years ago. This was our memorial to her. Our subjects had a statue in the center of town. Most people didn't know my grandmother was a tough woman. If she found out how I reacted to Princess Aziel, she would have a fit. My grandmother was a strong and resilient queen. She had to put up with my determined and stubborn grandfather. Collapsing onto the chair in sheer exhaustion, I fluttered my eyes closed and tilted my head back. Memories of that deranged asshole floated in my head. The way he spoke, the presence he brought with him, it was all too much. A twig snapping broke my train of thought. My ears perked up at the sound of a quiet noise not too far away. Jolting in my seat, I whipped my head around and examined the castle's garden suspiciously. There was a bitter taste in the air. I rose to my feet, cautiously, and examined the area in a scrutinizing manner. The feeling of being watched surfaced in the pit of my stomach. "Hello," I called out into the night, naively, as if I would get a reply. No response. Treading carefully, I exited the garden and tiptoed into the forest. An uncomfortable feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. The path I walked along led me to a small lake. The glowing moon was reflected on it. I darted my eyes around the area. Alarmed, when I saw no signs of life, I drifted my gaze back to the lake. Oddly, I felt a hypnotizing pull to it. In a trance, I lowered myself to my knees and reached forwards. As soon as my fingers touched the water, I was sucked in. I didn't even have time to scream. Then everything went black. Where the hell am I? It felt as if I was flying. My hair was shed everywhere violently. I could see a beautiful blue sky that was familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time. Gravity was pushing my body down to the ground harshly. I knew that landing would be extremely painful. Yet, in this short moment, I let myself feel nothing else but pure bliss. I had never felt so free and alive before. Into my kingdom, I was always confined by some law unknown. However, falling from the sky, there was not a single person around. It was just me. And I. The impact was bone-crushing. Literally, an agonizing scream passed through my lips along with the most painful feeling in my entire body. It was otherworldly. I knew my healing abilities would come into effect any moment now, but whilst I waited, I couldn't think of anything but the collision. How far had I fallen? And why was I falling in the first place? The last thing I could remember was the lake. I had been bewitched by something. There was no other explanation for it. My mind wasn't in control of my body. Something else was. The lake called to me so softly. It was like a sweet and tender lullaby. It was enriching and so enchanting. I couldn't stop myself, I let it control me. And then, just as I touched the water, the spell was broken. By then, though, it was too late. It already had me in its clutches. It whisked me away and made mine black out. 15 minutes. That was how long it took for my body to heal and recover. Whilst it healed, I had plenty of time to ponder over many theories. Did the twins plant some sort of trick? I wouldn't put it past them, but this felt different, stronger, more elusive. The magic wasn't tainted by my brother's mischievous magic. It had another agenda. Fully healed, I sat up slowly and surveyed my surroundings. I had landed in a clearing. Trees surrounded me, indicating that I was in a forest. The whole area, including the air, was unfamiliar. Getting to my feet, I blew out a long breath. I had to work out a plan. I could either wander around and find out where I was, or I could wait here until somebody came. The latter option could take a while. I was already itching to discover where I was. Thus, I decided to walk into the strange woods. My feet crunched against the crusty leaves. A canopy of leaves prevented the burning sun from shining. I was surrounded by darkness. Oddly, I didn't feel any fear. I felt strength from it. The dark woods didn't feel like my enemy. It was welcoming, calling to me like the lake did. 30 minutes after walking, I heard something. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stiffening, I mentally debated what to do. Should I approach them and ask them for help? But what if they were hostile people? What if they tried to kill me? I could hide and wait for them to leave. That would be the safer option. I didn't get time to decide what I would do. I was too busy thinking that I failed to notice a presence had come up behind me. Strong hands wrapped around my middle and hoisted me up into the air. A terrified shriek escaped my lips as I struggled in their hold. "I've caught her." The person holding me, a man with a thick accent, yelled to his friends. They all rushed over to me quickly and eyed me cautiously. There were 5 of them in total, including the burly man holding me. "Let go of me." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Sorry, but I can't do that." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "You are trespassing," he said to me, without any sympathy. "Well, shit. Trespassing," I echoed, stopping my movements. "What do you mean? Where the hell am I?" "You are in no position to demand answers." "Girl," a man in front of me, with deadly eyes and a powerful aura, uttered coldly. "You seem to be the ringleader of this merry band." "Oh, Ray, what makes you think I answer your questions?" I countered. "S not till Y." I knew I was asking for trouble. Sometimes, I just couldn't help myself. I had to open my big mouth and piss people off. I didn't know who these people were, but I knew they were dangerous and strong. They could actually kill me. The leader narrowed his eyes at me threateningly. "I would watch your mouth, girl, before I shut it for you." Surprisingly, I took his advice. I needed to stop talking. "And to answer your question, you are in Red Knight Pack," he revealed, smirking devilishly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The name meant nothing to me. I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion, and then it hit me. He said pack. Pack could only mean one thing. These people were werewolves. I was not in my realm anymore. I had to be in the human realm. It's the only place werewolves live. Like vampires and humans. They did not know of our existence. We are just a myth to them. That explained a lot. They were powerful because they had super strength and speed. Their noses could smell a distinct smell miles away. These men had to be guards. And the sandy blonde haired man I was talking to had to be a ranking wolf. Either a gamma or beta. I was going to hazard a guess and say he was a beta. A beta was second in command, but not by birth. They were chosen. He or she assisted the alpha with the pack work. They often took over the alpha's role when he was away. Wolves respected their alpha and beta greatly. The alpha was the leader of the pack. Usually, the title passed from generation to generation since they had a strong and pure bloodline. Generally, most alphas were commanding and vicious. They had to be. When they found their Luna mate, they tended to ease up a little. I had only met a few alphas on my travel. Other than Andrew, there was a kind man named Chris. He was the alpha of a friendly Asian pack. We met when I was traveling the human realm decades ago. He had not found his Luna and was boarding out of control. I offered a compromise. He could use me as a form of release if I could learn his pack's ways. He reluctantly agreed. I stayed there for 6 months until he found his Luna. During my time there, I learned a great deal about werewolves. Specifically, their mate bond. It was quite similar to the bond we have. The only significant difference was that we couldn't identify our mates by their smell. We had to get to know them first and kiss them. My parents told me that they thought they were potential mates because they felt at ease around each other. That was one of the few indications that they could be your. Whilst I was thinking about werewolves, I had failed to realize I was moving. The man holding me was now dragging me through the woods to an unknown place. "Hey, where are you taking me?" I questioned, fighting his tight grip. If I weren't as strong as wolves, our only defense was magic. I didn't want to expose myself, though. Werewolves didn't know about my kind and my kingdom wanted to keep it that way. Somehow, I would have to find a way out of this pack using my magic. God, my parents must be fuming by now. I had vanished at my own engagement party, leaving them looking like fools. Admittedly, I didn't feel that guilty about leaving. I had temporarily escaped my cold fianc. Staying on Earth didn't seem like the worst idea. It'd mean I didn't have to see him again. To the packed dungeons so that the Alpha can interrogate you. The ranked wolf replied, monstrously. Why, I didn't mean to come here. I honestly didn't know this was a pack's territory. I blurted out, losing my tough exterior. It was nice to see that I hadn't completely lost my fiery side, causing me and the man dragging me to come to a halt too. The ranked wolf whirled around to face me with a curious expression. It was the first soft emotion I had seen on his face. It made him appear handsome and friendlier. What are you? You don't smell like a werewolf or a vampire. And how do you know about our existence? He fired questions at me. I pressed my lips together firmly, refusing to answer his question. I would never give up my species. Fine, he huffed. Don't answer me. I'm sure my Alpha will be able to get an answer out of you. I rolled my eyes and winced when the man started pulling me along again. We reached the dungeons 10 minutes later. It was not at all what I expected it to be. The facility was a 3-story, high-tech building. The windows were small and had bars on them. Guards were posted outside. As we approached them, they eyed me with interest. They took me inside the building that smelt of disinfectant and up a flight of stairs. We passed for cells, all holding angry-looking men. At the sight of me, still wearing my borgan, their eyes darkened with lust. I shivered in disgust and forced myself to turn away from their revolting gaze. The head wolf in this group led us to the end of the corridor and punched in a code into a keypad. The cell opened, revealing the basic square room. There was a small bed located to the right, and to the left there was a toilet and sink. The man dragging me shoved me into the room. Harshly, I scowled at him and crossed my arms over my chest. So, you're just going to leave me here until the Alpha comes? The man in charge nodded his head, casually, precisely. Signed. I watched them slam the cell door shut, locking me in this werewolf prison. I forced my feet over to the metal bed and rested my back against the wall. As much as I didn't want to go back home, at least I wasn't a literal prisoner there. Prince Aziel wouldn't be able to lock me up without raising suspicions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I'd rather be here than anywhere near him. I'd rather be in these cells than in the same room as him. Perhaps this is some sort of blessing in disguise. Maybe I was brought here for a reason. Maybe, just maybe, fate didn't want me with Prince A's either, so it brought me to the one place he would hate going. The human realm. Instead of seeing this as something negative, I could see this as a sign that I wasn't meant to marry Aziel. I had always been fascinated by this world and what it had to offer. Living here wouldn't be hell. I could be happy, as long as I get out of here alive. That is. Time passed strangely. There wasn't a clock in my cell, so I had no idea how long I spent staring at the opposite wall. Engravings had been carved into the wall. Most of them said, "Help. This prison must be filled to the brim with rogues." Rogues were pack, less wolves. Most wolves believed they were rabid and feral, so they steered clear of them. I had actually met a rogue when I was last here. He was not what I expected. He told me his mate had died and he didn't want to live in the house anymore, surrounded by their memories, so he left his pack. He wasn't crazy, just sad. Some rogues were bad. Typically, they were kicked out of their packs for being cruel, and that made them take revenge on other packs. Half the time, being kicked out of their packs drove them to be so cruel. Bolgin girl, a new rough voice called, breaking my reverie. I flickered my gaze up to the new man. Compared to the other guards, I got a glimpse that this man was small. That didn't mean he wasn't strong, though. It was evident he worked out. Sliding off the bed, I stalked over to the door where the food hole was and took the tray of food. My upper lip curled upwards at the sight of the revolting food they gave me. "This is food?" I questioned, sounding pretentious and whiny. The guard growled at me in warning. "Shut up, princess." I stilled at the pet name. I knew he didn't know who I was, but it still sent a jolt of fear through me. Shutting my mouth, I walked back to my bed and picked at the yucky food they gave me. The only edible item was an apple. I bit into and imagined I was eating one of the delicious meals I had at home. Even the water tasted awful. Not good enough for you. A slow voice muttered from the other side of my cell. It was the ringleader. He was stood with his arms crossed over his chest, causing his biceps to bulge. Now that I wasn't being thrown around like a ragdoll, I had an opportunity to examine him. He was roughly 6 foot and was built like a body ballad. Every single part of his body was defined. His eyes were hazel color, and his features were sharp. His sandy blonde hair had been tossed back, probably by his hand. He was handsome, but then again, all werewolves were. Unlike us, they were all tanned and coated with muscle. Fire appeared as gentle creatures. I already told the guard I didn't like it. I explained, leaning the back of my head against the wall. I could feel the man's eyes roaming my body. What is your name? I thought your alpha was going to be questioning me. I countered, slipping a lazy smile onto my lips. His face remained neutral. He's running a bit late. He'll be here in a minute. Why don't you tell me your name first? To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Changing the subject. Beta Blade. So, I was right. He was the beta. I'm Liberty, I introduced in a light tone. He grunted and stared into my eyes in an loving way. He came across as somebody who could read you without having to talk to you. Heavy footsteps interrupted the silence between us. The atmosphere became eerie. There wasn't a single sound in the place. My heart was hammering in my chest nervously. There could only be one reason this was happening. The alpha had arrived. Sucking in a breath, I willed my heart to stop beating so quickly. Werewolves had super hearing. They'd be able to hear my erratic heart from a mile away. I wanted to come across as somebody strong and confident. When he came into sight, I swear my heart skipped a beat. He looked absolutely terrifying. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is the trespass, Blade murmured to his alpha, lowering his gaze respectfully. When his eyes settled on me, I felt the blood drain from my face. His eyes took in my gown passively and wandered up to my face. When his eyes rested on my eyes, they flashed brighter. He furrowed his eyebrows and took a step back in shock and anger. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Blade asked, his voice bordering worry. Bring her to my office. I will question her there. He ordered his beta, refusing to look at my form. His velvety voice was rough yet bitterly sweet. It sent delightful shivers down my spine. He spared me one last look and then stomped off, leaving me and the beta thoroughly confused. The quid pro quo, hurry up. Beta Blade grunted at me, yanking me. I rolled my eyes. We were back to this again. Do none of these people value common decency? Do they do this to every single person they meet? I'm not some dog. I have legs. I can walk like a normal person. I muttered, nearly tripping over my own feet again. We had made it to the pack house. This was where most of the pack wolves stayed. The only people who didn't were werewolves who had found their mates and wanted to start a family somewhere quiet. It was a gigantic house that could easily be mistaken as a hotel to any mortals. People were littered around the grounds. The kids were playing in the large park they had whilst moms were sitting on picnic blankets, enjoying a cold drink. A few people, in a formal uniform, were gardening. The whole area seemed so serene and happy. That all changed when they caught a whiff of my scent. The women tensed and fixed a hostile expression on their faces. A few even growled at me. Warriors who were patrolling the grounds stared at me with a mixture of lust and anger. I knew I still looked like I had been run over by a dumpster truck. Blade pulled me inside, away from their prying eyes and along the long and windy corridor. Everything about the house screamed aristocratic. Extensive antiques were dotted everywhere, whilst numerous paintings hung on the walls. We came to an abrupt stop at the end of the corridor. Blade tapped on the wooden door and waited for the person on the other side to let him in. the husky voice that could only belong to the Alpha ordered us inside. He was sat on the other side of his desk, seeming more at ease now. I now had time to drink him in. He was gorgeous. Too gorgeous. He sat up straight in his leather chair. Both of his thick arms rested on the large desk in front of him. His attire was business-like yet still casual. His body was built to perfection. There was no doubt in my mind that he was strong. His t-shirt was extremely tight against his body. My eyes shifted to his face. His olive skin wasn't completely smooth. A few scars marred his forehead and face. His nose was also crooked, indicating that somebody had broken it once. His brown hair was messy and unpicked. I suspected he often dragged his rough hands through his locks whenever he was stressed. And finally, his hypnotic eyes. They sucked me into them, trapping me. My whole body ignited when they landed on my form. An earthly fire spread between my legs. "Take a seat," he instructed, gesturing to the uncomfortable, looking chair opposite him. Hesitantly, I lowered myself into it whilst Blade stood guard by the door. Both of their penetrating eyes were on me. "So, Blade says your name is Liberty," the Alpha said, his face remaining cool and collected. However, a storm was brewing in his grey eyes. Something about him made my heart race. I didn't know the guy and he appeared as somebody cold and unforgiving, yet I didn't care. I felt a connection to him. Why was I thinking like this? This guy was probably going to kill me. Yes, fiddling with my fingers. "Why are you here?" He got straight to the point. I don't know. I stammered, feeling dizzy under his gaze. He made my body feel tingly. He exhaled loudly and narrowed his eyes at me. "What do you mean, you don't know?" I circled my finger around the ring my mom gave me and stared at it with interest. "Well, I was at a party and I needed some air, so I went outside and somehow found myself in your territory. Someone once told me that the best way to lie was by adding some truth. I told the truth but just left out a few details. You're telling me you disappeared," he concluded, suspiciously. I nodded my head, sticking to my story. Pretty much. He knew there was more to my story, but for some reason, he didn't press me. He continued to interrogate me. "What?" I could sense they were both curious to know my answer. I had to come up with a believable answer quickly. They wouldn't believe I was a human. I didn't smell like one, and humans didn't know about the supernatural world. I also didn't want to tell them who I really was. If I broke the law, I'd never have the option to go home. Lie, I had to lie. I'm half witch. I lied, forcing my voice to not waver. My mom was a witch who fell in love with a human. They had me and told me about this world. The Alpha stared directly into my eyes and assessed them. He was clearly searching for deceit. I kept them focused on him and made it appear as if I had nothing to hide. Even my heart had stopped beating frantically. He leaned back in his chair and continued to keep his eyes on me. "A half a witch," he mused. "How interesting." "How so?" "We haven't met many witches before, but the ones we have met, they are nothing like you." Casually. "Oh," I said, dumbly. "Well, I grew up in the human world. I don't have much magic." God, I was digging myself into a deeper hole. If he could sense the lie in my voice, he didn't say anything. He didn't even react. The expression on his face remained neutral. No matter what I said or did, there never seemed to be a flicker of emotion on him. It was like he was a robot. Was all he said. "What are you going to do to me?" I asked him, anxiously. "Are you going to kill me?" He pinched his lips together. "That all depends on you." "Me?" I echoed, pointing at myself. "Tell me, have you ever heard of the term quid pro quo?" I knitted my blonde eyebrows together and cocked my head to the side. "Yes. It's a Latin phrase that means something for something." He seemed marginally impressed that I knew the phrase. Little did he know that I could fluently speak 6 languages, including Latin. "Yes. Well, I believe it describes the situation we are currently in." Locking eyes with me again. A dark look flashed in his eyes, but it was so quick, I had no time to decipher what it meant. My mouth fell open. What can you possibly need from me? I stuttered, bouncing my eyes between him and his beta. Surprisingly, Blade looked equally puzzled. For some reason, the Alpha had a plan for me that he didn't let anyone else know about. If you are a half-witch, then you should be able to read this ancient book we have. It's supposed to tell us more about our pack's origin, he explained, picking up a worn-out book on his desk. I eyed it curiously and saw it had a symbol on it. Witches are the only people who can read this. I had heard of a book of wolves before. It held many secrets about their origin and heritage. It was written in an ancient language, Greek, which just so happened to be a language I knew well. What's in it that's so important? I'm not sure. That's why I need you. And what do I get in return? Arching an eyebrow. This all seems so unbelievable. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Obviously, he piped up, revealing it to me as if it was the most obvious answer in the world. I didn't like that he knew I needed that. How do you know that I need protection? It's not till why. Why else would you be hearing that? Embarrassed, I closed my mouth and slumped my shoulders. As much as I hated to admit it, I did need somewhere to hide. A werewolf pack was the perfect place. This Alpha was intelligent. Very intelligent. He knew more than I let on. I would have to make sure I didn't underestimate him. So, let me get this straight. You want me to stay here so that I can translate some book for you, and in return, you give me a place to live along with protection. I summarized, making my summary as clear as day. That's correct. This sounded too good to be true. There had to be more to it. He was holding some information back too. I'm sorry, actually. I'm not really, but I am finding it very hard to believe that you would offer this to somebody you have never met before. I could be an axe-wielding maniac for all you know. I voiced my doubts, rising to my feet. None of them found my statement amusing. Tough crowd. I guess you'll just have to trust me, he declared. I loosened a breath. Staying with him wouldn't be so bad. I could prolong the amount of time it took me to translate the book until I decided what to do. I was putting a lot of faith in this Alpha. I was assuming he wasn't going to try and kill me. Funnily, when I glanced back up at the Alpha, I felt as if he would never hurt me. It felt like it was impossible for him to do that. He was everything I imagined as safe. Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Quid pro quo. I accepted, taking a chance. The Alpha showed no emotion at my answer. I had to assume he was pleased. Alpha the Beta finally intervened, making his opinion known. He stepped closer to the table and placed his hands on it. You can't seriously let this stranger stay here with us. The Alpha looked bored by his antics. Blade, it is my choice. Beta Blade looked at him in disbelief and bewilderment. That Gabriel, she could be a danger. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Using the Alpha's name instead of title. Incredibly disrespectful. Alpha Gabriel. It had a nice ring to it. I'm really not. Blade looked over his shoulder and scowled at me. You don't get a say in this. I sat back in defeat and rolled my eyes at him. Somebody must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed. Gabriel. He lowered his voice, sending him a knowing look. Why are you letting her stay? You've never done this for anyone else before. Alpha Gabriel picked up the book and practically waved it in Blade's face. I need this translated. Blade. Now stop questioning me. I know what I'm doing. I want you to take Liberty to room 326 and offer her some clothes. Blade clenched his jaw but didn't argue. He must have figured it wouldn't go anywhere. Follow me. Blade snapped, marching towards the door. His untrustworthy eyes didn't leave my body. I felt Alpha Gabriel's eyes on me as I walked away. It made my body alight once again. When I left his office, all of those feelings vanished. Being away from him didn't sit right in me. My heart was hollow and empty. Snap out of it. Libby, you just got yourself out of one mess. Don't try and get yourself into another. I inwardly scolded myself. Sometimes I wondered if I was asking for heartache. Blade led me to the entrance of the house, and then up a flight of stairs. Instead of stopping on the first floor, we continued upwards. It turned out there were 8 floors and over 350 rooms. I couldn't help but gawk when Blade reluctantly told me this. I shouldn't have been surprised though. Most packs had well over 500 members. My eyebrows shot up when we got to the top floor. Usually, only the highest-ranking wolves stayed here. I was going to be sleeping on the same floor as the Alpha and Luna. Are you sure this is my floor? I made my hesitation known. Surely there had been some type of mistake. Blade ignored me. He opened a big door. Sign 326. Cautiously, I stepped past Blade and into the room. It was extremely luxurious, not what I expected at all. There was a queen-sized bed to my left, next to a door leading to a closet. To my right, there was a leather couch and television, plus a large desk. Another door was situated next to a bookcase, possibly leading to an en-suite. I couldn't believe they were giving me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A room like this. They had opened up their house to me and were allowing me to wander around freely. Why was the Alpha being so generous? Are you sure I didn't get to finish my question because Blade had already slammed my door shut? Great. Now what was I supposed to do? Thankfully, I didn't have to ponder on this for long. Not even 2 minutes later, a gentle knock sounded on my door. Biting my lip, I approached the door and swung it open. A young girl with shoulder-length raven, colored hair and large onyx eyes stood awkwardly, holding a pile of clothes. She was wearing a basic outfit and was a lot smaller than me. I have some clothes for you, she announced. Gesturing to them, I gently took them and thanked her. The corners of her lips quirked upwards. You're welcome. She loitered outside of the door for a few moments as if she was questioning whether she should stay or not. In the end, she left. I shut the door and eyed the pile of clothes she gave me. There were quite a few t-shirts and jeans. She also gave me lots of underwear. I stared at the fabric inside. I don't think I've ever worn such normal clothes before. Slipping out of my dress was difficult. When I first caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror, I gasped. My beautiful dress was torn everywhere and was covered in dirt. If my mother saw it, she would probably go grey. The gown pulled around my feet. I quickly put the new clothes on and picked up my dress. This dress was a reminder of last night with Prince Azil. As beautiful as it was, I never wanted to see it again. I chucked it in the empty wardrobe and then tackled my hair. It was a disaster. It took me 20 minutes to get all of the knots out. The poor hairdresser had so many of my hairs tangled in it. Now that I had sorted myself out, I had nothing else to do. To pass the time, I put away the extra clothes I had and tidied the already tidy room. As I did this, I hummed a tune my mother used to sing to me. Happy memories flooded through my mind. Images of my mother tucking me into bed when I was a little girl came to mind. A lone tear trailed down my pale face, but I made no move to wipe it away. I missed them terribly. They had no idea where I was. They must be so worried about me. If I told them where I was, they would immediately notify Prince Azil and his family. The wedding would go on as planned. I would be stuck with him, so I couldn't contact them. Not now, at least. Perhaps sometime in the future, when the drama had died down. My body collapsed on the bed from sheer exhaustion. I was mentally and physically tired from the events of the past few hours. My eyelids began to droop and I welcomed the darkness that accompanied it. Sleeping for a few hours would do no harm. Imagine a world where the alpha of a werewolf pack declares he will never accept his mate, And yet, a party is thrown in celebration of a young woman's return, who is favored to be the Luna. 5. Curiosity killed the cut down the fruit. Libby, nice and slowly. Atlas yelled at me from the other side of the kitchen. His green eyes were wide with mock horror. Caleb was beside him, smothering his chuckles. I rolled my eyes at his childish behavior and continued to chop up the pineapple. I'm being serious. Libby, you are messing with forces that are stronger than you. He warned me. Seriously, stop being so melodramatic. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I chided him, my lips forming a thin straight line. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You asked for it. Libby, don't say I didn't warn you, he declared, squaring his broad shoulders. A warrior's battle cry passed through his lips as he thundered over to me. Just as he was inches away from me, I stepped to the side and let him crash into the counter. A strangled moan came from him, followed by a few curse words. My arms crossed over my chest as I stared at him in amusement. Kalen was on the floor, laughing so hard he had tears sprouting from his eyes. No fair, Atlas muttered, weakly. Or the one who wanted to attack me, I pointed out. Matter-of-factly, he groaned and straightened his body, whilst covering his stomach. His features were scrunched up in pain. Does it mean you had to let me run into the counter? That table is a fucking killer. This wasn't the first time he had done that. He had a habit of running into it. The counter just loved him too much to part with him. I huffed. Now will you let me finish making my pizza? He nodded his head, stumbling away from it. Cautiously, I stalked back over to it, all the while keeping an eye on Atlas. Kalen had now recovered from laughing and was now sat on one of the stools. Atlas glowered at me whilst I sprinkled the pineapple on the pizza. After putting it in the oven, I whirled around to face them with my hands on my hips. All done now. I'll call you when it's ready. Don't bother calling me. I refuse to eat that atrocity, Atlas stated in disgust. Putting fruit on a pizza should be a crime. I will not stand for it. Here we go again. Most people like it on pizza. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're just being a baby, I retorted, quirking an eyebrow. Our baby sister is right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Caleb contributed, for once having my back. Usually, the twins gang up on me. It's act being the youngest. For someone who claims to love food so much. You sure do hate a lot of dishes. Atlas spouted. I don't like you guys teaming up against me. If you don't stop it, I'm going to tell Morpheus. I couldn't help but snort. Kaelon sent him a baffled look, as if Morpheus would concern himself with such trivial matters. Kaelon voiced my thoughts, taking the words right out of my mouth. Atlas knew we were right. Whatever, you two can eat your trashy pizza. I'm going to find some real food. He flipped us the bird and then marched out of our private kitchen, off to have a tantrum somewhere. Kaelon and I shared a look and then burst into hysterics. He's too easy to wind up, Kaelon commented through his chuckles. He is, I mumbled, staring at the doorway just left. Pineapple on pizza is the best though, Kaelon claimed firmly. I grunted in agreement. Oh, definitely. So is that okay? I can bring you something else if you want. The girl trailed off. Uncertainly, her dark eyes darted anywhere but me. Pineapple on pizza is fine, I answered, swallowing the uneasy lump in my throat. I hadn't thought about that memory before. She sighed in relief and managed a small smile. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you want to lunch with the pack? Or in here? I pondered over what to do. Did I want to face a bunch of werewolves, who would be visibly hostile towards me? Or did I want to stay in my place of refuge and avoid everyone like a coward? I ended up deciding to hide in my room. I wasn't ready to come face to face with the pack quite yet. Right now, I needed to gather my thoughts and my emotions. It was quiet in my room, deadly silent. My eyes fluttered closed and I tilted my head back. A heavy breath passed through my lips. I didn't know how much time I spent in my peaceful slumber, letting the memories of my family flash in my head. Once again, I was disrupted by a member of the pack. This time, however, the person didn't wait for me to allow them to enter. They just waltzed in. A girl with straight brown hair and hazel eyes stepped in with a small smile on her face. She was of average height and had a bold fashion sense. I knew they were hiding something. She mumbled under her breath, shaking her head in bewilderment. My lips remained flat. "Who are you?" She forced her shoulders to relax and moved an inch closer to me. "Sabrina. Am I supposed to certainly know who you are?" Her smile faltered. "Never mind. I heard there was a stranger on our pack who didn't smell like a wolf and I got curious. I only found out today that you were staying here. So you wanted to meet me," I concluded for her. She nodded her head, "Yep." I raised my arms up in the air and said in a cocky voice, "Well, here I am." A grin slid onto my face. Sabrina started wandering around my room, bouncing her eyes between every object in the room. She acted as if the room was unfamiliar, but it obviously wasn't. "What are you?" Bluntly, I didn't seem fazed by her straightforward questions. I preferred her being like that. I hated people who beat around the bush. It was pointless and annoying. I'm half witch, half human. I lied. Smoothsayism. I didn't tend to lie that often. I only did when I was doing something mischievous, which I haven't done in years. Her eyebrows raised to the point that they were closing to brushing her hairline. "Wow, you don't look like a witch." "Not at all. I'm only a half witch," I corrected her, emphasizing it. "Still though," she continued, practically ignoring what I just said, "the witches I've come across usually have a dark aura around them. They aren't." Her hazel eyes trailed up and down my body, piercing my soul. "Carefree or humorous? You need to sell the lie. I grew up in the human world." I reiterated what I told the alpha and beta, and I don't really practice magic. So that's probably why I don't seem like other witches. "Oh," she muttered. "I guess that makes sense. What are you doing here? Did the alpha send you here?" I challenged, changing the subject. My gaze was intense. This felt exactly like an interrogation. I wouldn't put it past the alpha to send some doe-eyed girl here, hoping to strike a conversation that would lead to me spitting out the truth. Did he think I'd befriend her and come to trust her? I didn't trust any of them. Sabrina pursed her lips. "No, he didn't." I studied her. She seemed nice enough. Probably one of the nicer members of the pack. And perhaps I didn't have to be completely alone here. "Okay." I relented and she sighed. Happily. "How long are you staying?" she questioned, lowering herself into the seat opposite me. Her turned, oval face reflected in the sea, through table. I shrugged my shoulders. "Not long. I have to decipher an ancient witch's book. Once I'm done, I can leave." She took in the information and knitted her thick eyebrows together at what I told her. She seemed equally confused by this. I partly understood why the alpha needed my help, but when I stared into his deep, stormy eyes, I saw he was hiding something. Perhaps I'd found out what later, but for now, my main priority was staying hidden from Prince Dushkan. That sounds nothing like my alpha. He usually imprisons or kills strangers. Sabrina mused. Perplexed, I decided not to delve too deep into this. I wasn't here to unpack the alpha and his murderers pack. I was going to translate the witch's book, collect some money and drive to an unimportant, small town in the human world. "Where are your family? Do they know you are here?" This girl was extremely curious. "You know, they say curiosity killed the cat." Letting my tough exterior slip, I liked to present myself as a badass, but it never lasted very long. I could never go long without joking about something. The corners of her lips quirked upwards. "I do know that," she replied, amused. "My brother likes to remind me whenever I bug him. Are you here to keep me company? To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She locked eyes with me. "If you want me to." There was no harm with hanging out with her. Right. I wouldn't be around long enough for us to form an emotional attachment. Sure. A smirk stretched onto her pretty face. Great. 2 hours later, I was outside, in the garden with Sabrina. When I first stepped outside, I received many cautious or angry looks. Many pack members didn't want me here. Understandably, I was a danger. They had no idea who I was or how long I would be here for. Since there were no guards escorting me, they assumed I wasn't a prisoner. Sabrina noticed the various looks I was getting and guided me away from the popular path, and towards a small house a few minutes away from the pack house. A breeze blew from behind me, causing strands of my light hair to flicker over my face. I inhaled sharply, enjoying the fresh air. The atmosphere in this realm wasn't as light. It never could be. Fi, despite their many faults, was like creatures. The only exception would be Prince Aziel and his kingdom. I could now see they were darkness. This realm, the human/werewolf realm, was mixed. Wolves were feral creatures at heart, but their mates and pack gave them the chance to be good people. They didn't care as much for other species, but when they did, it was intense. Humans were the same. There were good ones and bad ones. The one thing that made Fi different from wolves and humans was that we rarely changed. We were either light or dark beings. I would rejoice in my time here. I would try and learn more about wolves. Sabrina opened the door and switched on a light. The room was small, compact. A small couch was placed in front of a fireplace. Pictures hung on the walls, and there was a door that led to what I presumed was the kitchen. I also noticed a set of wooden stairs in front of me, leading to various rooms. It was all so homely. "This is where you live?" I questioned as she stepped further into the room, observing my expression. I had never seen a place like this before. I always lived in extravagant places. Even when I came to the human world, I rarely stayed anywhere this small. "I live here with my mate," she confirmed, smiling brightly at the mention of her mate. It was clear she was devoted to him. To my left, a large picture of her and a dark-skinned man hung on the cream-colored walls. They had their arms wrapped around each other, and a starry, eyed look on their faces. The man, without a doubt, was her mate. He was classically handsome, with smoldering features, yet I couldn't help but compare him to Alpha Gabriel. In my eyes, nobody could look as gorgeous as him. How odd. "Do you want a cup of tea?" "I have herbal tea." She snapped me out of my thoughts. I drifted my gaze back to hers. "I'll have peppermint if you have it." She strolled over to the door at the end of the living room and opened it, revealing a small and cute kitchen. Whilst the kettle brewed, I shuffled around the room, noting everything here. The place smelt of cinnamon and baked goods. Sabrina must be a baker. She returned a few minutes later carrying 2 steaming cups of tea. She placed them on the placemats on the couch and sat down. I sat down too, making sure I had a good view of her. This all felt so strange. "What's the human world like?" Sabrina uttered suddenly. Her eyes flashed with interest. It made sense that she was curious about the human world. Most wolves stayed within their pack. Few ventured out into the human world, and even fewer mingled. It was peculiar that she was asking me about humans, though. Most wolves didn't care for them. I stalled and thought my answer carefully. "To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Chaotic. She scooted closer to me, her eyes wide. "Tell me more." I hadn't been to the human world in years. It was always changing, moving forwards. My answers were not going to be entirely accurate. However, if I didn't answer, she would know something was up. She believed I had spent my entire life surrounded by humans. Humans are different from supernatural creatures in some ways, but they are also similar to us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are complicated creatures. Some are good, so good that you wonder if they are some sort of celestial being. But some are so evil, you question if it's possible for them to exist. Humans aren't just driven by their family or partners, they are driven by themselves. She was completely entranced by my words. They are very big on living life to the max. At least, the people I came across were. I frown at my choice of words. Describing humans is a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. They are all so different, unique, yet, at the same time, they all want similar things. Like Point Break, she imparted, smiling softly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Those 2 words meant absolutely nothing to me. And then I recalled Atlas talking about it once. He wanted to reenact one of those scenes. It was a film from the 90s. Yeah, I guess. She seemed pleased she got it right. Her hazel eyes brightened. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Some humans can be cruel. Some are greedy for power or money. They like to put people in danger. I continued, recalling a few interesting characters I had met. But at the end of the day, the human world is full of so many opportunities. It's always evolving. 100 years ago, they gave women the vote. And in another 100 years, who knows what will happen? Everything is changing and people are becoming more accepting. When I finished, I glanced back at Sabrina, who seemed to be lost in huts. God, it all sounds so amazing, she murmured, still deep in her mind. I guessed she was conjuring up a fantasy of the human world. I just hoped she didn't imagine it to be all sunshine and rainbows, because it was far from it. It was at that moment the front door slammed open, revealing a 6'5" muscled giant. I froze in my seat and stared at him with wide, alarmed eyes. He had dark skin that was littered with scars and dark amber eyes. Every part of his body, like Alpha Gabriel's, was coated with pure muscle. The thin T-shirt showed every contour of his body, leaving nothing to your imagination. The Hulk was extremely handsome with his neatly trimmed beard and square jaw. His deadly eyes set on me immediately and narrowed. He had a powerful aura around him, similar to Alpha Gabriel's, yet it wasn't as authoritative. He had to be a ranking wolf, perhaps the Gamma. Sabrina, who is this? His rough voice rumbled. It sounded like he didn't talk very often. Sabrina leapt off the sofa and approached him without hesitation. There was no fear present on her face. Gomez, this is Liberty. She's the witch that's helping Alpha Gabriel, she informed him, her voice dropping a few octaves. She pressed herself against his front, comforting him. I didn't miss how his tensed form relaxed, how she melted into him, molding herself against him. They had to be a mated pair. Reluctantly, she dragged her loving eyes away from her mate and over to me. Liberty, this is my mate in the Gamma of the pack. Gomez, I'm sorry if he scared you. He likes to pretend he's intimidating. She joked, believing he's this big teddy bear. I still feel it, a bit nervous. Without my powers, this man could crush me easily. I should probably go. I trailed off. Awkwardly, Sabrina barely paid attention to me. Ever since her mate walked in, her sole attention was on him. I was just a bystander. I mumbled, cursing them. I faintly heard her reply, followed by her whispering something to him, tuning out of their words. I tried to remember the path we took to get here. However, all the paths look the same. I'm not in touch with nature here. It's all so unfamiliar and distant. I can't use my powers to assist me. Cursing myself for not asking Sabrina for directions, I bit my lip and examined the area. What was I going to do now? Six, I don't trust you, lost. A cold voice asked from behind me. Surprised, I jumped and released a stunned gasp. The man came into view, stalking me like I was his prey. Wolves loved doing this. It made them feel powerful. His hazel eyes were trained on me, taking in every part of my body. Distrust shone as clear as day in his orbs. Beta blade. Acting casual. I refused to let this man intimidate me. I was a princess after all, not some weak bumbling idiot. My shoulders rolled back, straightening my posture. He stopped in front of me and crossed his tree, trunk arms over his broad chest. What are you doing here? Maintaining eye contact with him. He had a strong rebut. It was nothing compared to the alphas. Noticing how undeterred I was. 1 point to Liberty, 0 points to Beta Blade. I'm making sure our little half, which doesn't do anything stupid. He answered in an unfriendly manner. He left the comment open to interpretation, leading me to suspect he was checking to see if I was doing anything suspicious. If you mean by getting lost, then I guess you could say that's something stupid. I joked, forcing the corners of my lips to quirk up. I didn't receive a reaction from him. Can you tell me which way the pack house is? Pretending to be polite. I hated how unnerving his stare was. His lips formed a thin line, and he threateningly stepped closer to me. My heart rate started to increase, betraying my cool demeanor. I don't trust you. His words cutting sharply in the silence around us. He was so confident and sure saying them. I already knew he didn't trust me. He presented nothing to alleviate my beliefs. Okay, I replied, calmly. He wanted to get a reaction out of me so that I would slip up. I would not let that happen. I would keep my existence a secret at all costs. Not only for my people, but for my own safety. I know you're hiding something. He continued to speak his thoughts. His eyes narrowed on me. He took another step closer, the leaves crunching beneath his feet. It took everything in me to stay still and strong, and I want you to know I will find out what it is. I was starting to freak out. His words were promising. He wanted to dig up my secrets and reveal them to the pack. I would have to be a lot more careful. Every single thing I did or said would have to be thought through. Stiffening, my nails dig into my palms painfully. I have nothing to hide. I lied, keeping my voice level. He arched an eyebrow. Oh really? Then why is your heart hammering in your chest? Why are you so tense? I glared at him. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maybe because I don't appreciate your threatening nature. I snapped. Keep yourself cool. Infy, don't let him win. Breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth. I closed my eyes momentarily and thought of nothing but calming things. Or maybe it's because whatever you're hiding is so bad. You know that if it's revealed, you'll be killed. He mused, chuckling darkly. Despite what you think, your alpha still trusts me. I tried a different approach, tilting my chin up to meet his unwavering stare. His smirk fell. My alpha is biased. My eyebrows furrowed together in confusion. What do you mean by that? Biased? How was his alpha biased? It's none of your business. He quipped. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He then grabbed the top of my arm, aggressively might I add, and dragged me through the woods. So we're back to this. Do you mind not dragging me through the forest? My poor arm is going to lose circulation at this rate. I asked in an overly sweet voice. Being nice might make him let go of me. Instead of being a gentleman, Beta Blade loosened his grip on my arm but continued to pull me through the woods. We came onto the main path where other werewolves loitered around. Once again, I received several annoyed looks. Ignoring them, I focused on the path ahead of me. The pack house came into sight, and I released a sigh of relief. Thank God for a second there I thought he was dragging me to my death. Here you are, the pack house, he announced, forcing me forwards. I staggered forwards, losing my balance momentarily, twirling around on the balls of my feet. I sent him an icy glare and dust off the imaginary dirt on my clothes. You could have been graceful, I muttered to him. Once again, He folded his arms over his vest and plastered a stoic expression on his face. However, I did spot a flash of amusement in his hazel eyes. But thank you anyway. I stalked up the steps and slid past a group of teenagers. Instead of returning to my room where I would continue to hide from everyone, I strolled into the kitchen. I didn't have time to drink in the beautiful interior because all I could see was four women rushing around the kitchen, with flour painted on their faces. They all wore panicked expressions. None of them had time to acknowledge my presence. "Janet, is the cake done yet?" The one with grey hair asked in a hurried voice. A middle-aged woman perked up at the sound of her name and blew a loose strand away. In front of her was a delicious Victoria sponge cake. "It's done," she chirped back, relief evident in her eyes. Another woman looked completely exhausted from the work. Cautiously, I walked over to her, eyeing her slumped shoulders and watery eyes. She was young, on the cusp of adulthood. "Do you need any help?" I questioned in a soft voice. All heads snapped in my direction. One of the women's eyes swelled with disgust, but the other three seemed hesitant, scared. The young girl I'd approached froze and darted her eyes to the older lady who must be in charge. What?" she stammered. "Verfelsy. I asked if you wanted any help," I repeated, keeping my tone even and light. She swallowed audibly and cast another look to the older lady. "You want to help us?" the older lady queried, cocking an eyebrow. Her eyes held mistrust and wariness. Unlike Beta Blade, she didn't come across as unfriendly. I could understand her hesitancy, and I hoped by helping them, I could prove to be nothing more than an ally. Yes, I nodded my head, flashing them a small smile. "You all look washed off your feet. I thought you could use an extra pair of hands." For a few seconds, none of them said anything. The three women were all staring at the older woman, waiting for her decision. Her light brown eyes penetrated my own. It was as she was searching my soul. Eventually, she let a smile slip onto her aging face. "If the Alpha trusts her, then I do too," she announced. Her faith in her Alpha was astounding. They were all so loyal to him. "You can help Nellie," she ordered, gesturing to the young woman next to me. The rest of them got back to work. The woman who had been glaring at me continued to do so. But with subtlety, I twisted my body to face Nellie, making sure my body language was nothing but friendly. "What do you want me to do?" She flickered her brown eyes over the older lady, wondering if she was allowed to give me orders, and then drew them back to me. Can you peel the potatoes?" Rolling up my sleeves, I grabbed the peeler and grabbed a potato from the counter. Quickly, I peeled the potato as if I was a professional chef. Nellie's eyes wide and in disbelief. How did you do that so quickly?" I shrugged my shoulders, feigning nonchalance. I like working in the kitchen. When I got bored, I would visit the kitchen and watch our personal chef. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She would sometimes teach me a few things, such as the basics of cooking. I loved spending time with her. Sometimes I needed a break from my parents' or royal life. After peeling the potatoes, in record time my tired eye moved on cooking a casserole. I soon fell into a calming conversation with Nellie. It turned out she was originally from the Philippines and moved here after her brother met his mate who lived here. Apparently, her parents had both died when she was young and he was the only person she had. The old lady Kaylee also eased up around me. She still didn't trust me, understandably, but she could see I meant no harm. Not at the moment. At least, I was just here to translate the werewolf book for them and then figure out where to go from there. Once the food was cooking, they thanked me, taking it as a sign they wanted me to leave. I smiled politely and waltzed off back to my room. I didn't pass anybody on my way up. When I entered the room, I sensed something was different. Scanning the room, I noticed the old, worn-out book on my desk. Next to it was a note. Approaching it, I gently picked it up and take in the words. The handwriting was neat and controlled. There was no doubt in my mind that it was by Alpha Gabriel. "Dear Liberty, take as much time as you need to translate the book. If you need any assistance, you can contact Blade. Gabriel. It was formal and straight to the point. Typical Alpha Gabriel. Sighing, I slid into the seat. The book sat in front of me, taunting me. I knew I couldn't stay here forever, and if I delayed translating it, the Alpha could kill me. Begrudgingly, I flicked the book open and stared at the first page. On my own accord, I seemed to lose all senses and become one with the book. This only happened to people with magic so that they could fully appreciate the seriousness of the contents of the book. It was important for witches to understand the history and spells properly. Whispers floated around me, bouncing off the thick walls. They spoke in Greek, the ancient language of the witches. Many believed they originated in Italy, but that was false information. For an hour, I scanned the pages of the book, taking my sweet time. Beside me, I had a notepad where I was translating it to English and added a few notes. The book was about the origins of werewolves. So far, I had gathered there were two beings who had been the first of their kind. They both lived in Greece but had no idea about what they were or why they felt different. I had yet to discover what happened when they came to discover their true abilities. When my eyes began to droop from tiredness and the words started mixing together, I called it a night. Instead of braving the lunch hole, I remained in my room and waited for somebody to come to my room. When the clock chimed 8 o'clock and nobody came, I mentally deliberated whether I should go searching for someone or not. It was getting late and my stomach was rumbling. Waiting would only make me angry. Poking my head out of the room, I examined the empty hallway and confidently stuck my foot out. My feet in the flats pattered down the hallway quietly. Thankfully, there wasn't a single person about. I rounded the corner, absorbed in my thoughts, and collided with a rock-hard chest. Before I could go tumbling to the ground, strong hands grabbed onto my shoulders, violently jerking me forwards. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Carthor, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I flew my eyes up and met Alpha Gabriel's blue orbs. For a split second, I flashed with something indescribable, but before I could even think about unpacking it, they became closed off. Oddly, my heart pangered when this happened. I wanted him to open up to me. I had no idea why I was acting like this. It was totally out of character. "What were you going?" he gruffly said, scowling, ignoring the jolt of hurt in my heart. I pressed my lips together. A part of me wanted to yell at him for speaking to me so rudely, yet another part of me hated the idea of arguing with him. He brought out my toughest side and made me feel confident and bold. After being put in my place by Prince Azil, the emotions Alpha Gabriel evoked were exactly what I needed. "I'll try to next time," I muttered, keeping my eyes on him. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't look away. He captured all of my attention, hardening his stare. He stepped back and dropped his hands from my shoulders. There was a warm and tingly current in my body from his touch. He then placed both of his hands behind his back as if he was itching to do something. "What though? You weren't at tea today. Are you avoiding my pack?" I hated how he could see right through me. It worried me that he could see I was lying about who I was. "I don't know what you're talking about," I muttered, flicking my gaze to the wall as if it was the most incredible thing ever. "I have ordered my pack not to hurt you. They know you are staying here as my visitor," he revealed. "You don't need to be afraid." "I'm not afraid." I thought I wasn't, but looking back at my actions, the fact he could see that annoyed me. He narrowed his eyes. "I don't tolerate lying." Liberty, the way he said it, with so much power and intimidation, it should my knees wobble. However, I feel the complete opposite. It's enthralling and a joy. "Is the kitchen open?" I changed the subject, remembering how hungry I felt. He replied, not missing how I diverted the subject. I tried to step past him, but his commanding voice stopped me. By now, my heart was thumping in my chest. "And Liberty," turning my head to his. I stared at him expectantly. "Yes. I don't want you eating in your room anymore. You have to eat in the dining room with everyone else." Firmly, before I could protest, he was marching off, leaving me stunned. Why did he want me in the dining room? Was it because he didn't trust me either? The thought hurt. Instead of dwelling on his order, I clambered down the many stairs and entered the kitchen. Thankfully, nobody was in there, so I quickly made myself something easy to make. When I got back to my room, I relaxed in my chair and enjoyed my food. It was only as I thought about my family again that the loneliness came creeping back into my body. For I weren't isolated creatures. Like wolves, we loved being surrounded by others. As I munched on my food, I flicked through the notepad at what I had so far. I still had a long way to go before I could say I was finished. Translating the ancient book would take a lot longer than anticipated. It appeared I would be stuck here for a lot longer. 7 the Outsider. When I was a kid, my father used to sneak me out of the castle and into the human realm. He didn't do this very often, but when he did, I knew I would learn something and have a good time. There was nothing I cherished more than traveling. He would take me to small towns, then cities, and tell me stories about his youth. At the time, I didn't understand why he did it. Now I do. I had already been betrothed to Prince Aziel. My dearest father, who loved me to the moon and back, didn't want that for me. He wanted me to find love from my mate. He knew that would never happen unless I ran away. So, he showed me a place I could go. He always told me magnificent stories and only ever showed me the best things of the human realm. He made me fall in love with it. I loved the human realm so much I tried to visit it regularly. It got to a point when I was convinced I would leave my own family. I loved them so much it hurt, but being married to a man I didn't know of hurt more. I couldn't spend eternity with that. When I fell through the lake, I thought it was from a spell of bad luck. Now I'm starting to believe it was the complete opposite. What if it was what destiny wanted? What if I had something or someone in the human realm that needed me? The thoughts lingered in my mind, growing stronger by the minute. Prince Aziel might have scared me and forced me to hide, but I could thank him for one thing. He made me free. If it weren't for him, I would have never been amongst werewolves, and I wouldn't have had the opportunity to be independent. I woke up the next morning feeling prepared for the day ahead of me. After seeing Alpha Gabriel the night before and having him order me to leave my room at mealtimes, I thought I would be angry. Yet all I could feel was excitement at the prospect of seeing him again. Alpha Gabriel made me crave his presence, and I had absolutely no idea why. As usual, the girl who had been serving me showed up at my door. Instead of carrying a tray of food, she waited patiently to guide me to breakfast. It seemed Alpha Gabriel didn't trust me to go by myself. He considered me an incompetent child who didn't listen to orders. Technically, that was me. I loved messing around with people I was not amongst my own kind, and I feared the reaction I would create if I decided to play a trick on them. My escape was not for nothing. I wouldn't let that be true. As we strolled through the corridor, I came to the sudden realization that I had no clue what her name was. "What's your name?" Rather bluntly. Oh well, at least I didn't beat around the bush, whatever that means. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She told me, emotional as a lie. My eyebrows lifted on their own accord. As in, Carrie from the movie who had pig's blood poured on her at prom and killed a bunch of people with her mind powers. Hey, what could I say? I had seen some movies. Carrie was a cult classic. Atlas loved watching it. She pinched her thin lips together, displeased by the relation. I wouldn't like it either. Yes, she rolled her eyes. That movie. After that disastrous conversation, silence ensued. Once we made it to the busy and loud dining hall, she abandoned me, exposed to the whole pack. I fought tooth and nail not to cower under their penetrating stare. If I was in my kingdom, the thought of doing it would never even cross my mind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. These wolves didn't like outsiders, and that was what I would be for my entire stay. An outsider. Taking in a deep breath, I tilted my chin up and kept my head held high as I strolled over to the hatch serving food. Eyes followed my movements warily. The woman who served my food did so, with a look of distaste written on her aging face. She was the same lady I had seen in the kitchen yesterday. She plopped the food on my plate, scowling the entire time. I found a small table by the large windows and began to devour my cooked breakfast. A moan almost passed through my lips at the delicious taste. These wolves sure knew how to cook. My eyes started to float around the pristine room, taking in the wolves. In the middle of the room was Alpha Gabriel, who was sitting with Beta Blade, Gamma Gomez, and Sabrina. Sabrina seemed to chat their ears off about something. The rest of them barely said a word, feigning interest. Before any of them could sense my curious gaze, I darted it towards the wall behind them, which featured one massive painting of an old world. There was a wolf in the center, accompanied by the oldest vampire to ever live, the Grand Witchend, my grandfather. My eyebrows furrowed together. How was that possible? My grandfather passed the law that no other supernatural creature should know of our existence. Why would he be in one with the oldest vampire, a powerful wolf, and the Grand Witch? Perhaps something happened that was written out of our history books. My grandfather was the king 800 years ago. He ruled for 400 until my father eventually took over. It was possible for anything that happened between them to be written off and forgotten. Today, the wolves who stared at this picture would have no idea who he was. They would assume he was some extremely handsome mortal. I wondered why the vampire Louis and Claudia the Grand Witch agreed to the terms. Also, who was the wolf? Was he the king? He had forest green eyes that could suck anybody in. They possessed a lot of power. Curious about our history, a familiar voice said from behind me, jolting in my seat. I whipped my head in their direction. A little bit. I told Sabrina and watched her carefully as she lowered herself into the seat opposite me. A few wolves nearby watched her like a hawk and whispered when she did this. I know of Claudia and Louis, but I have no idea who the wolf is. A smile stretched onto her pretty tanned face. That's Leopold Ward, one of our kings. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I knew who they were, royalty. Werewolf royalty. My father told me a little bit about the former king, Len Ward. He had been the king for a long time, but my father had never met him. He claimed Len Ward knew nothing of us. Who is the current king? Was Len Ward still ruling? Or was one of his children? I knew he had been from a young age, so I assumed he would have passed on the title to his eldest child, King Leighton Ward and Queen Alison Ward. They had been our rulers for quite a while now. She informed me, obstinately, when talking about them. Respect swirled in her orbs. I shut my mouth and drifted my eyes back to the painting. Why had my grandfather never discussed what happened this before? Morpheus would be interested to hear about this. Do you not find it strange that Alpha Gabriel let you stay on the same level as himself and Blade? She blurted out, snapping me out of my train of thought. I do. I nodded my head. I think it's because he wants to keep a close eye on me. I don't think he trusts me. She hummed in agreement and dragged her gaze towards the Alpha's table. I wondered why she was sitting with me. Was she trying to be nice, or was there more to it? I finished my breakfast and excused myself. Her beady eyes followed me out of the room, along with another pair of eyes, a pair I knew very well. Grabbing the book from my room and my notepad, I wandered around the halls of the house, searching for a quiet place to study. After searching the gigantic house for 10 minutes, I stumbled into a big library. There were only 2 other people in there, who seemed engrossed in their books. Tiptoeing over to a secluded area in the room, I gracefully lowered myself into the comfortable-looking seat and gently opened the book. Sighing to myself, I began to continue translating it. The more I worked on it, the more interested I became. The book told the origins of not just the werewolf race, but witches and vampires too. It even mentioned a bit about my own race. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I skipped those parts out when translating. I already knew the origins of vampires and witches. One vampire Louis killed his father. A priest discovered this atrocity and wanted Louis to be punished. He called upon Satan himself. Satan cursed Louis to immortality. He was the only vampire who could never die. Not by fire, stake, or the sun. He would roam the earth for eternity, being punished for murdering his father. As for the witch, she got her powers when she tried to sacrifice herself to rid Louis of his dark entity. This was Claudia's grandmother who did this. She gave birth to Claudia's mother not long after. She too had powers. It spread from there, infecting anybody who Claudia's family touched. Claudia's family were the only pure witches. Before they all became who they were all humans. The two wolves had been enemies for years until one night, a strange light came to them and hit their chest. They transformed into a wolf and had heightened abilities. Neither of them had any idea what was happening. This strange abnormality made them shunned from their village. They escaped together when their own families banished them. That was when their relationship changed to something sweeter. They soon became lovers. Still, neither of them knew what they were or why they had been changed. They felt like the animal inside of them was not entirely good. It was something powerful and dangerous. What changed them was yet to be discovered. Louis and Claudia were still alive. Everyone knew of their existence, but nobody ever talked about how it came about. Only royals were given that privilege. We had to know our history in case the story arose one day in the supernatural court. After spending a good portion of time studying, I decided to get some fresh air. I hated being holed up in one room for long periods of time. As I left the room, I spotted Carrie scanning one of the shelves. Squinting my eyes, I saw she was in the origins of the witches section. How peculiar. She froze and snapped her eyes at me. Her mouth twisted in an odd fashion. She quickly turned away, acting unfazed. I shrugged my shoulders, thinking nothing of it. She probably wanted to find out more about my kind and if I could pose a danger to her. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. There wasn't a chill in the air. Smiling in content, I followed the same path I went on yesterday but didn't divert to any smaller paths. I did not want a repeat of yesterday. Just the thought of Beta Blade's icy gaze was enough to make me want to avoid him at all costs. I ended up at a training field where many warriors were sparring with each other. I spotted Gamma Gomez and Beta Blade watching over them like hawks, barking orders. Sabrina was over with a few women, doing press. The person who captured my attention was Alpha Gabriel. He was fighting with a bulky warrior who looked like he could snap him in half if he wanted to. Still, the warrior stood no chance against Alpha Gabriel. Sure, he had the strength and size, but Alpha Gabriel clearly had the skill. He was no match for him. With bated breath, I watched Alpha Gabriel land a bone, crushing punch on the warrior's jaw, knocking him out instantly. Mowgli cheered. They all stared at him in awed respect. The pack really did love their Alpha lot. He didn't even break a sweat. His top had been thrown off somewhere, giving me a clear view of his chest and an impressive six-pack. Alpha Gabriel was the definition of hot. If I got a dictionary up now, his picture would be under the word hot. I spotted several females eyeing him lustfully. Some were practically drooling. My jaw clenched as jealousy swarmed around me. I had no idea why I was jealous. I didn't know or like Alpha Gabriel. He was extremely attractive, but he was also intimidating and a werewolf. They had mates out there, almost as if he knew what I was thinking. Alpha Gabriel shifted his piercing gaze to me. His face remained stoic, but his eyes said it all. He knew seeing those girls drooling affected me. Did he know why it did? Shaking my head in hopes of removing those thoughts, I spun around and left the training ground. A young woman glowered at me when I passed her, attempting to appear threatening. It was almost laughable since she looked like the type of person who couldn't hurt a fly. Liberty. Wait. Sabrina's voice yelled from the other end of the training ground. I paused and glanced over my shoulder, seeing her sprinting towards me. Beta Blade stared at her with aggravation. Scowling, she caught up to me and fell in step with me. Ignore those pay girls, she muttered, causing me to frown at her. What? tilting my head to the side slightly. She gestured to the young woman who glared at me. They think you must have done something like sleep with Alpha so that you could stay here. Girls like Janice believe they have a claim on the Alpha. They're so stupid. The Alpha doesn't even want a mate or Luna. Two things startled me. One was that pack members thought I slept with the Alpha to get here, and the second was that Alpha Gabriel didn't want a mate. That was practically unheard of in the werewolf world. Wolves valued their mates so much. For a wolf to not desire their mate, it was practically an insult to the moon goddess. Wait, they think I slept with the Alpha so that I could stay here? I whispered in disbelief and anger. No wonder they all hated me. They thought I had sunk my claws into Alpha Gabriel. She nodded her head. Solemnly. I stilled and threw a hard gaze at her. Is that what you think too? She thought about it for a second, like she genuinely did consider the possibility. Yikes. Did everyone think I was some Trump god? Well, shit. I mumbled to myself, dragging a hand through my near, white hair. Today, I left it down, opting for a more relaxed look. I didn't sleep with him, by the way. I'm not like that. I was once when I was young and exploring the human realm. I wanted to experience life as a human, and so I partied and hooked up with a few men. But those days were long gone. Hooking up with people was not enough anymore. I wanted love. Real, passionate, earth-shattering love. I believe you, she quipped, leveling her gaze. And they're going to believe things like that because Alpha Gabriel never allows strangers to stay here and roam around freely. I still think there's more to it. I was starting to think there was more to it as well. Alpha Gabriel didn't strike me as someone who trusted easily. He obviously cared about his pack, and by letting an outsider in, he could be compromising their safety. So why did he let me in? I peeked over my shoulder one last time to catch a glimpse of him. He was chugging down a bottle of water. Flecks of his dark hair shined under the harsh sun, and his tan skin basically glowed. He resembled a god. My heart hammered in my chest at the beautiful sight of him. He was definitely hiding something. I could feel it in my bones. There's more to it. Boldly, almost as if he heard me, which he most certainly didn't, since far away he stopped drinking and locked eyes with me. Those haunting eyes could see right through me. I'm sure of it. It wound me. Over the next few days, I studied the book and spent a few hours with Sabrina. She was started to be friendly with me after our talk at the training grounds. She could see I had no idea why the Alpha let me stay, but that I was determined to find out before I left. The pack members never eased around me, but less of them appeared hostile. Even Carrie, the girl who cleaned my room, stopped scowling at me. It was an improvement. It had been a week since I first arrived here, and I felt bold enough to venture out into the woods, towards the lake I first appeared at, finding it was difficult. I couldn't recall the path Beta Blade had dragged me through, and so it was a case of trial and error. 45 minutes later, I accidentally stumbled to it, nearly face-planting the water. Somehow, I was less agile and elegant here. Mother would certainly disapprove. I hoped I would detect some type of magical traces so that I could discover how I landed here. Yet, there wasn't a single spot of it. It was almost like somebody had wiped the whole area clean. During my second week at this pack, I was informed by Sabrina that there was going to be a party for the former head warrior's daughter who was returning from Louisiana. Apparently, Eden had been favored to be the Luna of this pack after Alpha Gabriel declared he would never accept his mate. Alpha Gabriel and Eden had a relationship before she left for her aunt's house. Now she was returning for her 21st birthday. When she told me this, I uttered rage towards her. I hated that she was close to Alpha Gabriel. I had no idea why, and I really couldn't talk. I had had many partners. Now it was Wednesday and Eden was due back in today's time. Most people were thrilled she was returning, and whispers erupted around them at mealtimes about her finally becoming the Luna. Sabrina was especially happy. She wanted a Luna desperately. They all did. The pack was strong and loyal to each other, but something was missing. Sabrina claimed it was the heart. And even though Eden wasn't the true Luna, they all felt like she would be a great replacement. But what about Alpha Gabriel's true mate? I had asked her one day. The light in her eyes faded slightly. Alpha Gabriel said he didn't want to find his mate anyways. It's sad because she would make him happy, but I'm sure Eden can do the same. He just has to accept it. After she said that, I couldn't stand to hear anymore. It was wrong. I was sitting in the library with a cup of tea in my hand when I spotted Alpha Gabriel waltz in. His eyes scoured the room and zoomed in on me. With purpose. He marched over to me and sat in the seat opposite me. I stiffened and placed the mug on the table cautiously. This was the first time he had actively sought me out. He barely acknowledged my presence most of the time, so why did he seek me out now? Taking in a deep breath, I level my gaze with his hard one. Alpha Gabriel. I greet. Smoothly. I bumped myself for acting so cool. To what do I owe this pleasure? I wanted to know how you were getting on with the book. He grumbled. Deeply. My eyes darted from the open book to him. I was roughly 40 pages in and had at least 100 more to go. It was a long book. I'm slowly getting there. I replied, licking my lips. Do you want to see what I have so far? He shook his head, never straying his eyes from me. I'll read it when you're finished. Awkwardly, I shifted in my seat. He made me feel uncomfortable, but not for the wrong reasons. I heard there was a party on Friday for the head warrior's daughter. I started to say, using a great amount of effort to keep my voice from wavering. His expression never changed. The look in his eyes remained was emotional. However, I just knew he was reading my every thought. Yes, Eden is returning on Friday for her birthday. Nonchalantly, I wondered if he loved her. He gave me no inclination that he did, but the whole pack seemed to believe he did. Once again, I felt angry at the thought of him loving her. Some say she's going to be your Luna. I continued, gauging his reaction. No reaction came from him. He seemed to deliberate what to say to me. Eventually, he flickered his gaze away from the wall and over to me again. I don't want a Luna. Coldly, staring into his chilling eyes, I saw nothing but the truth. He didn't want a Luna. What about your mate? My voice was but a whisper. He let out a long breath. Everything about his demeanor was cold and closed off. He didn't want to let anybody in. I don't want a mate, he declared, throwing it out in the open like the concept meant nothing to him. It clearly didn't if he could act so carelessly. Disappointment rushed through my veins, hitting my heart. A painful pang jolted my heart and it reminded me of death. It was hard not showing my true feelings to him. I didn't want him to see how much he hurt me. Because, God, he did hurt me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Plastering an expressionless face on, I ran my finger over the rim of the cup abstinently. You are the first werewolf I heard that has said that, I commented, swallowing the lump in my throat. Flickering my eyes back up to his, I wanted to desperately know what was going on in his head. These feelings were so foreign to me. I had no idea why I sought to know everything about him. This clearly didn't go both ways. He seemed completely cold about the whole situation, which made it so much worse. How could he feel so careless? Anger circled around my body, but I didn't let it show. I know. Maintaining eye contact with me. It was as if he wanted me to really understand what he was saying here. I understand him loud and clear. He didn't want a mate or a Luna. The Pooh Pack was going to suffer without one. But you won't have an heir, I remarked, cocking my head to the side. Wisps of my hair brushed over my face and his fingers twitched as if he wanted to reach over the table and wipe it away. He pressed his lips together firmly and those light blue eyes swarmed with something I couldn't decipher. I don't need an heir. I can find a wolf who is suitable for the role. Calmly, he had thought all of this out. Oh, was all I could say. Alpha Gabriel's blue eyes stared at me for a long moment, calculating my next move. I said nothing. Loosening a breath, he stood to his feet, tall and proud, and left without a word. I didn't know what to make of our conversation. It was the first time he had come to me, and it was probably the deepest conversation we had ever had. I doubted he would talk to me again. Alpha Gabriel didn't strike me as the type of person who talked to others about such matters. My tea had gone cold by the time I returned to it. Sadly, I left the library and poured the cold tea down the kitchen sink. The same cooks from yesterday were in the kitchen again, cooking. None of them said anything at my arrival, and it was like they knew I wanted to help. The girl I helped yesterday nearly dazzled me with a small smile and shuffled to the side to give me room. Pleased with her acceptance, I got to work helping her chop up food. The other women talked amongst themselves, mostly about Eden. I was curious to meet this young woman. I had heard so much from the pack. Everyone spoke of her in such a high manner. Once the food was in the oven, I parted ways with Nellie and stepped outside. Instead of going for a stroll, I loitered around the garden, specifically where the plants were. I spotted a few weeds growing in the soil and knelt down on my knees to pick at them. Soon, I found myself falling into an old pattern. Back home, I used to garden with Declan, my brother. It was the only time we did something together. I didn't have a close relationship with him like I did with Jacob or the twins. He was very quiet and shy. He liked to keep to himself. One of the few things we both loved doing was gardening. It was relaxing and peaceful. We wouldn't talk. We'd simply do our own things, enjoying each other's company. I wondered how he was doing. Declan never confided in me. I knew nothing of his problems. "Why are you in the mud?" a snotty voice asked from behind me. Glancing over my shoulder, I was able to make a small and slim figure. However, my sight was obstructed by the harsh sun that was behind her. She moved closer and stepped in front of the sun, blocking it from me. I'm picking at the weeds. Holding up the pile of weeds, Carrie's nose crunched up in disgust. Once again, why? Because if I don't, the garden will be ruined, I replied, sighing in exasperation. Her brown eyes flickered over the patch I was in, showing nothing but boredom. "Do you need something?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Arching an eyebrow, Alpha Gabriel said I had to stay with you this afternoon. She informed me, unhappy with the order. "Why?" "We have a guest and he doesn't want them to know about you." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He wanted to keep me hidden. I understood his reasoning, but it still hurt. It was another reminder that I was only here temporarily. I wasn't meant for this pack. "Oh, right," I mumbled, directing my attention to the plants again. Carrie then surprised me by sitting on the patch of grass beside me and started to dig up the weeds too. I didn't say anything, in case she got mad and stormed off. This was a chance for us to get past the hostility. We worked in silence, where a chill flowed in the air. I stopped and dusted off my pants. Carrie stared at her nails and glared at the dirt. She threw her gaze to me. "Can we go inside now?" "Sure," I muttered, carrying the pile of leaves to a garden bin. She trailed behind me, sticking to her wood. After chucking the weeds into the bin, I slammed the lid shut and whirled around to face her. Is the visitor still here? Her eyes glazed over, meaning she was mind-linking somebody. Wolves could communicate via a link in their minds. They could only do it with their mates or through a pack bond. "He's still here. It looks like he will be staying the night," she informed me, frowning. "Was this uncommon? You'll have to have tea in your room tonight. I can send it up for you." A small smile slipped onto my face, grateful she was offering to help me. I knew it was probably because the Alpha told her to serve any of my needs, but it still felt nice knowing she wanted to help me. I decided to shower when I got back to my room. It took longer than usual since I was covered in dirt. Carrie brought my food up at 6 o'clock and hung around the door for a moment, her dark eyes flashing with uncertainty. I dropped my fork and said sincerely, "Thank you." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For a fraction of a second, her eyes widened, stunned, but then she masked any emotions, her face hardening. She spun around on the balls of her feet and sauntered off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I switched on the television and flicked through the channels. I stop at an older film and watch it with vague interest. It was only when I got to the end that I was on the edge of my seat with bated breath. I came here tonight because when you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody, you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible. The man, Harry, said to the woman, staring at her with so much love in his eyes. I felt tears prickle in the corners of my eyes. The scene hit me so hard and all I could picture was myself and Alpha Gabriel. He was definitely not the romantic type. He would never say anything like that. Yet, I could only see him, whispering those words to me, softly. Stop thinking of him, Libby. He made it perfectly clear what he thought of a relationship, shaking my head in hope of ridding myself of those torturing, wounding thoughts. I changed the channel to something less emotional. That night, I tossed and turned all night, dreaming of rough hands caressing me delicately. They say every rose has its thorn, but in this pack, the thorns were sharper than I ever imagined. The Garden of Eden fire came by quickly. The Alpha's guest left the day before, leaving before I woke up. I had no idea who it was, but I heard rumors it was a beta from a pack close by. I spent the rest of the day doing the same things. Annoyingly, I was creating a boring pattern. On the day of Eden's arrival, everyone woke up early. The staff here got up at the crack of dawn and began brightening the place up. After showering and changing, I headed downstairs and saw numerous pack members hanging balloons on the walls. They were all so busy they didn't even notice me. I ate alone as usual, with a book by my side. I had read it before, but I enjoyed it enough to reread it. Sabrina caught my eye at the end of the dining hall, ordering her mate and the beta around. I arched an eyebrow at the sight, perplexed. She wasn't the same rank as Beta Blade, so why was he allowing her to boss him around? The banner nearly fell, causing Sabrina to shriek at them with a pissed-off expression planted on her face. She looked like a force to be reckoned with. My morning flew by. I translated more of the book, had lunch in the dining hall by myself, and ventured out for a walk. I didn't sense anyone following me. To my utter relief, the walk was peaceful. I wasn't interrupted by a single glare since there was nobody around. All the pack members were helping decorate the house for Eden. When I returned to the house, there were people everywhere, rushing around. A large happy birthday sign had been nailed over the stairs so that as soon as she stepped in, she would be greeted with it. I squeezed past everyone and headed upstairs. It looked like I would be hiding out in my room again. Alpha Gabriel hadn't told me to stay in my room, but I figured I should since this was a major pack arrival. I didn't want to spoil it. Plus, I wasn't a member of my pack. It would be like I was intruding. I remained in my room for the rest of the afternoon and the early evening. When Carrie didn't come up for food, I began to worry if she had forgotten about me. I hadn't heard any noise down below, so I assumed Eden hadn't arrived yet. At precisely 7:30, a car rolled up to a stop in front of the house. Hesitantly, I sneaked over to my window and peered out of it. Down below, all the pack members were gathered around the car, bouncing on the balls of their feet with joy. The black car's door swung open and a long, dark-skinned leg stepped out. With bated breath, I watched the woman graciously step out and stand to her tall height. She had black, frizzy hair that cascaded down her back. I could barely make out the features from the window, but I could tell she had sharp, electric features. The outfit she wore was elegant and formal. The pack cheered in excitement, each of them radiating with pure happiness. They all flocked around Eden, shouting happy birthday to her. My eyes drifted to the back of the crowd, where Alpha Gabriel was stood with his arms crossed over his chest. His face remained stoic, not giving away anything. Sensing eyes on him, his blue eyes scoured the area and then gazed upwards to my window. I didn't move, even though I should. My eyes challenged his own. We had both been so absorbed in our shared look that he missed Eden approaching him with a sultry expression on her face. Even I felt how she sparked up at the sight of him. When they were inches apart, I had to step back and turn away. I didn't want to see their reunion. I was worried it would hurt my heart too much. Sighing sadly, I collapsed onto my bed and stared at my white ceiling, willing myself not to think about the two of them. Eden was, naturally, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I might have been at the top of the building, but I had better eyesight than humans, and I didn't need an eye doctor to tell me she was stunning. All werewolves were. However, a rare few were spectacular. These were usually children of higher, ranked wolves. I recall hearing chatter from the pack a few days ago, when they first found out about her visit. Somebody said she was the head warrior's daughter. It made her an even better candidate for the lunar position. She was beautiful, smart since she attended human college, and strong. All of those attributes gave her a boost over any other woman wishing to mate with the alpha. To add to the never-ending pro list, she used to be close friends with Alpha Gabriel. She probably still was. If he did change his mind, she would be the person he went to. Unless, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He met his mate. I hated these thoughts. They plagued me for reasons I didn't understand. My attraction towards Alpha Gabriel shouldn't make me think about him constantly. This felt like something more than a mere crush. The sooner I finish translating the book, the better. I can get out of this pack and forget about him. I needed to leave, as soon as possible. My eyes started to droop and my body sank further into the comfortable bed. I didn't bother fighting the tiredness that seeped into my bones. Sleeping would distract me. The last thing I saw behind my eyelids was a pair of piercing blue eyes. Liberty. Somebody shook my shoulder. Gently. Groaning, I rolled onto my other side, hoping they would leave me alone. I was enjoying my nap. I didn't want to wake up now. Liberty. Wake up. They continued to try and wake me up, throwing a pillow over my head. I hoped they would get the message and leave. They didn't. The person threw the pillow away and then chucked a glass of ice, cold water, at my face. Yes, you heard that right. They actually did that. Yelping, I snapped my eyes open and wiped away the water. My body jolted upright and I faced Alpha Gabriel furiously. Alpha or not, I did not appreciate him waking me up like that. Why was he even here? Wasn't he supposed to be at the party? What do you think you're doing? I shrieked at him, my voice reaching octaves I had never heard before. My eyes were narrowed at him. He was standing at the front of my bed now, with a nonchalant expression on his tanned face. He didn't seem affected by my shrieking at all. You haven't had tea, he stated, as if that would answer my questions. Shuffling off my bed, I folded my arms around my middle, hoping to keep warm. It was warm outside, but after that cold water, I felt chilly. Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to come up and bring me something. I mumbled, avoiding eye contact with him. You're supposed to come down to the dining hall. Remember, he reminded me, raising my eyes to his. I noticed something swirling in his eyes. I thought it was concern, but why? That made no sense. But you have a guest. The other day I had to have my food here when you had a guest, so I assumed I would have to eat here today as well. I spluttered. Lost? I don't want to intrude on your pack celebration. A small crease formed in between his bushy brows. Once again, I wondered what was going through his head. Never had I wanted to unpick somebody's brain like with Alpha Gabriel. I usually read people's emotions to conclude what they were feeling, but with him, I couldn't. I had to rely on his words. Wednesday was different. Eden is a part of our pack. She knows about you, he explained. So I had to go downstairs and meet the woman who everyone hoped would become the Luna. I couldn't say no to the Alpha. It would cause an argument neither of us wanted. I doubted I would win it. Fine. I relented, reluctantly. I'll leave you to change. Casting a fleeting look at me before exiting my room, rubbing my eyes, I forced myself to get up and find something appropriate to wear. I was attending a party, alas not a royal one, but a party nonetheless. Thus, I had to put some effort into my outfit. skimming the little clothes I had in the wardrobe. I chose a jade green dress that matched my eyes. It wasn't too short, brushing against the tops of my knees. As for my hair, I combed a brush through it, struggling to get the tangles out. I let it flow down my back loosely. I didn't bother to put makeup on, fearing if I took too long, Aloha Gabriel would return and escort me out of the room. Knowing I looked decent, I left my room and strolled down the stairs. The party was located in the dining hall. The tables had been removed, aside from a few that were used for snacks. Loud music penetrated my ears, making the walls vibrate. A dance floor had been created in the center of the hall. People of all ages swayed to the music, without a care in the world. Alpha Gabriel was nowhere in sight. As for Sabrina, I spotted her with Beta Blade and her mate, Gamma Gomez. They sat on one of the circular tables, animatedly talking with Eden. She looked even more stunning if that was possible. Dragging my gaze away from her, I found a table filled with food and approached it. Nellie was behind it, serving food to wolves. When her eyes landed on me, they beamed. She was one of the few people who actually liked my presence. "This is very lively," I said to her, scanning the crowd with vague interest. Compared to the formal parties I was used to, this was like a riot. "We're all very happy Eden is back," she chirped back, shifting her gaze to the pretty girl. "You should introduce yourself. I'm sure she'll be interested to talk to you." I looked at her skeptically. I highly doubted that. She would probably react to me like the rest of the pack. "I'm good. I'll just eat something and go back upstairs." I smiled at her, tensely. The food was delicious. I ate it in a dark corner, away from prying eyes. Eden made her way through the pack, laughing along with her peers. She was like an angel sent down from heaven. They all stared at her like she was a messiah. Alpha Gabriel was sat with Beta Blade, talking intensely. Once I finished, I exited the room, leaving the pounding music behind, and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. It was calm and tranquil. The dark sky was littered with shining stars, reminding me of home. When I was young, I used to stand on my balcony and gaze at them for hours. My mother would find me in the wee hours of the morning and scold me for staying up so late. A sad smile manifested on my face, causing a harsh lump to form in my throat. I missed my family so much. Yet, I stayed here, hiding from an evil man who wanted to destroy my happiness. Seeking temporary comfort, I made my way over to the garden I had been fixing earlier and picked up a dead flower. Lights from the house filtered into the garden, allowing me to see the whole expanse. "What are you doing in my garden?" a woman's voice queried from behind me. Spinning around rapidly, I came face to face with the woman I had been avoiding all night. Eden stood there in all her grace and glory with a frown marring her smooth skin. Now that I was closer to her, I could really see every gorgeous detail of her. She had dark brown eyes that were fanned by her long lashes. Her face was sharp and precise, unlike my more softened and feminine features. She was skinny, yet her bare arms were defined by muscles. "I wanted some air," I answered, straightening my back. "Why are you out here? You're missing your party." Instead of getting defensive with me, she chuckled and rolled her eyes. It was getting overwhelming in there. I wanted space. I was shocked to hear that she wanted to leave, voluntarily. I thought she was lapping up the attention that was being given to her. "This is your garden, then?" I changed the subject, averting my eyes to the plants. She stepped forward softly on the grass, loosening a breath. Her body relaxed and a content smile stretched onto her plump lips. "Yes, the former Alpha gave it to me after my mother passed away," she informed me, her voice never wavering. A distant look glinted in her eyes, a trapped memory she hadn't thought of in a long time. Silence ensued. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading pursuits, enthusiasm." Painful silence. I wanted to hate her, which in retrospect was extremely stupid. I had no moral or rational reason to hate her. She appeared to be nice and compassionate, She certainly cared for her pack, making her a great lunar candidate. They told me you are going to be here for a while, she murmured, interest swirling in her eyes. Yeah, that's right. I'm translating a book for the Alpha, I elaborated, softly. You know, it's strange. Alpha Gabriel is very protective of the pack. He never lets visitors stay, she mused, crossing her arms over her chest. Yet for some odd, strange reason, he trusts you enough to let you stay and roam around the pack. I didn't know what to say. She was raising a good point. Sabrina made the same point not too long ago. But she didn't press it. She simply stated the fact and then moved on. With Eden, it felt like she was inquiring for some ulterior reason. She didn't trust me, and quite possibly, she didn't want me here. It is curious. I agreed with her. I don't know why he's letting me stay here, though. Perhaps he's desperate to find out what's in the book. She hummed, not entirely convinced with my suggestion, but going along with it. At least, I had a sneaky suspicion she would be on my case again. Perhaps, she remarked, casually. She then inhaled and spun around to face me fully. I should get back. I don't want everyone thinking I ditched them. Have a good evening. She moved past me, brushing her shoulder against mine, and wandered back into the house. The bright moon glowed down on me. It felt reviving standing under it, embracing its glorious light. A rustling noise attracted my attention. Snapping my head in that direction, I searched the dark abyss ahead of me for any signs of life. That feeling, an unnerving feeling, fluttered in my chest. I was being watched. Till I have my eyes on you, nerves seized my body. Somebody was outside with me, watching me, waiting. I swallowed the lump in my throat nervously and slowly stepped forward. My eyes scoured the area, searching for any signs of life. Glowing eyes locked onto mine. They were situated in the forest, next to a tree. I couldn't take my eyes away, no matter how much I wanted to. They had me under their spell. Whose eyes were they? Was this just some wild creature, or was it a wolf? But then again, why would a wolf be out here? There was a party inside, so why would a wolf be out here? The animal treaded forward and came into view. As I suspected, it was a wolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dark-haired wolf with piercing eyes and an intimidating aura. There was only one person around here with an aura like that Alpha Gabriel. Could it really be him? If it was, then why was he out here? Surely, he should be inside, celebrating Eden's return. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She could be his Luna. His wolf did nothing but stare at me. Most would find it alarming and would probably run for the hills, but I didn't. Strangely, I didn't feel worried that he was in wolf form. Outside, late at night, there were those thoughts again. Why was I so sure Alpha Gabriel wouldn't hurt me? He didn't tell me anything. He could try and kill me anytime he wanted to. Neither of us made a move. We both continued to share eye contact, refusing to back down. His eyes were so alluring. I could stare into them all day if I wanted to. They captured all of my attention and forced me to stare into their endless depths. I was in a trance and couldn't climb my way out of it, no matter how hard I tried. Why did I feel these things for him? What was happening to me? Abruptly, Alpha Gabriel shook his face and stepped back. His body became hidden by the large tree. The only thing I could make out was his eyes. He spared me one last look and then disappeared into the darkness, leaving me basking in the moonlight. How peculiar. I would have thought Alpha Gabriel would have been inside. Then again, he did strike me as the type of person who avoided parties at all costs. He barely spoke, and when he did, he was always serious. It wasn't in his nature to let loose and have fun. All alphas were like that. They had to be uptight and wary. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to lead a good, strong pack. I headed back upstairs and into bed. I needed to peel off this outfit and lie in bed. On my way upstairs, I passed Carrie, She was sat at the top of the stairs, wearing a faded pink dress. Her eyes were bloodshot from crying and her hair was a clump of a mess. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She looked like she had been dragged through hell and back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Standing directly in front of her, hesitantly, she lifted her tear-stained face up and released a broken sob. I immediately hurried over to her and embraced her in a comforting hug. My left arm wrapped around her shoulders whilst my other hand petted her head. She buried her face into my chest to let all of the pent-up emotions flow out of her. Over the thumping music, I could only hear her choked sobs. I never asked her what was wrong. I simply spoke reassuring words to her in a soft, gentle voice. We remained like this for a while, until her sobs turned into sniffles and her tears had left a damp patch on my clothing. I'm sorry, she apologized, pulling away from me. I don't know what happened. You were upset, I assured her, forcing myself to send her a small smile. Carrie furrowed her large brows together and wiped her snotty nose. Why are you being so nice to me? I don't deserve your help. I shrugged my shoulders and tucked a loose strand of her black hair behind her ear. She had a point. Anybody else would have walked away. If I was in this state, nobody would be comforting me. Nobody here, at least. Yet here I am, doing it for her. He needs somebody right now and I happen to be the first person to walk up these stairs. I answered, casually, despite your doubts. I'm a good person. If I see somebody who needs help, I will help them. I'm not cruel or sadistic. She remained quiet, listening to me intently. And I like you. We might not have had the best start, but we're working on it. Right. If I didn't help you now, you would hate me, and our last serious talk would have meant nothing. I added, softly. Carrie considered my words, taking them to heart. I wondered if I made her realize I was not who she pegged me out to be. It would be nice to have somebody here think I had no intentions. Why do you make hating you feel so hard? She blurted out and blinked rapidly in shock when she registered that she said it aloud. Instead of feeling offended, which I should have done, I let out a bark of laughter. I'm just too likable, I guess, I retorted. She snorted and wiped away another tear. That's definitely not it. Shaking my head in disbelief. Whatever you say. I then paused and took in her anguished form. She looked hopeless. So, do you want to talk about it? She shook her head, pressing her lips together firmly. No, I don't. I nodded my head, understanding. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, do you mind if I sit here with you for a bit? Carrie shrugged her shoulders and sniffled. I took that as a yes. Neither of us said anything. She continued to cry next to me, never seeking any physical comfort. The music downstairs was still extremely loud. Every once in a while, somebody would exit the main room, swaying on their feet, and would take one glance at us and then disappear. Nobody tried to get past us. It was like they avoided coming up these stairs because they didn't want to acknowledge Carrie's emotional state. I suddenly felt very sympathetic towards her. Sure, she wasn't the nicest person, at least. Not to me, but she didn't deserve this treatment. Did she not have a single person to rely on? Whenever I was upset, I always sought comfort from one of my brothers. We would snuggle up together and watch crappy movies. It appeared if Carrie did have anyone, they weren't coming to her rescue today. I think I'm going to go back to my room, Carrie eventually said. Her cheeks were smudged with mascara and her eyes were bloodshot from all of the crying. Do you want me to help you? Softly. I didn't mind helping her. I wanted to get away from this area and go to bed myself. My head was banging from the thunderous music and screaming. This party wasn't for me. She glanced at me, her dark eyes closed off. I was curious to know what set her off. She seemed so detached from everything. Whatever or whoever upset her had really done a number on her. Something bad must have happened. No, I'll be fine, she assured me, her voice stronger this time. Slowly, she rose to her feet, using the railing for support. When she was her full height, she picked up a clump of her puffy dress and addressed me one more time. Thank you for helping me. I appreciate it. You're welcome. She sent me a parting look and disappeared down one of the many halls. I left shortly afterward. When I got back to my room, I scrubbed off my make-up and shrugged my dress off. After slipping on some comfortable pajamas, I collapsed into my bed and let sleep invade me. When I woke the following morning, Carrie came to me. She appeared less upset. Her emotionless face was what greeted me. Without asking me, she stepped into my room and closed the door behind her. I sat up in my chair and gave her my full attention. About last night, she trailed off, maintaining eye contact with me. Her dark eyes were empty. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I want you to know that I was having a bad day. That's all. Nothing bad happened to me. I cocked my head to the side. Skeptically, I was fairly certain something dreadful happened to her. However, it wasn't my place to question her and demand the truth. If she wanted to confide in me, then I would be willing to listen. If she didn't, then it was fine by me. Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Simply, Carrie nearly did a double take, clearly not expecting this. Did she think I would kick off and order her to spill the beans? I had lived a long time and knew acting impulsively would get me nowhere. It would push her away from me and everyone else. I understood she needed time and space to process things. If she needed advice from an outside source, I would be here. That's it. All you say is okay, she questioned, suspiciously. Her eyes raked over my body and face, checking for signs of deceit. When none were present, she tensed. Yes, that's it. You said you didn't want to talk about it last night and you just told me you had a bad day, so why would I need to push it? I replied, calmly. Her lips parted as if she was going to call bullshit, but she refrained herself from doing so. I stared at her in amusement, interested to see if she was going to say anything else. Right. That's right, she said instead. Clearing her throat, Carrie stepped backward, averting her eyes away from me. I'll see you around. Liberty. Bye, I said, smiling at her. I went downstairs for breakfast after that. There weren't many wolves in the dining room when I arrived. I concluded most wolves must be recovering from last night. The staff here must have cleared the room in the early hours of this morning because you would have never guessed a party was held here. The room was spotless. I grabbed a croissant and a cup of coffee and sat at my usual table. By the window, just as I bit into my croissant, a form slid into the chair next to me. Peering up, I saw Sabrina hunched over the table, her head resting on the table. A tray of fruit and water was beside her. Ugh, I feel awful, she groaned, her voice muffled. Rough night, I joked. She lifted her head slightly, giving me a better view of her pale face. She really didn't look good. You don't even want to know, she muttered, rubbing her eyes. I think I slept for 2 hours. My body's refusing to rest. Oh yeah, she repeated, slumping her shoulders. Gomez gave me some aspirin, but it hasn't kicked in yet. It feels like a million razor blades are being shoved into my head. I can't even remember what happened most of the night. I bet I did something tremendously embarrassing. I wouldn't know. I told her, pursing my lips together. I didn't see you at all last night, she commented, furrowing her eyebrows. Did you even go to the party? I did, I answered, honestly. It just wasn't my scene, so I didn't stay for very long. Plus, I felt like I was intruding. I'm not a member of this pack and that celebration was clearly a pack one. She didn't reply to my explanation. She rested her head back on the table, continuing to moan in pain. The alpha was barely around as well. He was nowhere in sight for most of the night. She mused. Obstinately. Eden was really upset. She thought he would approach her about the lunar position. I thought about last night, specifically when I was in the garden. Alpha Gabriel was definitely the wolf hiding in the woods. There was no doubt in my mind. I had wondered why he was avoiding the party too. And now I'm finding out he spent practically the whole night somewhere else. Why? Maybe he was busy, I suggested, playing my answer off as nothing. I didn't want Sabrina to know I was intrigued by her comment. Alpha Gabriel was none of my business. Eden and I think there is something going on with him. She continued to speak, brushing my suggestion off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I remained silent, eagerly listening to her words. Oh well, he's probably stressed, she mumbled and then released another groan. God, I feel like I'm dying. Drink your water. I advised her. You need to keep hydrated. Sabrina picked up the glass of water and chugged it down in one gulp. She then let out a breath of fresh air and burped. Whoops. I smiled at her and bit into my food. She continued to babble about what she could remember last night. I tried to listen to her, but I soon lost interest. Gomez entered the dining room, attracting Sabrina's attention. She threw me an apologetic look and dashed off to him. I finished my breakfast and left the dining room. Instead of heading to the library, I checked on Eden's garden. This time, I gathered a few appliances from the garden shed and started digging up the decaying flowers, replacing the patch of dirt with seeds. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. That was what I felt at this moment, completely at peace. There was nobody around to distract me or stop me. I was one with nature. That was until I shoved the shovel into the ground and hit something hard. Pausing, I retraced the gardening tool and used my gloved hands to dig up the soil. My fingers wrapped around a box. Hesitantly, I lifted the box out of the mud and examined it. Inside were many Polaroids. I picked one up and inspected it. I didn't recognize the people in the picture. They were unfamiliar to me. Whoever buried this box clearly didn't want it to be found. I was intruding on something I shouldn't. All the other pictures featured the same two people, a couple I assumed, and a small cute child. I decided to put the pictures away before somebody caught me with them. I had put them all inside the box and was closing it up when a monotonous voice made me come to a halt. What are you doing? Slowly, I turned around to face the girl from last night. 11 suspicious minds. Eden stood behind me with an unimpressed expression planted on her face. Her arms were folded over her chest and her stance told me she was ready to chew my ear off. I started, stuttering pathetically. I didn't mean to dig it up. It was an accident. I swear. She inched closer to me and snatched the box out of my hands. I didn't put up a fight. Too dumbfounded to do anything. You shouldn't have looked through it though. She snapped, holding the box close to her. I nodded my head, bowing my head in shame. Yeah, you're right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nosy, she finished for me, pinching her lips together in aggravation. I know. She didn't like me. That was obvious before this. And now, she probably hated me. How great. I think I'm just going to go, I muttered, rising to my feet. I averted my eyes to the ground, opting to not make awkward eye contact with her. That's a good idea, she claimed. It's not till why. I scurried away, back into the house. I was in a mad rush, failing to notice my surroundings. I rounded the corner and collided with a rock-hard body. Unlike before, when I crashed into somebody, I managed to keep my footing, stumbling backward. I held onto the wall beside me for support. My green eyes drifted upwards, taking in the blue shirt that accentuated every muscle behind it, and the sharp jaw. Blue eyes that had the ability to trap me locked onto mine. Alpha Gabriel's cold gaze was surprisingly welcoming. He could look at me like I was dirt and I'd still feel happy and safe around him. Shit. Sorry, Alpha Gabriel. The words tumbling out of my mouth without a second thought. I'll watch where I'm going in the future. He was so tall I had to crane my neck to stare up at him. Don't worry about it. Liberty, he rumbled, his voice sending delightful shivers down my spine. Why were you in such a rush? I swallowed and flickered my gaze over my shoulders. I stuttered, casting my eyes back to him slowly. I was sort of digging in the garden and discovered an old box. I may have opened it and found a collection of personal pictures. Eden found me and flipped. I tried to apologize to her, but she wouldn't listen to me. He tilted his head to the side and dragged his eyes across the open plain. Over towards the garden. Eden was still visible, crouching over the dirt. That box belonged to her grandparents, he revealed. It means a lot to her. I replied, awkwardly. I should get back to work. His blue eyes stared into mine for what felt like a lifetime, conveying so many emotions. It was the first time I had seen him use an emotion I could recognize. Curiosity. About me. Alpha Gabriel stepped forward, moving into my personal bubble. Had commanded my attention. Who are you? Liberty, he queried, tilting his head to the side. I opened my mouth and closed it, resembling a fish. Was he suspicious of me? Or was there more to it? I told you who I am. I'm a half-witch. I repeated again, forcing my voice to stay strong and steady. He cocked an eyebrow, scrutinizing me. It appeared he didn't completely trust me, which was interesting. He must be very good at reading people. All my lying skills had dropped. Yes, you said that. But he muttered, staring into my eyes deeply. Never mind. He walked away, leaving me utterly confused by the encounter. What was all of that about? I watched him stroll towards Eden, who was kneeling on the ground, staring at the mud. When he placed a hand on her back, I knew it was time to leave. I shouldn't watch them. It would be wrong to invade in their moment. With great reluctance, I sauntered inside and towards the library. It was practically empty to my relief. I knuckled down on another portion of the book, putting everything into it. Later, Sabrina approached me in the hallways, seeming to have recovered from her hangover. She wore a bright smile on her pretty face and had a small spring in her step. Out of everyone I had met in this pack, she was the friendliest. In 2 weeks, the Alpha will allow the pack to venture out into the human world. She squealed. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I recalled a conversation we had fairly recently, where she fired numerous questions about the human world. She was bedazzled by it and wanted to know everything about it. Oh, that's good. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feigning happiness, she didn't notice my fake enthusiasm and nodded. Yeah. I want to go to a club, and I thought since you live in the human world, you could come with me. I merely did a double take. W what? She rolled her pretty brown eyes. You heard me. Gomez and Blade are acting all protective of me, ordering me not to go, but come on. This opportunity doesn't come along very often and I'm still young. Why is Beta Blade being protective of you? I questioned, furrowing my eyebrows together. Her eyes widened in shock. You didn't know he was my brother? Her revelation leaves me spluttering. If I was drinking something, I would have to spit it out all over her. They were related. They looked nothing alike. Beta Blade had frosty blue eyes and wheat white blonde hair, whilst she had glossy and wavy brown hair with big almond eyes. Plus, their personalities were different. Beta Blade was hostile, untrustworthy, and rude, whilst she was quite bright and accepting. I wasn't saying either of them was a ray of sunshine, but nothing about them led me to believe they were related. People instantly knew me and my brothers were related. Not only did we look the same, but we also shared many characteristics. No, you never told me. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Still astounded, she shrugged her shoulders, quickly moving on. Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I need you to come with me. You know how to act around humans. Humans aren't that different. You know, they like to do things you do. If you're going to a club, they'll be drunk and will probably be dancing or flirting with some stranger. I told her, hoping this was still the case. The last time I went to a club was a long time ago. I assumed things were still the same. Still, I feel better knowing you were there, she pleaded, using her big brown eyes for effect. Sighing, I relented, knowing I'll scold myself about it later. Okay, sure, I said, and her smile widened, but that as if I'm still here by then. Her smile faltered and she knitted her big brows together. What do you mean by that? I'm only here until I've finished decoding the book, I answered, reminding her. Once I finished it, I'm out. My deal with the Alpha will be void. She mashed her plumped lips together, deep in thought. I'm still wondering why he accepted you into the pack. I think there's more to it. So does Eden actually. Oh great. Eden has been talking about me. That was all I needed. Either way, if I'm done with the book, I'll be off. I directed the conversation back to the matter at hand. She sent me a tight, lipped smile and left. The next day, I was prepared for a quiet day, but that was not a luxury I was afforded. It started out normally. I stuck to my normal routine. I ate breakfast in the dining hall with Sabrina, who chatted away. With great difficulty, I avoided looking at Alpha Gabriel's table where Eden was sitting. After breakfast, I sat in the library for a few hours and worked on the werewolf book. The story was starting to unfold, revealing so much more. The two beings who had magically become supernatural wolves had tried to live with their secret, but to no avail. That was when the fight intervened. By pure chance, my grandfather, who at the time was learning how to be king, stumbled on them. The book divulged everything. It turned out that wolves and I were a lot closer than I anticipated. That worried me extremely. If I handed my thorough translation over to Alpha Gabriel, he would discover the existence of my kind. Then again, hadn't we already risked that? There was a bloody gigantic painting with my grandfather's face planted on it in the dining hall, there for all to see. How come nobody had ever questioned it? Did they not know who he was? I continued to read it while sipping on my cup of tea. My grandfather had a way of finding out what they were and why they were like this. He brought them into our realm, without his father's permission. That caused an uprising in our world. Many of our people didn't like the idea of two unknown strangers entering our world. They could be a threat. Nonetheless, he was determined to help these two people who were called Diana and Torin. When my grandfather introduced them to his father, he did not receive the help he thought he could get. My great-grandfather threw them in jail and experimented on them. For many years, they lived in dire conditions whilst my grandfather snuck into cells to question them. When he was not studying or helping his father, my grandfather would try and find answers. Sometimes he would hit the library and other times he would find other means of finding answers. Just when he thought he'd never find out what they were, he found a witch in the human world. Her name was Claudia, or as I knew her, the Grand Witch. After some consideration, she chose to help. They planned to find out what the two creatures were and why they existed. It shocked me to no end to discover all of this. How come this was hidden from my family? Were my parents aware of this? That was when I stopped reading. My mind had been blown enough for one day. I needed to take a break and rest. Rubbing my eyes tiredly, I leaned back in my chair and examined the library. My eyes searched the room as a strange feeling twisted in my stomach. That was when I spotted him, a young man hiding behind a bookshelf, staring directly at me. As soon as he saw I was staring at him, he jolted away. My eyebrows knitted together. What was he doing here? Spying on me. But why? Unless... No fucking way. You have got to be kidding me. That asshole. He ordered somebody to spy on me. How long had somebody been watching me? How come I never noticed? Jumping to my feet, I tucked the 2 books under my arm and marched towards the man. I rounded the corner and stood in front of him, a furious expression planted on my face, genuinely believing I would hurt him. Up close, I saw how this was an incredibly young man, no older than 18. His eyes were wide with fear and his knees were shaking. "Who are you?" I demanded, narrowing my eyes at him. He didn't respond at first, possibly from utter fear. "Tell me," I commanded in a hard, firm voice. He clutched his t-shirt, trembling still. "Did Alpha Gabriel order you to spy on me?" I got straight to the point, realizing he would take a while to answer my first question. He was probably somebody starting out as a warrior or something. "I'm not going to hurt you, kid. I just need to know." His thin lips parted, but no words came out. "Nod your head if it's the truth." He frantically nodded his head. I stepped back in shock and clenched my jaw. "That asshole," I muttered to myself. The young man who was really a boy was still shaking, petrified. I sent him a wobbly smile, hoping to show him I wasn't pissed at him. He was only following orders. Wolves can't disobey a direct order from their alpha. It would be like going against your own soul. "Where is he?" "He's in his office." The boy stuttered, shrinking back at the scowl on my face. He was truly terrified of me. Did he think I'd use my witch powers to curse him or something? I wasn't going to turn him into a frog if that was what he was afraid of. "Thank you," I managed to say, sending him a tight smile. I then fixed my hair and stormed out of the library, past a group of elderly women who glowered at me as I passed them. Ignoring them, I headed straight for his office, ready to give him a piece of my mind. That Alpha Gabriel would soon learn that you don't spy on me. 12 won't get fooled again. "Alpha Gabriel, you lied to me." I entered the room dramatically, marching towards him with a furious expression on my face. He slowly raised his eyes from the paperwork on his desk and faced me with confused eyes. It was one of the few times I had seen him with a visible emotion in his eyes. He usually hid all of his emotions. "What are you talking about?" "Liberty." Sighing. "I'm talking about you ordering some guy to spy on me," I snapped, slamming my hands on his desk. Rage filled every part of my body. I was out for blood. His eyes widened, no doubt believing I wouldn't notice the guy. "Yeah, buddy. To my agent extraordinaire, Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Liberty. Don't liberty me," I interrupted him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I thought we had an agreement, a quid pro quo. "I stay here, freely, and in return, I translate the book for you." Alpha Gabriel leaned back in his fancy chair and rubbed the back of his neck. Tiredness was evident on his handsome face. If I wasn't so full of rage, I would feel sorry for him. He had no words. There is nothing he could say that would justify it. The truth was simple: he didn't trust me. I had been here a while and I hadn't made a move to prove my unworthiness of his trust. I had spent my time keeping my head down. "You're an asshole." Too annoyed to even think of the repercussions. Insulting an alpha is a death wish. Did I care? Right now, no. His eyes hard and he curled his fingers together into a fist. I could see he was trying not to show his aggression. Most alphas wouldn't give it a second thought. They would attack somebody who disrespected them instantly. "Don't. Liberty. He warned me." Lowly, I blanked his warning. Screw him. You're a pathetic, cold asshole who is so closed off he can't even try to trust other people. I was basically signing my death warrant. It was like there was a big sign plastered on me, screaming, "Kill me." Alpha Gabriel eased his fingers and released a deep breath. He pretended to act like none of this concerned him, even though it was clear as day that it did. I knew who he was really. He hated showing emotions. Perhaps it was because he wanted to appear as tough in front of his pack. Many alphas refuse to show any type of emotion. "That's enough. Liberty. If you continue to speak to me like that, I will have to take action." He warned me. narrowing his eyes at me. His threat was not meant to be taken lightly. I snorted, letting my anger fuel me. I was going to regret it later, especially if he kicked me out of the pack. I still needed to figure out a place to go to. Many of the humans I knew were long dead. One thing was certain. I could not return to my realm. I'd rather die than marry Prince Azil. There was nothing worse than that. I'm not going to let you bully me into pretending this never happened. You forget I'm not one of your obedient pack members. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Daringly, he inhaled sharply and fluttered his eyes closed momentarily. When they popped open again, I saw his grey orbs had turned black. That usually happened when the wolf was trying to take over. It meant his wolf was furious I was disrespecting him. Say one more thing, Liberty, and I'll have to lock you in the dungeons again. He threatened in a rough voice. You're a right dick. You know that. Do you not care about my privacy? I promised you I meant you no harm, yet you still made somebody spy on me. I scowled, shaking my head. Deep down, I was tremendously hurt by this. I did it because our pack isn't safe. He suddenly yelled with blazing eyes. I froze and it my mouth shut. Stunned. What? I whispered, utterly perplexed. What was he trying to say? He sighed tiredly and ran a hand through his dark brown hair. We've had 2 attacks on our pack recently. Usually, we are excellent at stopping them. However, the perpetrators were outrogues. It was only then I realized how worried he looked. I had never seen any emotion on him before, so it was hard reading him. But now I could see something was troubling him. Who has been attacking you? Treading carefully. It was witches. He looked me square in the eye and said it, believing it would mean something to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They believed I was a half-witch. So you had somebody spy on me because... I trailed off, making him finish it for me. I needed clarification. My pack knows what you are and I didn't want to compromise our deal, so I had a warrior follow you. He finished it for me, saying what I thought he might say. Guilt tracked through me. I had shouted at him, fully believing he was up to no good, but it was the complete opposite. Then, I wondered if there was more to what he's saying. Did he do it because he cared about me? Also, witches had been attacking this pack. When did this happen? I never noticed anything. Had they been trying to keep it a secret from me? What if they believed I was with the witches? What if Alpha Gabriel genuinely believed I was with the witches and ordered a warrior to follow me to keep an eye on me? I still couldn't completely trust him like he couldn't trust me. Do you care about me? I questioned, trying to control my voice. He stilled and slowly brought his hypnotic eyes to me. There was something swirling in those eyes I had yet to decipher. I care about our deal, he eventually said, masking all emotions once again. He wanted me to believe he cared about the book, but I had a small inkling there was more to it. Right. I cleared my throat along with my thoughts. I shouldn't think about things like that. He was a werewolf and alpha, who politically and emotionally couldn't think of me. Wolves could have relationships with people, but most didn't. Some wanted to wait for their mates. Do you really think your pack might try and hurt me? I wondered aloud, slightly fearful. I knew I could take on a werewolf with my powers, but that would expose me. I'd rather avoid that at all costs. He pursed his lips together and thought about it for a moment. Most members would never go against a direct order from me, but a few like be rebellious. I can never be 100% certain. So that meant there was a chance somebody could attack me, blaming me for the attacks on the pack. Was anybody injured? Did they have these meetings secret? I had so many questions, but asking him would make me look suspicious. I'll leave then, I muttered, embarrassed by my outburst. I would apologize if my pride would let me. I walked to the door and nearly made it out of the room before he called my name. Still, even after a while, I was affected when he called my name. It sent shivers down my spine and made my heart gallop in my chest. Do you still want somebody to guard you? Ultimately giving me the option to decide. With my back still to him, the corners of my lips crooked upwards. I appreciated him asking me this. It felt like he was giving me some control over my life. No, I don't. I glanced over my shoulder and said. I left after that, letting out a long breath. What had just happened? Why was I thinking about Alpha Gabriel caring about me? It was such a preposterous idea. I had just escaped an arranged marriage. I didn't want to get into any other difficult situation, and that was what liking him meant. It would only cause drama. I had no idea where I was going. I needed to avoid Eden at all costs. She was still not happy about me, and with good reason. I deserved her hate. Somehow, I ended up back in the dining room, which was thankfully relatively empty. I grabbed a cup of coffee from one of the machines and sat in my usual spot, staring out of the window. It was a beautiful day outside today. The sun was high in the sky and was a pastel blue. There wasn't a cloud in sight. Not for the first time. I found myself thinking about my family. What were my brothers doing? Were they worried about me? Had my parents sent out a search party for me? I expected my dad to. In his eyes, I was always his little girl. Thinking about my family made me so sad. I loved him dearly. That was when I spotted something. Behind a tree far away, I could faintly make out a face. A face I would recognize anywhere. Jumping out of my seat, I rushed out of the dining room. Ignoring the stunned faces of pack members, I flew through the pack house and outside, heading in the direction of the person. When I got there, they were gone. It made sense we were out in the open. Still undeterred, I sprinted along the path, presuming they had walked along there. At this point, I was breathless. Even that didn't stop me though. I knew what I saw. I knew who it was. The path led to a large tree. That was where he was. His back was to me, but I knew it was him. His hair was a different color in this world. Gone was his albino hair. He had brown hair. Had he used magic to change his hair color? Many Fae could do that. It was called glamoring. All Fae could do this. It was one of the most basic things. In the Fae realm, most chose not to. There was no point. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In the human world, it was understandable to do this, especially if you were hiding from other supernatural. I called his name, cautiously. I didn't want to get my hopes up yet in case it wasn't him. God, I wanted it to be him so badly. He slowly spun around on the balls of his feet, revealing his sharp face. His piercing green eyes locked onto mine instantly, pinning me down. He hadn't changed anything else about him, just his hair. To some mortals, it could look unrealistic or even ethereal. I could understand why he changed his hair color. A full-blown smile slid onto my face and I lunged at him without a second thought. It was really him. My oldest brother was here in the mortal world. Liberty, slowly wrapping his arms around my dainty form. 13, that's life. Morpheus never used to be so serious. Before he was king, he was mischievous. He would never overthink doing anything. He went with what his heart wanted. Now it was his brain that made the decisions for him. I couldn't remember the last time he smiled. It must have been years ago. There was always a stoic expression on his face. The only way I could see he was released to see me was by the softness in his eyes. I hugged him for so long, relishing in his presence. It felt like centuries since I last saw him. Brother, I muttered into his shoulder, sighing in content. Sure, I miss my brothers, but I truly had no idea how much I missed them until now. When I pulled away, he stared at me with an indescribable glint in his green eyes. Enthusiasm. Libby, how can you do this to us? Do you know how worried we've been? He suddenly yelled, inching away from me. Anger was clear in his voice. My mouth hung open, in shock. I should have expected him to shout at me, though. I had done something incredibly reckless. I could have caused a war. I was all I could say as shame flowed through me. I believed I knew the consequences, but as I stared at my older brother now, I realized I hadn't truly thought about them. I had put my people in trouble too. What I had done reflected my kingdom too. How can you be so selfish? Looking at me like he didn't recognize me. That truly stung. Please, brother, you have to und once again. He interrupted me. Enough. Firmly. His voice was low, but it was powerful and final. I couldn't say anything to defend myself to tell him what Princess Eel said to me. You are going to return home with me at once and apologize to the North Kingdom. We are going to fix this mess you created. His hand wrapped around my wrist tightly. It wasn't a painful grip. I knew my brother would never intentionally hurt me, but it was one that couldn't be escaped easily. I tried to resist, but he was stronger than me. Don't try and escape this. Libby, you need to come back with me. Now, he insisted, putting me away from the pack house. I didn't know where he was leading me. Not until we reached the lake. It was the exact lake I had used to flee my realm. The one with the portal. As soon as I spotted it, I dug my heels into the ground and tugged backward with all my might. Morpheus stopped and glanced over at me with a mixture of frustration and confusion. What are you doing? Libby, he asked me, narrowing his green eyes at me. He looked so different from the brother I once remembered. I could recall days when we would sneak into different realms without our parents knowing and cause trouble. We would then return days later, laughing. They were so long ago now. A distant memory. I can't go back. I stuttered, letting the fear I felt show on my face. Just the thought of coming face with Princess Eel sent unwanted shivers down my spine. My heart stuttered in my chest and panic fluttered in my stomach. Morpheus exhaled loudly and released my hand. What are you talking about? We talked about this months ago. Marrying Aziel is your duty. You know that better than anyone. You can't just run away because you're scared. I'm not running away because of that, I retorted. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Could he not understand that there was so much more to this? I wasn't doing this on purpose. Going back to that monster would kill me. He was pure evil. He furrowed his brows together, wondering what on I was doing then. Okay, explain it to me. What the fuck were you doing then? Liberty, he said sharply, making me wince at his tone. Because I'd sure love to know why you've chosen to cause a diplomatic nightmare. I'm not doing this for the reasons you think I am. Calmly, he arched an eyebrow and made a gesture to continue, blowing out a breath. I forced myself to keep going. At the engagement party, we exchanged words and what? My brother pried. I shot him an aggravated look, silently telling him not to butt in when I was trying to speak. He told me my position. I trod cautiously, slowly drifting my eyes up to his. Unshed tears pooled in the corners of my eyes and he seemed to back off slightly. I wasn't known to cry very often. I like to present myself as somebody strong. You have no idea how cruel he is. I sniffled, wiping my nose and eyes helplessly. The words he said to me echoed in my mind, haunting me. Show me, Morpheus demanded. Lightly, I nodded my head and stepped closer to him. He spread his hand out for me, and I hesitantly let his large hand encase my own, fluttering my eyes closed. I envisioned that night, then let the memory unfurl. It was like a television broadcast. He watched the whole scene in his own mind. Every horrible thing Prince Aziel said was made known to Morpheus. By the end, Morpheus let go of my hand and rubbed the back of his neck. His eyes flashed with uncertainty. What I had shown him changed things. I immediately knew it. Handing me over to that monster would be a lot harder now, especially now that he knew what Princess Eel wanted to do to me. Fuck, Morpheus cursed, growling furiously. Showing him this changed everything. Now you see why I can't to him, I muttered, flickering my gaze to the ground. If I do, he'll treat me like... Morpheus combed a hand through his messy brown hair. It was still strange seeing him with brown hair. Out of all of us, Morpheus was the least likely to use glamour. Shit. Liberty, he mumbled. What the fuck are we going to do now? If you truly love me, you won't let me go back to him. You know I won't survive it. I pleaded with him. Liberty. It's more complicated, and you know it. Prince Eel and his family are going nuts. He's sending search parties everywhere. The only reason I'm here is that I went for a walk earlier and stumbled on the portal. Sooner or later, he will find it too. If he comes here, he could expose our existence. He reminded me, torn about what to do. I know that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know. I told him in a rush, holding up my hands. But he's a monster, and I will not stand by his side and watch him cruelly rule. Morpheus threw me a disgruntled look. Why do you have to be so stubborn? I'm not stubborn. I'm just fighting for my happiness. I corrected him. Morpheus stared directly into my eyes. Seeing how honest I was being, I was going to fight him on this. If he wanted me to go back to Azil, then I would have to be dragged there by my hair. Unconscious. Okay. Morpheus sighed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What? Needing verbal confirmation? You can stay here, he revealed. Reluctantly. His face was stoic, but his eyes told a different story. I can't have you going back to that monster. I love you and I don't want you to go through that pain. The corners of my lips quirked upwards. Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't know what's going to happen with Azil though. He's pissed you humiliated him. He's threatening to start a war. I can't believe I'm putting my kingdom in danger. What kind of king am I? Instantly, my relief disappeared. Morpheus was going to have to find a way to get out of this situation. Putting my hands on his shoulders, I leveled my gaze with his. You are an amazing king. But you are also an amazing brother. It's hard separating family from your duty, but I know you will find a way to sort this out. If anyone can. Morpheus tried to lighten his expression but failed. Stress was evident around his eyes. So, are you planning to stay here for long? I wouldn't make this your permanent home if I were you, he advised, still looking out for me. I swallowed thickly and nodded my head, taking in his advice. I know. I told him. Sadly, the pack here is letting me stay for a short amount of time. We have a deal. Once I've completed my side of it, I'm going to leave. The Alpha is letting you stay. Quirking an eyebrow, he just seemed shocked at Alpha let an unknown supernatural into their territory. Yeah, I answered. Unsure, but it's only temporary. I'm going to start finding another place soon. I'll probably go somewhere human-based. Do you need any money? I'm not sure. I hadn't really thought a lot about it. I had created a bank account the first time I came here and have used it ever since. Using glamour to make myself look older. It still had a lot of money in there. Enough to last me some time at least. I'll probably be fine. Right. Well, I should get back then, Morpheus announced, casting a wary look at the lake. He didn't want to go back and face the drama again. I dreaded to think how bad it was. I definitely felt guilty for putting my family in this position. If it did come to a war, I would have to go back. I wouldn't let my people suffer like that. But for now, that wasn't the case. Morpheus could come to a solution. Saving our kingdom. I had faith he could. I'll try and visit you when I can. Hippie. Sincerely. I smiled back at him, hoping he would come again. Morpheus turned his back to me and headed towards the water. I trailed after him, keeping my distance. Try not to cause any trouble here. Half joking, I sent a playful glare his way. Yeah. I'll tone myself back. Good. And with that, he strolled into the water and disappeared. It was all so sudden. There was no evidence he was ever here. I stared at the spot he was. Miserably. I already missed it. Mustering up the energy, I forced my feet to walk away from the lake and back towards the pack house. Everyone I passed saw my devastated expression. I paid no attention to any of them though. They all began to blur into one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I passed a suspicious, looking Eden and a concerned Sabrina. Sabrina followed me up the stairs, throwing questions at me. Why do you look so upset? Did something happen? Liberty. It's nothing. I am fine, I assured her, lying through my teeth. I hoped my lie was smooth enough. Are you sure? She continued to press, not believing me. Her brown eyes were set solely on me, attempting to decipher me. I just have a headache. I lied again, adding a reassuring smile for effect. Thanks for worrying about me though. It's nice to know somebody here cares about me. Sabrina had a mysterious smile on her face, her eyes telling me she knew something. I'm not the only one that cares. We're not your enemy. Some days it doesn't feel like that. I muttered under my breath. Eden was a prime example of somebody who acted like my enemy. She disliked me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With her superhearing, she heard me. Just because some people don't trust you, it doesn't mean they're going to attack you. Then why did Alpha Gabriel assign a warrior to follow me? I couldn't help but snap. Did she know he had done that? Sabrina's lips parted. I didn't know that. He was worried a pack member would try to do something. So yes, I think don't trust your pack either. And if your Alpha believes a pack member might hurt me, then I do too. She was speechless. It won't matter for long anyway. I'll be going once I've translated the book. I reminded her. Emotions is lie. But she stammered, her eyes unreadable. Don't you want to stay here? Don't you like it here? It was never my intention to permanently stay here. Sabrina. I repeated what I said to my brother earlier. Plus, I wouldn't fit in here. Your pack would hate having a half, which live here. They would never accept me. She didn't say anything else, acknowledging it was the truth. Do you consider me a friend? I assumed, wondering that was why she was acting so upset. Many of my friends from the past acted like this. They despised our goodbyes, knowing I would not see them again. I had grown used to them. She brought her brown orbs up to my face. I don't know. I guess I do. Out of everybody here, she was the nicest. She didn't mind hanging out with me and wasn't scared of the repercussions. She was close with the Alpha as well, so she knew more than most. You won't miss me, Sabrina. I comment, bleeding. People get over losing somebody. It's the circle of life. You lose friends and family and grow from it. Eventually, you learn how to live without them. Since we are barely close, she'll get over me in no time. I'd be a distant memory in no time. Whilst, I'm sure this place will hold something in my heart. I had no idea why, but I felt attached, linked to it in some way. Sabrina shook her head slightly, the thick eyebrows knitted together. You're wrong. For some reason, I feel tied to you in some sort of way. I have no way to describe it really. It's like you were destined to come into my life. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not just mine but the pack's. You're important to us. I'm sure of it. I was utterly confused by her words. What did she mean by that? But moreover, I felt panicked. Strangely, I felt similar feelings to her. Was I really destined to come here? I had no time to reply. Carrie accidentally bumped into me in the corridor, holding a pile of sheets. She instantly dropped to her knees and began picking them up. I lowered myself to and helped her. She mumbled a quiet, "Thank you," avoiding eye contact with me. I could still remember what happened at Eden's party. She was crying her eyes out about something. She wouldn't reveal what it was, not that I expected her to. But something got to her. I knew it had to be something serious for her cold, fierce facade to slip. "Bye," she whispered, slipping past me with ease. I watched her fawn go, concerned about her. Sabrina watched my face. Not many people like Carrie. They think there's something off about her. She's a lot like you. I furrowed my eyebrows and glanced at her. What do you mean by that? I doubted she was like me. She definitely wasn't a fae. She used to be a rogue. She came to our pack when she was around 12. The only reason she got to stay was that Alpha Gabriel's mom the previous Luna let her stay. So, a lot of people don't trust her because she wasn't born into this pack. I summarized. Hitting the nail on the head, it seemed. Sabrina hummed in agreement. It explained why I never saw Carrie with anyone else and why she was so closed off. Even though she had been part of this pack for a long time, she was still viewed as an outsider. People didn't trust her. Sabrina was right. We really did have something in common. That hardly seems fair. I commented, feeling bad for her. She'd had nobody. At least I still had my family. Morpheus would try and visit me often. It's just how things are. Alpha Gabriel can't really do a lot about it, she claimed, hurt and face showing a little amount of sadness for the girl. That's life. In a twist of fate, I found myself drawn to the enigmatic Alpha Gabriel, only to be brutally rejected. The heartache that followed was a stark reminder of the complex dynamics at play within the pack. 14 cold heart. A few days had passed since my encounter with my beloved brother, and not a lot changed. I studied the book, which only seemed to describe the interrogation methods the two wolves went under. To hear what my great-grandfather did to those two wolves was horrid. I couldn't believe the man I remembered could be like that. It seemed so insane. I also spent my days avoiding Eden at all costs. I later discovered she was helping Alpha Gabriel with his work. Strangely, I felt incredibly annoyed by this. She was not the rightful Luna. Everyone here knew they weren't mates. Still, it was what the pack wanted. It was a week later when Morpheus came back to the mortal realm. I spotted him in the woods on my morning walk. He once again used glamour to disguise himself. His green eyes shone with exhaustion. As soon as I saw him, I embraced him in a comforting hug. He inhaled my scent and let out a long breath. He did not come to bring me good news. Just tell me what it is, I said to him. There was no point beating around the bush. I wanted him to give it to me at once. Prince Eel refused the proposition I offered him. He revealed, stepping away from me. My mouth felt dry and an uneasy flutter settled in my stomach. What did you offer? I wondered. My voice tinged with nervousness. Morpheus never did tell me what he planned to do. He kept a straight face, refusing to let his true emotions show. It was something he had to learn when he became king. He couldn't let people know what he was really feeling. I said if he still wanted a union between our two kingdoms, then Princess Anna could marry one of us. Hesitantly, my eyes widened at the revelation. Princess Anna was Prince Eel's sister. I never spoke to her, but I recall seeing her on the day of our engagement. She was beautiful and resembled a warrior. Holy shit, I breathed, leaning against the tree next to me for support. Morpheus looked grim. Our brothers didn't understand why I said this. They have no idea where you are. I haven't told any of them you are here. I was glad he kept the secret to himself. Some of my brothers didn't know how to keep a secret. They couldn't be trusted with my whereabouts. They must have been so angry. I muttered, more to myself than him. I knew that Jacob and Declan wanted to meet there. Marrying somebody who wasn't would destroy their chances. They would never be happy. I couldn't let my all fate be theirs too. It wouldn't be fair. Fortunately for them, Prince Eel was furious by the suggestion. He immediately declined. He retorted, shaking his head angrily. Would he have minded marrying Princess Anna? Morpheus rarely spoke about how I wondered if he wanted one or if he didn't care. Why though? It would solve both of our problems. I spoke aloud, frowning. It's not like he loved me or anything. I think it was partly due to the humiliation he felt. His kingdom knows about your betrothal for a very long time. If you two don't get married, it will reflect badly on him. Morpheus told me, from his own perspective. I also think his pride won't allow you to humiliate him. You should have seen him when he realized you disappeared. I shuddered at the thought. I could picture him smashing priceless objects with glowing blood, red eyes and a vicious no etched on his face. So he wants to marry me to prove a point to me and his kingdom. I summarized in dread. Was it possible for me to hate him even more? He was letting his emotions cloud his judgment. If he loved me or even liked me, I could understand his position, but I knew for a fact he didn't. Couldn't he accept I didn't want him and move on? He could find his and marry her. Yes, he clarified, slowly meeting my eyes regretfully. I'm sorry, Libby. I'll try and think of another compromise. I won't stop until I do. I sucked in a breath and plastered a weak smile on my face. It was all I could muster right now. Thank you. I really appreciate you doing this. I know what I'm doing is selfish and wrong, but I'm a coward. Morpheus grabbed my shoulders and locked eyes with me, commanding my undivided attention. Don't say that, Libby. I don't think you're being selfish. You have done so much for this kingdom. You don't deserve to be tied to that awful man. When our family learns the truth, they will agree with me. So my family was angry with me. I should have expected it. Mom must be losing her shit. If Prince Aziel threatens to start a war, I will come back. I will not let innocent people die. I declared, meaning every word. It won't come to that. I won't let it come to that. Morpheus replied, making promises he couldn't keep. You can control many things, brother, but one thing you cannot control is the future. I commented. He glared at the ground. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. How are Mom and Dad? Are they super mad? I changed the topic, moving from one depressing subject to another. Morpheus's features tensed. He searched for the right, sensitive words. He didn't want to hurt me too much. Mad? Yeah, they are mad. But I know for a fact they are more worried than angry. They don't know you're here, so they think something bad happened to you. God, I was a horrible child. That sounds like Dad, but not Mom. Are you sure you're not just laying out how pissed Mom is? You can tell me. I can handle it. He shook his head. I'm telling the truth. Mom is being Mom. Yeah, sure. But it's mostly for show. She really is concerned. She nearly snapped at Kale and yesterday for making a joke about you. Oh, I blinked, genuinely not expecting him to say that. I knew that my mother loved me, but she never properly expressed it. She was always nagging at me, trying to make me the perfect daughter and princess. We parted ways shortly after. Morpheus said he would attempt to come again soon, but couldn't let a date due to the many meetings he was being pulled into constantly. I smiled sadly when I watched him vanish in the lake. The trek back to the pack house was quiet and peaceful. On the doorsteps of the house was Eden, who was sitting on the steps, typing on her phone. She flickered her gaze up to me and tucked a strand of her frizzy dark hair behind her ear. You've been gone for some time, she stated, chewing on a piece of gum. Where were you? Suspicion was clear in her dark orbs. I was going for a walk. Is that a crime? I replied. Sassy lie. I didn't mean to sound so defensive, but she somehow managed to worm her way into my mind. She pursed her lips together and rose to her feet elegantly. No, it's not. However, if you are hiding something, then I have a right to know. She countered, stiffly. I'm not hiding anything. I lied. Smoothly as in, I told you I was going for a walk. I usually go for a walk every day. Eden stared at me. As in, really stared at me. Her eyes assessed me. You might think you can walk around freely here. She started, cryptically, slowly and elegantly. She stalked down the steps, towards me. She stopped. She was directly in front of me. Her voice dropped and she leaned to my ear. But that's a lie. There are eyes everywhere. My breath hitched and anxiety flowed through me. Did somebody watch me meet my brother? I tried to not let the panic show on my face. Keeping my cool, I met her gaze evenly. I'd like to go back to my room now, I told her, tensely. She searched my jade-green eyes for a moment before stepping aside. Letting me pass, I strolled up the stairs, keeping my pace casual. When I reached my room, I released a long breath. If people find out about my meetings with Morpheus, we'd both be in danger. No, I needed to wipe my mind of this. Eden could have been lying, saying these things to freak me out. Alpha Gabriel seemed to be telling the truth last week. Eden seemed like the type of person who could read people easily. She clearly didn't trust me, and she also hated me for finding the photo box. It'd make sense for her to threaten me. This was her way of getting even. She wanted me to be paranoid. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I rested my head on my pillow and squeezed my eyes shut. I was so tired of worrying. Just for a short moment, I wanted to relax and forget about all of my troubles. My thoughts slowed down and I let myself focus on my dreams. It was dark when I woke up. My throat was dry and my stomach crumbled loudly. Groaning, I sat upright and rubbed my sleepy eyes tiredly. I glanced at my alarm clock to the left and saw it was 10 in the evening. I had slept for a good couple of hours. Unfortunately, I missed tea. With great disdain, I realized I needed to leave my room to get food. By now, most wolves would be in their rooms or the common rooms. After washing my face, I creeped out of the room and down the stairs quietly. There were a few noises from televisions and I could hear the conch chatter of adults. I passed them and went into the kitchen. There was nobody in there. Yawning, I opened the fridge and scanned the contents for something edible. My eyes landed on a small container filled with pasta. That was good enough for me. "What are you doing?" a familiar cold voice asked from behind me. Jolting in my place, I quickly spun around on the balls of my heels to face the intruder. Alpha Gabriel was stood in all of his glory. His icy blue eyes settled solely on me. There was a glint in his orbs that I couldn't decipher. "Getting food," I replied, defensively. I held up the plastic container as proof. His eyes never left my form. "Did you not eat tea?" he wondered, stalking closer to me. I suddenly felt like I was his prey and he was the predator. I shook my head and swallowed the lump in my throat nervously. What was that look in his eyes now? I had a nap and woke up several hours later. I explained, licking my lips. "I can come and get food." "Right." Alpha Gabriel never established any rules about this sort of thing. He said I could roam around freely here. I assumed that meant I could come to the kitchen and other rooms at any hour. "I told you that you can go anywhere you like in the pack." He repeated his words from a few weeks ago. "Right." I nodded my head. "Well, I'll just warm this up then." Then, the oddest thing happened. Alpha Gabriel hesitated. He didn't turn around and leave. He hovered by the counter, flickering his sharp eyes from the fridge to me. My own eyebrows knitted together in confusion. What was he doing? "I haven't eaten yet." Cryptically, it took me a moment to understand what he meant. When it clicked, I shot my eyes up to his. "Do you want some of my pasta? There's enough here for two." I eventually asked him, without thinking over what I was offering. His eyes flashed an ochre color. It should have made me wary of him, but it didn't. "Okay." His voice rumbled. He slid onto the tall stool and watched me place the food in the microwave. My skin scorched at the feeling of his eyes on me, and my heart seemed to go wild. Once the pasta was done, I split it in half and plonked it onto 2 plates. He thanked me as I gave it to him and shoved a load of pasta into his mouth. "This is very good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Making small conversation, I grumbled in agreement, enjoying it too. The atmosphere around us was charged intense. Warmth from his body radiated onto my own. Consciously, I ate my food. I was aware he kept drifting his intense eyes to me. "Thanks for cooking," he said once he finished. I still had over half of my food to go. Was he in a rush to get out of here? My eyes shifted to his hand on the counter and I noticed he had curled his fingers into a fist tightly. His skin was practically white. Did my presence affect him too? "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I muttered, keeping my eyes to the table. Surprisingly, Alpha Gabriel continued to keep the conversation up. I expected him to leave. He didn't have to talk to me. How is the translating going? He quizzed. What have you found out so far? Stilling. I hesitantly flickered my gaze up to his. When he was staring at me like this, I struggled to lie to him. How could I? It was as if he could see into my soul. Lying felt wrong and difficult. Licking my lips, I flitted my jade green eyes up to his. Not much. So far. Most of the book talks about the power wolves and witches possess. It has been focused on the grand witch Claudia. You wouldn't hide anything from me, would you, Liberty? I fought the urge to swallow or give any indication that I felt like a cell under a microscope. No, of course, I wouldn't. You gave me sanctuary where I needed it most. I am indebted to you, I said to him, holding eye contact. If he was skeptical, he didn't show it. So, the book didn't tell you how werewolves were created. Tilting his head to the side ever so slightly, I furrowed my brows together. I thought you already knew how this happened. Weren't werewolves told this knowledge at a young age? We are told some version of a story passed down through generations. I want to know the real story, he explained. Alpha Gabriel was going through a lot just to find out what the book says. What was his motive? I doubted it was as simple as curiosity. There had to be more to it. Right. Well, when I find out, you'll be the first person I come to find, I replied, watching his grey eyes flash with satisfaction. We stared at each other for a moment. It was the first time I had been around him when I felt like he wasn't being cold. Usually, he was distant at the very least. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That wasn't the case today. He was more open. I could catch glimpses of warmth in his soul. And then, he blinked and created more space. When I caught his gaze again, they were guarded. A small chill traveled down my spine. Goodbye, Liberty. I watched his form exit the room rigidly and sighed. Why were my thoughts so muddled? Quickly, I shoveled the rest of my food into my mouth and left the room. Whatever I was feeling, I had to put it out of my mind. It was tragic, really. Thinking about him was just plain stupid. 15 rumor has it day, unknown weather, unsure. I'm not sure how much time has gone by. It feels like centuries, but I know that's not true. It could be a year or 10. Diana is losing the will to keep fighting. Every day that goes by, she becomes frailer and sadder. They separated us from ourselves a few days ago, and that has seemed to break her. Her wolf can't live without physical contact and affection. Quentin hasn't visited it in a while. Without his supplies, I fear we'll vanish. If I do perish in this cell, to the person who reads this, know that Diana and I were the first of our kind. We believe a goddess of the noon created us half human, half wolf. We hope that when Quentin becomes king of the Fae, he will reveal our secret to the world. They deserve to know who we are. Torin. I placed the book down gently and released a long breath. I couldn't believe somebody had placed an actual diary entry from one of the original wolves in this book. How did they acquire this? Did Torin and Diana die in my home? It disgusted me to even think that. Surely my grandfather Quentin would have done something about this. My grandfather was a good man. He wouldn't let them suffer like that for so long without having a way to get them out. Slamming the book shut, I rubbed my eyes in exam in the library. I spotted Carrie eyeing a bookshelf to my left. I wondered what she was looking for. Hooking the book under my arm, I stalked over to her. She noticed me coming over to her instantly. Her hands fell to her side hastily, and she straightened her posture. Strands of her dark hair fell over her face. She wiped them away and flickered her onyx eyes up to me. What are you doing here? I questioned, curiously. I had never seen her in the library before. She was always crawling to the sides of hallways, away from prying eyes. I come here often, she responded, defensively. Oh, I said, despite not sounding apologetic. Oddly, I didn't feel she was being truthful with me. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help you. She shook her head vigorously. I'm not looking for anything specific. Was she lying? It was hard to tell with her. Right. Well, if you need a hand, let me know. I said, and parted ways with her. Awkwardly, I left the library, with my mind a million miles away. I was sure she was hiding something, but I had no proof, and if I accused her, I could lose the small amount of trust I had gained. Carrie was one of the few people who actually talked to me, whether she was lying or not. I had seen her at her most vulnerable. It was a memory that I would not forget. Perhaps that was where I let her suspicious nature slide. I felt pity towards her. At lunch, I sat with Sabrina. I hadn't seen her in a while. She was busy spending some time with her mate. Apparently, he had acquired some time off. When I first spotted her, she was a ray of sunshine. There was a magnetic smile on her face that couldn't be wiped off. You will never guess what gossip I heard. She greeted abruptly, collapsing into the seat opposite me. Beams of sun shone down on hurt and skin, creating a glow around her. I placed my fork on the plate and took a sip of my water. What? She ignored my obvious bored tone. She leaned forwards and did a quick sweep of the room. All of the wolves were talking amongst themselves, paying no attention to us. Over the past week, I had received less attention from the pack. Sure, I found the odd few glowering at me from time to time, but it was better than when I first arrived. Their hatred for witches was peculiar. I could not recall ever hearing of a war between wolves and witches. I knew for a fact Claudia was good friends with the Alpha King. I heard from Daniel, who heard from Gregory, who heard from the Alpha's maid that the Alpha might have found his mate. She revealed, her voice lowering towards the end. My own eyes widened. I had seen Alpha Gabriel a few days ago. Our last meeting was in the kitchen. He had left the day after to go to a neighboring pack for business. Darkness surged in my heart and pooled in my stomach. An emotion I wasn't used to feeling twisted inside of me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The emotion was undeniable. My heart knew it, yet my brain refused to accept it. I could admit I found Alpha Gabriel very attractive, but that was it. That wasn't possible. In our long history, we had never been matched with another species. If I were too powerful for any other species, it was a known fact. Thus, my feelings were unjustifiable. They were absurd. Yet, it felt next to impossible to deny them. Alpha Gabriel had somehow slipped into my mind and heart. He invaded parts of me I wish nobody ever would. Was this a mere crush, or was it something more powerful? It was difficult keeping my face nonchalant. My eyes narrowed slightly in disdain and my upper lip curled upwards. As for my cool heart, it was practically shattered. Get yourself together, Liberty. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I arched an eyebrow in fake amusement, genuinely interested to hear more. Well, not much is known at the moment. The Alpha is keeping it secret. Very hush-hush. But his maid Eileen overheard him talking to somebody on the phone. She only heard snippets of the conversation, but according to her, he said found and mate in the same sentence. Now, Alpha Gabriel gave up searching for her a long time ago. He hasn't spoken about finding his mate in a long time. So it's strange. She spoke very quickly. Excitement was evident in her tone. She could barely contain it. Do you think he found his mate in that other pack? I wondered, holding back the pain. She held her chin in her hand and stared ahead. Thoughtfully, she must be. I wonder if he's going to introduce us to her. Why didn't he come back with her? That seemed to dampen her mood. I'm not sure. Normally, the lower-ranking wolf moved to the higher-ranking mate's back. She should be coming. She paused, and then, as a new thought occurred, the bright, chirpy face resumed. Perhaps Alpha Gabriel is giving her time to pack. Maybe he wants to surprise the pack. You seem to be presuming a lot, I remark. She smiled at me sadly. Liberty, you don't understand how long we have all been waiting for La Luna. We feel incomplete without one. I knew wolves considered the Luna to be the mother of the pack. She was tender, sweet, and assuring. Her views were simple: she'd die for the pack and her mate. Sabrina smiled sadly, her thoughts once again falling to the notion of a Luna. If this was all true, What did this mean for Eden? People believed she returned to become the leader of this pack. If that was the case, then what would she do? It was obvious Eden cared about Alpha Gabriel deeply. But what about her own mate? Could she really abandon him for Alpha Gabriel? Either way, it seems we are finally getting a Luna, she summarized, gleefully. For the rest of my meal, I sat with my head in the clouds. I couldn't seem to get over what Sabrina told me about Alpha Gabriel. My poor heart struggled to cope with the knowledge. Why was I feeling like this? I was attracted to him, but he wasn't it was not possible. I left shortly after finishing my meal and decided to go for a much-needed walk around the grounds. I was hoping I could get these thoughts out of my head. Behind me, a guard trailed, pretending to be going for a casual stroll too. Sighing internally, I kept my focus on the path ahead and tried not to dwindle on my thoughts for too long. Overthinking was an affliction I had never suffered before. It seemed to be a new curse for me. I wandered for a while until a jolt hit me. Instantly, I knew it was a signal from my brother. He wanted to meet. Before I could see him, I'd have to ditch my guard. Using my magic, I made him forget about his current job to watch me and sent him on his way back to the pack house. I whispered one simple order to him: stay away from Alpha Gabriel. The journey to the tree I first saw Morpheus didn't take long. He was already waiting for me, leaning against the tree casually. His arms were folded over his chest and his hair was still brown. It would take some time for me to get used to this new hair. Brother, giving him a sharp nod. We didn't embrace each other this time. An unsettling sensation settled in the pit of my stomach. Morpheus appeared troubled by something. What's wrong? Cautiously, my body was already alert, prepared for an attack. He pushed himself off the tree and stalked over to me. We have a problem. Prince Aziel wants to search the other realms for you. He's figured out you escaped. The air was shed out of my lungs. I knew this day would come soon, just not this soon. How long do I have until he comes here? Forcing my face to remain passive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I felt my skin quake with fear. I despised how easily Prince Aziel got to me. Merely reminding myself of his plans for me was enough to make my heart accelerate. I ran from him for a reason and he still wouldn't get the message. I understood he was an obnoxious man that couldn't deal with humiliation, but he was going out of his way to get me. I'm not sure. Libby, I'm trying to keep him off your track, he replied, grimly, dragging my eyes away from him. I centered my attention on a small bug. It was a bee, fluttering through the motions, unaware of bigger problems. Does anybody else know I'm here? I trusted Morpheus, but he could have let something slip. It was too dangerous to let our parents know I was here. No, he shook his head. I'm certain I'm the only one who knows. I blew out a breath. Good. Nobody can know. Morpheus inched closer to me for the first time. He looked scared. He was usually so brave and sure of everything. But right now, he was stuck and afraid. Libby, get out of here. You can easily leave these werewolves. They won't be able to protect you against him. Morpheus pleaded with me, his eyes begging. I pinched my lips together and stepped back slightly, creating space between us. He didn't understand the pull I was feeling to this place. My original plan was to leave, but now I wasn't so sure. I was delaying my translation, wanting to spend longer here. I can't, I stammered, pathetically. Why, he pressed, urgently. The words were lodged in my throat. I didn't know what to say or how to say them. Please, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't want to see you with that monster. He's an abomination to our kind. Morpheus tried again, but to no avail. I admired him for not ordering me. A king would never do that. He was giving me a choice still. That was something Prince Aziel wasn't doing. He wanted to perch me on some pedestal, use me as a breeding machine and make me a perfect doll. It went against my very nature. You don't understand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have a connection to this place, I said to him. His shoulders slumped, along with his neck. He wiped his eyes tiredly and faced me sadly. You're putting them in danger. Eh? My heart stunned at the reminder. I knew I was. I know, I replied. Noli. As soon as he arrives in this realm, I will disappear. I want more time with them. You've come to care for them. Matter-of-factly, I nodded my head, not bothering to deny it. Morpheus chuckled, humorously. Who'd have thought you'd act like this around werewolves? I was starting to ask that very question. I'm equally surprised. The brief light mood disappeared along with my smile. For a moment, silence ensued. Neither of us wanted to talk about him again, but we had to. I'll try and make him come to this realm last, he vowed, wanting to give me as much time as possible. Thank you, brother, I muttered and wrapped my arms around his neck tightly. I breathed in his familiar cologne and rejoiced in the fond memories I had with him. Who knew when I'd next be able to see him? I wanted to ask him about the book I was translating and what our great-grandfather did, but I feared we wouldn't have enough time. I also didn't want to worry him anymore. He had so much on his plate. I love you, he whispered into my ear. My heart enlarged with adoration. I love you more. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The corners of his lips quirked upwards as he shook his head. If anybody else called him that, he would punish them for disrespect. I watched him leave with a heavy heart. I hoped he would stay safe and keep an eye out. Princess Eel was slimy and dirty. I could see him assassinating my brother. 16 hot seat. When I returned from my heartbreaking walk, I was called upon by Sabrina, who said Alpha Gabriel wanted to see me. My mind immediately believed the Alpha discovered I used magic on that god. I believed I had been caught. We walked towards his office. Sabrina stopped outside of the room and gestured for me to go inside. It seemed she wasn't going to join me. Taking a deep breath, I swung the doors open and was met with 3 pairs of eyes. One was soothing and electric Alpha Gabriel's. The other 2 were much colder and distant Beta Blade and Eden. Why were they here too? Were they here for backup? My stomach churned at the thought. I didn't like Beta Blade or Ian, but that didn't mean I wanted to hurt them. Royal Phi had power beyond belief. We simply had to wiggle a finger and catastrophe followed. I stayed by the doors, prepared to make a run for it. Alpha Gabriel was sat at his desk, his elbows on the large table. The other 2 flanked his sides, with arms crossed over their chests, placing my hands behind my back. I greeted them unsurely. You called for me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The title was like iron in my mouth. It didn't sit well. He straightened his back and his piercing grey eyes locked onto my own. His approach to me was much warmer. Surprisingly. Yes, I wanted to know if you knew anything about the Delta Moon Pack. Casually, I nearly had to do a double take, believing I misheard him. Why was he asking me about a werewolf pack? My confusion was evident on my face. I flickered my eyes to the other 2 who were watching me like a hawk. Their eyes were unsettling, to say the least. No matter what I did, they didn't trust or like me. For a moment, I scoured my brain for any details of the Delta Moon Pack. I had heard about them in a passing conversation once. Morpheus and my father were talking about them with disdain. Yet I had no idea who they were. Bundling my hands behind my back, I remained stoic. No, I do not. He evaluated my expression, checking to see if I showed any traits of lying. When he saw none, his expression relaxed and a soft smile appeared on his face. I had never seen him do that before, and it seemed his beta and friend hadn't either. We all stared at him with wide eyes. Are you really going to believe her? Just like that? Beta Blade asked incredulously, unbothered by the fact he was saying straight to my face. I guessed it was better than him saying it behind my back. I'd rather know what he was saying. Alpha Gabriel swung his gaze to his beta, his eyes simmering with an indescribable emotion. Could it possibly be anger? What's your tone? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice smooth and commanding. All traces of warmth that we saw was gone. He was back to his usual self. How could he flicker between emotions so easily? I struggled to see how it was possible. As someone who has been trained her whole life to remain indifferent and passive toward the little matters, even I have a hard time. I'm impulsive and bold. It's in my nature as a fighter to not sit around idly. Beta Blade did not back down. Eden straightened her posture beside him, showing whose side she was on. I mean no disrespect, Alpha. When people start with this, it usually means they do. I did not voice this thought. But we do not know this half, which at all. She could be working for Delta, Moon. You can't just blindly accept her answers. Alpha Gabriel's eyes remain trained on me, gauging my reaction. And what makes you so certain she's untrustworthy? He questioned, calmly. She could be biding her time. For all we know, she's trying to gain our trust so that we'll reveal things to her. Firmly believing this. And what if she's not? What if what she said was true? He countered. Beta Blade inhaled sharply. She's clearly hiding something. You can sense it too. Her appearance at this moment, when Delta, Moon are acting suspiciously, is not a coincidence. His last comment stirred something inside of me. What was happening with Delta, Moon? I'm aware she's keeping something from us. Alpha Gabriel started, still watching me. I remained unmoving and impassive, listening to their conversation intently. However, I do not believe she is a spy for Delta, Moon. Usually, my intuition is right. Beta Blade's jaw ticked, but he curled his fingers into a tight ball. Fury glowed in his hazel eyes. Gabriel, Eden finally spoke for the first time. Her voice so soft and soothing. It was like melting chocolate. Reluctantly, Alpha Gabriel shifted his gaze to her, giving her his attention. Oddly, my heart stung as that happened. My blood boiled with jealousy. I don't trust this girl. We should interrogate or kick her out. She's trouble. Eden pleaded with him, enlarging her pretty eyes for effect. Alpha Gabriel didn't soften to her. To my utter relief, he shook his head, denying her request. I do not like how you are treating my guest. This is unacceptable. She's here to help us. The both of them appeared shocked by his reply. Did they really believe he would listen to them? If there's one thing I've learned about Alpha Gabriel, it's that he listens to nobody but himself. He considers ideas or concepts, but at the end of the day, he's the one that makes the decision himself. That was one of the reasons I admired him so much. He didn't let others' influence sway him. His own possible girlfriend couldn't change his mind on this matter. You will treat Liberty here with respect, he ordered with an edge to his voice. And as for the Delta, Moon Pack, we will continue to investigate. Tell Alpha Carlisle that we will be of service to her if she needs it. I took that as my cue to leave. Bearing my neck submissively, it was still difficult to do this to someone who was technically of lower ranking to me. I whirled off my heels and evacuated the tense room. Eden and Blade's frosty eyes burned holes into my back as I left. They wouldn't listen to Alpha Gabriel. Where was that respect I had seen so much of? Why did they hate me so much? Once I was out of the room, I tuned into their conversation with my acute hearing. Sure enough, they were talking about the Delta, Moon Pack, which, to my horror, I discovered was an neighboring pack. Alpha Carla had apparently reported hearings of rebellions on the Alpha King from her scouts. She also said new people had arrived who didn't seem like wolves. She believed they were vampires or witches. All of this was worrying for the pack. Beta Blade stressed how serious the situation was. This was a large pack with extremely talented, vicious warriors. Alpha Gabriel sighed on the other side of the door, and in my heart, I knew he was more concerned than what he was letting on. He didn't want his pack members to share this feeling. Not yet, at least. He was going to bear this heavy weight alone. This was why he needed a Luna. He needed someone who could balance this and unburden him. I scurried away before Blade and Eden left. The last thing I heard was Alpha Gabriel ordering them to contact Alpha Carla to gather more information. My heart was hammering in my chest when I returned to my room. I had the urge to talk to Morpheus, but there was no way I could do that now. We had met earlier today, meaning he wouldn't be back for a few days. At least, when I did next see him, I would ask him to help me investigate the pack myself. I didn't want to leave this pack without some sort of assurance that they would be okay. Even though most of the members here showed their disdain at my presence, I still cared for them. Like I said earlier, I felt like I had a duty towards them. I tried to focus on the werewolf book, but my mind couldn't get into it. My thoughts swirled around Alpha Gabriel's problem. Before I could comprehend what I was doing, I had slammed the book shut and exited my room. I knew he would be alone since he sent Theta Blade and on a mission. I could talk to him privately and perhaps alleviate some stress. My feet trailed along the red, carpeted floors. Every person I passed still showed some form of hostility or curiosity towards me. It was like I was a circus freak or something. We have, which is really uncommon in this realm. When I made it to his office, I stilled and contemplated turning back. Was this a bad idea? Slowly, I raised my hand up and his wooden door 3 times. I could hear his even breathing inside the room and paper rustling. There was only one heartbeat, his. Come in. Enthusiasm. Obviously smelling my unique scent. Breathing in. I entered the room and closed the door behind me. His grey eyes gradually lift up to meet mine. No emotion is present. Or at least, he's hiding whatever he's currently feeling. What can I do for you? Liberty. 17. I thought it was a connection. What can I do for you? Liberty. Staring at me expectantly. His attitude towards me was always so strange. Sometimes I wondered if he felt any sort of warmth or friendship towards me. Maybe even romantic feelings. However, the next minute, he would act either cold or passive. I didn't know what to think when around him. I licked my lips and I swore his eyes drifted to my parted lips. Then again, perhaps it was my imagination. Alpha Gabriel was a very handsome man and I'm fairly certain I feel some sort of attraction to him. Was I hallucinating? What I wanted to say was I'm here for you. But that would complicate things further. Did I want to give him that message? I was leaving soon. Trying to start something would only make leaving harder. No matter what. I couldn't stay here. Princess Eel would eventually catch up with me. I wanted to thank you. I go for the other obvious answer instead, fearing what would happen if I said the former. Alpha Gabriel tilted his head to the side, observing me with those intense eyes. He never missed anything. Subconsciously, I became frightened that he would be able to read my thoughts. Such a silly notion. Ever since I arrived here, I had been acting like a teenager who had a crush. I was far older than Alpha Gabriel, yet he seemed to act more mature than me. You don't need to thank me. They should treat you better. Casually, he paused and then said, You don't strike me as the type of person that lets people belittle you. Why haven't you said anything? Lowering my gaze to his extravagant table. I guess I thought you would kick me out if I showed any sort of anger. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Quixote's enthusiasm. I assumed you were still wary of me. I didn't want to risk anything. He sighed loudly. A crease formed in between his brows, indicating he was confused by me. Just when I think I have you pegged out, you say things like this, he commented, giving me some insight into his thoughts. He was an enigma. I laughed. Nervously. I'm really not that difficult to figure out. He hummed, mindlessly. Is that all you wanted? Liberty. I could have said yes and walked out of the room. I didn't. I bravely stepped closer to him so that my leg was brushing against the table. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Quixote's enthusiasm. I wanted to tell you I don't mind helping you with that pack. Delta, Moon. His grey eyes connected with mine, pinning my stare down. If we were to battle for dominance right now, he would win without a doubt. He had the upper hand. Why do you want to help? We're not your pack, he queried, trying to figure out my motives. I rounded his large deck so that I was behind it with him. He was still sat in his impressive leather chair. His body gave me no indication that he was uncomfortable. His face was stoic, his eyes flat. Because you have been kind to me. You took me in, a complete stranger who you knew nothing about. You did a selfless act. I should do the same, I answered, quietly. He swiveled his chair around so that he was fully facing me. Then, abruptly, a dryer obfuscated his delectable lips. Momentarily stunned, I watched him through wide eyes. Trust me, my actions aren't as selfless as you think. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Cryptically, what on earth did that mean? I stored his comment at the back of my head, choosing to deal with whatever it meant later. Can you tell me more about the pack? My voice barely above a whisper. Unconsciously, I step closer as if I'm in a trance myself. His mere presence draws me to him. He didn't respond for a moment, his beautiful grey orbs never leaving mine. But suddenly, he shook his head and stood up like he was brushing away some thought. I didn't stumble back out of surprise. At his full height, he was still a few inches taller than me. My head reached his slightly crooked nose. I can't tell you about these things. Liberty. Huskily, desire erupted inside of me. How did he manage to sound so sexy? Inching closer, our chests were centimeters apart. All I had to do was lean my head forwards and I would be kissing him. I'm not the enemy. Truthfully, I was not here to hurt them. I was simply a girl on the run from her evil fiancé. I winced at the thought of him again. He peered down at me, examining my pale face. I know you're not. You're anything but. There was an emotion in his voice. His eyes were unreadable, but I could hear want in his voice. I was certain. Did he want me too? Alpha Gabriel was staring down at me with so much intensity. His gorgeous eyes did things to my head and heart. I had the urge to kiss him. So, without thinking, I leaned forwards and tried to kiss him. However, he must have understood what was about to transpire because he turned his head away and pushed my body away. Lightly, I stumbled back, shocked. My eyes drifted back to him. He was standing tall and proud, emotional as lie. There wasn't a flicker of regret in his eyes. My heart panted with pain at the rejection. Mortified by this and my actions, I felt my cheeks tinge red. He didn't want me. He didn't care about me. I was wrong. So wrong. God, I'm such an idiot. Now he's going to think the only reason I was here was to seduce him. These thoughts occurred in my head for one reason only. To stop me from feeling hurt. I wanted to kiss him. Desperately. I thought he wanted it too. I thought we had some sort of connection. I had clearly misread something. Sabrina's words popped into my head at this moment. She told me Alpha Gabriel didn't want a Luna. He didn't want anybody. Why did I not take her words to heart? If I had, I could have avoided this mess. I'm sorry. I stuttered, stepping away from him in horror. He clenched his jaw and snapped his eyes away from me. You should leave. Coldly, the change in the atmosphere was palpable. It was dark and dicey. I didn't know what I was trying to say. The words were jumbled in my head. Leave. Liberty, he repeated, firmer this time. There was a dark glint in his eyes. I wasn't scared of him. I don't think I ever could be scared of him, but I was definitely unsettled. My feet spun around and I headed towards the doors with great speed. I swear as the doors were shed open, I heard him mutter to himself, I don't want you. Believing he said that, I slammed the door shut and rested my head against the wall. My heart stung painfully. The rejection had really done a number on me. Did I like him more than I care to admit? Either way, the message was clear. He didn't want me or anybody else for that matter. He preferred to live his life free from any mate drama. Not that I was his mate. A low tear trailed down my cheek. I wiped it away, refusing to let Alpha Gabriel affect me. His attitude switched so easily. I thought I was envious of it, but perhaps I should be sympathetic instead. He was troubled. You shouldn't feel sorry for yourself. Liberty. I scolded myself. He's the one who should feel sorry. Sniffling, I straightened my back and plastered a strong expression on my face. Thankfully, I remembered I wouldn't be here for much longer. Once I left, I'd never have to see him again. I'd avoid him for the rest of my stay here until the day I managed to translate the book. Once that happened, then I would leave and never return. Satisfied with this plan, I stormed down the halls to the kitchen, eager to have a drink. My poor throat felt dry. After myself a cup of tea, I sat down outside and observed the field ahead. Young wolves were kicking a ball around a pitch, laughing amongst themselves. They were having fun. Soon, I felt the presence of somebody beside me. They lowered themselves into the seat beside me gracefully, noting the anger rolling off me. Turning to Sabrina, I smiled through my pain. What happened? 18, not alone. Sabrina's eyes were kind. Her hazel eyes examined my exterior, noting my uneven breathing and dilated pupils. I probably looked like somebody who just went off the rails. In a way, I felt like that too. Seriously, what's wrong? Lowering herself into the seat opposite me, I blew out a long breath and fixated my gaze on the mug in front of me. It's nothing. She could sense that was not the case. I was usually a good liar, but not when it came to the people in this pack about my emotions. Sure, I could hide my species, but that was because I had been doing it for decades. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Whatever I was feeling was a whole new territory. Keeping this to yourself isn't healthy. You should open up, she urged, cautiously. You're not my therapist. Sabrina, I snapped without meaning to. Immediately, I threw her an apologetic look. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sabrina pursed her lips together, keeping her eyes firmly on me. Today, her brown hair was tied back into a high ponytail. She looked like she was about to go to a business meeting. I can be your friend. Liberty. I know most people here don't trust you, but that's not the case with me. I'm starting to like your presence, she assured, trying to emotionally reach out to me. Out of everybody here, Sabrina was the only person I felt like I could truly confide in. Other than that, I guess I could say Carrie, although I knew she was hiding something. Everyone else either avoided me or I didn't see them very often. Trust doesn't come easily to me, I muttered. I wanted to believe Sabrina, but I had to remain cautious no matter what. At the end of the day, her loyalties were with Alpha Gabriel. I was simply a traveler passing through. She hummed, tapping her nails on the table. I understand and respect that. But you should know I'm here. Whenever Gomez has a problem, he bottles it up as you do. He says it's because he doesn't want to worry me. Gamma Gomez. He was an imposing figure, silent and deadly. Yet, whenever Sabrina talked about him, it was always in a soft, sweet manner. It was common for mates to act differently with each other. Sometimes they didn't even realize they were doing it. If I tell you, promise not to overreact, I eventually said after a few beats, pushing myself to open up. I hated that she had a point. I just had to hope she wouldn't turn to Alpha Gabriel and repeat everything. Sabrina perked up, surprise glittering in her hazel orbs. It was still strange to know she was related to the cold-hearted beta. They looked nothing alike and had completely different personalities. I swear I won't, she instantly replied, placing a hand over her heart. It took me a moment to gather my words together. I had no idea how to approach this. Until now, these thoughts were just for me. I didn't need to explain myself to anyone else. Now, however, I would have to justify my thoughts and feelings. Well, I nearly kissed Alpha Gabriel, I whispered, hutching over the table. I was trying not to act conspicuous. Sabrina leaned in too. The moment the words left my lips, she gasped and jerked backward. What? She shrieked breathlessly. Why would you do that? Are you insane? Her reaction was to be expected. I tried to not focus on her genuine surprise, as if kissing him was unfathomable and ridiculous to her. I'm starting to think I'm losing my mind. I mumbled more to myself than her. Over the past few weeks, I've been slipping. Any thought I had? Alpha Gabriel made an appearance. I wanted to blame the stress I've been feeling. But what if it wasn't that? Did he flirt with you or something? Trying to put the puzzle pieces together. She didn't understand anything either. Or do you like him? I don't know. I yelled back, darting my eyes around the room anxiously. No one was paying any mind to us. I've been feeling weird here for a while. I've tried ignoring it, but today, he called me to his office and defended me. I left but couldn't stay away for long. When I returned, I don't know why I did it. Memories of what occurred not too long ago sprung into my mind. Dragging a shaky hand through my hair, I went through everything. My anger had begun to simmer down. Don't get me wrong. I was still furious with him for being so cold and unattached towards me. But what was the point? Even Sabrina knew kissing him was crazy. He didn't want anyone. I was leaving soon. I had to remember that. Did he want to kiss you back? She queried, leaning over the table again. Her eyes flashed curiously. I recalled his grey eyes that examined my face, focusing on my lips momentarily. At the time, I believed he wanted to kiss me. Could I be right? I'm not sure. She sighed, dropping her shoulders. You should be careful. Liberty. I told you I think he has a mate. Right. Yes, the possible mate from another pack. It hurt thinking about this person. I wanted to hate them even though I hadn't met them. I nearly forgot about this. And I'm not even sure he wants to have a relationship with anyone. He's a very complicated person, she added, twisting her lips. I knew that. He was very confusing. Exhaling loudly, I peered down at my cup of tea again. It was my fault I had brought this upon myself. I should have never tried to kiss him. Now I had to avoid him for the rest of my stay. Sabrina. I drawled her name out. Hesitantly, she flickered her orbs to me, showing me I had her attention. Is it possible for wolves to be mated to other species? Her large eyebrows knitted together again, forming a crease in between her brows. She tucked a hand under her chin, pondering over my question. It's unheard of, she mentioned, her eyes glazing over. My heart deflated. It wasn't possible, and I knew we weren't mates. So why was I asking, and why did I care so much? But it's not impossible. It's very rare. Were there cases? You're not possibly thinking, she suddenly realized, snapping her bewildered gaze to me. I swallowed thickly and smiled shakily. I'm not sure. I was just wondering. If we were, the words couldn't slip out of my mouth. They wreaked havoc in my head. I was probably just assuming the impossible. Did I even want him to be my mate? He treated me horribly the last time I saw him. I didn't deserve that. Sabrina pressed her lips together and sent me a sympathetic look. Liberty, I think you are hoping for something that's not possible. I heard most half-breeds don't have mates due to their human side being more dominant. I don't think you're his mate. Her explanation was based on a lie I fabricated. If she knew the truth about who I was, would she approach this differently? Drawing my eyes away from her, I stared out the window sadly. I was making a big deal out of something so stupid. Did I even like Alpha Gabriel? Or was it a simple physical attraction? You looked very upset when I first came in. Did he say or do anything after? Sabrina queried, recalling the look of pain on my face. He told me to leave in a strict voice. I answered, flinching as I heard his cold voice in my head. And then, in an eerily quiet voice, I heard what I thought he said after, and I swear he said he didn't want me. Even Sabrina winced, picturing how it all must have gone down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That sounds pretty brutal. Normally, if it was any other person, I would have survived. I wouldn't be feeling like I had been run over by a car. But it was him. Stressfully, I dragged a hand down my face. Sabrina grabbed onto my free hand and clutched it tightly. I'm here. What he did was wrong. He should not have been so cruel. Unfortunately, that's Alpha Gabriel's nature. He doesn't process things as we do. I listened to her words carefully, trying to understand his side of the story. If he had really found his mate who couldn't be me, then of course he would act in such a manner. If his mate found out about what occurred, he or she would be devastated. Yeah, I understand. I lied, chewing on my bottom lip. You should talk to him, clear the air, she blurted out, coming out with a new wild idea. Placing the mug back on the table slowly. No, I don't think that's a wise idea. I shook my head, point blank refusing. Look, the way I see it, you're going to be staying with us for at least a few more weeks. Do you really want to be on awkward terms with the Alpha? She reasoned, sounding rational. It still sounded like a bad idea. I had already been humiliated by him whether I wanted to admit it or not. Sabrina didn't stop. She was determined to get me to do this. It seemed the more she thought about this, the more her interest increased. No, you definitely should. He probably feels bad. I cocked my head to the side, arching an unimpressed eyebrow. Okay, he probably feels bad in his own way, she corrected, reluctantly, sitting back in my seat. I considered her words. I cut myself off. I guessed I could talk to him. It would be awkward as hell. But she had a point. I didn't want to be on bad or weird terms with Alpha Gabriel. I was the one who made a move. He clearly didn't want me. And since we clearly couldn't be mates, I was blowing this out of proportion humongous lie. Right. I'm going to go and find him, I announced, standing up dramatically. Sabrina smiled triumphantly. Good. Whilst you do that, I'm going to prepare for my grandfather's visit. Drawing my brows together. What? Her smile enlarged drastically. Love shined in her brown orbs. I was actually on my way to get some snacks for him, but then I saw you. He's returning from his holiday in Australia. He has a thing about traveling. He's going to be arriving soon. Oh, I should leave to do that then. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Moving away. I hope it goes well. She thanked me and scurried off into the kitchen, leaving me alone with my thoughts. There was no better time to face him than the present. In a world where secrets can be deadly, our fight protagonist is caught in a web of lies that threatens to unravel everything she's worked for. 19 a blessing. Not a curse. My feet stomped along the carpeted floor. I passed several wolves who all eyed me suspiciously. They all wondered what was going on with me, still wary of my presence. By now, I was used to ignoring them. Alpha Gabriel's office doors came into view. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Breaking my stride, my sudden confidence vanished. I felt my heart hammering in my chest. Anticipation crawled up my spine. It was just action. I didn't even kiss him. I tried to reason with myself. It was going to be hard to do, but all I had to do was apologize and tell him I didn't want things to change. Sighing, I focus on the door and clear my mind. I was being dramatic for nothing. Enthusiasm, in my entire life. I have never been so nervous or unsure about something. Why does he make me feel like this? Was it because he was a strong alpha, or was there more to it? I had no time to think about that now. Taking a deep breath, I approached the door and knocked sharply. I could hear his heartbeat on the other side. It was regular and steady. He surely knew I was on the other side with his heightened senses. Come in, he commanded, evenly. I swung the doors open and stepped forwards, rolling my shoulders back and keeping my head level. Alpha Gabriel. My face nonchalant. My eyes were unreadable too. I'm here to apologize. He lifted his hypnotic eyes up to me. There wasn't a single emotion in there. No regret or pain. You don't need to do that. Liberty, he replied, distantly. There wasn't a flicker of emotion inside of him. He was like a robot. Tangling my hands behind my back, How could he act like that? Why couldn't he show any sort of emotion? Why do you have that look of hate in your eyes? Why have you started acting so coldly towards me? Trying to keep my cool but failing. My resolve was fading so quickly. For some reason, he was hurting me so much. His cold shoulder and lack of emotion towards me pained my heart. Why was he affecting me so much? Why was I so weak when I was around him? His grey eyes stared at my face. There wasn't a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Could you hear it? Could you hear my heart breaking? I might not have been here long, but I felt a strange yet strong pull towards him. From the moment I saw him, I wanted to get to know him, but he clearly didn't want anything to do with me. Once I had done my task, I was out. You are reading too much into this. Liberty, his voice rumbled. And why do you care so much? That shut me up. I didn't want to admit my feelings only to have him crush them. The man didn't even know what love was. I stammered. Pathetically. My green eyes flitted to the ground in embarrassment. I had to repeat the truth over and over. We weren't mates. I don't. He arched an eyebrow. Sure. Liberty. I stood there like a complete lemon. Speechless. This was not how I thought it would go. Look, I'm trying to apologize. Sabrina told me you might have found your true mate and I'm getting in the way of that. His eyes snapped to mine and finally, I saw a flash of emotion in his eyes. What it was, I could not pinpoint. Those are just rumors. I didn't think you would believe rumors. Maintaining eye contact. He never wavered, not once. Somehow, he managed to turn the table on me. My confidence faltered. It was strange how a werewolf could make a royal fly falter. We were stronger than them. Hell, I was older than Alpha Gabriel by at least 50 years. Yet, you would think he was the older one. I squared my shoulders, forcing my thoughts to disappear. There was a reason I was here and it wasn't to be dissected by Alpha Gabriel. So are you saying you haven't found your mate? Quirking an eyebrow. It was none of my business. Not really, but still. A part of me was desperate to know the truth. He was still sitting at his desk with a straight back and thinned lips. At my question, he tightened his hold on the pen, causing his knuckles to turn white. Deep in my heart, I knew he was hiding something big. You seem to be awfully interested in this. He mused. Tell me, do witches have mates? His change in the subject made my head spin. Why did he have to be so difficult? Why was he avoiding the question? I had to think about my answer carefully. I wasn't a witch, and if I said the wrong thing, he would know I was lying about my species. Claudia the Grand, which once visited my father. I could recall shaking her head and not seeing a wedding ring. She didn't have any sort of mating marking either. When I studied witches with my tutor as a child, I remembered hearing witches were a product of dark magic. Thus, they weren't granted a gift as lovely as soulmates. They were destined to roam around the earth like humans. No, I replied. Certainly. I even added a layer of sadness to my voice for effect. He had to believe I wasn't allowed a mate. His face remained the same, passive. Do you desire a mate? My breath hitched. I couldn't hide my reaction even if I tried. Most supernatural beings wanted a mate more than anything else. However, there were a few who didn't. Alpha Gabriel was a prime example. Yes, honestly, this was a true answer. I wanted to meet my... He hummed, quietly. His voice became softer, almost compassionate. Why won't you answer my question? Are you afraid I'll tell your pack they have a Luna you don't want? He placed his pen down and rose to his feet elegantly. I watched his movements carefully, staying in my spot. He rounded the table and came to the front of his desk. My pack have been desperate for a Luna. They believe if I don't meet my mate soon, I will take Eden as my Luna, he revealed, tilting his head to the side. I knew he was observing me, gauging my reaction to his revelation. Unsatisfied I don't meet his expectations. He stepped closer, getting into my personal space. I could smell his earthly, alluring scent. It was like nothing I had ever smelt before. It intoxicated me. My skin tingled in delight at our close proximity. I didn't know what to make of any of this. A pack needs a Luna. I agreed, forcing myself to sound casual. Eden might not like me, but she seems like a good candidate. Everyone loves her. He stared at me, his grey eyes scorching my face. My pale skin was close to turning pink. It felt like he was scrutinizing me, testing me. I had the urge to want to pass his test with flying colors, to prove I was capable of defining his expectations. But the problem is, Alpha Gabriel started, his tone dropping. I don't want a Luna. Or a mate. That stung deeply. It was like he wedged a knife into my heart and began twisting it. Just to cause more pain. You make no sense. I muttered to myself. He heard me with his talented hearing abilities and smirked. The way I see it, mates are only a nuisance. My sole duty is to protect my pack. If we were to be attacked, my wolf would demand I protect my mate at all costs. He would forget about his responsibilities as alpha, sacrificing them for his mate. The bond and what it leads to sickens me. From the moment I met him, I knew he cared about his pack. All of his members admired him dearly. He devoted his entire life to his pack. What he said was understandable, but it was based on speculation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If the pack is attacked, if I have to make a choice, I found it hard to agree with him because he clearly didn't think about his own happiness. Being selfless wasn't a bad thing. It was quite the opposite, actually, but there was a limit. He surpassed that. Alpha Gabriel was willing to sacrifice everything in his life for his pack. Even my own family couldn't say the same thing. Sure, they would die for their kingdom, but they'd also die for family. People around you made you stronger. Alpha Gabriel didn't realize that by being alone, he didn't have anyone who could support him. He was alone. Thus, I just couldn't accept his answer. Ultimately, he was endangering his pack by putting all of the responsibility on his shoulders. One day you'll realize having a mate is a blessing, not a curse. You will see family makes you stronger, I announced, boldly. His face fell, leading me to believe he thought he got through to me. For some reason, he wanted me to understand his reasoning. I sauntered out of the room with my head held high. His words cut deep inside of me. I just couldn't let him know that. As I walked away from Alpha Gabriel's office, I realized I had failed my task. The air hadn't been cleared. If anything, I just complicated things further. For the first time in a while, I spoke to Carrie. She was in the common room, alone, scrubbing the floor. At the sound of my arrival, her back stiffened. I heard her exhale dramatically and sneak a peek under her lashes. Lowering myself to her level, I grabbed a spare cloth and helped her clean the floor. I didn't say anything straight away, letting her get used to my presence. "What do you want, Liberty?" she asked in a not so pleasant voice. She lifted her dark eyes to mine, reading the pensive expression planted on my face. I wondered what went through her mind at the moment. What did she think of me? "I was checking up on you," I replied, evenly. An image of her sitting on the stairs, crying, flashed in my mind. She scrubbed the floor vigorously, keeping her eyes on the squeaky clean floor. "I'm fine, Liberty," she snapped. Strands of her dark hair fell around her, creating a curtain. I didn't let her tone affect me. "You know, I'm here if you need me. I won't judge you," I murmured, softly. She faltered, no doubt surprised by my words. I hadn't seen her much recently. She must have thought I had forgotten about her. I just wanted to remind her I was still here. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. I let my words hang in the air. In Hyazen, in my eyes, Carrie was alone. I had never seen anyone approach her or talk to her. She didn't have any friends. When people passed her, they ignored her. In all honesty, it was a little strange. Wolves were very friendly with their members, yet they weren't with her. She was an outsider. I guess one could say I pitied her, but I would never admit that to her. She would hate that. For the next half hour, we polished the floor until I could see my own reflection. Then, Carrie muttered something about going to the bathroom and never returned. I said everything I wanted to say to her, so I didn't try and find her. I sauntered out of the house and bumped into Gamma Gomez. He grunted at the sight of me. There was no malice or hate in his brown orbs. He wasn't like Beta Blade. At least, I didn't think he was. "Oh, sorry." I apologized, stumbling backward. He was so tall, big, and intimidating. I wondered where Sabrina was for a moment until I remembered she was preparing for her grandfather's return. Has Sabrina's grandfather arrived yet? He narrowed his eyes at me for a brief moment, and then his expression became stoic again. He was probably wondering how I knew about her grandfather. "Yes," he grumbled, crossing his arms over his broad chest. I could see why he was the Gamma of the pack. He was all muscle, nodding my head at his simple answer. I smiled awkwardly. "Right. Thanks," I replied and stalked past him. My heart felt heavy from my meeting with Alpha Gabriel. My feelings were starting to catch up with me. Thinking back to what I said to him, I can't help but wince. I did not go about it the right way. One day, he would see sense and would understand he didn't have to be alone anymore. Sighing to myself, I strolled through the gardens, cooling off. I really needed to get over him. 20 cats out the bag, I was fairly certain Alpha Gabriel had been avoiding me like the plague. A week had passed by since my last encounter with him, where I trotted off with my head held high after giving him a speech. Since then, I barely saw him. He was always in pack meetings or training. It seemed the rogue problem at Alpha Pack was causing problems for this pack too. Alpha Gabriel had lent some of his warriors to them, and a spy was sent out to report back what was happening at Delta Moon. Sabrina was busy constantly. She was spending some much needed time with her grandparents. This gave me the opportunity to read more of the book. Everything I discovered about Diana and Torin was horrifying. It seemed my family kept so many secrets. I flicked through a few entries, all dated at staggered times. My eyes landed on one entry a year later, where it said they were living the human realm. I gasped in shock and turned back a page to the last entry. "Dear reader, we have escaped. We are free. Prince Peyton helped us and brought us back to our homeland. Everything feels different now, though. Diana has nightmares often and is worried we will be captured again. I am always on guard. During the full moon, we both transform into wolves. We can never go back home anymore. Diana says we can make a new home here. She wants to move on. I do, but I am wary. Torin." The next entry describes an event where Diana accidentally bit a human. The bite made them transform into a wolf. Realizing they could build a pack to protect themselves, they offered to buy twitting humans who wanted a different life. Soon, they created a large pack. They became the first werewolf pack. It was astonishing to read the origins of werewolves. Diana and Torin were the first Alpha and Luna ever. So what went wrong? Nobody had heard of them before. It sounded like they were getting a happy ending, but there was more. My thoughts were cut short when I felt the presence of somebody outside my door. My back arched up and the hairs on my arms stood up. It was Alpha Gabriel. He was outside of my room for some reason. I tuned into the sounds he made carefully, noting his irregular heart rate. Then, he sauntered off, making my heart deflate. What did I think was going to happen? It was better if we steered clear of each other anyway. Sighing, I put the book down and left my room. My feet trudged down the stairs and into the kitchen. Oddly, it was empty. This was unusual. Normally, there was always somebody in here, cooking or cleaning. I made myself a coffee and grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl. When I spun around, I found my face nearly mashed into somebody's chest. My heart was hammering in my chest. Alpha Gabriel. I cleared my throat, putting some distance between us. His grey eyes evaluated me. I had barely seen him all week, which made me fear. But he was here now and so close, forcing my eyes to remain on his handsome face. "What are you doing here?" I asked and then mentally slapped myself at my stupid question. "I live here. Enthusiasm, liberty. Can I not roam into my own rooms?" He replied, and for a moment, I swore I saw his eyes flash in amusement. It was strange seeing him talk like that. My jaw unhinged in shock and I spluttered like an idiot. He made me act so nervous. Why was he acting like this? The last time we spoke, I said some badass things and then sauntered out of his room, leaving him dumbfounded. Yet here he was, staring at me with mild amusement. Perhaps he has short-term memory, clearing my throat. I watched him blink and then step back. Something inside of him had changed. I couldn't see at first, but now I could. He appeared apprehensive about something. That might explain the humor these nerves made him act out of turn. The question on my mind then was, what was making him act like this? This man before me was a completely different person. The Alpha Gabriel I met and knew was closed off, cold, and hidden from view. He was open the last time we met, but for the wrong reasons. Where was the man that was pushing me away? You're different. Trailing my eyes over his face curiously. He had been super busy over the past week, too busy to have some sort of self-reflection session. There were dark purple bags under his eyes. I missed this at first, but now that uttered them, I couldn't look away from them. He was not sleeping. Was I behind in some way? Had my final comment touched him more than I thought? I want to try something. Darting his grey orbs to my lips and then back up to my face. I felt my heart accelerate and my skin prickle in anticipation. Was he going to kiss me? But I want you to know this doesn't mean anything. I didn't let his words get to me. Perhaps when I was alone later, I'd look back with a broken heart, but right now, at this moment with him, I want his soft, looking lips on mine, taking in a shaky breath. I didn't move away when he inched closer to me. My feet were stuck to the ground. This will mean nothing to you, I whisper, entranced by his handsome face. He couldn't look away from me either. This worked both ways. I liked that it did. It felt like I was the one feeling like this the entire time, but maybe he was just better at masking his desire. Absolutely nothing, he replied. I didn't believe him. If he wanted to kiss me, it meant something. He couldn't have met his mate. He wouldn't be doing this. I asked him about his mate in Luna. He said he didn't want one. I remembered the stinging sensation I felt. I honestly felt so sorry for the poor person who was mated to him. My body leaned closer to him as if a magnetic force was pushing us together. The world blurred away. I forgot where I was and who could walk in at any moment. Right now, it was just me and him. Alpha Gabriel and Libby. The moment his lips pressed against mine, a blinding light surged in my eyes. Pleasure and love erupted inside of my heart and flowed throughout my body. I was on fire. There was no denying it anymore. There was no hiding the truth. I had met my... This sudden and unexpected realization set a million different thoughts in my head. Firstly, I was a werewolf. In Alpha. Secondly, I could never leave this pack now. I had just endangered them. And lastly, he knew the entire time. That last once sent waves of hurt through me. He would have known who I was the moment we met. I pictured his face in the dungeons all of those weeks ago and recalled his stunned face. I should have seen it then. Then, this was followed by his harsh words last week. I don't want a Luna. He didn't want me. Every time I asked him about his mate, he would look me directly in the eye and tell me he didn't want to mate me. I meant nothing to him. The one person I was excited to meet, hell. I fled from Prince Aziel because I couldn't betray and he didn't fucking want me. I ripped myself away from him and shoved him back. Tears pooled in the corner of my eyes. I hated how my body betrayed me. Tingles fluttered on my skin. I had the urge to touch him again. His grey eyes stared at me in shock and confusion. He didn't know I had to kiss in order to know we were soulmates. This was just him kissing his unknowing mate. Why did he do that? Why now? Did my words really hit him because it came from his other half? The girl who was made for him? Or did he just want to know what it was like kissing his soulmate? Was I just a plaything he could pick up every once in a while, leading me astray? Because if that was the case, then he was just as horrible as Prince Aziel. Then I had ditched my family and homeland for the same piece of shit. It made me want to cry. He drew his eyebrows together, trying to figure out my thoughts. It eventually must have clicked. I felt a bond. Witches didn't have mates. We talked about this, but they knew what mates were. He had no clue I knew, because a kiss was the way to recognize a soul mate to fly. Libet. He never got to say what he wanted because 3 people came stumbling into the kitchen, laughing joyously. They stopped immediately at the sight of 2 of us. I lifted my green orbs up to them. I recognized Sabrina and Beta Blade instantly. Sabrina bounced her eyes between Alpha Gabriel and me in confusion, whilst Beta Blade simply glared. The person in between them was an older-looking man with white hair and hazel eyes. His bright eyes landed on me and widened in happiness, liberty. Stepping closer unconsciously, he looked around 70 or 80. He wasn't the tallest person I had ever met, but he definitely shared some resemblance to Sabrina and Beta Blade. He was the grandfather that arrived last week. I stared into his hazel eyes, felt a pang of melancholy shoot inside of me. He knew me and I knew him. My mouth felt dry. 21 Summer of Love Part 1. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Warm breeze flittered streets of San Francisco. Around me, young adults stumbled through the streets in their vibrant clothing, singing or laughing gleefully. They were all heading towards Haight-Ashbury, the same place I was going to. 2 men approached me. One had long shaggy brown hair and electric blue eyes, whilst the other was blonde and short. Make love, not war. Right. The shaggy-haired one announced, swaying slightly. His blonde-haired friend reminded me of an uptight university student. He devoured my outfit, which was a pair of denim shorts and a spaghetti crop top, with desire. Yeah, I agreed, placidly. I knew they could do nothing to me. They were humans. I was stronger than them. However, I wanted to avoid a scene at all costs. If my parents found out I used magic in public, they would cut my trip short. I had been stuck in the palace walls for years. My last visit to the human realm was 8 years ago in 1958. I spent it in England, exploring the many old cities there. This time, I decided to spend my time in America. I had heard from Atlas, who came here last year, that these past few years have been incredibly interesting here. People went wild on new drugs and alcohol. Hippies, as they were apparently called, have taken over most of the younger generation. When he told me this, my interest piqued. I arrived here yesterday after hearing from a 20-something woman that there was going to be a large concert in San Francisco today. She helped me choose my outfit and makeup. People were calling this summer the summer of love. So far, my expectations had been met. Everyone was incredibly happy. There was a sense of freedom, even though the police tailed us, watching with their shields and helmets. They would not stop these people. When I asked my friend who went by the name Dawn why the police were here, she told me about the Vietnam War. Atlas had failed to mention a war. Are you here alone? The shaggy-haired guy asked me. Over the loud chatter, I picked up my pace, hoping to lose this guy. No, I'm here with a friend, I answered. Truthfully, I lost Dawn about 5 minutes ago. She spotted one of her many friends and rushed over to them, leaving me to get pulled along with the crowd. I should probably go and find her actually. The shaggy-haired guy pouted, disappointed. Why don't you stay here with us? We can be a friend. I promise we won't try anything. We're not like that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Holding both his hands up, I eyed the blonde guy, doubting his friend's words. This guy will definitely make a move on me. He hadn't been able to tear his eyes from me. I'm going to have to pass, but thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grimacing, I quickly rushed away from them, heading forwards to the park. When I arrived, I stopped by a gigantic tree on a small hill and gasped. The large expanse was packed with people of all ages and races. A stage had been set up further ahead to my left and was playing modern music. Red cups were littered everywhere and the stench of drugs floated in the air. I was completely astounded by what I could see. Suddenly, a dainty arm wrapped around my shoulders, pulling me to a small body with questionable strength. Flickering my eyes up, I saw with relief that it was Dawn, my human friend I met yesterday. Her ginger hair was tied back in plaits and had several flowers pinned to form a halo. She had stuck flowers in my own hair, pushing my bangs back. Dawn's heart-shaped face was sprinkled with glitter. Her pale skin seemed to burn under the sun's harsh rays. The weather today was delightful. I thought I lost you, she commented, using that nickname once again. I figured it was because she couldn't recall my real name. It was sure a coincidence she called me Fairy there. Close in species. There was no way she could know though, so I wasn't worried. But I asked her why she called me a fairy. She claimed it was because I looked like Tinkerbell, whoever that was. This is magnificent, I said instead. If my parents knew this was where I was, they'd probably flip. She giggled and nudged my shoulder. Instead of dilly-dallying, we should go. I followed her through the crowd, pushing my way past people. Most people seemed overly friendly, their eyes clouded. We danced to the music, throwing back drinks. I had never experienced anything like this before. Usually, I attended formal balls with my family. They involved dances like the waltz. Not this. I jumped up and down, letting loose. I danced, screaming God knows what. I felt like I was one of them, a regular human with no responsibilities. It was blissful. It made me jealous of Dawn, who could have this sort of lifestyle. At some point, Dawn seemed to disappear. So many approached her, she had energy around her that made others want to be around her. She called you in, sighing through my nose. I tucked a strand of my light hair behind my ear and examined the area. Everywhere I turned, there was somebody singing and dancing to their heart's content. I chuckled, my head fuzzy. When was the last time I got drunk? The last time I had proper freedom was a few years ago when I went to the Dark Realm. Even then, I couldn't let loose like today. I was an ambassador for my kingdom, and so I couldn't do anything to ruin my kingdom's reputation. I was hoping I'd meet my mate there. It didn't bother me if he or she was a dark fae. They were my mate nonetheless. Hey, are you okay? A soft voice pulled me away from my never, twirling around elegantly. I faced a handsome man with dark brown hair and eyes. He didn't have harsh features like most guys I knew. He wasn't muscular either. Still, I got the impression he was powerful. He's a werewolf, I realized, widening my eyes. What was a werewolf doing here? Before I left for my trip, my father warned me about hanging around other wolves. He was afraid I'd do something reckless around them. I was going to be trapped in the castle once I returned for another few years. I might as well have fun here whilst I could. This handsome man could entertain me for a bit. My brothers would do the same. I had been deprived of my nature for a while now. I needed to do something fun. He seemed nice, as well, which was a good sign. Hi, I greeted back. I'm fine. How about you? Well, I'm good now that I met you. He flirted, anxiously. It felt rather stiff, like he had never done it before. The corners of my lips quirked upwards. You seem nervous. Am I making you nervous? The man shook his head, causing strands of his hair to fall over his large eyes. I'm not nervous, just overwhelmed. My eyebrows furrowed together. Overwhelmed. Puzzled. Why are you overwhelmed? Well, I've never been to a place this busy before. My friend dragged me here, promising it wouldn't be that busy. What a coincidence. Both of our friends brought us here. It is pretty busy. I mused in agreement. Do you want to go somewhere quieter? His eyes lit up. I wrapped my fingers around his wrist and guided him through the crowds to somewhere quieter. We ended up by a small ice cream store where he proceeded to buy me some. Thanking him, we sat on the grass in a more secluded area, where groups of people were lying down, sunbathing. I felt the sun's glorious rays scorching down onto my exposed skin. I would not burn or tan, it was a curse. My skin would forever remain pale like porcelain. You never told me your name. Licking more of his ice cream, I watched him get a little bit of it on his nose. He lifted his eyes up to mine and voiced his confusion. You have ice cream on you, I answered, chuckling. His cheeks stained a bright red color, and he turned his head away, mortified. "Oh shit," I heard him curse to himself, wiping it away vigorously. When he swung his face back to me, the ice cream was gone. His face was still bright red though. "Is it gone?" I nodded my head, looking mine carefully. "You're good." Silence ensued for a moment as he gathered his courage again. I liked how he wasn't overly confident or cocky. It was quite refreshing from the people I knew. My family was naturally confident and self-assured. It was how we were raised. Michael was the complete opposite. He tried to act confident, but not in a vain way. He was trying to impress me. He must not have found his mate yet. "You still haven't told me your name." Staring at the side of my face with interest, he looked at me like I was an angel, smiling to myself. I shifted my eyes to his. "I'm Liberty. 22 Summer of Love Part to 1967. My time with Michael will always be cherished." I had a connection with him that was unexplainable. It wasn't a mate bond, not even close, but it was beautiful and sweet. I cared for him deeply. We spent weeks together, roaming around America. It turned out he was backpacking around America for a year. He was always very vague when I asked him what he was going to do after traveling. I believed it was something to do with his wolf pack, assuming he was part of a pack. His friend Andrew was always very suspicious of me. When I first met him, I immediately felt his power. He was a future Al for certain. He never completely trusted me, but he liked me, I liked him. The relationship I had with Michael started off platonic. He invited me to go around California and Arizona with him. I took him up on that offer since I had nowhere else to go. I never saw my friend Don again. After a few days, I kissed Michael as we were walking along the beach at sunset. Cliché, I know. From there, romance blossomed. If anyone ever asked me if I loved Michael, I would say no. I didn't love him, but I definitely liked him and I did care about him. The 4 weeks I spent with him was the best I ever had. On the last day we spent together, I was oblivious to what was going to come. "Michael, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing pursuits, enthusiasm." And I were trekking up the mountain to the Grand Canyon. It was boiling outside. The summer had to be one of the hottest on record. Beads of sweat ran down my face. My hand was glued to Michael's. I had a camera strap looped around my neck. It swished whenever I moved suddenly. Andrew was stalking ahead of us, leading the way. The boys were both carrying heavy backpacks full of camping equipment. The plan was, after seeing the Grand Canyon, we would camp somewhere not too far away and start a fire. I was looking forward to a cozy evening. "You doing okay, Libby?" Michael asked, using the same tray my family used. It warmed my heart when he first called me Libby. "Yeah." Feigning tiredness. I was not tired or out of breath at all. I had a heavy, extensive training program back home. Sure, I hadn't worked out in a while, but this still felt like nothing compared to it. Michael abruptly came to a halt, causing me to do the same. "Do you need some water?" he wondered, concerned. I smiled softly and nudged his shoulder. "You worry too much. I'll be fine." Michael was a very caring person. Whoever his mate was lucky. He tugged his water bottle out of his backpack and shoved it in my direction, urging me to drink it. Rolling my eyes in amusement, I chugged a good deal of it and handed it back to him so that he could do the same. By now, Andrew realized we stopped and was waiting further ahead, also taking a water break. "We're nearly there," Michael informed me. Happily, sure enough, 15 minutes later, we made it to the top. Ahead of me, the area expanded endlessly. The sky was the perfect shade of blue, contrasting with the reddish, brown rocks perfectly. The sun beamed down on us as if to say it approved of us being here. I couldn't help but gawk at this place. My home was surely beautiful to most, but I was used to it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Was different. It hadn't been crafted to perfection, but it still managed to be enchanting and ethereal nonetheless. Andrew stood at the very edge of the rock and observed the river below peacefully. His grey eyes seemed to concentrate solely on what lay beneath us. I, however, marvelled at what was above and ahead. "This is like heaven," I commented, muttering to myself. Michael chuckled beside me and wrapped his arm around my waist. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing cruciate enthusiasm." Disrupting his peaceful moment. Not at all guilty. I unlooped my camera from my neck. "Can you take a photo of us?" Spinning around. His dark hair fell over his sharp face. He sighed but agreed. "Sure." I dragged Michael to where Andrew was stood and posed for the camera. My arms spread wide and a grin melted onto my face. I didn't see what Michael was doing until the flash happened. He leaned in and kissed me on the cheek. Delicately. It was then my eyes widened. Instantly, I stepped back and crossed my arms over my chest. "You're so stupid sometimes." He smiled cheekily and shrugged his shoulders. I skipped over to Andrew to view the Polaroid. Michael hunched over my shoulder to get a look too. We looked cute in the photo. It was the perfect place and time for a photo. "I'm keeping that," Michael exclaimed before I could, snatching the photo out of Andrew's hand. "That's not fair. I want it," I argued. "We can take another one," Andrew suggested, seeing no reason to fight over a photo. He seemed to be very sensible. "It won't be the same. I won't be surprised," I countered, sulking playfully. It was true I wanted the photo, but I could live with Michael taking it. It'd be a souvenir of our time together. "I'm not going to give it to you, Libby," Michael said, placing the photo into his wallet. "You're so mean," I complained, jokingly. His lips stretched into a mischievous smile and he swooped in for another kiss, but this time on my lips. "I didn't feel any electricity like you should do when your mate touches you. If he was my mate, I should have known the first time we kissed. He wasn't, but I didn't mind. I probably wouldn't find my mate for a long time. None of my older brothers had. It could take a whole century for a Fae to find there. Andrew insisted we leave when it got past 5, taking one last look at the expanse ahead. I sighed in awe. I would never forget this place. Maybe one day I could come back here. We made camp in a secluded area. I could still hear the chatter and laughter of groups of young people, but they were far enough where it wasn't a bother. We had seen a lot of Volkswagen campervans on the drive here. It was the trend of the decade, apparently. Whilst the boys began pitching the tent, I worked on tea. We didn't have lots, but I knew I could make something out of what we had. As we ate tea, I had somebody from one of the other campers play the guitar skillfully. Unconsciously, I swayed to the soft melody, embracing the calmness that washed over me. At this moment, I was happy. There was no burden on my back. I forgot about my family. I was simply happy with my boyfriend. Michael pulled out his harmonica and played his own tune. It was nowhere near as good as the guitar playing, but it made me get up and dance around the fireplace with Andrew. When it got dark and the crickets started chirping, I went to bed. The boys followed soon after. Andrew had his own small tent whilst I shared one with Michael. We snuggled up together. However, sleep evaded me. I tried for a thought out, but I couldn't seem to drift off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing cruciate enthusiasm. I peeled Michael's arm off my waist and tiptoed out of the tent. I nearly shrieked when I spotted my brother, Jacob, sitting on the same log I was sitting on 2 hours ago, wearing a grim expression. "Brother, you scared me," I whispered, placing a hand over my racing heart. What was Jacob doing here? Jacob stretched his long legs out in front of him and pinched his lips together. His green eyes had flecks of blue in them. He was the only one of us to have this. It made him unique from the rest of us. His near, white hair was longer than my other brothers. It brushed against his shoulders, flowing down in small waves. Jacob examined my clothes from head to toe. "What are you doing here?" I queried, moving towards him steadily. If I was forced to say who my favorite brother was, I would say Jacob. We always had this bond that nobody else could understand. We used to pull pranks on the staff at the castle when we were growing up. Atlas and Kaelin would sometimes join in. We had to stop once my mother caught us. She then decided I should attend lessons on how to be a queen. Jacob patted the seat beside him. I treaded closer towards him, erring to the side of caution. My siblings created a set of rules for us when we came to the human realm. The first rule, and one we held the dearest, was to not interfere with what we do here. We are all trapped at home in some way. The human realm is a place where we can temporarily. What we do here is up to us. Jacob being here breaks our number one rule. Lowering myself into the seat beside him, I watched the remaining embers flicker in the fireplace. You need to come back, Libby. Clenching his jaw, I immediately rose to my feet. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you talking about? I'm not leaving. Jacob arched both his eyebrows, remaining calm and sensible. I would keep it down if I were you, otherwise your wolves will wake up. My eyes snapped towards both tents. I could hear the sounds of their even breathing. They were still asleep, thankfully. Turning back to my brother, I stood in front of him with a furious expression planted on my face. This is unfair. Jacob, why are you here? I still have plenty of time left. For a moment, Jacob's eyes softened. Over the past few years, he had hardened his exterior. I blamed the warrior training he had been doing. I barely saw him anymore. He was always practicing. I'm sorry, Libby, but you're getting too close to that wolf. Have you forgotten he has a mate out there? He reminded me, harshly. I swallowed the lump in my throat, conflicted. He, unfortunately, had a point. I could never have a long-term relationship with Michael. The moment his mate came along, he would dump me, instantaneously. Vi, and especially royals, had an aura that makes us desirable. Nobody could resist us. That appeal did not stand a chance against the mate bond. The moon goddess wanted nothing to come in between her children's happiness. Why do you have to do this to me? My relationship with Michael will never make it that far. I fought back, refusing to give up. I had a whole year in human years on Earth. I was not going to waste my time. Jacob sent me a disbelieving look, seeing right through me. I could not guarantee that my feelings for him would not deepen. Love could spring up on people randomly when they least expected it. Jacob knew this better than anyone. He was the biggest womanizer out of our family. He was never cruel to women, he just loved spending as little time as possible. I tried to ask him why he went through them so easily, but he would never open up. Is that really why you're here? To warn me of a boy? I fired back, crossing my arms over my chest. Sassy lie. His arrival wasn't fair. I didn't meddle when he came here. Jacob exhaled loudly, rubbing the back of his neck. We all found out what you were doing here and got worried. We voted on if we should come and get you, and who would tell you. I voted against, if that's any consolation. My glare softened slightly at this. Let me guess. The twins and Morpheus voted for me coming home. I muttered. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jacob pressed his lips together and nodded his head. Well, at least I had Declan and Jacob on my side. I'm not going home. My time is not up. I made myself adamantly clear. I'm not saying you return home. I'm simply saying you need to leave him, he clarified, darting his bluish-green eyes to Michael's tent. A foreign emotion bubbled inside of my chest. I realized I was going to miss Michael. But Jacob was making a valid point. If I continued to stay with him, my heart would get hurt. It would be difficult and Michael would definitely hate me, but it seemed I needed to leave. I don't know whether I should continue hating you for a bit longer or be thanking you, I commented. His face shone with amusement. I was glad to see a smile on his face. It made my own lips quirk upwards. You can thank me later, sis. I think we should go before one of them wakes up. Standing up, releasing a breath I didn't know I was holding in, I sneak into my tent and carefully grab a few items I acquired over the last few weeks. As I stepped out, my foot landed on a tree branch. It crunched, the sound bouncing off the trees. Stilling, I threw my head in Michael's direction. He was still lying on the ground, snoring lightly, sighing in relief. I continued stepping toward Jacob. He surveyed the area like a predator and guided me through the trees. Wordlessly, "Jacob, where are you taking me?" I asked once we were out of hearing range. The sky was murky tonight, the stars hard to see. "I want to go somewhere where there's plenty of space for me to open a portal," he informed me, throwing his answer over his shoulder casually. "So, you picked the smallest straw." Making conversation, he smiled at me. "Yeah, I did, but I bet you bet it's me who came." "Oh yeah," I replied, immediately. I don't think I could handle Kaelin's teasing. Jacob chuckled quietly. "You always give him a reason to tease you." "Isibi," he tapped D. Jacob stopped where there was enough space to open a portal. I stared at him anxiously, ready for him to open a portal. I assumed he was going to take me into another realm or onto a different country. My heart stuttered at the thought. I was really enjoying my trip around America. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sadly floated my eyes around the woods one last time, breathing in the warm air. Jacob placed one foot back to steady himself and flicked his wrist. Dramatically, a burst of light popped into existence from the ground up. It was at least 2 meters tall and made my heart warm. Magic ignited something instinctual in me. I rarely used it since I was not as good as my brothers, but that didn't mean I hated it. That was when I heard a familiar, soothing voice. "Liberty." Jacob and I both froze. Panic rose inside of me. Nobody is supposed to find out about my kind. "Liberty, what's going on? Where are you going?" He fired more questions. Rose eyely. He must have woken up quite recently. I slowly turned my attention to him and stared deeply into his hazel eyes. His confusion was evident. There was also a spark of fear embedded in his brown orbs. I released an irving breath, unsure of how to proceed. Michael's eyes trailed towards the portal and enlarged as wide as saucers. What is that?" Stumbling back, pursing my lips, I mulled over my best option. If I told him the truth, our secret would be out. I would have broken my family's rule. However, if I don't tell him the truth, he would know there was something I was hiding. He might try seeking the truth, which could lead to others finding out. I risked a look at Jacob. His fingers were curled together into a fist and there was a crease between his brows, telling me he was deep in thought. Answer me." He continued to prod us, his hazel eyes flashing. His wolf was pushing forwards. Unsettled, he could see the portal as a weapon. "I need you to calm down," I warned in a low voice. He started shaking like a leaf. I explained. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I need you to promise you won't tell anybody else. It's vital you don't utter another word of what you've seen or what I'm about to tell you." His face showed his conflict. I could imagine this was difficult. In a way, it must feel like a betrayal. I felt sympathetic towards him, which was why I was trying not to overreact or yell at him for following me. "You can't," he was interrupted by my older brother. "Liberty." Realizing what I was about to do. "You can't do this." "I have to," I replied, solemnly. Michael watched our exchange and became aware of Jacob's presence. "Who are you?" he asked Jacob. Venomous lie. The switch of emotions made my head spin. "Are you her boyfriend?" He thought Jacob was my boyfriend. Did he really think I wasn't loyal to him? I'm sure he saw how hurt I was. "Jacob is my brother," I answered clearly and firmly. I hoped he could see in my eyes that I would never cheat on him. I wasn't that type of person. Momentarily stunned, he blinked. "Oh," he said, dumbly. "Michael, I'm a fae. I've had to keep my existence a secret to protect my world. I'm not allowed to tell anyone," I revealed, stalking over to him. His already wide eyes grew bigger, if that was possible. What? Fae aren't. They are old folk tales." I shook my head. We made sure they were. You see, if people find out about us, they will come for our power. My family, the royal family, decided it would be best if we wiped people's memories of us. 2 wolves, vampires, and humans. We are not real. Do you understand what I'm saying? His eyes bounced between the two of us like a tennis ball. Michael, you can't tell anybody. Coldly, I didn't mean for it to come out in a hostile manner, but I couldn't stress how important this was. You can't tell your family. Or your mate. This has to be a secret. He sucked in a shuddering breath. You're serious? Yes, silence ensued. I stared at him in trepidation, waiting for him to say something. Anything. Okay. He eventually complied, lifting his eyes to me. A sigh of relief passed through me. My tense shoulders dropped. Behind me, Jacob let out a small breath. He would be blamed too if things got out. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sincerely, my arms were to wrap around his body one last time. Are you going to leave me then? Sadly, I nodded my head. It's for the best. I'm sorry I was going to leave without saying anything. He looked away, hoping to hide his emotions. Yet, I still managed to witness his face morph into one of pain. Hurting him was inevitable. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice thick with emotion. Before I could overthink anything, I stepped forwards and embraced him in a hug. He stilled in either fear or emotional pain. I tried to not let that affect my judgment. I rose to my tippy toes and leveled my face with his ear. Goodbye, I whispered. Softly. Michael inhaled sharply. I pulled away, smiling awkwardly. Jacob held out his hand for me. I took it gratefully as we headed towards the glowing portal. Just before I stepped through, I glanced over my shoulder at Michael. He held a hand to his heart. His lips mashed together. His eyes swirled with so many different feelings. And then, Jacob and I walked through. The portal closed behind us. We landed in my homeland but far away from the castle. My parents would never know I returned. You could have wiped his memory, Jacob commented, furrowing his brows together. The problem with wiping someone's memory was that it could often affect other memories. It was dangerous. I didn't want him to forget me. I mumbled, tucking strands of my hair behind my ear. Jacob smiled wryly. Right. Well, I guess this is where we part ways. Where are you going to go now? I think Asia. It didn't take me long to answer. Going back to America, even though the chances of bumping into Michael was close to 0, would be too agonizing. I needed to go somewhere far away. Have fun then. Stay safe. He wished and strolled away, whistling a soft tune, shaking my head. I focused on a picture of Tokyo that I had seen a few years ago. In order to open a portal, you had to have an image of where you were going. The portal sprung in front of me. I tightened my backpack and took one last look at my home. I made the right choice leaving Michael. I might not feel like it now, but I'm right. 23 blast from the past, my god. You haven't aged a day. He blurted out, stunned. His kind eyes assessed me from head to toe in awe. It had been so long since I last saw him. Over 50 years to be exact. During that time, he had really lived his life. I always wondered what happened to him. I hoped he would have had a happy life. The 3 others bounced their inquisitive gazes between us, eager to ask questions but also reluctant to ruin this moment. They watched the scene unfold. It's been a while, I muttered, sadly. Michael nodded his head, smiling softly. He was always a gentle soul. Even now, I could see he hadn't let that characteristic disappear. Roughly 50 years, huh? He replied, letting it slip. The cat was already out of the bag. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't lie about how I met him. But now I wasn't a witch. Witches age like humans. Half witches would never have that ability. Sabrina's hazel eyes that she shared with her grandfather widened as big as saucers. Even Beta Blade appeared lost and unsure. Granddad. Keeping his voice quiet. How do you know, Liberty? You couldn't have met that long ago. I had never seen him talk like that before. Where was the stone? Cold. Pissed off, Beta. Perhaps around family. He let his mask fall off. Or maybe he was just stunned. Michael silently asked me for permission to tell them. They were family after all. Either way, they'd know the truth. I couldn't lie to them, especially Alpha Gabriel. Just thinking about him made my heart stutter painfully. He was pinching my lips together. I nodded my head, giving him permission. We did, my dear boy, Michael replied, placing his hand on Beta Blade's shoulder. The summer of 1967. I smiled fondly, recalling flashes of those easy-going moments. Life was simpler then. San Francisco. The festival. I added, mating Michael's orbs. He had not changed besides his age. In my eyes, he would always be the nervous man who got ice cream over his face. My smile widened at the memory. That Beta Blade cleared his throat, shaking away his thoughts. That still doesn't explain anything. Alpha Gabriel was watching everything silently. I noted his fingers were curled into a fist and his jaw was locked. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, caught out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As for Sabrina, she was struggling to wrap her head around everything. She was listening, that was clear, but she was finding it difficult to accept this turn of events. Sensing his granddaughter's unease, he offered us to go and sit down at one of the tables. It was a good idea since anybody could walk in and notice the shift in the atmosphere. Sitting in the corner, away from everyone, would make our talk more private. Before sitting down, Michael grabbed a glass of water for Sabrina. She eagerly took it and gulped down the entire glass in no time at all. Well, we met when I was on my gap year with Alpha Gabriel's grandfather. Throwing a look at his Alpha. Holy shit, Andrew was Gabriel's grandfather. I couldn't believe it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You see, there was news in San Francisco that there was going to be a festival of love. Everybody was going to be there. I'm telling you, kids. The streets were packed. It was an incredible experience. He told them, his eyes glazing over at the memory. Blade cleared his throat, gaining his grandfather's attention. Excusing himself, he continued, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Andrew got swept up in the crowd, and so I decided to explore the large park. I ended up by the main stage where band was playing. That's when I saw Libby. She was easily the most beautiful creature there. I sent him a small smile, aware of Alpha Gabriel's scorching days on the side of my face. I was beginning to think he really was jealous. Blade and Sabrina looked slightly repulsed. I went over to her and stuttered like a complete fool. She was the first girl I had ever properly sought out. I was nervous as hell, but that didn't stop me. Libby was so sure of herself, though. She ended up taking the lid, chuckling to himself. You weren't a fool, I assured him, softly. I was glad you could get me away from the crowd. I felt like I was being eaten up. Michael grinned. What happened from there? Blade pried, bringing the subject back. Well, Michael coughed. We hit it off. I invited Libby to travel with Andrew and me. We traveled through the west of California and to Arizona. The last day I saw Libby, we had just gone to the Grand Canyon. I still have the picture. He rummaged through his jacket pocket and pulled out an old leather wallet. I watched his frail fingers brush over some cards into a small pocket. He produced a worn-out piece of paper and unfolded it. My heart skipped a beat at the sight of it. I thought I'd never see that again. I muttered, leaning over to get a better look. The others did the same too. It was the picture Andrew reluctantly took. The canyon was in the background and the sky was bright blue. What everyone focused on was the two of us. My arms were spread out wide and a cheeky grin was on my face. Michael was pecking my cheek, which caused my green eyes to widen and my eyebrows to raise in shock. I hadn't seen that photo in so long. I looked happy. Was this before you met Gran? Sabrina queried. Quietly. She couldn't seem to look at me. Yes, Brina. I would have never cheated on your grandmother, Michael said instantly. Then Michael turned his attention back to me. I never broke your promise. Libby, I never told anybody. He was referring to the night Jacob came. I made him swear he'd never tell anybody who I was. What are you talking about? Blade asked quickly. The night I left. I answered when nobody else did. All eyes were on me. His eyes were the ones I cared about the most. It felt wrong speaking about this. I had been brought up with this heavy burden I could never tell any other supernatural creature who I was. My existence was a threat. Now, for the second time in my life, I was breaking that rule. If my parents ever found out, they'd butcher me. We set up camp about a mile from the canyon. It was a normal night. I went to bed early because I was tired, but I woke up to some rustling. That was when I got up. Was that when you saw Jacob? Michael cut in, hearing some of this for the first time too. I was surprised he remembered Jacob's name. For the first time since they arrived, Alpha Gabriel spoke. He swung his intense gaze to me, pinning my stare down. Who is Jacob? Well, this will prove how much of a liar I am. They believed I was an only child. My brother, Sabrina gasped. We once had a conversation about our families and I blatantly lied and said I was an only child. Hurt crossed her pretty face. I threw her an apologetic look, knowing it was all I could do right now. You have a brother? Alpha Gabriel queried, trying to figure me out. He, along with Beta Blade, always knew there was more to my story. However, I always thought Gabriel believed me. With Beta Blade, I knew he thought everything was a lie. My shoulders slumped. I have 5 brothers. You're not a half, which... Are you? Beta Blade accused, narrowing his eyes at me. He was back to his hating self. I was almost glad he had returned. No, I shook my head. Shamefully. I felt awful lying to them. They didn't deserve this. They had taken me in, sheltered, and protected me. Sabrina tried to be my friend, and I lied to her. Then what are you? This came from Sabrina, who hardened her tone. I paused, swallowing the lump in my throat. This was proving to be very difficult. She's royalty. Michael butted in, choosing the worst possible thing to say. I didn't want them to know that as well. Not yet. I shot him a disapproving glance and loosened a tense breath, preparing myself for an onslaught of questions. Royalty. I beg your pardon. These two came from the siblings. Gabriel, as usual, kept quiet. He was silently taking everything in, rationalizing. They already know so much. Libby, you can trust them as you trusted me. Michael encouraged me, soothingly, sucking in a breath. I evaluated all of their expressions. Blade and Sabrina stared at me with shock. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm, and a little bit of curiosity. The man beside me, the man who was my remained emotional sis. I was still pissed at him. But now, he could be pissed at me too. Have you ever heard of Phi? I watched his reaction, worried and interested to see what little tells he showed Phi. I heard Sabrina murmur in perplexion. Like fairies. A bubble of laughter passed through my lips. Many people assumed we were some sort of fairies. We were not. Some Phi even got offended when we were compared to them. No, I eventually replied as I sobered up. Phi. Immortal creatures who don't possess wings and turn tiny. Oh, she blinked, slumping back in her seat. Are you mocking us? Blade queried, sending me an icy stare. No, I don't know how to approach this. My people have been sworn to secrecy. Our existence is dangerous. We're not allowed to reveal ourselves to anybody, and so We never have to talk about who we are, I explained, the words tumbling out of my mouth in a silly manner. I was not explaining things well. Take your time, Gabriel said to me, gently. I nearly jolted in my seat at the sound of his smooth voice. I expected him to sound furious. I was certainly furious with him. We used to live in harmony with the supernatural world, but one day, my grandfather closed our portals to the other worlds. Nobody knows why except for the council. The royals, my family, changed the law. We were never allowed to tell anybody else of our existence. But why? Sabrina wondered. We are powerful creatures. We have magic like witches, but ours is stronger. We can manipulate and control things without paying a price. Our magic originated because of a gift. Witches' magic came from the darkness. I told them, recalling Claudia's story. They all seemed fascinated now. Any trace of us vanished. The only people aside from my people who know about us are the Supernatural Council. Michael and now. You. I stopped, combing a hand through my messy hair. So why are you here? Why are you not in your palace? Glade asked. Bitterly. He hated that I lied, understandable. I nervously chuckled, averting my eyes away from Gabriel completely. That's a story for another time. Silence followed as they all processed this information. Even Michael learned a few new things. Do you have any more questions? I gave them the opportunity to find out more, whilst I had the strength to continue. As soon as this was over, I would need to be alone and figure out everything. I haven't even had the time to properly think about my bond with Gabriel. So, are you like old? Sabrina asked, tilting her head to the side. I'm not that old. I'm the youngest out of all of my siblings. I'm 82 years old. In your world, that means I was born in 1938. I did the maths in my head quickly. I never really thought about what year my birth was to them. I aged differently to any other supernatural creature. That's another reason we had to hide. Immortality is something people will kill over. Vampires were immortal, but they didn't have powers like us. We had both, which made us very desirable. So, who's on your throne? Is it your parents? Sabrina asked, glancing at her brother. They probably used their mind link to discuss this. My parents passed the crown to my oldest brother, Morpheus, a few years ago. He is currently the ruler and will be for a few centuries. Thinking about Morpheus made me sad. I haven't seen him in over a week. He has been tied down with politics back home. Plus, the last I heard, he was on the hunt for Prince Aziel. The thought of Prince Aziel finding me now sent shivers down my spine. There was still so much more to discuss. I knew that, but I couldn't bring myself to talk anymore right now. I had revealed so much. It seemed my strength started to wane easily. The mere thought of Prince Aziel and his horribleness made me afraid. Do you mind if I have some space? I shifted myself so that this was directed at Gabriel. His soft lips were pressed together firmly. At my request, he stared into my green eyes and saw the desperation. His grey orbs did not soften this time, but he did let me leave. We'll talk more later. I rushed out of the room and headed back to my own room. My fingers brushed against the doorknob, prepared to swing the door open, but I froze, recalling the pain Gabriel caused. I can't sit in my room and dawdle without asking Gabriel why he never said anything. I'll talk to him and then I'll find a way to contact Morpheus. He will be able to help me. With that in mind, I march to the kitchen but find everyone gone. He must be in his office. I make my way to his office and come to a halt when I heard voices in there. Gabriel and Blade's voices. And they're talking about me. As the truth comes to light, I am faced with the most difficult decision of my life, to embrace my destiny as a princess and return to my realm, or to stay with Gabriel, the man who has captured my heart. 24 behind his eyes, she needs to go, Glade announced, slamming the office door shut with a jolt. I swiveled around on my spot and observed him with a stony expression. This was not the first time he had come to me regarding Liberty. He had made it clear from day one that he hated her and didn't trust her. She was a weasel in his eyes. And now the truth was out. He despised her for lying. Since Liberty arrived, he's been a pain in my ass. Every time I met with Liberty, he would pop along and lecture me as if he was the alpha and not I. I am not a harsh man when it comes to my peck, and I will let most things. However, blatant disrespect is not one of them. My beta is supposed to counsel me, not lecture me like I'm some foolish schoolboy. He would take every opportunity to persuade me to lock her up or kick her out. My patience with him was waning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You need to listen to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Royal fire is dangerous. I've said this before, but now, we know. You have to do something. He continued, throwing his hands in the air dramatically. My wolf pushed at the back of my mind. Furious with my beta. He has always wanted Liberty from the moment I saw her in the dungeons. Enough. Blade. I shushed him, my tone strict. He clapped his mouth shut. Stunned. What I was doing was bizarre. He had no idea who Liberty was to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why are you letting her stay? His voice laced with confusion and curiosity. I turned my back to him and stared out of the window. My warriors were training outside, practicing their technique. My wolf wanted me to tell him the truth, to confide in someone. I didn't have a best friend, but if I did, that title would go to Blade. We had been through thick and thin together. Do I have to explain myself to you? I asked harshly, spinning around on the balls of my feet. He swallowed nervously, shrinking slightly under my intense stare. Still, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He didn't back down. He demanded answers. I knew he wouldn't leave until he got some. Yes, quite frankly, I think you owe me some. He countered, rolling his shoulders back. He squinted at me, mimicking my actions from earlier. I sighed through my nose, annoyed at my beta but also proud of him for not backing down. You're not going to quit, are you? He shook his head, causing strands of his sandy blonde hair to sweep across his forehead. He pushed them away and kept his hazel eyes on me. No, Alpha. I won't. Why must the liar stay? I ground my teeth together. She's my mate. That shut him up. His eyes wide and so large that one would be afraid they'd pop out. His mouth was a goji. Some would claim he resembled a cartoon character. He spluttered incoherent words, clearly not expecting that to be my answer. Blade knew what my thoughts were on mates. For the past few weeks, he had been trying to persuade me to take Eden as my Luna. Eden was a family friend. She had been trained in how to be a Luna, her parents assuming she would become one. The pack liked her a lot and some hoped she would become my Luna. But there was no way that could happen now. Blade slumped his shoulders in defeat. A crease formed in between his brows as he thought about her. It makes so much sense now, he murmured, shaking his head at his own stupidity. Does she know? I thought back to our electric kiss. I didn't know what possessed me. Over the past week, I could only think about her and her truthful words. It drove me insane. I tried to avoid her by focusing on work in the Delta, Moon Pack. Yet I couldn't get her beautiful face out of my head. From the moment I met her, I knew two things. 1, she was not a witch. And 2, she was trouble. My wolf refused to let her leave, and so I came up with a compromise. I would list her in my pack and make her translate an old book I found in a hidden box. I was curious about her. I wanted to know who she was and why she was so mysterious. Things started to change when my exterior began to soften around her. She interpreted as an open invitation to make a move on me. And then, when I turned her down, she managed to say something that hurt me. Nobody had ever managed to do that before. One day you'll realize a mate is a blessing, not a curse. You will see family makes you stronger. She was essentially telling me I was losing my chance with her. And still, I didn't know how to feel. All my life, I said I didn't need a mate. My father constantly reminded me my cat was my top priority. Nothing or nobody else should come in between that. But she wholeheartedly believed a mate, a family, would make me stronger. Better. My wolf pushed me to see her. To tell her the truth. There was no way Liberty knew we were mates, she felt appalled, but believed because we were different species. Our bond was not possible. And then, today I caved. I kissed her. I told her it meant nothing. But that was a lie. It definitely meant something. She knew then. She knew the truth. My cold heart stunned at how cruel I had been. She was kind and good, she didn't deserve to feel this pain. When I saw the unshed tears in her alluring green eyes, I knew I was a monster. For the first time in a long time, I felt guilt. I hurt her. My mate. Before I could try and defend myself or explain, Blade walked in with his grandfather Michael, and the truth came to light. I always knew there was something special about Liberty. She had an ease and confidence about her that was so natural. The pack was wary of her, but they felt something with her. She made you want to be around her. She was extremely graceful and elegant, and so beautiful. Too beautiful to be a werewolf. Vampire. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I also noticed she was hesitant about being here. She was still hiding something. Finding out she knew Michael 50 years ago was shocking. I managed to plaster a mask on my face as this was all revealed, but internally, a foreign emotions whirled inside of me. She never failed to surprise me. She didn't at first, but she does now. I replied to Blade's question. Blade lowered himself into the seat opposite me and combed a hand through his messy hair. This information was a lot for him. He discovered his grandfather had a special relationship with a woman he hates. Will she stay with us then? Are you going to make her our Luna? She was my mate, so the title was hers if she wanted it. But things were a lot more complicated than that. Knowing who she was made things difficult. She was royalty, she had duties in her own realm. She'd eventually return. I'm not sure. I replied. Honestly, my mask slipped momentarily. I found myself wanting to open up to the man I was closest with. She's hiding something still. When Blade lifted his gaze to me, there wasn't hatred anymore. He couldn't hate my mate, the woman who was supposed to be our Luna. Sure, there was still dislike, but I knew he would try and accept her. That was one of the many reasons I appreciated him. She must be in danger. He voiced my suspicions aloud. That was the only thing that made sense. Liberty was running from something or someone. What are you going to do? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Blade's voice interrupted my train of thought. Pinching my lips together, I sat in my comfortable desk chair. I don't know. I answered. Honestly, at tea that evening, I sat in my office. Alone. I hadn't seen Liberty since the talk in the kitchen earlier today. To distract me from her and to let her have space, I remained holed up in my office. Kerry came to collect my tray and bowed her neck. Submissively. I recall how close she was to Liberty, and so I ordered her to stay. Yes, Alpha, she asked in a soft, wavering voice, trying to not look scared. I observed her, taking in her dark eyes and hair. There was something lurking behind her eyes. I just didn't know what. What do you know about Liberty? I got straight to the point. She blinked, taken aback, but was quick to recover. When she came to my pack a few years ago, I knew she was hiding something. I still think she is. But nothing has happened that leads me to believe she's dangerous. She probably has a dark past. Kerry paused, frowning to herself. She twiddled Dee with her fingers, nervously. Whether it was from the question or from my intense stare, it was probably the latter. Why are you asking me this? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Did she do something wrong? She feigned concern, but I wondered if she really was worried about Liberty. No, she hasn't. I wanted an outsider's opinion of her. I answered, nonchalantly. I leaned back in my chair, keeping my eyes on her face. She couldn't meet my eyes. It was disrespectful for a pack member to look directly into my eyes. Oh, she muttered to herself. Liberty is nice. She works hard on the book you gave her. We don't see each other that much. I narrowed my eyes at her suspiciously. I heard she helped you at Eden's party. Gauging her reaction, she snapped her dark eyes to me and then realized her mistake. Normally, I would reprimand her for locking eyes with an alpha, but that would make her close in on herself. Carrie audibly swallowed. That's right. She confirmed as if I was questioning her, not stating facts. I was upset and she consoled me. I arched an eyebrow, expecting her to reveal more. Was she kind to you? Good to you? Carrie mashed her lips together. Why, yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She was nice. Carrie, I want you to do something for me, I said suddenly, surprising myself. She straightened her posture, eager to please her alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She replied, obediently. I want you to support Liberty, and if she says anything alarming, I want you to report back to me, I revealed. Steadily, she nodded her head. Yes, Alpha. Carrie picked up the tray of food and exited the room, her shoulders tense. Asking her to do that was wrong, but I wasn't at a good place with Liberty and I wouldn't be for a while. Rubbing my face tiredly, I released a yawn. I had not been getting a lot of sleep recently. I was extremely stressed about Delta, Moon and my mate, who now knew the truth. Something told me I had many more restless nights to come. Trying to not think about her was like trying not to breathe. She was somehow worming her way into my heart. I hated her for it. I knew when I met my mate that everything would change. That was why I wanted to keep her at a distance. I wanted to keep her away from my heart. When the sun started to set, I packed up my things and left my office. A few members were stalking the halls, retiring for the night. They all bared their necks to me, wishing me a good night. My room was located on the same level as Liberty's. I wanted to keep her close, just in case. As I passed her room, my ears tuned into any noises made by her. She was in her room, her breathing was light and even. She was asleep. My wolf itched to enter her room and curl up beside her. He had been deprived of a mate for so long, and now that we found her, I tried to keep her away. He hated that. Despised me, in fact. Taking a deep breath, I impulsively cracked the door open slightly and peeked through. I spotted her immediately. She was lying on her back with one hand on her stomach. Her light blonde hair was scattered all over the pillow, fanning around her. My wolf settled in the back of my head at the sight of her. She was a beauty, a goddess. Despite my reluctance to want her, I wished her the best in the future. She didn't deserve me. When she stirred, I closed the door hastily, making sure I was being quiet, and then entered my own cold room. It was a simple place that had everything I needed. I rarely spent time in my room. There was no need to. After unchanging and having a quick shower, I collapsed into my bed. My eyes stared at the ceiling. I pictured Liberty, who was across the hall from me, sleeping peacefully. If she was beside me in bed, would I sleep like that too? 25 truth hurts. I overheard Gabriel's conversation with Blake from the moment he admitted we were mates. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I fled with the conversation still on my mind. Gabriel's attitude towards me was certainly different. Some could interpret it as him fighting his feelings for me. Did he even have feelings for me? He had plenty of opportunities to tell me the truth. When he found out, I knew. His reaction was not what I wanted. He looked like a deer caught in headlights. I left the pack house and ventured into the gardens. I was still shocked I had seen Michael after so long. It was surreal, seeing a man I once romantically liked 50 years ago. He had aged so much. He lived his life well. Despite the painful pang in my heart, I was happy for him. He met his mate, fell in love, and built a family. Was I doomed to live alone or with the awful Princess Eel? It was cold outside, but that didn't deter me. I stalked along the path, barely noticing the other wolves. Who cared what they thought anymore? My head felt dizzy from all of the imposing thoughts. When Morpheus next visited, I would have to tell him what I had done. He was not going to be happy. He was going to be furious. As king, it was his duty to enforce the law about our existence. I passed Eden's garden and stared at the flowers sadly. Even though I didn't like Eden that much, that didn't mean I couldn't feel sympathy for her. I was lucky enough to still have my family. I stayed there for a while, letting peace overcome me. And then I ate tea in the dining hall. Noting Gabriel's absence, I returned to my room not long after and slipped into my bed. Tiredness washed over me quickly. Today's events had been too intense. My dreams were filled with images of my worlds, vast landscapes and beautiful creatures. I imagined my brothers and parents at home, greeting me. It made me upset. When would I be able to return home? The next morning, I received a strange greeting from Carrie. She flashed me a small smile and brought me breakfast. I eyed her suspiciously. The last talk we had didn't seem to go over that well. Thank you, Carrie. I thanked her. Slowly, she flashed me another unnatural smile. I had never seen her act like that before. Why was she suddenly acting so nice? What are you going to do today? Loitering in my room, her eyes did a sweep of my room, pausing on the book. I noted this but didn't question her. I do that later. I shrugged my shoulders and tasted the cup of coffee. I was surprised she remembered my breakfast order. She used to bring my simple stuff when I first arrived, but that was a while ago. My plan was to hopefully contact my brother, but I couldn't tell her that. I was a half-witch. That made me wonder if Sabrina and Blade would treat me differently. From what I heard yesterday, it sounded like Blade would try and be kinder to me. That seemed like a foreign concept to me. Could he really pull it off? Carrie pinched her lips in disappointment and then left. I tried to not think about her strange nature too much. I enjoyed my breakfast and then went for a shower. Once I felt fully refreshed, I left my room and wandered the halls, humming a soft tune that I grew up with. Distracted with my thoughts, I failed to spot Gabriel trudging towards me, his grey eyes stuck on my phone. Staring at him warily, was he coming to tell me he changed his mind and wanted me gone? Or was he going to reject me? He stopped in front of me. He was so close his breath was fanning my face. The smell of his minty breath set my mind into overload. I wanted to have his lips on mine again. Now that I knew the truth, my world had shifted forever. Gabriel, to my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All formal greetings gone, his grey eyes roamed around my face, drinking me in. I wouldn't let his intense gaze get the better of me. I was still furious about his deception. I would be for a while. Liberty, I need to talk to you. He got straight to the point, seeming less certain of himself. It was an odd sight to see, one I relished in. I blinked once and then twice, mashing my lips together. Eventually, I succumbed to my curiosity. Instead of guiding me to his office, he led me outside. We sat on a bench away from prying eyes, where we could talk in peace. I lowered myself onto the wooden bench gracefully, conscious of him so close. What do you want to talk about, Gabriel? Rather harshly, he didn't react to my cold tone in any way, making me wonder if he could even feel hurt. Gabriel released a long breath and leaned forwards, placing his elbows on his upper legs. He was acting almost nervous again. I quite liked seeing him like this. It made me feel powerful for once. I need to. He paused and swallowed audibly. I want to talk about what we are. The bond. I felt my heart accelerate in my chest. We needed to address the extremely large elephant in the room. Swallowing my throat, I showed him he had my full, undivided attention. I was desperate to hear him say anything. Selfishly, I wanted him to show his feelings. I needed to know he could feel something warm. For too long, I'd seen him as a stone, cold wall who didn't know how to be human. This was my opportunity to see him be something else. Blowing out a tense breath, he dragged a hand through his luscious brown hair. I'm sorry. This is difficult for me. I can see. I noted, casually. He blew out another breath and grabbed onto my hands. Sparks erupted onto my skin. The sensation was truly spectacular. Liberty. I never wanted a mate. He began, immediately digging a knife into my heart. Was this supposed to be an apology speech? Because if it was, then he was going about this the wrong way. Seeing my dejected face. My parents weren't mates. You see, my father gave up his mate because she was human. She had a life with another man. It made him bitter and angry, so he mated with my mother, who never met her mate. It was intriguing to hear his story. He was so closed off. This must take a lot of effort for him to tell me these things. I appreciate him telling me this. Their marriage was difficult. They lived to serve the pack and produce an heir. There was no love. He continued, his voice never wavering. I could not imagine growing up with parents in a loveless marriage. My parents were completely devoted to each other. It was a grand sight to see their love shine so brightly. My father often told me that you didn't need a mate. He honed in on how they were only there to cause issues. He said my true purpose should be to look after the pack. The moment I saw you, Liberty, I was conflicted. You awoke feelings in me that I never thought I could possess. In that gown, you were beautiful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfading cliche enthusiasm. But I didn't want you. Another direct blow to my heart. I had to remain strong. If this was a rejection speech, then I would have my head held high. Try as you might. I refused to listen to my wall for my heart. All I could think about was my father and his grave words. He loosened a breath. I knew you were different. You seemed too powerful and engaging to be a witch. He suspected I wasn't who I claimed to be. As my mate, he would have been the only person who could tell I wasn't telling the truth. When you confronted me in my office, I was at a complete loss. A part of me wanted to accept you, but I let my fear hold me back. Thus, I acted in a cold, unforgivable manner. That day was still fresh in my mind. He was so cruel. I had half a mind to leave him. Princess Eel could have paled against Gabriel that day. But that kiss, it sealed the deal. I didn't know it would reveal what we were. That kiss was extraordinary. Liberty, he told me, intensely. You are extraordinary. I had received many compliments in my long lifespan, but having one from Gabriel made my toes curl. I don't know why you came here if you are running from something, but I'm glad you came here. Inching closer to me, he was so close I could feel the heat emanating from him. I didn't realize I had stopped breathing until a burning sensation swirled in my lungs. Sucking in a long breath, I watched with anticipation as he lifted his hand up and hesitantly rested it on my cheek. He tenderly touched me, afraid I would step out of his grasp at any moment. I want to try. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfading cliche enthusiasm. I want to try, he declared, romantically. A man who had never been in love, who refused to let love into his heart, could be so romantic. Who would have thought it? This was what I wanted from my mate. This is why I ran away from Prince Aziel. I had hoped I saw love so pure and everlasting. I want to try too, I replied. Softly, I gazed into his grey orbs and finally saw what he had been hiding. He was showing me his feelings. Slowly, we embraced each other in a hug. We were both unsure and cautious. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing cliche enthusiasm. The hug was stiff and plain awkward, but we soon melted into each other's arms. He felt like home. I have to tell you why I left. My voice was muffled, but I knew he understood me clearly. Pulling away from Gabriel slightly, I faced him with the bravest face I could manage. I'm on the run from my fiancé. He stilled and shuffled away from me ever so slightly. It's not what you think. I've been betrothed to him since birth. It wasn't my choice. We met at our engagement ball, and I discovered who wicked he was. He's the future king. His parents raised him to be a misogynistic monster, with little regard for women. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So cruel to me at the ball. The thought of spending my life with him and never meeting my was heartbreaking. I had to run away. My eyes pleaded with his to understand where I was coming from. I did not want to be with Prince Aziel. My brother has visited me a few times and has told me that Prince Aziel has been ruthlessly hunting me down. He's in this realm and will stop at nothing to marry me. I added in displeasure. Gabriel blew out a long breath, squinting at me. It was as if he was trying to work something out about me. What do you want to do? He turned the tables on me, staring into my green orbs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't want to be with him. He gestured for me to continue. Go on. I want to stay here. 26 Fight from the Alpha Gabriel. A familiar, hard voice broke us apart. Blinking. I cleared my throat and stepped away from Gabriel, keeping my face neutral. I just told him I wanted to stay with him. Did I mean it? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I did. I have been dreaming about finding my since I was a little girl. Beta Blade stood with his arms folded behind his back. His hazel eyes set on his alpha. They only briefly flickered to me, and to my utter surprise, there was no malice in them. I was shocked to see him, especially after I just had an intimate moment with Gabriel. Yes, Gabriel asked, clearing his throat. He didn't even seem perturbed by his beta's presence. There wasn't even a drop of annoyance in his tone. I would have thought he'd be pissed if his beta interrupted this delicate moment, taking a leaf out of Gabriel's textbook. I masked all of my emotions and rolled my shoulders back. Beta Blade briefly flickered his hazel eyes to me and then back to his alpha. We have a visitor, he informed him. Remaining stoic, he reminded me of Gamma Gomez at this moment. What kind of visitor? Blade. Gabriel quizzed, pinning Blade down with his piercing eyes. Blade must be used to Gabriel's antics by now, since he didn't seem at all frightened. I'm not sure. He says he needs to see you. Urgently. Blade answered, just as clueless as. Sighing through his clenched teeth. Gabriel beckoned me to follow him, honored that he was willing to let me sit in this important meeting. I followed after him and Blade. Pack members stared at me as I passed them. Their eyes first landed on Gabriel and his stern expression, and then they drifted to me. I wondered what they thought. Did they think Gabriel is going to punish me or something? Blade opened the door to the office, where Eden and Gomez were already sat on the sofas to the left. A tall stranger with light brown hair stood with his back to us. I stepped in, more focused on Eden's glare than the stranger. Does she know the truth? Has she always known? Gabriel rounded the large desk table and faced the stranger whilst Blade closed the door behind me. He pursed his lips and came to stand beside me. What was he doing? Who are you and why are you here? Gabriel asked, getting straight to the point. He definitely wasn't someone to beat around the bush. The strangers spun around, turning their back to Gabriel. That would be seen as a sign of disrespect in this community. In fact, it would be seen as that in any community. However, before Gabriel could show his anger or aggravation, I gasped. My hands flew up to my face as tears brimmed in the corners of my eyes. I whispered, completely and utterly shocked. Morpheus, green eyes softened at the sight of me. He opened his arms, inviting me for a hug. It felt like it had been so long since I last saw him. My life had been so busy recently and I was emotionally exhausted. I needed someone from my family to help me through this confusing and difficult journey. He was the king of my world, but he was also my oldest brother. I knew he needed me. Libby, he murmured, in his smooth and commanding voice. I wrapped my dainty and pale arms around his torso and buried my face into his neck. He smelled like home. Why are you? You shouldn't be here, I said as I stepped away from him. Gabriel came around the table so that he was standing beside me as well. He seemed less confused than everyone else. Well, after I found out this tool has been lying to you, I had to come, he commented. Flippantly, my eyes widened as respect again. Thankfully, Gabriel didn't show any anger towards my brother. He knew who Morpheus was and was wary about saying the wrong thing. Morpheus was stronger, high-ranked, and related to me. If he wanted to get in my good graces, he had to be respectful to my brother. Also, Morpheus knew we were mates. Was he spying on me? He must have been. How sneaky. Whoa, hang on a minute. Blade stepped in, defending his alpha. Who was the tallest male here? Stared Blade down. His powerful green eyes started to glow a golden color. This happened whenever Morpheus was about to use his powers. He was the strongest in our family. He was even stronger than Dad. Blade mashed his lips together and slowly brought his hand down. Blade, Gabriel warned, his voice rumbling. It made shivers crawl down my spine. Blade snapped his hazel eyes to Gabriel in disbelief but didn't argue. He quickly placed his hands behind his back, staring at my brother. Morpheus was pleased Gabriel did this. Why are you here? Gabriel repeated his question, firmly. Morpheus flickered his eyes to me, disregarding my mate completely. I told you I would warn you. Libby, Azazel is in this realm. It's only a matter of time until he'll find you. He gave me the dreaded news. Remorsefully, my shoulders slumped in defeat and stress. That was all I needed. Firstly, Kerry was acting strangely. Secondly, I was having problems with my now. My past has finally caught up with me. Where is he? I'm not sure. He refused to tell us where he was going. But when I last saw him, there was an unsettling glint in his eye. In Thebe, I've never seen him like this before. He looked extremely dangerous and volatile, showing his concern for me. Shit, I muttered, dragging a shaky hand from my hair. I couldn't let him find me here. Prince Azazel would wreak havoc here. You're not leaving, Gabriel suddenly declared. I opened my mouth to protest, but my brother beat me to it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. She's not. If you truly want to be with my sister, then you will fight this battle with her. Causing me to do a double take. Morpheus wanted Gabriel to help. Did he not see how bad this would be for Gabriel and his pack? Sure, they were a very strong pack, but this was Prince Azazel we were talking about. He was a fight. I warned in a low and threatening voice. Libby, you can't keep running. You finally found your who is willing to fight for you. Sure, he was a complete dickhead at first, but he wants to stand beside you. Morpheus argued, inching closer to me. Who exactly are we fighting? Gomez questioned, taking the spotlight and Morpheus's attention away from me. I exhaled discreetly, oblivious to Gabriel's intuitive eyes on me. Prince Azazel is from a dark fae. He is a part of our realm, but not the light side. Libby was supposed to marry him, but she ran away, causing a political catastrophe. Pissed and embarrassed, Azazel has been on the hunt for her. He has some of his father's army following him through the realms, my brother explained, making sure to highlight how dangerous Prince Azazel is. Eden, who had remained quiet throughout the talk, finally made her thoughts known. Scoffing, she rose to her feet gracefully. You're kidding, right? Do you expect us to fight this prince just because of her? She spat, glaring at me icily. The atmosphere suddenly dropped drastically. I had made it perfectly clear I didn't want a pack to fight this battle for me. I made it known in front of her. She was saying these words to get a reaction out of me, for someone so well put together. She was suddenly very easily losing her control. Eden, you have no say in this, Gabriel snapped. Harshly, she flinched. Visibly, her dark eyes began to shine with unshed tears, but that didn't stop her from making her thoughts known. Yeah, you made sure of that. Alpha Gabriel. There was so much hurt and animosity in her eyes. I knew she wanted to become the Luna of this pack, but I was now realizing she loved Gabriel as well. It was like a blow to my gut. I knew what it was like to want him but not receive his love. I knew how agonizing it was. Eden, take yourself out of this room now, Gabriel ordered, using his alpha voice. Having no choice but to obey, she dragged her feet out of the room, glowering at Gabriel and myself as she left. Once she was gone, I loosened a breath. Do you let all of your wolves talk to you like that? Morpheus asked, cocking an eyebrow. Gabriel shot him a glare, silently telling my brother that he was taking it too far. Anyways, if there will be a fight of some kind, I won't leave you alone. That is if you choose to fight for Libby. Morpheus continued, waiting for Gabriel's answer. So far, he was assuming. Gabriel shifted his grey eyes to me, staring into the depths of my green orbs. Hidden behind my anticipation, there was desperation. I wanted him on my side, fighting for me, but I also didn't want his pack to get hurt because of me. Yes, we will be, Gabriel announced in a strong voice. Morpheus's eyes lit up with approval. Good. We will help you as much as we can, but my family has to be careful. We don't want to start a full-on war with Azil's people. They are not nice people. He could say that again. 2 of my brothers will be staying here to protect Libby and help you train and prepare. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wait, what? I interrupted. Well, I was going to ask the twins originally, but they are currently preoccupied back home, helping me fight Azil's parents. Morpheus told me, rolling his eyes. I bet that was Mom's idea. She wanted them to act seriously. So instead, Declan and Jacob are going to be coming. I was excited to finally see more of my brothers, but also nervous about them seeing me in this setting. You told them. I had too, Morpheus answered. Grunly, I guess he couldn't keep the secret forever. Do Mom and Dad know too? He nodded his head. Sadly, they hope you're doing okay. They miss you a lot. Libby, I sniffled and blinked away my tears. I miss them so much too. Even Mom's annoying whining. Right. That's everything I've wanted to say for now. I shall return soon. If you need me, you know what to do. Libby, Morpheus said, clapping his hands. I hugged him again, relishing in this comfort. He was gone in the blink of an eye, leaving me with the 3 highest-ranking wolves in this pack. Blade blew out a breath, whilst Gabriel and Gomez remained stoic. I knew Blade wasn't too keen on fighting against Prince Azil, but he was trying to be more supportive of me. A pack will always fight for their Luna. Gabriel. I said his name slowly, bringing my eyes up to his. I let them show all of my thoughts, including how I was okay if he didn't want to do this. He barely knew me. I've made my decision, he replied, rather coldly. I tried to not let it affect me. This was what he was like. Plus, I was strong. I wouldn't let a man, albeit my, reduce me to something pathetic. So far since discovering he was mated to me, I've been acting weak. Whilst my father taught me to be vulnerable around my mate, he also told me to not let him walk all over me. At this rate, Gabriel will be doing some Irish jig over my heart. When can we expect your brothers? Gomez directed this question at me, noticing the tension between his alpha and me. I shrugged my shoulders. Clueless. I have no idea. We didn't have to wait long. My brothers, Jacob and Declan, appeared through a beaming portal in the room. Jacob was wearing a soft smile on his face, his arms open wide. Declan kept his face placid, but the corners of his lips did quirk upwards at the sight of me, my favorite sibling. Jacob greeted as I enveloped him in a bone-crushing hug. He too smelled of home. My hug with Declan was stiff at first, but he soon relaxed in my arms. Declan was the most reserved out of us, so it made it difficult to relate to him. I still loved him to bits, though. After stepping away from them, I introduced them to the werewolves. Gabriel's grey eyes dart between my 2 brothers, wary. He nodded his head respectfully at them, and I wondered if he wanted to impress them too. Jacob's eyebrows shot up at Gabriel. There was no doubt in my mind that Morpheus told him everything about Gabriel. Jacob is the most protective out of all of my brothers, so it will be interesting to find out how he presents himself in front of Gabriel. Alpha Gabriel. Jacob said his name. Patronizing lie. A glint of humor glittered in his similar green orbs. I held a breath as I watched my favorite brother approach Gabriel with confidence. Jacob didn't feel as intimidating as Morpheus, but he was just as powerful. Jacob stood toe to toe with Gabriel. They had a similar, heightened build. Anxiously waiting for Jacob to say whatever he wanted to say. Do you want to make my sister your Luna? 27 in my head. He was awkward. I sat at Gabriel's table at his insistence with my 2 older brothers and Blade. I could feel the pack's burning eyes on my form. I didn't have to tune into their conversations to know what they were talking about. Why is the half, which sitting with the alpha? I thought he was going to kick her out. They were probably also wondering who the 2 ethereal men were. Does Morpheus even care about our secret getting out? Because the pack is going to have questions we won't be able to brush off. What does father think of this? Surely he wouldn't be happy with this turn of events. Then again, he was always so supportive of me. Gabriel's grey eyes were honed in on me. He wouldn't look away from me, no matter how much I wanted him to. My brothers were sat next to each other, casually eating their food. Their green eyes darted between my mate and me. Everyone else in the pack seemed equally confused by the strangers. So, what are your training plans? Jacob asked Gabriel, munching on his food. This was a test. He wanted to know what Gabriel's strategy was so that he could make an evaluation of what kind of person Gabriel was. Jacob, I warned in a low voice, squinting my eyes. Jacob rolled his eyes, refusing to back down. Libby, he didn't want you. I need to know if his feelings have changed. I glanced at Gabriel, who remained cool and calm. His grey eyes remained on Jacob, exuding confidence. He didn't seem affected by my brothers at all. Was he remaining strong and stoic to impress them, or was he really unaffected? I like to think the latter. Sure, Gabriel was a tank. He was so hard to get through to, but that didn't mean it was impossible. He opened up to me and told me about his past. He showed emotion. I had to have faith. Jacob, I'm being serious. Aggressively. My eyes were narrowed into slits. He was my favorite brother, but he sure knew how to push my buttons. I appreciated his concern, but I was an adult too. I was old enough to make my own decisions. But out of it, Jacob stared me down. Eventually, he dragged his eyes away, giving up for now. I knew I was only delaying the inevitable with this conversation. However, I'd rather argue with my brother in a secluded place, where there weren't any prying eyes. Blade and his sister watched the scene unfold curiously. The only people who seemed nonchalant about the whole situation were Gabriel and Gomez. Then again, I expected that much from them, especially Gomez. After shoving the food down my throat as gracefully as I could muster, I excused myself along with Gabriel. Not wanting to leave me alone with my mate, Jacob rose to his feet, declaring he was finished too, unaware of what to do in this unfamiliar place. Declan also jumped to his feet, wiping the corners of his lips carefully. What are you doing? My jaw ticking. I just wanted to talk to Gabriel. Alone. Why would nobody let that happen? We need to know where we're staying. I think we should have a tour of the house, don't you? Jacob explained, not even bothering to hide his triumphant smirk. Gabriel's grey eyes darted between the two of us. Once again, I wondered what went through his mind. What was he thinking of our squabbling? Did he perceive me as immature because of it? Fine. I huffed, gesturing for Gabriel to lead the way, slightly quirking an eyebrow, almost humorously. Gabriel led the way. Jacob knocked shoulders with me as we began our trek through the large house. Throughout the tour, Jacob would make random comments about certain artifacts or paintings we passed. Gabriel barely spoke, only when he needed to. It was so typical of him, and it annoyed the hell out of Jacob. Declan never spoke, and that suddenly made him my favorite brother. When it came to room assigning, Gabriel placed them a floor below me. The look on Jacob's face when this revealed to him was hilarious. to say the least. Still, Jacob could teleport into my room if he wanted to. I said goodbye to my brothers, who decided to talk about safety plans, and walked to my room with Gabriel. Finally, I had alone time with him. I'm sorry about them. I apologized, feeling the need to. He was still on the edge about this whole mate bond at least. That was what I was picking up from him, and I didn't want my brother's actions to send him tipping off the edge. Gabriel shifted his intense gaze to me. Apologies are not necessary. Liberty. I shrugged my shoulders. Still, they're not usually like this. I guess recent events have made them so protective. Morpheus must have told them how it was. I hoped he would sugarcoat the whole ordeal. Liking your sister's mate is never an easy thing for people. I understand it takes time. He reasoned. Casually, I hummed in agreement. You're very calm about all of this. You should be panicking right now. Princess Ears. Panicking will get us nowhere. He interrupted me. If I panic, I can risk losing you and my pack. For that comment alone, I admired him even more. He had many faults, but one of his greatest strengths was his compassion for the people he cared for. I want to tell you everything I know about Vi. I want you to be prepared. I told him. Abruptly, coming to stop in front of him, he peered down at me, his eyes sweeping over every inch of my face. I could feel my heart gallop in my chest. He had the ability to make my whole body alight. I wanted him to touch me. I wanted him to be closer to me. Should I want these things when I'm supposed to be mad at him? His eyes dark and ever so slightly. I could feel my heart beating erratically in my chest. Unconsciously, my body shifted closer to his. I wanted to feel his warm breath on my skin. I wanted it to tickle and lick my skin. I murmured, hypnotized. He seemed to be in the same boat as me. His grey eyes couldn't look away from my face. Or more specifically, my lips. Yes, Liberty. Huskily. Yes, Liberty. What do you want? I couldn't say the real answer. I wasn't ready to accept his apology yet. I wanted him to wallow in regret. Blinking, I leaned back, creating distance between us. My breaths came out in short bursts, and I could feel the crackling, electric atmosphere. His eyebrows knitted together at my sudden coldness, but he quickly masked any confusion. He was good at hiding his true feelings. He was a master. I want to go back to my room, I said instead, clearing my throat loudly. Gabriel stepped back from me, which caused my heart to tug, and shook his head. Strands of his silky dark hair strayed over his forehead, but not close enough to his eyes. Liberty, stop thinking about him. I needed to clear my head of him right now. I wanted to be with him, and I hoped his ideas were changing but I had to protect myself. I had to make sure he was certain. Okay. He nodded his head, stoically, pursing my lips together at his cordial reply. I spin around on the balls of my heels and saunter off. When I returned to my room, I slumped against the door and released a long, tiring sigh. I had to be careful. My brother didn't think he wanted me yet. That was what I thought, but the way he was staring at me, our proximity, and the bond, it must have had some effect on him. He can try and hide his feelings, but he can't do it forever. Things were getting crazy. Just over a month ago, I was living blissfully in my own realm, ignoring my fate. And now, I'm here, with my mate, praying that my betrothed will not kill my mate and his pack. What was Morpheus thinking? This is too much for Gabriel and his pack. They are strong people. There's no denying it, but against his eel. And Delta, Moon, they wouldn't stand a real chance. Gabriel claims it's fine, but I'm not going to allow his pack members to walk to their deaths. I might be their loon, not that they know that yet, but that doesn't mean they should lay down their life for me. How would Gabriel even convince them to do this? I knew the Alpha's word was powerful, but they still had free will. I dragged my feet towards the N, sweet, and started running the bath. The water splashed into the pristine tub. Whilst it filled up, I poured a whole bottle of soap into the rising water. When it was full, I turned the taps off and stripped. The water was delightfully warm and inviting. I sunk into it easily, causing ripples to flutter through the water. A sigh of contentment parted lips. I closed my eyes for a moment, saying to myself I would open them in 10 seconds. 10 seconds, my ass. As soon as I closed my eyes, I was gone. I drifted off into the abyss, my head resting against the cold tub. A large and familiar chandelier hung above my head. Its bright light twinkled, casting a warm glow over the room. The room was packed with pack members, eating and talking animatedly. The atmosphere was joyous. Beside me sat Gabriel, who was watching his pack with soft eyes. Sensing my heated eyes on his face, he shifted them to me. "I'm worried." My lips moved. I had no control over the words that were pouring out of me. The grey in his eyes swirled with determination. He was convinced we stood a chance. "Did we? I know what we're doing," he replied, calmly. How he could be so calm and stoic right now was beyond me. This celebration would be the last happy moment for a long time. We should be preparing for war. Training hard. Even Blade thought so. This was the first time I doubted Gabriel's judgment. We're going to win. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I watched him lift his glass of wine up to his lips. He took a large sip of the red wine, aware of my watchful eyes. Movement behind Gabriel, by the hidden door in the room, caught my attention. A figure with dark hair flew into the room before I could identify them. Suddenly, Gabriel coughed. I snapped my orbs back to him, fighting the urge to investigate. It was probably one of the servers. "Libby," Sabrina's sweet voice coaxed me out of my thoughts. "Can you pass me some chicken? Please." I went to grab the plate of roast chicken when a round of violent coughs escaped Gabriel's lips. Jolting in my comfortable seat, I stared at him fearfully. Something felt wrong. "Gabriel." I whispered his name, placing my hand on his firm back. His grey eyes were bloodshot and blood started oozing out of his mouth. I gasped, jumping to my feet. The hall fell silent and people either watched the scene unfold worriedly or rose to action. One of the pack doctors, an older man with strands of grey hair, sprinted over to us with a small medical bag. He threw it on the table and immediately began examining Gabriel. "What's happening?" I stuttered, holding onto Gabriel's shirt for dear life. He continued to cough out more blood, staining his white top and the peach-colored tablecloths. Quiet screams started erupting. The doctor held a tiny torch to Gabriel's blinking eyes. Abruptly, he leaned back, his face ashen. "Doctor, what's wrong?" I demanded, pressing my side into Gabriel's. He was hunched over. It was like he was dying. No, that wasn't happening. That wouldn't happen. He couldn't die on me. "Doctor," Blade yelled at the shocked doctor. His hazel eyes glowed arc. Aggressive color. "Do something." Gabriel breathed and sharply and jerked backward, leaning his head against the chair. His face was smeared with his blood and strokes of tears were visible on his face. I fisted my fingers and cautiously swept strands of his wet hair away from his forehead. The doctor slowly stretched his fingers to Gabriel's neck and checked his pulse. We all waited with bated breath, praying whatever happened to Gabriel had passed. "Is it over?" I asked him, concerned. It felt like my heart was shattering into millions of pieces. The unbearable I was feeling in my chest wasn't mine, it was my mate's. The doctor hesitantly pulled his fingers away and shook his head, solemnly. "He's been poisoned," he eventually declared. Gravely, my chest expanded in agony as a knife tore through me, figuratively, as I paused, gathering my voice together. "Is there an antidote?" The doctor licked his lips. "I'm not sure what the poison is. Without that knowledge, there's nothing I can give him. We can't just sit here and do." Gabriel went into another coughing fit, which was worse than before. Horrifically, all I could do was stare as my mate continued coughing. In a desperate attempt to save him, I grabbed the sides of his face and conjured up my magic. I thought of one word over and over again. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Heal him." I felt my magic spark to life. It streamed from me to him. Just as I was about to slump my shoulders in relief, a surge of power bounced from him back to me. It dawned on me that my magic was rejecting the poison in him. It wouldn't let me save him. It's not working, I said in a panic. Oh God, it's not working. Please no. I held on to Gabriel as he had his final breaths. He cracked his eyes open weakly and stared into the depths of my jade orbs. There was an emotion in them I had been hunting for since the moment we met. Love. Then, he took his last breath. His body fell backward. Motionless. He was dead. I jolted awake, my body scrambling out of the bathtub. Erratically, my heart pounded in my chest. I was on the verge of a panic attack. The vision I just had all too clear in my mind. It wasn't real. I had to repeat it over and over like a mantra. I had to make myself believe it wasn't real. Shadows danced along the tiled walls, creeping closer to me. That was when I heard harsh, overlapping whispers. They were all saying the same thing but at different times. I hastily wrapped a towel on my shivering body, darting my eyes around the room wildly. That didn't feel like a dream, it felt too real. Was it a warning? Did somebody plant the future into my head? I tried to comprehend what the whispers were saying. They grew frantic, as did my worry. There was something I had to know. Are you trying to warn me? Is Gabriel in danger? I stammered, clutching the towel tightly. I had never experienced something like this before. I squeezed my eyes shut and recalled the vision. Just before Gabriel started coughing, I saw someone's dark hair. I assumed it was a server, but what if it wasn't? The last thing Gabriel had was the wine. Somebody tampered with it. Is someone plotting to kill Gabriel? I repeated, firmer this time. I was talking to the air like a crazy person. I could have snorted at the craziness of the situation if I wasn't so freaked out. Nothing well. Besides, Aziel had managed to get to me as much as this. Will this happen soon? The whisper stopped, and so did the shadows. Unsure of what was happening. Was this a yes? Suddenly, the shadows vanished and the room returned to its normal color. There was no longer an icy chill in the air. Libby, a voice called from the other side of the door, followed by a soft knock. It was Jacob. I blinked and drank in the room, confused. My eyes flickered down to my body and my shaking hands. What had just happened? How did I get out of the tub? When I tried to press my memory for answers, I hit a mental block. I couldn't remember what just happened. Yeah, I'm coming, I shouted back, shaking my head. All of the stress must be getting to my head. 28 training. The next day, I went to the training grounds with my brothers. My brother's appearance was still a ground-breaking thing for the pack. Everyone was now wondering what was happening and why the Alpha was letting newcomers in. I completely understood their confusion and hoped Gabriel would reveal the truth soon. He told me earlier this morning he didn't want any of us to tell his pack who we were until later. They were only allowed to know that Moon was planning to attack soon. We fabricated a small lie that my brothers were highly trained warriors who once trained with the king himself, King Leighton. At the training grounds, I stretched with my brothers. They eyed the clump of wolves on the field, creating a plan. Jacob stepped forward, taking the lead. You all must be aware of the upcoming threat. Moon is gathering an army and preparing for a fight. They want to eliminate you. That cannot happen. My brother paused dramatically, holding everyone's attention. We are here to help you train. A burly man stepped out from the crowd, his arms crossed defensively with a cocked eyebrow. And who are you to think you should train us? We have a head warrior. Jacob let the dig slide. He wouldn't let somebody crawl under his skin so easily. I have been alive longer than any of you and have trained with the most aced fighters. I could whip your ass in less than 3 seconds. Instead of giving up, the man took the challenge. Go on then. I sighed in disappointment. We were wasting valuable time. We shouldn't be having an alpha male fight right now. Okay. Jacob shrugged his shoulders and stalked over to the wolf casually. Everyone else moved away and formed a semi-circle. They were all rooting for their pack member, believing Jacob was telling lies. Jacob squared his shoulders and beckoned for the wolf to attack. The burly man didn't waste a second and charged at my older brother. His cockiness would be his downfall. Jacob slipped past the man easily and used a technique, only used the haywire realm to plat the man onto the ground. Gasps of shock erupted around us. The attack was so quick and smooth, conducted in less than 3 seconds. Someone in the crowd stuttered, his voice a mixture of fear and awe. Your head warrior is busy with Alpha Gabriel. He won't be able to train you. It's clear you all have skills, but not enough to stand against Delta, Moon. They have a secret weapon up their sleeve. Jacob hollered to the pack. Boss lie. He was annoyed we were wasting precious time too. What's the weapon? A young male asked, knitting his eyebrows together. I shared a look with Jacob, telling him not to reveal it yet. Jacob sighed and feigned aggravation. We don't know yet. I could sense their worry. It hurt me that they were all scared like this. I was their Luna and I wanted to protect them. So, does anyone have any more questions? They all shook their heads. I knew they had more questions, but they were all itching to learn new skills. Jacob clapped his hands together loudly and barked orders at everyone. We were all split into 3 groups, men, women, and wolves under the age of 20. I went with the women and acted unbothered by their curious and judgmental eyes. Amongst the group was Eden, who stared at me with ire. I sighed mentally, aware that I never sorted things out with her. She had so many reasons to hate me and no reasons to like me. She always knew who I was and had the power to reveal it any second. However, the only thing stopping her was Gabriel. She knew it would ruin things for her if he told the pack. Why are you here training us? You're only a half, which, one of the girls stated. It's not till why. I was the strange half, which was given back and had a strained relationship with the alpha. I was taught by Jacob and Declan for years. I have the same skills as them. Instead of judging me, let me teach you, I answered, holding my nerves. The girl who questioned me crinkled her perfectly plucked eyebrows together but didn't say anything else. I started with the moves Jacob used against the burly man, going slow for them, but I was certain they knew what to do. I asked them to pair up and practice on each other. I watched as everyone found pairs. Eden received many invitations but declined them all. Her eyes constantly flickered at me. Her whole demeanor was vicious, how no one else could sense it was beyond me. Annoyingly, there was an odd number. Eden must have already known this and was waiting for her chance. She knew I'd had to pair up with her. It looks like we'd have to pair up, Eden said as she approached me, smirking wickedly. Her affections for Gabriel were stronger than I imagined. I had been alive long enough to know the glint in her brown orbs. She was hungry for my blood. She wanted to hurt me because I hurt her. Numbly, I nodded my head. The other women had already found empty spots in the field and were practicing what I taught them. I stepped away from Eden, creating space. She rolled her shoulders and neck and glared at me. I'm going to enjoy this. Before I had the chance to respond, her fist was smashing against my cheek. I stumbled backward and spat the blood out of my mouth. Quickly, I recovered and dodged her next attack. Fire aren't strong like wolves, we only had our magic, so I was relying on pure skill. I had trained with my brothers for years, working myself up to an elite level. Eden went for me again, but this time I saw her attack coming. I grabbed onto her upper arm and twisted her around. She released a shriek and kicked me in the abdomen. By now, we had caught the attention of a few people. They began to realize we weren't practicing. You stole him from me, she cried. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. As I lifted my head upwards, I noticed her eyes were full of unshed tears. She really did love Gabriel. And he, unknowingly, had led her on. He led her to believe he'd mate with her and she'd become the next Luna. Enthusiasm, in that instance, I felt sorry for her. I didn't know what it felt like to be led on like that, but by how irrationally she was acting, I could see it was torture. Eden, I said her name, steadily. Please stop this. She growled and punched me again. I didn't dodge her attack instead. I let her hit me. You're going to get him killed, she claimed, going for my throat. Still, I did nothing to stop her. You should have left as soon as you found out the truth. All I want to do is protect him and the pack. I managed to choke out as she tightened her hand. My face was probably turning a bright pink color by now. Liar, she snarled back, applying more pressure. I'm sorry this happened to you. I tried a different approach, wanting her to see my sincerity. I could escape her at any time with my magic, but what would that achieve? The pack would know the truth and Eden would only be angrier. She needed to come to terms with the truth. She needed to let her anger out and move on. This was the quickest way she could do that. Libby, Jacob yelled. From my peripheral vision, I spotted him barging through the crowd, Declan hot on his tail. I held up a hand and commanded with my eyes for him to stop. He frowned but stood in his spot, watching the scene unfold. Why are you not fighting back? Eden asked. She jolted my body, frustrated with my complicity. Fight? No, I denied her. Eden stared, and I mean stared, into the depths of my eyes. I saw all of her pent-up emotions flash in her orbs. It was like she was experiencing all of the stages of grief minus anger in one go. Her hold on my throat loosened as she got lost in her mind. Eden suddenly stumbled backward, darting her eyes away from me. Everyone stared at her in horror and worry. They had probably never seen this side of her before. Hell, even Eden had never seen this side before. I'm sorry. She muttered an apology and then sped off. She was gone in the blink of an eye. Using her werewolf speed, there was only silence from then onwards. Thankfully, Jacob cleared his throat and ordered everyone to get back to training. I sent him an appreciative look and rubbed my son's neck. It would bruise in a few moments and will take a few hours to heal. Hopefully, I won't see Gabriel at that time. I saw Gabriel an hour later. As I was grabbing water from the kitchen, he stormed into the room. His electrifying presence caused a tremor of fear to go through the kitchen staff. One look from Gabriel and they all scattered out of the kitchen, leaving us alone. I inhaled sharply and stood my ground. He rounded the counter and kept his eyes trained on my neck. When he was centimeters away from me, he let out a growl. I'm going to banish her from the pack, he announced. Suddenly, I had never seen this from him before. His anger was terrifying, but not to me. I knew he'd never hurt me. No, you won't, I argued, firmly. His eyes wide and he faltered. He didn't expect that kind of answer from me. He was expecting me to agree with him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. Wouldn't anyone else want the person who strangled them to be punished? Liberty, did she knock your head too? She strangled you. She tried to kill you. He fought back in disbelief. He couldn't stop glancing at the bruises on my... I cursed my healing process, wishing it would happen quicker. She wasn't going to kill me. Gabriel. It was all at the moment. She needed to process her emotions and let them out. I was the scapegoat, but I don't care. I'm glad she used me, though another pack member. I explained, hoping he would drop it. I didn't want to argue with him. Our relationship was new and fragile. Gabriel released a tense breath. He slowly brought his hand up and caressed the bruises tenderly. I ignored the dull pain and braced the sparks. You shouldn't have used yourself like that, he murmured, peering up at me. I don't mind. I'll heal soon. I was the subject of her anger. She needed to have it out with me. The way Gabriel was staring at me made my heart skip a beat. He always hid his feelings from me, so I knew I had to cherish this moment. His sudden care and delicacy was rare for him. I fought the urge to pinch myself. I'm still going to punish her, he commented, darkly, going back to his original speech. You are not going to hurt her, I echoed. I will not speak to you if you physically hurt her. He snapped his grey orbs to me. You wouldn't do something as childish as that. I pinched my lips together and tilted my chin upwards. Try me. He assessed my expression and realized it was a possibility. His shoulders slumped in defeat whilst my lips quirked upwards in triumph. Knowing he would be so upset about me not speaking to him was what I needed to hear from him. He cared about me more than I thought. If only my brothers could see the truth. I will demote Eden to cooking or cleaning for a few months. That will be her punishment, he eventually revealed. I nodded my head in approval. Better. The corners of his lips quirked upwards. It was the closest I'd get to a smile. I was just glad he was not thinking about hurting Eden anymore. One day, he could come to regret it. They had been friends for so long I didn't want that to affect him in the future. In the midst of a fierce battle, a shocking revelation unfolds. The one we thought was our ally was actually a traitor all along. The truth hits like a ton of bricks, and I can't believe my eyes. 29 frightening revelations. I spent the next few days teaching the warriors a few moves. I barely saw Gabriel, Glade, Sabrina, or Gomez. They all stayed locked in the office. When I did eventually see Gabriel, his face appeared stressed. His scrunched up features stared into my jade orbs momentarily but then darted elsewhere. I stepped closer to him, my eyes peering up. His intoxicating scent washed over me and made my nose flare. The more time we spent together, the stronger the bond became. It was driving me insane. It must be doing the same to him. An image of Gabriel choking flashed before my eyes and caused me to flinch. I was terrified. I wouldn't lie. Not of him. He couldn't hurt me even if he tried to, but for him. That dream felt so real. I'm convinced it was a vision. I was being shown the future. Someone wanted to kill Gabriel. I would not let that happen. I couldn't. Gabriel noticed my actions and probably sensed my fear because he cocked his head to the side. What's wrong? Evaluating the expression on my face, I pinched my lips together, feigning nonchalance. Nothing. I'm just tired. Excuses like that won't work on me. Liberty. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Reminding me that he's mine. He would always be able to know when I was lying. I could use glamour on myself to hide my feelings, but I'm sure he would know I wasn't being honest. I mentally scowled at the mate bond. I couldn't hide anything from him. I'm not ready to talk about it. Gabriel. I should tell him I don't even know what's stopping me. He could help, but I don't want him to be worried. He needs to be focused on planning the fight against the Delta Moon. Plus, I'm not even sure if it was a dream or something more. He might not even believe me. Gabriel scrutinized my expression but eventually conceded, giving me the privacy I desired. I felt guilty about lying to him, but I still stood by my thoughts. I thought you would start to open up to me since your secret was revealed, he commented, inching closer to me again. He wanted to touch me. That was painfully obvious. I wanted him to touch me too, but I didn't trust either of us. Our bodies were under the spell of the mate bond. We had no control over what we would do. Thus, I had to be careful. If I let him touch me, I would tell him what I saw in my dream vision. I lifted my hands up and placed them on his broad shoulders. He stiffened slightly and gazed into my jade orbs. I will. Someday. Trust isn't easy. He exhaled and stepped back, putting distance between us. I glared at the small space between us, no longer feeling the sparks. Gabriel looked into my eyes and then walked away to Glade. Sniffling, I moved towards my brothers. Jacob was teaching to younger wolves a tactful move. They seemed to pick it up easily, much to Jacob's joy. As for Declan, he was standing at the edge of the field, his arms crossed over his chest, watching over the field. I moved towards him, realizing I hadn't spoken to him in a long time. Recently, I spoke to Declan when it came to matters of training. We didn't speak that much back home, but we had an understanding. We could both sit in silence and know exactly how the other was feeling. He glanced at me with his green eyes, one similar to our parent, and then turned back to face the warriors. He never really spoke. He was like Gabriel in that sense. Gabriel was more of a thinker than a speaker. Can I ask you something, brother? Shifting my gaze to the field as well. Everyone was too busy to listen to us. I was met with silence. However, I knew that was a sign for me to continue. Can vivid dreams or visions turn out to be real? I stammered. my voice gradually getting quieter. Declan wagged his orbs to me slowly. The glint in his eyes was alarming. Why are you asking me this? I opened my mouth but no words came out. Libby, what did you see? He tried a different approach, averting my eyes away. I didn't want to tell him I was afraid to. Nothing. I imagine. I'm just freaked out about Delta, Moon. That's all. The words rushed out of me. I think the werewolf book I'm reading is getting to me. Declan's eyes narrowed. What werewolf book? Oh, I forgot to tell them about the book Gabriel made me read. My mind has been so busy that I completely forgot about it. I was meant to tell you. I started off casually. Gabriel gave me this book to translate. It talks about the origins of werewolf, our grandfather, and more. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can you show me this book? I knew he would want to see it. I couldn't really stop him. He'd probably be able to make more sense of it than me. If anyone could help me with the book, it's Declan. I nodded my head. I'll show you after training. 3 hours later and I was stalking up to the pack house with my brothers. Gabriel avoided me the entire time but would occasionally throw me glances. For the most part, I pretended I didn't notice. Declan and I managed to split from Jacob easily. We simply had to say we were going to watch some television and it instantly made him run away. He was a traditional person when it came to technology. So now, Declan was in my room, flicking through the old, tattered book. There was a crease between his eyebrows, marring his smooth skin. Every once in a while, a small noise would come from him, reminding me he was still here. I lowered myself onto my desk seat and stared out the window, recalling what I knew about the book. There were 2 people who were gifted by the moon goddess herself, but they were captured by my great-grandfather who sensed something was off about them. For many years, they were locked up and tortured because of who they were. My grandfather, who snuck in to see them and recorded all the information he could, helped them escape. The couple built a life in the human realm, hiding from mortals. They discovered what would happen if they bit someone and soon, they created their own species. They became werewolves. And then, something happened. This is very interesting, but I don't understand why you're making me read this. Don't we have more pressing matters? Declan voiced his thoughts a few minutes later, tugging at the bottom of my hair. This is going to sound stupid, but I feel like this story is connected to us somehow. Declan arched an eyebrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's linked to us. Libby, our great-grandfather tortured the very first werewolves. I had to admit, I was getting slightly frustrated with him. He wasn't listening to me. No, that's not what I'm saying. I feel it's linked to us, me and Gabriel specifically. I clarified, firmly. The look of confusion on his face was almost too much to handle. Either he was listening to me or... Do you know something I don't? Declan. My voice came out quickly and rather harshly. Normally, I'd immediately apologize to my quiet brother, but these were pressing matters. I was worried about Gabriel and his pack. Declan scratched the back of his neck, flickering his jade orbs away from me. I'm not sure. Libby, he eventually replied, timidly, narrowing my eyes at his face. I crossed my arms over my chest and quirked an unimpressed eyebrow. Explain what you know. Now, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Declan placed the book on my table and lowered himself onto my couch, spreading his long legs out. He reluctantly met my unwavering gaze. Well, a few decades ago, I got really bored and started searching the library. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I found a book similar that was written in the same format like this but in Greek. not Latin. Distantly. I could picture my older brother ransacking the ginormous library owned by our family. He always spent time there. There was a time our parents worried about him. They feared he would spend the rest of his extremely long life hidden away in the library. Naturally, I was curious because I had never seen this book before. It seemed hidden away. Albeit, the person who hid it failed. But it was set on a high shelf, never attracting the attention of anyone. I leaned in closer, mesmerized by my brother's story. He was always good at recalling things with exact detail. So I plucked it from the shelf and stuffed it in my royal jacket. Nobody seemed to notice as I snuck back to my room, making himself more comfortable. And well, when I read the contents, I was struck. It was an account of the first werewolves, spoken from their own eyes, and eager to hear what else he had to say. There was more. I was certain. Declan exhaled loudly, but compared to your book, which finishes abruptly, that one continued. I gasped, my eyes wide. What did it say? Declan chewed on his bottom lip, pondering over how to word it. It recounted how the two original werewolves were betrayed and murdered. He revealed, pausing, my eyes were as wide as saucers. I was astonished he had stumbled upon this and hadn't told me sooner. Why did he hide it from me? Why wasn't I allowed to know about it? My mind felt jumbled. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He muttered the next few words, his voice distant and sad. Euphemism. It said that the two werewolves were murdered by their close friend. There was more. I could sense it. Our grandfather knew about it, and did nothing. It was hard to hear those words come out of my older brother's mouth. I wanted to deny it. I wanted to believe my family are not cruel. We were like we are the good guys. Yet Declan is correct. Then everything I believed about my family is false. My father, who must have known something about this, lied straight to my face. The council must have known something too. And they did nothing. What about the Ward family who were werewolf royalty? Did they know the truth? Did the plan to cover up? It was all sadistic. All rose in my throat and I fought to keep it down. How would Gabriel feel about this knowledge? Would he be disgusted? Declan's grim face said it all. He knew the consequences of our family's actions. If the truth about our species and this came out, we would be done for. There would be no hope of peace. We let werewolf royalty die. We had the power to help them, but we chose to do nothing. I'm sorry. The enthusiasm, Libby. I honestly didn't want to tell you this. My brother apologized, his tone sympathetic. He had already processed this information whilst I hadn't. And now I had to face a pack of werewolves, including my mate, and keep this secret. It was a cruel thing to ask of me. Gabriel would know I was hiding something. He was a man of few words. He silently read people. He learned their tics and flaws. He already knew mine. I was certain of that. In addition, we were mates and we had a bond. The bond would waver if I blatantly lied to his face. Is there any more? Declan, I choked out, placing a hand over my racing heart. Declan pinched his lips together and shifted to the window. There is, isn't there? Matter-of-factly, I dreaded to think about what was to come. Declan glanced over his broad shoulder, taking his time to answer. Yes. What is it? Prince Say's eel is working for the Delta, Moon Pack, Third Rain on my parade. The time had come for me to make a formal declaration to my pack. I had to explain to them who Liberty was to me and what her species was. I had to force my pack to sign an oath that they would not disclose this secret to anybody else. It had been a while since I had spoken to Liberty. She was so busy with her brothers. I barely got to see her. I had to admit, was this the hurt she felt when I pushed her away and acted coldly? Then, God forbid, I would never do that to her again. It felt like torture being away from her. She knew how to drag you into her orbit. Her piercing and jaw-dropping jade eyes could suck in every emotion I had and make my body feel light and fuzzy. I had never been a man to say much, but I wanted to tell her so many things. I wanted to be different for her. Even though I had only known her for a short time, I wanted to be a good person. I wanted to be better. Growing up, I had it drilled into me that my mate was my #1 priority. It was always red night. Red night. Red night. My duty was to my pack. They were my life. And when she came along, it all changed. My pack was convinced I'd never take a Luna. They hoped it would be Eden, but that hope dwindled when she left. I could never take Eden as my Luna. So announcing Liberty as my mate would definitely shake their foundations. They would be happy, I knew they would. But would they be thrilled at her species? She had told me that she wanted to tell my pack that they deserved to know the truth if they were going to fight. When Liberty strolled up to me, with her head held high, I felt my wolfies. He had been running circles in my brain for the past few days, demanding to see Liberty. Now that she was here, he was content. It was funny what a mate could do to you. My wolf had always been a vicious creature, but with her by his side, he would happily settle under bay. I turned to my other worldly mate. Her luscious, almost white locks trailed down her back in waves. She wasn't wearing any make-up, not that she needed to. She was easily the most gorgeous specimen to exist. Discreetly, I breathed in her intoxicating scent. How did she manage to smell so divine? Did she know how wonderful she smelt? Sensing my burning and heated gaze on her face, she flickered her alluring orbs to me. I was transfixed by her. I nearly had to knock myself for sounding like a love-sick puppy. I used to question Gomez on how he could become such a different person around Sabrina. But now I understood. You weren't even conscious of the change. It happened so naturally and swiftly. Gabriel. Her soft and heavenly voice called my name like a lullaby. It was so soothing and electrifying. Yes, she paused and bit her bottom lip. I glanced down at her plump pink lips, wanting nothing more than to smack my own lips against them and show her how I felt about her. She honestly had no idea how much she was driving me crazy. Do we really have to announce who I am now? I didn't act offended because I could understand her doubts. She had spent her entire life guarding her secret, and now she was revealing it to my pack. She was being so brave I couldn't help but admire her. The moon goddess had gifted me with the perfect mate. She must have sensed I would be hesitant, so she paired me with Liberty. Crafty. Yes, I answered. My tone clipped. She didn't take any offense to my blunt and rather harsh tone. I'm sure she knew I meant nothing by it. Liberty sighed and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Her face seemed to shine under the fluorescent light. I had never seen anybody shine like her before. Liberty, I know this goes against everything you've been taught. Grabbing onto her hands, blissful sparks erupted on my skin. I think we're way past being able to keep this a secret. My pack is suspecting things. We can't lie to them anymore. She sucked in a breath and licked her lips. Desire coursed through me, and it took all of my willpower to not act on it. This was definitely not the right time or place. I understand. She nodded her head. Solemnly. She didn't want to do this, but she had to. The truth was better coming from her lips. Hesitantly, I let go of her hands and stepped back. Come on. They should be ready now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They're all here. Blade informed me through the mind link. He was probably standing by the door, waiting for our arrival. I led Liberty through the house towards the meeting hall. We only used said hall for big meetings like this. Most of the time, the pups used it for activities in the daytime. The room came to a hush as we entered. All eyes were centered on us. I spotted Gomez and Sabrina first. They were both sitting at the front of the room, their eyes full of courage. Sabrina winked at my mate, hoping to pass on strength. She was a good friend to my mate. I appreciated her kindness when Liberty needed her. Next, I noticed Eden. She was located at the back of the room. A cold, unforgiving eyes on the pair of us. I knew she would be feeling tremendous waves of hate, as much as I hated to admit it. Eden loved me. In her own way, she wanted to take care of me and the pack. Her family had raised her to expect the Luna title. For me to deny her time and time again and accept my mate must have been painful. I didn't really see her anymore. She avoided me like the plague. Lastly, I saw Carrie, Liberty's helper. She hadn't fed me any information about Liberty, probably because there was nothing vital to tell me. She was also distant from my pack members and me. Some labeled her a freak, which I did not condone. I made it to the center of the stage, with Liberty hovering to my left, and cleared my throat. My entire pack faced me with confused but respectful gazes. I would die for my pack in a heartbeat. They were the only family I had left. I apologize for gathering you all here away from your duties, but as many of you must be aware, things in Red Night are changing. I began, confidently. Firstly, many of you have wondered why I allowed Liberty to stay in my pack. For certain reasons. I kept the truth a secret, but now is time to reveal it. Liberty is my mate, your Luna. Gasps sounded throughout the hall. I heard a flurry of whispers of shock from several members. They all stared at my mate, inspecting her like a bug under a microscope. She was used to the attention of so many, having been born into royalty, and so she didn't react. Her head was held high and her face was expressionless. No matter what they said about her, she would not let it affect her. My admiration for her grew. Secondly, I need to inform you of who Liberty is. I paused and inhaled. Beside me, Liberty stiffened, but remained composed. I could practically imagine what was going on inside of her head. Enthusiasm. Liberty is not from this world. She has come from another realm. The reason she fled is not important, but I must tell you she is not a threat. What is she then? A voice shouted from the crowd. I couldn't pinpoint who asked the question, nor did I care. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobay, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Liberty stepped forward, taking over. She would be better at explaining this than me. What? Pack members queried, turning to each other. Puzzled. I am a light five from a different realm. My parents were the former king and queen until my brother took over. You have already met two of my other brothers, Jacob and Declan. We have kept our existence hidden for centuries due to the dangers posed to us. I apologize for lying to you and keeping this a secret. She loosened a shaky breath and curled her hands behind her back. I shifted closer to her, letting her know I was here. Why should we believe you? A strong and slightly angry voice yelled. I clenched my jaw at the disrespect. Just as I was about to discipline this person for speaking in such a voice, Liberty beat me to it. Look, I understand you don't trust me. I showed up in an abrupt manner and lied to your alpha and your faces. You know nothing about my species or my abilities. I am a mystery to you. She paused, breathing heavily now. But what I can tell you is that I'm your Luna, and it is my duty to protect you. I mean you no harm, she uttered with a voice of promise and caring. Everything about her made you want to trust her. The majority of my pack relaxed slightly. They didn't trust her yet. I expected nothing less. Trust was earned by actions, not words. She had to prove herself to them, but she was more than willing to do this, and that meant something to them. Liberty already understood my pack so well. She showed the true qualities of a Luna. Now I am more than willing to answer any questions you have, she added, smiling gently. Multiple questions were fired at her immediately, causing her to chuckle. I met her eyes and managed a crooked smile. This was going to take a while. The meeting lasted longer than I would have liked, but I was glad it was done and it went well. The pack seemed to ease up the more Liberty answered their questions. They appreciated her openness. We hung back to answer more questions from pack members. I loitered to the side, giving her some privacy. She talked to all of my pack members with politeness. Everyone seemed enamored by her once they started talking to her. Now that they knew the truth, they opened up more. I didn't even realize a smile was planted on my face until Liberty shot a look my way. However, my good mood soon disappeared when a certain somebody stalked over to me, ready to rain on my parade. Eden had a stern expression on her face. Her dark orbs was owned in on me only. Gabalfa, can I talk to you in private? She managed to spit her words out, forcing formalities. I didn't want to leave and it was evident on my face, but Eden refused to take no for an answer. It's important. I won't take up too much of your time. Begrudgingly. I nodded my head. She glided in front of me, sashaying her hips extravagantly. My eyes dug into the back of her head, not looking anywhere else. Eden took me to the small room next door, which was used as changing rooms for pack members. Not many people used it, so it was mostly empty. I left the door ajar and faced Eden, my old friend, with a cold look. She didn't flinch, but hurt flashed in her brown eyes. What do you want? I got straight to the point, wanting to leave here as quickly as possible. What on earth did she want to tell me? Eden swallowed, gathering her words slowly. I think it's about time we talk about what happened between us. She didn't want to beat about the bush either. Nothing happened between us. I've told you plenty of times that nothing ever would. I replied, my words honest and brutal. It had to be this way though. It was the only way I'd be able to get through to her. I was fed up with her constant tantrums. She was not the girl I used to know. Before she left, she was happy, soft-spoken, and polite. This girl before me was different. I barely recognized her. Eden's eyes welled up. She shook her head vigorously, refusing to listen to me. That's not true, she whispered, her voice cracking. At that moment, I felt pity for my friend. She was lost. She thought she loved me. But if she did, she'd be happy for me. She'd want me to be with my mate. Eden, you have to stop acting out. You were never going to be my Luna. You knew this. Please let this notion go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Softly, you don't care about me, she muttered as a tear trailed down her flushed cheek. She was a beautiful, broken nest right now. I meant nothing to you. That's not true. She snapped her teary gaze to me, hope blazing with hope for a brief moment. I don't believe you. Gabriel, prove it to me. I was confused about what she was asking me. The rest of the word never left my mouth because her lips were on mine. A gasp from behind me sounded instantly. I ripped myself away from her in a flash, disgusted and shocked. The kiss lasted a second, but the damage was already done. Eden had kissed me and my mate had seen it. Spinning around on the balls of my heels, I saw Ibiti's green orbs on me. They were full of many emotions: betrayal. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And most of all, the betrayal and hurt on her face were enough to make me want to tear Eden's throat out. I never got to finish the sentence because she vanished into thin air, using her magic. The pang in my heart was indescribable. I had been trying to get her to forgive me for my mistakes, yet this would not help my case in the slightest. I could lose her, and it was all because of Eden. I turned back to Eden. She was shrinking under my rage. A few allies. I had never been so angry in my life. What have you done? Hatred leaking into my voice. Eden opened and closed her mouth like a clueless fish. Regret was visible on her face, but that was not to make up for what happened. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I left, find her and explain everything. She stuttered, pathetically, as if she could help the situation right now. I internally scoffed at the thought. You've done enough. I snarled. Coldly, get out of my sight before I punish you. She scurried away without a second thought. Alone, with my racing and terrifying thoughts, I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. I had to find Liberty immediately and explain everything. She had to know it was a mistake. I couldn't lose her. Not when I just got her. 31. Don't look back in anger. My feet landed on the soft grass and I wobbled, momentarily disoriented. I had managed to teleport somehow. It was not like a usual teleport where I had to conjure up a portal. I simply thought of a place I wanted to go to and I appeared. All I knew was that I had to get away for a moment and breathe. What I saw would be stuck in my brain for a long time. I had walked past the room, searching for Gabriel, when I suddenly witnessed the kiss. It was tremendously painful to watch. The small gasp that had escaped my lips let had revealed my appearance. His guilt, stricken face would also be etched in my mind forever. I had never seen a man more regretful in his entire life. Getting away for a moment was what I needed. I needed to get some air and think things over. The only place I could think of that was far away was the small patch of grass I had fallen onto. It was the first place I saw when I arrived and held some sort of familiarity and safety for me. I could recall the agonizing pain I felt when I had crash-landed. The drop was long. To this day, I still didn't know why I was teleported to Earth. It was as if the gods themselves knew I needed to get away and so they entranced me to the lake. Perhaps that was the truth. At this point, I'd believe anything. Kneeling onto the grass, I touched the dirt and fluttered my eyes closed. I could hear the forest around me with my hands digging into the soil. It whistled and breathed fluently. There weren't any human emotions. No, nature felt differently. Their world was so much simpler. Without mates, betrayal, or loss, all they had was solidarity. For a moment, I wished my life was as easy as that. I wished I could rid myself of human emotions and mates and simply exist. There was so much going on in my life. However, my family's face, even Gabriel's face, popped into my mind. Without them and the other people I met, what would my life be like? I had faced so many challenges in life, but I also had many good times. I had my brothers who teased me to no end in my childhood, but they also protected me from the dangers of the world. My parents, who guided me through all walks of life, teaching me how to be a good and honorable person, who showed me what love was like for the first time. The members of Red Knight, specifically Sabrina, who was kind to me in a way nobody had ever been. She was accepting despite my lies and flaws. And hell, even Gabriel, who despite his fears and what was drilled into his head, still chose to give me a chance. He still chose to attempt a relationship. All of these people had helped me in ways they couldn't even fathom. They made me the person I was today. All of them had been in my life for different amounts of time, but they all hit me in different ways. I had to be grateful for the life I had thus far. I was luckier than most. As if sensing my dilemma, my surroundings hummed a soft tune. The wind picked up into a soft breeze, making strands of my light hair float around me. I was in awe of its compassion toward me. Content and calmer, I let go of the dirt and closed my eyes. Peace seeped into my bones, allowing me some rest. My thoughts came to a standstill and I was alone and one with myself. Everything had been hectic for a while. I had forgotten my own needs. I couldn't tell you how long I spent kneeling on the ground with my eyes squeezed shut. It was when my name was desperately called that I knocked myself back into reality. Snapping my eyes open, I tuned into my surroundings, catching on to their hesitant footfalls. The person who called my name was Jacob, my favorite brother. He sauntered over to me with a concerned expression planted on his face. I'm sure he knew why I had run away. He was always good at finding out these things. Jacob sat next to me, folding his legs. For a moment, neither of us said anything. We both rejoiced in Mother Nature's garden. Eventually, he was the first one to speak. I heard what happened. I sucked in a breath, keeping my eyes pinned ahead of me. His green orbs flickered to the side of my face, reading every emotion that flashed in my eyes. I'm sure everybody heard about it. I muttered, distastefully. Not even an hour had passed since I was announced the Luna, and my mate had been caught kissing the girl everyone wanted to be the Luna. Any respect I had gained was surely gone. Jacob sighed sadly. Nobody besides me, Declan, and the bait know about it. We're not going to let it get out. It was a relief to hear that at least. It was a mistake, he uttered in a steady, believable voice. I already know what happened. I watched Tidance spring on him like a starving wolf. She had known I was coming. She must have heard me approaching. Why did she do it? To prove a point. To create a wedge between Gabriel and me. I wanted to loathe Eden's existence so much. She just had to constantly get in the way and ruin things. I thought what had occurred on the training grounds would be enough to stop her relentless quest. It wasn't. I showed her I didn't want to fight anymore. She could have crushed my dainty throat and I wouldn't have done a thing. But she didn't. Foolish. I should have seen this wasn't over yet. I know it was. I watched it happen. I was just so angry and hurt. So many thoughts were racing in my head. I explained, articulating my thoughts the best way I could. I know it wasn't Gabriel's fault. He's made it abundantly clear he wants nothing to do with Eden. It was my anger that made me run away. Jacob listened to me intently. I didn't take you for someone who would run away. He snorted and immediately apologized when I sent him the stink eye. But I think you made the right move there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your alpha mate is slowly losing his mind looking for you. Gabriel must have been scouting the entire pack. If Jacob managed to find me this quickly, it meant Gabriel would be close behind. How mad is he? I asked my beloved brother, picturing Gabriel's angry face. No doubt he'd be angry I ran when he wanted to talk and explain things to me. Little did he know he didn't need to do that. Not mad, just worried, Jacob answered, surprising me. My mouth gaped open in shock, doubting my brother's answer. Are you sure? Yes, Jacob nodded his head. From what I saw, he's terrified you'll leave him because of this. Gabriel never really spoke about his feelings for me. I had to base what I knew on his actions and facial expressions. He was a man of little words, which made it difficult to know where he stood with me. This is a big mess. We don't need this now, I complained, angry that Eden decided to spring this on us now. If it's any consolation, I think he'd unrealized her mistake. I saw her flee the room after Gabriel stormed out, and her face was a picture of regret. He informed me, almost sounding sympathetic to Eden. Are you pitying her? Annoyance rising in my voice. Jacob switched his eyes to me. I saw an emotion I barely saw in his eyes. Upset. Why was he upset about this? Jacob, pestering him to answer my question. Tell me. Tell you what? He countered, acting indifferent. What you're hiding, I said in a firm tone. He loosened a tense breath and dragged a hand through his light blonde hair. I didn't realize it at first, but as soon as I kissed her, I knew. My eyes widened, knowing exactly where he was going with this. Eden's your... I yelled, almost hysterically. I did not see that coming. She hushed me, eyeing the area around us for anyone. I couldn't believe my ears. How could Eden be mated to my brother? In what universe was that fair? No wonder Jacob was torn. His soulmate was in love with my mate and kissed him. I was shocked he was swimming in jealousy. Then again, Jacob was never like that. He had lovers in the past, and he always gave them the respect and space they wanted. He was being very rational about this. She must know. Jacob, she must know that you're mates, and yet she still... I trailed off, my brain not wanting to comprehend it. How cruel. That's the thing. Libby. Jacob started, his tone deflated. I don't think she knows I'm her mate. I think she has a werewolf mate out there. A gasp passed through my lips, and for the second time today, I was stunned. What? How is that possible? Well, the kiss was accidental. She had too much to drink a few nights ago and started blabbering about how she hated you. I don't think she realized who I was. As I helped her back to her room, she sprung on me. I instantly knew, and I'm sure she felt some sort of pull, because when we pulled away, she was dazed and in. But like I said, she was very drunk. I think she forgot it happened. He told me in anguish. Oh, Jacob, I'm so sorry. Why didn't you tell me? He forced a small smile on his face, blinking away his tears. Because we have bigger problems right now. My drama can wait until Azir is sorted. My dear wise, favorite brother was suffering so much, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. At least he didn't have to bear this secret alone anymore. Eden had given me another reason to hate her. What are you going to do? Brother, are you going to tell her? Or are you going to let her find her werewolf mate? I fired questions at him. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Libby, she seems to be shattering into a million pieces. I'm afraid if I spring this on her, she will crumble. He voiced his fears to me, completely lost. When this is all done, I will help you, brother. Grabbing onto his hand and squeezing it, Jacob was kind and good. He didn't deserve to go through horrible trials like I did in order to be with his mate. No matter how much I despised Eden at this particular moment, I wanted my brother to be happy even if that meant getting shoes done and accepting her. The Tito New Beginnings Gabriel found me shortly after Jacob left. I sensed his desperate presence immediately. Stiffening, I inhaled before climbing to my feet and turning around to face him. He must have shifted from his large wolf form into his human body because he was without a shirt. His impressive body was on full display and it made mine go wild. With great effort, I tore my eyes away from his chest to his handsome face. There were so many emotions swirling in his grey orbs. When he opened his mouth to speak, struggling to find the right words, he didn't know I had already forgiven him. He didn't know I had seen everything and knew it wasn't his fault. According to Jacob, Gabriel was terrified of losing me. A part of me wanted to believe this so badly. He was my mate and I was his surely. He wanted me as I wanted him, but he found it difficult to express his feelings. I couldn't blame him, but it made things in our lives more complicated. I stepped forward, my hard expression melting. Gabriel furrowed his bushy eyebrows together, cautious about what I was doing. Still, I continued moving closer to him until I was mere inches from him. His intoxicating scent filled my nose and calmed my racing heart. Peering into his grey orbs, I momentarily lost the main thought I had circulating in my head. Gabriel opened his mouth, then spoke in an unsteady voice. Libby, I interrupted him before he could finish. I saw what happened. She sprung on you. You didn't want it. I'm not angry at you. Relief flashed in his orbs. He released a long breath, flickering his eyes up to the sky as if to thank the gods above. Liberty, I don't think I have ever felt as much fear like this. He mumbled, locking eyes with me again. I listened to what she had to say and then she just jumped me. Hesitantly, I placed my hand on his warm cheek. The sparks that erupted on my skin were enough to ignite my entire body. Gabriel. I ran away because I was angry at her and the whole situation. I knew I needed to collect my thoughts before I approached you. But as I pondered over it, I realized how out of sync we are. I'm constantly battling my thoughts, wondering where we stand. I know you want me, but you never really voice your thoughts. How am I meant to know? This time, he cut me off with a passionate and demanding kiss. My knees wobbled at the sheer intensity of it. My arms encircled around his broad, thick neck as his own hands roamed down my lower back, reaching my bottom. In one swift move, he hoisted me in the air. I wrapped my legs around his waist whilst I opened my mouth, letting his tongue explore my mouth. This kiss was different from the others. We were both hungry for each other, starved in fact. I wanted his security and he didn't want to let me go. We were a beautiful mess. He lightly sucked on my bottom lip, eliciting a moan of pleasure from me. Over my 80 years alive, I had been with my fair share of guys and girls, but he topped all of them. He was an expert at knowing exactly where to make me feel immense of pleasure. My hand drifted upwards from his neck to his hair. I tugged on a few strands of his dark hair, making him groan. We were both acting like two horny teenagers in heat. It was almost comical how quickly we lost self-control. Especially Gabriel, who was the definition of self-control. To my disappointment, we eventually pulled away. Panting, I dropped my legs to the ground and wiped my mouth. I'm sure my lips were swollen from the blowing make out we just had. Gabriel's hair was disheveled and his eyes were dazed. Anyone who walked into the clearing would immediately know we had a heated encounter. I'm not good with words. Liberty. But I can show you how much you mean to me, he declared. Honestly, he had shown me what he felt. I felt the desperation. What? A need for me. We both wanted each other. I think since we denied each other for so long since we accepted the bond, our desire for each other increased. I fixed my hair and smiled at his look of wonder. I always dreamed of the day it'd be with my. I wondered what it would be like, who they would be, and if they'd value me. I revealed, the words pouring out of me so easily. The more time we spent together, the closer we got, and the easier it was to talk to him. And whilst our initial relationship was not what I expected or hoped, I'm glad we're communicating. His lips seemed to twitch upwards. I then realized I had never seen him smile before. I'm sure my imagination of it wouldn't do it justice. I promise I'm going to make you believe I want you. But he stopped himself, retreating in on himself again. I knew what he was about to say and I felt an ounce of disappointment that he stopped himself. He's not ready yet? I had to remind myself. Learning from my past mistakes. I wouldn't push him. Okay. I managed to choke out. Gabriel then shot his eyes to the sky, making me do the same out of curiosity. The sky was now starting to turn dark. Colors of orange, yellow, and even purple filtered into the sky. It was a beautiful sight to see. I don't think I've ever truly appreciated the scenery in the human realm. It wasn't as majestic or ethereal as what I see back home, but there was a particular beauty to its faults. I felt Gabriel's scorching gaze on the side of my face, watching my reactions. He was obviously used to sights like this whilst I always saw starry nights and golden sunsets. He then surprised me by sharing a fond memory with me. I used to sneak out of here when I was younger, when learning how to be a leader became too much. I'd leave just before the sun would set and sit here for hours and stare at it. This was the one place I'd feel calm. The fact he was opening up to me made me happy and important. This was what I wanted. I must admit I was shocked to find you here. Nobody really comes to this place. It's just another patch of land to my pack. Clearing his throat. This was where I landed. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilban. Hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wistfully, when I had escaped his eel's clutches, I was frightened and lonely. I wondered whether I'd be able to make it out alive. And now here I was, back where it all started. Funnily, I don't think I'd change a single thing about this. What a coincidence, he murmured, thoughtfully. Gabriel and I walked back to the pack house. Side by side, our hands would brush against each other until eventually, we entangled them together. A sigh of contentment passed through my lips. When we arrived, I didn't know whether I should part ways with him. Our rooms were on the same floor, close together, but I didn't want to go back to mine. My eyes glanced at the grandfather clock in the entrance and noted it was already getting quite late. Tea would be ready soon. I don't want to let go, I admitted, sheepishly. His lips quirked upwards again, close to a smile. One day, he would actually smile in front of me. Good, he replied simply. Gabriel led me to his study where he sat behind his desk. Begrudgingly, I let go of his hand and instead picked up a book on fighting to read. I used to love reading, I did it all of the time. But recently, I've had no time. Obviously, I've read the werewolf book, but it was mandatory. Gabriel started working on his pack business, whilst I plonked down on the beige couch and opened up the book. He had put on a shirt, to my disapproval. I got roughly 40 pages into the book before the bell for tea was called. Placing a placeholder to mark my page, I rose to my feet and walked down to the dining hall with Gabriel. I couldn't seem to walk away from him. We sat at the big table, in our usual seats. I chewed on my roast beef, which had been made in celebration of my announcement. I could feel werewolves glancing at me warily. Most of them had come to accept who I was, only a few of them were displeased. I hoped I could sway them. Declan, what did you do in your realm? Blade asked my brother, seeming to become more interested in my family. He had adopted a friendly attitude in the past few days. It was almost like I was speaking to a different person. My brother froze and swallowed his food audibly. I work in the finance department. I'm the king's right-hand man. Jacob chipped in, his mood lightening. After telling me the truth, I promised to keep an eye on him. Blade's face showed how impressed he was. What's it like in your world? He could have asked me this. Why didn't he? Entrancing, he described with one word. It was hard to describe in words how gorgeous our world was. You had to see it with your own eyes. Blade seemed to want to ask more, but Sabrina took over. How many people are in your kingdom? Her brown eyes were filled with interest and excitement. I hadn't had a proper conversation with her about my species. It was on my agenda. I just never got around to it. Thousands, Our lands are different from here. Fae aren't the only creatures that live in our world. We have fairies, nymphs, and elves who reside on our lands too. I answered for her, more than happy to talk about this. I liked the fact she was interested in my world. What's the difference between light and dark fae? She continued to pry. Curiously, Sabrina was such a curious werewolf, it was a trait I loved about her. I shared a look with my brothers, silently communicating with them. The best person to answer her question was Declan. He knew the most about them since he has read so many books. Well, we're light fae. Our powers come from lightness. We are inherently good, but we can dip into the darkness. If we do that, our souls become black and evil. Dark fae are not born but are created by their parents. He stated it in a calm, thoughtful voice. Dark fae's powers come from badness. We used to say they came from hell. Dark fae can manipulate nature, and if they are stronger and more controlled, they can slip into people's minds. It's practically unheard of nowadays, though. I could recall briefly hearing this. It must have come up in passing conversation. Our world is divided into two sections with a border in between. We rule the light fae along with the fairies and nymphs. King Waldorf and Queen Serena rule the dark fae. Soon, the crown will pass on to Prince. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Declan said his name slowly and cautiously. I fitted my eyes to Gabriel, who clenched his jaw at his name. Us posing so many open problems, and he was here, in this world. Prince Aziel. Sabrina said his name, distastefully. I hadn't told her about him, but I assumed she heard from Gabriel. What is he like? Horrible. My answer was instant. I didn't even have to think about it. He was the most despicable person I had ever met. Sabrina saw the glare of hatred in my eyes and ended the conversation. When tea was over, I hovered by my room. Gabriel had already returned to his room, saying goodnight and giving me a kiss. But it didn't feel like enough. I wanted more of him. I wanted to be with him. Taking in a deep breath, I let my hand drop and glided towards Gabriel's room on the other end of the hall, standing outside of his door. Would he want me there? What was I asking? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With that one thought in mind, I lifted my hand up and knocked on his door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There was no response. Patiently, I waited for Gabriel to answer, but as time passed, my confidence sizzled. Maybe he didn't want me to enter. He definitely would be able to smell me, so he knew it was me at the door. Disheartened, I turned my body, ready to return to my room when a hurried comment came from the other side. I swung the door opening, causing it to creak loudly. Gabriel's room was gigantic, especially in comparison to mine. His four-poster bed could fit at least 5 people comfortably. The objects in his room were plain and lacked any warmth or familiarity. The walls were painted a dull grey, which contrasted with the gold curtains. Then, I spotted him. He exited the bathroom with grace, his appearance haggard. Thankfully, he was wearing boxers, but his chest was bare once again. What are you doing here? Liberty, he wondered. I wanted to stay here tonight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bluntly, this seemed to please him. A glint shone brightly in his grey orbs, which were full of life compared to his walls. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He didn't need to say anything. Wordlessly, he handed me some of his clothes to sleep in. Even though I could have rushed to my room to grab some, I changed in the bathroom and brushed my teeth with his spare toothbrush. Did he know I'd come into his room one day? When I left his bathroom, I slowly stalked back into his room. He was already lying in bed, reading sheets of paper. No doubt packed business. I slipped into his incredibly soft bed, my body sinking into the mattress. His bed was like heaven and it smelled just like him. I knew I'd sleep well tonight. Gabriel switched the lights off and lay back. Several minutes of silence passed unbearably. Eventually, he made the first move and shifted closer to me. His bulky arm draped over my waist and tugged me towards him. Happily, I snuggled into his chest and breathed in his scent. This was where I was meant to be. 33 Edens passed the next morning. I woke up feeling refreshed and ready for the day. Stretching and yawning, I tilted my head to the side and saw Gabriel sleeping peacefully still. His arm was still anchored over my waist as if he was protecting me. A content smile slipped onto my face at the sight of him. He looked so blissful, undisturbed by the stresses of the world. I wished he could stay like this forever. I managed to slide out of his grip and tiptoe to his bathroom where I relieved myself. By the time I returned, Gabriel was stirring, leaning against his doorframe. I greeted him in his clothing and a cheeky smile. "Hey, stranger." He sat up, his grey eyes immediately drinking me in. The look of desire in his eyes was evident. He might have just woken up, but that didn't stop him from wanting to devour me. "Liberty." He said my name in his rough voice. It was his morning voice, and boy, did it sound good. "How did you sleep?" Cocking my head to the side, I noticed how his eyes kept drifting up and down my body, lingering on my legs. I refrained from smiling. I think that was the best sleep I had ever had, he admitted, combing his dark hair back. It was the same for me. I don't think I had ever slept as well. "Good. I'm going to head down for breakfast. You should stay here and get some more sleep," I advised, frowning at the bag still under his eyes. "I don't need any more sleep." I shook my head, not taking no for an answer. "You might not need sleep, but you need rest. Spend your morning in bed." "Gabriel," he pinched his lips together. I don't think anyone has ever ordered him around like this before. "Fine," he relented, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. "But only if you stay with me." The invitation was tempting. I'd like nothing more than to curl up beside him and rest. "But I have matters to attend to." "Not today," I replied. "Sadly, I have to see Sabrina." Gabriel narrowed his eyes at me, probably annoyed I was ditching him for Sabrina. My heart fluttered knowing he wanted to be with me. "I'll see you later," I vowed, making my way over to him. Happily, I pecked his cheek before crashing my lips on his. He responded to my kiss immediately, gladly taking the lead. He sure knew how to kiss. I moaned into his mouth, shifting my weight onto him. And I hummed, my hands landing on his broad shoulders. My whole body came to life, making me wonder how I lived for so long without this joyous feeling. "Don't leave." His lips against my jawline. I felt shivers of pleasure run down my spine. I knew what he was doing, and boy, it was working. I didn't want to leave, I wanted to stay with him. "I'm sorry," I apologized, pulling myself away with great effort. I stepped back and had heard him exhale heavily. Without turning back, because I knew I would turn back if I saw him, I wandered out of the room and towards the dining room. I wanted to talk to Sabrina about Eden. Unfortunately, she wasn't there when I arrived. Sighing in exasperation, I made myself a bowl of cereal and sat at my usual table by the window. A few members of the pack waved at me. There seemed to be a change in their attitude towards me now that they knew who I was. Smiling back at everyone who acknowledged me, I enjoyed my breakfast. When I glanced up after finishing my breakfast, I spotted Sabrina bouncing into the dining room with a happy expression on her face. Gomez was nowhere in sight. He was probably training. She grabbed a cooked breakfast and sauntered over to me after I flagged her down. "Hey, Libby," she greeted me, joyously. "Sabrina." I nodded my head, cupping my mug. "I actually have something to discuss with you." She tilted her head, flickering her brown orbs up to me. "It's about Eden. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Gravely, Sabrina tensed, making me wonder what she knew about yesterday. "I don't know if anybody told you about yesterday." She loosened her breath, No, actually. I saw her rushing to her room with tears running down her face. I thought she was upset that you had been announced as the Luna. Did something else happen? Relief coursed through me momentarily. I was glad word hadn't spread. I told her everything that happened, skipping over what Jacob told me yesterday. It was his secret. Sabrina listened to me intensely, her eyes swirling with pity. I wasn't sure if it was for me or not. When I was done, I leaned back in my chair and crossed my arms. So that's everything. Sabrina pinched her lips together. By now, her food was forgotten and it had probably gotten cold. I felt a bit bad for letting that happen, but I needed to know what could be done. Eden was out of control, something needed to be done. I couldn't go on worrying if she was going to do something like this again. I already had enough on my plate. Gabriel was already filled with stress, so I couldn't go to him about this. Sabrina was the only person I could trust with this. She was kind and compassionate. Thus, she was close with Eden. Liberty, I think there is something you should know about Eden, Sabrina declared, licking her lips nervously. I didn't tell you this earlier because it wasn't my secret to tell, but I think you need to know this to fully understand Eden. Dread seized my heart. What was Sabrina going to tell me? Did I want to know? I had no choice but to listen. I'm sorry this happened to you. Libby. She's not been the same since her parents died. Sabrina started. Her face was grim. I figured that would be the case. Anybody would be affected by the death of their parents. I knew I'd never be the same if mine died. After losing her parents, she latched on to the first person she knew she could depend on. There was only one person who could protect her and wouldn't disappear. Gabriel, I whispered, conjuring up an image of Eden staring at Gabriel with love and longing in her eyes. Sabrina nodded her head solemnly, confirming it. He had lost his parents too, and she thought that he would open up to her since she was in the same boat as him. I'm not sure if she actually genuinely loved him in the beginning, but she needed him. He was the only person who could provide her with a sense of security and hope. She exhaled and dragged a hand down her face. Any traces of happiness that circled in her when she first waltzed in was gone now. This conversation had turned her mood sour. To add to that, her parents had always been close with Gabriel's. They truly believed Eden would be chosen as the Luna since she was strong and a friend. They knew Gabriel's dad wanted the next heir to be strong and from this pack. They made her the perfect candidate. She continued, shaking her head in disbelief and even anger. I hadn't heard this from anyone before. From what I knew, the pack had always wanted her to be the Luna. To hear that they molded her sickened me. Her parents drilled into her head that she had to be the perfect Luna. She had to be there for Gabriel to protect him, support him, and even love him. Even if he wasn't her mate, which became obvious the moment they both turned 18, she had to let any thoughts of her mate go. Gabriel had to choose her. If he didn't, she would be letting her parents down. Hearing this removed any lingering, angry thoughts. Eden had a tough time. She clearly needed help. They had a very brief relationship, only because Gabriel was respecting his father's wishes. But even when they were together, their relationship was wrong. Gabriel was never opened up to her. He was so distant. It hurt her a lot. When she was dating him, it solidified the idea of her becoming Luna. She made herself as possible. For a short time, she even became the Luna, even though Gabriel never announced her as his partner. Sabrina choked up, placing a shaky hand over her mouth. Her eyes glistened as she traveled to the past. Watching her shatter to her perfect expectations was awful. Thankfully, Gabriel saw what was happening to her and sent her away. He ended the relationship as delicately as he could, telling her he couldn't hurt her any longer. I could picture Gabriel doing this. Even though he didn't love her romantically, he definitely cared for her. She left for Laosien shortly after. Gabriel hoped she would find her mate and let go of him. Obviously, that wasn't the case. I thought about my beloved brother Jacob, who discovered they were mates. Did Eden know too? Or did she have a werewolf mate out there? Jacob would take care of her. He would love and cherish her. He was a good person. When she came back, she tried to show Gabriel she was better. She made moves on him, flirted with him, and showed him she was strong and capable of being his Luna. But you were there and he knew you were mates. If there was any chance of him being with her, it was gone the moment you arrived. Now I'm only saying this from what I've observed. I'm not sure if this is what she thought. I don't think Eden knew who you were to Gabriel, but she knew he only had eyes for you. He'd hide and deny it like he used to do, but she knew him well enough to know. I think she knew she lost him then. She knew he didn't want her like that. I could see the light slowing, dying in her eyes. She became unstable. Her one dependent person who she thought she had not only sent her away for a long time but also ditched her. Even though she had me and Blade, we weren't enough, not compared to Gabriel. Sabrina sniffled as a tear trailed down her flushed cheek. Everyone around us was going about with their daily business, having no clue what was happening. I tried to reason with her. I tried to explain that she still had her mate out there, and that Gabriel could not love her in that way. I didn't know about you, so I assumed he was incapable of loving anyone in that way. But that stubborn girl ignored me and let her heart get trampled on even more. She was crumbling. She was having some sort of breakdown that she couldn't control. I could remember the day we were training, the day she tried to seriously harm or even kill me. Her eyes were manic and unpredictable. Her heart was breaking. I knew she loved Gabriel, but I had no idea how important he was to her. I felt in the wrong. Realistically, I know I did nothing wrong. He wasn't meant for her. But still, it pained me to know how much my existence affected the troubled girl. Sabrina. I said her name softly, gently placing my hand over her trembling one. It sounds like Eden needs help. GT Sabrina bowed her head and mumbled. I know. I've been trying to get her to see a doctor, but she's too prideful. Hopefully, she'll now realize she needs help. I mashed my lips together. I don't think she should be here when Moon attacks. She's too unstable. It could set her off. Plus, seeing me and Gabriel won't help her heal. She needs to go somewhere isolated and get some real help. I know, Sabrina reluctantly admitted. Eden would never get better with me around. She'd never get over the anger. Is there any place she can go? Wanting to help Eden, it was the least I could do. Sabrina went silent, pondering over Eden's options. Wait, there is one place. It's on packed grounds, but it's on the edge. Opposite where Moon is. It's a healing facility. Humans can visit there too. The people that work there are not a part of our pack. Moon wouldn't attack it because of the humans. Sabrina babbled, speaking quickly. A smidge of hope coursed through me. That sounds like the perfect idea. Now we just have to get Eden to go there, I said, and immediately frowned. She'd never listen to me. Sabrina sent me a small smile as if she could read my thoughts. I'll talk to her. She'll listen to me. I threw her a grateful smile. We might have just solved one problem. Eden would get the help she desperately needed. Telling Jacob would be a problem, though. He'd be concerned for her safety. He might not even like the idea of letting her go for an unknown amount of time. I'd have to find a way to persuade him to let her go for a while. Flickering my eyes back to Sabrina's friendly brown ones, I knew we had made the right decision. Jacob could be mad at me about it, and I wouldn't even feel a tiny amount of guilt. I was helping him in the long run. In the quiet moments of my life, I was always told I was destined for greatness, to lead and to be looked up to. But beneath that heavy crown of expectations, I was a girl lost in the shadows of my own destiny. The type for read in my life had always been planned for me. From the moment I was born, my parents drilled into me how important I would be someday. I was destined to be a leader. People would look up to me, the Luna. They wanted me to become Gabriel's Luna. I love Gabriel. Well, I should say I love Gabriel. My feelings for him hadn't changed over the past few years. For so many years, I tried to make him notice me. I tried to make him love me as I loved him. Even when we dated, I tried as hard as I could. I made myself available all of the time. I overworked myself. I helped everyone become the person they needed me to be. It was exhausting, but I tried. I pushed and pushed and pushed. Even after my parents died, when they had no idea if I failed or not. They'd be disappointed in me if I didn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They claimed I was destined to be a Luna. Gabriel never saw me though. He never really wanted me. Every time I stared into his hypnotic grey eyes, I didn't see the love I was desperate to receive. I wasn't his Luna, and I never would be. It didn't stop me. I was persistent, determined, motivated. The pack saw me as the closest thing to a Luna, and for a while, that was enough. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was breaking. I was losing who I was. Eden was merely a name fitted to me. I was everybody. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Helper, lover but never a person, never Eden, no matter how hard I tried. I was never good enough for him. I was never the person he wanted or needed. We were two jigsaw pieces that didn't fit together. Never a match. I cried for days when Gabriel sent me to Louisiana. I didn't know who I was without him back. How could I function as a person when I was not one anymore? The time I spent there was hell. I thought about him constantly. I wondered if he missed me. We messaged every once in a while, but they were short and brief. He claimed we were over, but I never accepted it. I was the only person he'd ever date. He never wanted anyone else. I was the closest person to him, even closer than Blade. But when I came back, things changed. He was different, and she was there, the most gorgeous woman ever to exist. An angel, goddess. She was too beautiful to be real. The aura around her pulled you in and made you trust her. The pack was suspicious of her, but even they couldn't hold back for long. The way he looked at her, my Gabriel, made my blood boil. My heart ache. How could he find this amazing in every way specimen? She didn't know him as I knew him. I was angry. As time went on, I watched myself be completely disregarded. I was nothing to him. I'd never be the Lunana. When I found out they were mate, that was it. I'd officially lost him and myself. Gabriel was my lifeline. The man I needed to keep me from being dragged to the bottom of the ocean. Without him, I couldn't function. One night, I drunkenly made a mistake and kissed her handsome brother. When I did, for a flicker of a second, my problems slipped away. But I was drunk and foolish. He probably thought I was some desperate, pathetic idiot. I had kissed him after I found out her true identity. I was even more jealous of how perfect she was. She was everything I wasn't. She was strong. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Intelligent beyond any of our years, compassionate, selfless, and brave. She wanted to leave the life she could have with Gabriel to protect him and his pack. In her alluring jade orbs, I could see the willingness to put her life on the line for everyone here. I wasn't even like that. That was why she was the Luna and I wasn't. I helped in every way I could, but I wasn't brave enough to make the ultimate sacrifice. I wasn't smart enough to make the right choices. Gabriel and Liberty were yin and yang. They argued and went head to head with each other constantly, but they balanced each other. They challenged each other and enabled progression. I'd always succumb to his every word. I'd never fight back, afraid of the consequences. It pained me to be able to admit it, even when I should have given up. I couldn't admit I had lost Gabriel. When I kissed him, it was pure bliss. My whole world felt right. But he jerked me away and glared at me with so much animosity. I didn't see the kid I grew up with, the man I loved. I saw a stranger who didn't want me. That was when I knew it was over. The only thing I could do now was let the sea drown me. A gentle, kind voice called from the other side of the bathroom. Ignoring it, I gripped the edge of the bathtub and let my body sink into the warm water. Everything around me stilled and my thoughts were peaceful for once. If this was how everything would end, then I'd happily take it. No, Gabriel. No liberty. No heartache. Just quietness. Suddenly, arms wrapped under my armpits and heaved me out of the bath. Gasping for air, I spluttered pathetically on the floor. Coughing. What were you thinking? Sabrina shrieked, a tone full of alarm. She crouched beside me and cried. Why would you do that? Why, you can't give up that easily. I flickered my dull and lifeless orbs up to her. Because I have nothing left. He doesn't want me. He hates me. I'm a nuisance. Sabrina shook her head ferociously. That's not true. I wish you saw yourself in a different light. You're incredible. Perfect in every way. I'm not. I argued. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My one purpose in life is gone. I was supposed to be the Luna, but she's it. That title was never meant for me. Happiness isn't meant for me. Sabrina wrapped her strong arms around me. By this point, my whole body was shivering. Eden, you can't give up. Your parents did the wrong thing. They filled you with false promises and lies. You might not be the Luna and he might not love you, but you still have so much. What about your mate? What about me? Blade. I bowed my head in shame. Sabrina had always been good to me. She cared for me no matter what, never judging me. I'm not perfect. Sabrina, my very existence will make my parents disappointed. Sabrina placed her chin on my wet, dripping hair and tightened her hold on me. It felt so good to have her holding me, protecting me from all of the pain. Nobody is perfect, she retorted, her voice a near whisper. Liberty is. I countered, my jaw ticking. She was so good, so pure. Oh, Eden, Sabrina sighed, shaking her head. You silly, blind fool. Nobody, not even Liberty, is perfect. Nobody ever will be perfect. But my your parents were far from perfect. Eden, she interrupted me. They manipulated and lied to you. Does that sound like perfect people? No, it didn't. Eden, what they did to you, what they made you think was wrong, she stated, firmly. I lifted my eyes up to hers, gripping onto her wrist. They made you lose who you were. I had nothing to say to her. She was right. Sabrina shifted her hands so that they were cupping my cheeks. Delicately, I gazed at her pretty but not flawless face. She wasn't perfect. Neither was I, and maybe Liberty wasn't either. Eden, me and Liberty worked till she started, but I immediately cut her off when I heard her name. No, absolutely not. You didn't even hear me, she sighed, pinching her plump lips together. I don't want to hear anything, she said. She obviously wants me gone. She probably loathes my entire being. I growled, my wolf trotting in my head, ready to fight with me. Eden, I know you don't want to believe this, but she actually wants to help you. She's worried about you, Sabrina informed me. Hesitantly, I didn't hear a tinge of deceit in her voice, but that didn't mean I believed her. Liberty doesn't care about me. I fought back. She does. You're a member of her pack. She's worried about your well-being, she yelled, breathing heavily. I froze and stared at Sabrina with wide eyes. Sabrina had never lashed out like that before. She barely lost her cool. Startled, my mouth open and closed like a clueless goldfish. Listen, we talked about how we could help you. You've heard of Knight's medical retreat. Dragging a hand through her dark locks, I could only nod my head. Well, we're going to send you there. You'd be with professionals who'd know how to help you. You wouldn't even need to worry about Delta, Moon. We really think this is the right move for you. My eyes trailed to the cold floor. I probably looked like a mess. My clothes were plastered to my body, my eyes were red and my hair was tangled. What had I become? I didn't know who I was anymore. I strived so young Gabriel, hoping he would give me the love I wanted. I couldn't even love myself. The people around me were concerned. I had made them stressed. I was spiraling out of control. I needed help. Okay. I relented, my voice quiet and fearful. I'll go. 2 days later, I had packed a suitcase full of essential items. Sabrina offered to drive me, wanting to be with me for as long as possible. Dressed in a plain white dress, I stared at my reflection in the mirror. I didn't look healthy or happy, but I definitely looked better. Hope would do that to you, I guess. Sucking in a breath, I said goodbye to my room and ventured down the stairs. Standing by the front door were Liberty and Gabriel. My heart seized at the sight of him. He looked handsome as hell. All of my feelings for him rattled inside of me. His face was emotional as like a block of wood. However, told a different story. There was a flicker of warmth in them that made my day. Liberty smiled at me softly, albeit awkwardly. Knowing that she was determined to help me made me less hateful towards her. None of this was her fault. I nodded at her gratefully, finding it difficult to smile. Maybe one day I'd be able to thank her audibly and smile at her. Just not today. Walking out of the pack house for the last time in a while, I stalked down the steps and towards Sabrina's green Jeep. "Hey, Eden," she greeted me as I hopped into the car. The sun was shining brightly today. It was a beautiful day. "You ready?" I glanced back at the pack house and around the grounds. I was sad I'd be leaving, but knowing it wasn't the last time was enough to keep me going. It was time I found out who I really was. Yes, 35 tough times the days rolled into one. I woke up and did the same routine over and over again. Wake up next to Gabriel. I had essentially moved into his room, eat breakfast. Train. Spend time with my brothers and Gabriel. Train some more. And sleep. It was dull and frustrating. My head felt like it was going to explode with the amount of information arguments I had suffered through. Declan had opened a portal back home and retrieved the book he had read so long ago. He discovered the man who betrayed the wolves was called Egan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichet's enthusiasm. I thought nothing of the name, but after some time thinking, there was something oddly familiar about it. Once more, one day, Declan had accidentally spilled water on one of the blank pages of the book and found missing text. Sir Egan, before he had brutally and coldly murdered the wolves, had lived in our well. He wasn't a fae. He was a werewolf and was close to the wolves. He had kidnapped a few innocent faes and brought them back to the human realm. Disgustingly, he had tortured them, attempting to take their powers. It appeared he was a man who strived for power and didn't care how he got it. Whilst visiting my realm, Declan had asked father questions. It was an awkward task since our parents and Morpheus were dealing with a potential war with the Dark Fae. Our father revealed he had once overheard his parents talking about what had happened. He was a little child at the time and thought nothing of it. It was only after Mother used a memory charm to sift through his memories that she discovered Egan had sought help from a few disgraced witches. They tried to perform a spell to take Fae's immortality. The plan failed. Thankfully, our grandfather was informed of what was happening when Claudia materialized, claiming to have heard information about the rogue witches. Outraged by the betrayal, our grandfather stopped the spell from ever happening. He attempted to kill Egan but failed. Egan had vanished, never to be heard or seen again. That was when our grandfather created the treaty, hiding our world from the supernaturals. He had Claudia create a spell on the rest of the supernatural so that they would forget our existence. Everything about us was erased. The story was chilling, to say the least. Grandfather protected us, I understood that, but I still couldn't get over how he let the werewolves die. He was angry at one of them for trying to kill Fae and take their power. But Egan was one man and the king and queen of wolves meant no harm. They had suffered through so much and deserved to die. To add to all of this worry and stress, Prince Aziel was working with Delta, Moon. He knew I was here and was latching onto Delta, Moon's hatred for Red Knight, to obliterate them. After all of these revelations, I trained harder than ever. My brothers helped me practice my powers. Gabriel and I fought together, correcting each other in combat. My relationship with Gabriel was steady at times but still fragile. We barely had any time alone except for at night. But we were exhausted by then. I loathed Aziel more than anything for making my relationship with Gabriel like this. The chances of us winning were not good with Prince Aziel and his clenched warriors on his side. I still hadn't seen my family either. As I said, Morpheus and my parents were too busy to visit. It would be too dangerous too. Atlas and Kale were probably with the royal army, preparing them in case we needed them. Then again, if they interfered, there would definitely be a war against the light and dark fae. I knew my parents wanted to avoid that at all costs. I didn't blame them. Millions of innocent fae would be killed. Nobody wanted that. It had been 3 weeks since Eden left too. We were all on edge, waiting for a surprise attack. Delta, Moon could attack at any moment. Our plan was to attack first, but only when we were strong enough. Jacob predicted the warriors of Red Knight would be ready in about a week. It wasn't ideal, but it was the best we could do. On edge, as usual, I sat at the dinner table with Gabriel, Blade, and Sabrina. My brothers were off training a group of 16-year-olds. They were not allowed to fight, but they were trained to defend. They would be staying with the elderly and younger children far away from the pack house. I slurped my soup, drifting my eyes along everyone on the table. Everything looked so anxious and tired. Nobody could remember the last time they had a good night's rest. Gabriel, I called his name. He was busy scanning a letter a neighboring pack had sent. Gabriel had sent out many emails, letters, and phone calls to packs he was allied with, hoping then a hand. They had all declined to help so far. This one would be no different. Gabriel, I called his name again, catching the attention of Blade, Gomez, and finally, Gabriel. His grey orbs locked onto mine, dimming. I knew what that meant. My heart deflated no. He shook his head. The pack in stow won't help us. He scrunched up the letter angrily, clenching his jaw. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They are all cowards. It's just politics. Gabriel, you know that. They pick a side and that's it, they're fucked. Blade jumped in. Calmly, I threw him a thankful look. He was a good beta. I may have hated him at first, but now, he was starting to grow on me. You'd think they'd help. They probably hate Delta, Moon as much as us. He countered, referring to the many lives lost because of Delta, Moon. I don't think they can interfere. A member of the royal family is there. Blade justified, making me furrow my eyebrows. Wait, what? Have you heard of Leah Ward? Blade dragged his hazel eyes to me. I nodded my head. She was the only daughter of the former king and queen of wolves. She lives in Stowe. She moved there after her mate died. So, they can't interfere because it could look like the royal family was choosing sides. I summarized, distastefully. Blade solemnly nodded his head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I glanced at Gabriel, who seemed to be in a world of his own. His grey orbs stared down at the table, conflicted. I wanted to help him in some way, but I didn't know how to. I wanted to say we didn't need them, but that would be a fat lie. We did. We needed as much help as we could get. After dinner, I ventured to Gabriel's office where I knew my brothers and Gabriel would be. Knocking on the door, I entered and spotted them all sitting around Gabriel's large desk, where our map was stretched out. Jacob was pointing out a point on the map where Red Knight's borders were. We could plant bombs here. It will catch them off guard, Jacob suggested, sitting back in his chair. I stepped forwards, eyeing the map. It was in a part of the territory I wasn't familiar with. The area was large and seemed to be on a flat surface. There were a few trees to the right which led to Delta, Moon's pack. Do you think they'll be coming from here? Gesturing to where the place they were talking about. Jacob flickered his gaze up to me and nodded his head. Yeah, we think so. The place is open and so they'd think we wouldn't expect it. Young wolves run around there constantly though. Gabriel butted in. I floated my eyes to him, taking in his fatigued appearance. But they are most likely to come through here. If they do attack unexpectedly, then we might be able to eliminate some of them and frighten their worries, Jacob argued, firmly. He got a lot of his battle strategy from our father. Gabriel exhaled loudly. And what if one of my young wolves sneaks out and gets blown up? Jacob shook his head in disbelief. We obviously command them not to go in that area. Keep them busy if you must. I chewed on my bottom lip, my eyes bouncing between them. It was like watching a tennis match. We don't have any bombs. Jacob, Gabriel informed him, gravely. I can easily get some. Jacob retorted. He wasn't going to let this go. I had to admit that Jacob's idea was good. It could be extremely beneficial to us. You're not going to let this go, are you? Gabriel was already conceding. I wondered if it hurt his pride. Then again, he was a man who put his pack's safety above everything else. If this could help the loss of lives, then he'd be all for it. No, Jacob replied. Instantly, Declan and I exchanged a look, suppressing a smile. Watching my mate and brother confront each other like that was quite funny. Do it then, Gabriel commanded. Sighing, Jacob nodded his head and left, no doubt on his way to get the bombs. Declan followed after him, giving me some privacy with Gabriel. Your brother is a menace. Collapsing into his chair, I hated how worn out he looked. I know, I responded, the corners of my lips quirking upwards. But his heart is in the right place. Gabriel gazed down at the map of his territory and delta. Moons. They had a smaller amount of land, but that didn't mean there were fewer people. You look like you need a kiss, I muttered, adopting a purring voice. Gabriel's grey eyes shot up to me like lightning. I smirked to myself. We didn't have a lot of time before training, but we had just enough time for me to cheer him up. I do. His resolve lightening. Oh, definitely. I breathed, stalking over to him like a predator. Our relationship had become very sexual. We both wanted each other desperately. I didn't know what was holding us back. Perhaps we had silently agreed to wait until the Delta Moon problem was solved. Either way, the most we had done was make out. I wanted him to mark me. I thought he wanted it to be a special moment. I placed my hand on his warm cheek, stroking his rough skin softly. He hadn't shaved in a few days. I quite liked his roguish look. It made him appear older. Gabriel peered up at me with eyes full of desire and want. My heart fluttered at his handsome face. I whispered with a demanding face. I didn't need to say anything. He wrapped a thick arm around my waist and pulled me onto his lap. My lips immediately locked with his. The kiss was full of passion and lust. We were both impatient and hungry for each other. I dreamed of being intimate with him, of his mark on my neck. I don't think I will ever get enough of you, he mumbled against my skin. I was surprised by his admission, but figured he had said it because his mind was distracted. If his lips were currently against my neck, he'd never have said it. As much as I enjoyed being physical with Gabriel, we barely ever spoke. I still didn't know simple things about him, like when his birthday was or what his favorite color was. They were trivial and probably meaningless to him, but to me, they meant a lot. I wanted to be the person who knew everything about him, including his favorite book or movie. Well, I should hope not. We're sort of stuck together now, I joked, referring to me being announced as the Luna. I was tied to the pack like he was. Gabriel stopped kissing and gazed up at me. A lazy smile stretched onto his pink lips. It was nice to see him so carefree in this short moment. I looked forward to the day I learned more about him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 36 Auspicious Mind. I must admit, seeing you and Alpha Gabriel getting cozy is nice, Sabrina commented as we walked away from the training grounds. Everybody was covered in sweat and was panting. Today, the session was more intense than usual. My light blonde hair was plastered to my forehead, and I was sure I smelt. Sabrina was in the same state as me. What do you mean? Glancing at her, her cheeks were flushed a bright pink color from the exertion we had just performed. Gomez, her mate, didn't seem at all fazed by it. Then again, he trained regularly. Well, you know, I said Alpha Gabriel would never take a mate, she stated, reminding me, and since that is all I ever heard about Alpha Gabriel, Everyone always thought he'd be alone and unhappy. My heart aching for Gabriel. But he dated Eden. I had to force the words out of my mouth. They tasted like cement still. I had no ill feelings for Eden. She was alone and lost, but it still hurt to think about her with him. Yeah, but nothing changed with him. Being with her only caused him more stress. She explained, sighing. I knew she cared about Eden a lot. With you, it's different. I'd never seen him like that before. I still didn't know where Sabrina was going with this. Gabriel was still the same. Sabrina, you've lost me, I told her. She exhaled and rolled her eyes. Alpha Gabriel is happy. Sure, he's obviously stressed with everything happening, but with you, it's like he's complete. I don't think I've ever seen him smile before. I don't think I've ever seen him take an interest in anything other than pack work. That's all because of you. To say I was speechless would be an understatement. I honestly believed my presence didn't make much of a difference in his life. Clearly, I was wrong. Sabrina wasn't lying to me. She had no reason to. It was as if she could sense my doubts and reassured me. I began, uncertain about what to say. Elation coursed through me. My mood had been lifted because of her words, and I was excited to see Gabriel. A little birdie told me you are sleeping in his room now. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Smirking like a Cheshire cat, I snapped my head to her, wondering where she heard this. It was no secret by no means. I was simply curious. Have you been asking the staff about me? I quizzed, realizing the only way she would have heard this is if she was talking to the staff. Carrie came to my mind at first, but I quickly shook off the thought. Carrie wasn't the type of person to gossip. She didn't even talk to Sabrina very often. Perhaps it was Nellie, the young and nice girl who was always wandering around the pack house. She mostly worked in the kitchen, but she occasionally dabbled in housework. Whenever I saw her, I would stop what I was doing and ask her how she was. Sabrina suppressed a smile. Failing epic ally. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I shook my head in disbelief, smiling to myself. Sometimes I remembered my life before I had met her. I didn't really have female friends. I was always surrounded by men. Sabrina was like a sister I never had. You are so nosy, I muttered, laughing to myself. You should be glad you're my best friend. The words slipped out of my mouth quickly before I could comprehend what I was saying. Still, I had no regrets. Sabrina was the closest to me, minus my family and Gabriel. When I looked at her, I saw a lot of Michael in her. They were so similar in their ways. Did you just call me your best friend? Sabrina asked, shocked and happy. Wow, I feel like with Helma and Louise. Except we're not murderers and we're not running away from anyone. Oh, there was the movie reference. She seemed to have toned down her love for the human world and movies over the past few weeks. The large pack house came into view. There were a few guards stationed outside, a precaution Gabriel had recently implemented. Families no longer sat outside the house. All of the kids were at school or training. As for the mothers, they were helping any way they could. The atmosphere in Red Night just wasn't the same. Everyone was anxious. Loss of life was inevitable. They all prayed their loved ones would come back safe. When this is over, I'm going to organize a pack BBQ, Sabrina stated, confidently. That sounds like a wonderful idea. I replied, softly, assuming we won, a celebration would be exactly what people needed. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Handsome man approached us, his dark eyes trained on Sabrina. Gomez flickered his eyes to me in acknowledgement. I smiled back at him as he whisked his mate away from me, making my way inside the house. I ventured up the creaking stairs to my room. A shower and change in clothes were definitely needed before I had tea. My room was neat and tidy. The bed had been perfectly made. There were no signs of me living in the room. I only came in here for clothes nowadays. My real home was in Gabriel's large and comfortable room. Grabbing a clean pair of jeans and a t-shirt from my wardrobe, I switched on the shower and waited for it to warm up. When steam floated in the air, I knew it was ready. Stripping until I was naked as the day I was born, I hopped into the shower and released a sigh of contentment. I enjoyed my shower, letting the hot water pour away any signs of training. When I was done, I twisted my dripping hair into a messy bun and dried myself off. As I stared at my reflection in the mirror, I had to admit my body was gaining muscle. I was in amazing shape thanks to my consistent and demanding training. I liked how toned I was. It made me feel strong. After changing into my clothes, I diddied to my bathroom and chucked my clothes into the hamper. My eyes flickered to the ticking clock in my room and noted tea would be in 30 minutes. Swiping my notebook, which contained all of the information I had gathered off the table, I slipped out of my room. That was when I noticed Carrie sneak out of Gabriel's room, her ebony hair tied in a ponytail. She closed the door quietly and darted her beady eyes around the corridor. When they landed on me, she froze. I narrowed my eyes at her suspiciously. What was she doing in Gabriel's room? Liberty, she greeted in surprise, smoothing her maid outfit. What are you doing? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I got straight to the point. She gulped subtly. Well, I was just cleaning Gabriel's room, she answered, stumbling over her words for a moment. Her nervous disposition transported me back to Eden's party when I found her crying on the stairs. We hadn't talked about that evening in a while. She seemed to have slipped back to her old, quiet self. Now though, it felt like I was staring at a different person. Where are your cleaning products? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Snappy lie. If you were cleaning, you'd have them. There was something seriously wrong with this whole situation. I sensed something bad. Carrie opened her mouth, racking her brain for an answer. All believable lie. Nobody was allowed to enter the Alpha's room without permission. It was disrespectful for one thing. Plus, everybody feared Gabriel's wrath. If Carrie was cleaning, then it wouldn't be a problem. But I knew she wasn't. Why was she sneaking into his room? Was she looking for something? No, if she was looking for something, she'd search Gabriel's office. That was where all of his plans were. I am sorry, Luna, she apologized, her voice trailing off at my title. Stepping closer to her, I examined her phone. She wasn't shaking, but she was definitely afraid. Staring into her brown orbs, I scanned them, hoping to find some sort of explanation. You need to answer me honestly now. See, I never got to finish my sentence. A blaring, shrieking alarm sounded throughout the entire pack house. It was loud enough to potentially bleed my ears. I had never heard it before, but I knew what it was immediately. Somebody had breached the perimeter. We were under attack. 37 the rogue. Carrie scurried away as soon as it sounded. I stared at her retreating form for a moment before falling into action mode. The first place I needed to go was Gabriel's office. With that thought in mind, I sprinted to his office, dodging worried pack members. They all paid no attention to me, going to their rightful places. Just as I rounded the corner, Gabriel swung the door to his office open and exited it. His grey orbs were filled with alarm and worry. An attack now was not only unexpected but concerning. We weren't ready. We hadn't set up the traps Jacob was talking about. Our warriors weren't prepared yet. He met my eyes. Our exchange spoke volumes. We both had the same thoughts in mind. I rushed over to him. How many? I asked him. Immediately. His eyes glazed over as he mind-linked his patrol warriors. There were always members of his pack patrolling the skirts of the border in case of intruders. They were usually there to stop and arrest rogues. But since the threat of Delta, Moon, Gabriel increased the number of warriors. When his eyes returned to the normal shade of stormy grey, he gave me his full attention. Only a handful, maybe a dozen. Gomez is already there. I need to head off. I'm coming too. I informed him, leaving no room for argument. This wasn't the attack. If it was, there would be more. I was certain. So if this wasn't the attack, what was it? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel looked like he wanted to argue, but he knew it would be a lost cause. I was coming with him no matter what. The Alpha and Luna sorted the problems of the pack together. We rushed through the pack house and to where the perimeter breach was. Gabriel was quick at running, but I managed to keep up with him. It was complete chaos. Panic infiltrated everyone's resolve. Nobody knew what to do. Gabriel barked some orders at a group of younger pack warriors, who all jumped at his baritone voice and reacted immediately, sending them all comforting looks. I followed after Gabriel. He was in alpha mode. Nothing, not even me, could break his reverie. We charged through the forest to where Gomez and a handful of warriors were. When we broke into the small clearing, I spot Gomez fighting two rogues swiftly. His large form dominated the two considerably smaller, thinner wolves. With one snap, he managed to break the brown wolf's neck. The other one, not even dazed by the death of their comrade, lunged at him. Gabriel turned to a smaller pack wolf who was struggling to fight a rogue. He instantly went to him and dated him. In my peripheral vision, I spotted a rogue sneaking up on Gabriel. Without a second thought, I teleported behind it and sent a blast of power at it. The rogue shrieked and flew through the air. It clumsily stood to its feet and glowered at me with its dark and cold eyes. The hatred it had for me was profound and unjust. Then again, I did just catapult it a few hundred meters. Now we're in the open. It didn't have the element of surprise on his hands. Its cunning eyes drifted to Gabriel, who was impressively fighting the biggest rogue. To tame him, I stalked towards him, gathering a bolt of energy. Like if I couldn't manipulate darkness or shadows, but we could use light. Realizing I was approaching it, the rogue snapped its head to me and growled in warning. A hint of terror flickered in his eyes. You shouldn't have come here, I commented. Emotional's a lie. Now afraid for its life. The rogue stumbled backward. My hands circled each other as light crackled. I could feel the power in every part of me. My body tingled. I relished it. It had been so long, too long, since I last used my power. Now I was going to show this wolf who I was and what I was capable of. It snarled at me and leaned forwards, preparing to lunge. The next few seconds happened in slow motion. As I was about to let my power loose in its direction, a wolf lunged at the rogue. The rogue tumbled to the ground with the wolf on top of it. The bolt of power hit a tree. Confused and angry, I dropped my hands to my sides and glanced around. Confused, I recognized the wolf that saved the rogue. It was Blade. Blade, why would you? I was interrupted by my mate. I asked him too. I had to do a double take. What? Gabriel sighed as he approached me. There was a small scratch on his cheek, but that would heal quickly. His t-shirt had splotches of blood on it. He hadn't even transformed into his wolf. He was capable of fighting in human form just as well. I want to interrogate him, Gabriel said, simply. Mashing my lips together, I backed off. It made sense. Gabriel wanted to know why they attacked. Did it relate to Delta, Moon, Gomez and Blade, who shifted into his human form and threw on a pair of shorts, grabbed onto the fighting wolf and dragged it to the dungeons? I followed behind them, ready to use my magic to render the rogue unconscious if it breaks free. The last time I saw the dungeons were on the day I had arrived. Breathing through my nose, I entered the building. It still smelt of disinfectant. We staggered up a flight of stairs, passing many guards. I even recognized one of the angry men from last time. He no longer looked ready to bite my head off. Perhaps it was because he knew I was the Luna. Gomez and Blade threw the wolf into a cell, whilst another guard who crept up behind us also chucked a pair of clothes at it. Gabriel stepped in front of the now locked cell with his hands behind his back. His grey eyes were closed off, hiding any true feelings. It was strange seeing him like that. I was beginning to get used to the open Gabriel. You have 5 minutes to shift and change into your clothes. If you do not, there will be severe punishment, Gabriel informed the rogue. Monotonously. The wolf glared icily at the alpha and huffed. Gabriel turned away from it and grabbed the crook of my elbow, guiding me away. I ignored the pleading wolves we passed. I entered the big white room first. My eyes wandered around, taking in the small kitchen and many tables. This must be some sort of staff room for the guards. I never really thought about the wolves who worked here. My mind drifted to the prisoners. What happened to them? How long did they stay here? When they served their punishment, were they set free? I would have to find out at some point since I was the Luna. Taking a peek at Gabriel's face, I decided to question him after he interrogated the rogue. You don't have to be here now. Liberty, I can handle this, Gabriel murmured to me, bringing his alluring eyes to my face. I shook my head. I want to stay right here. I want to hear what the rogue has to say. Gabriel exhaled loudly. The interrogation might not be pretty. He warned me. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I knew there could be torture involved. By no means did I condone it. After hearing what my great-grandfather did to Diana and Torin, I never wanted anyone to go through that. But this rogue, along with many others, tried to kill my pack members. He tried to hurt my mate. I had to know the truth, and if that meant letting the wolf get hurt, then so be it. The queasy sensation in my stomach didn't dissipate as I left the room. Back to the cell. Blade and Gomes walked with us. We rounded the corner and saw the rogue standing in clothing with its back to us. Its hair was dark brown and messy. At our arrival, the rogue spun around to reveal a thin woman. Her face was covered in dirt, but underneath, you could see traces of pale, light brown skin. She had cold brown eyes that stared into the depths of our souls. Everything about her screamed anger. The girl looked no older than 20. Why had she been subjected to this? What had made her cruel at such a young age? Suddenly, torturing her felt sickening. She was young, barely an adult, and sad. Would she even survive it? Turning to Gabriel, I silently begged him to not hurt her. There were other ways, different methods. Gabriel blanked my look, staring dead on at the rogue. Gomez, unlock the door. Gabriel ordered his gunner, never straying away from the rogue. Gomez obediently obeyed. As soon as the sea, through glass doors, opened, a stench of death hit me. It came from the girl. Gabriel stepped into the room. I quickly did the same, flanking his right. The girl rolled her shoulders back, remaining confident. Rogue, I'm going to make this simple. I want to know your intentions for being here. Tell me who you are working for and I will kill you. Gabriel got straight to the point. The rogue growled lowly, curling her fingers into a fist. Never. She refused, tilting her square jaw up. Stubborn. Stupid. I thought with dismay. Gabriel didn't react outwardly, but I figured his anger was bubbling internally. These rogues attacked his pack and endangered his wolves. You have one more opportunity to tell me otherwise. I will have to look to other options. He threatened, his tone dark and deadly. This intimidated the rogue. I could tell, whilst her body didn't tremble. Her eyes avoided his. The girl narrowed her eyes and spat at my mate. Thankfully, the spit didn't hit his face, but still. The mess had been made. It was a clear sign of disrespect. Gabriel would never let her get away with it. Sighing inwardly, I blinked. In a flash, Gabriel had zoomed in front of her and grabbed a fistful of her grimy hair. She gasped as he forced her head back. Watching this made me uncomfortable. As an alpha, Gabriel had duties to protect the pack. If the pack's safety was threatened, then he had to do whatever he could to make sure he could protect it. I'm trying to be nice here. Rogue. Still, he managed to keep his composure controlled. He was a very methodical person. He never let anger blindly control him. Cooperate. Save yourself. Are these people you're protecting worth dying for? That made her freeze. She faltered, flickering her eyes to the ground in thought. After mulling over her options, her expression hardened again, causing my shoulders to slouch in defeat. She was not going to give up any information. I'm not telling you shit. Venomous lie. Gabriel let go of her hair dramatically and clenched his strong jaw. Very well. Blade, can you get me the pill? Perplexity became evident on my face as Gabriel asked this. What was the pill? Moving closer to Gomez, I whispered that very question to him. He inhaled, causing his broad body to become larger. It's a horrible hallucin, a drug which causes delirious thoughts. It speeds up your heart rate and makes you relive your worst memories. He told me, quietly, that's probably the most Gomez has ever spoken to me. I pondered over his words with worry. Was it fair to be this girl through that? When Blade returned, he was holding a purple pill. His face was devoid of any emotion, just like Gabriel's. Mine wasn't. I wasn't like them. I couldn't plaster a poker face on in moments like this. Blade handed the drug to Gabriel and shuffled to the side. Do you know what this pill is? He asked her. The girl swallowed and bit her bottom lip. She obviously did. I thought you did, he said when she didn't reply. I don't want to give you it, but if you're not going to give me answers, then I must force them out of you. Gabriel's eyes started but stopped when the rogue's icy eyes darted to me. Taking a deep breath, I continued. Don't do this. He glanced at me, his eyes telling me to stop talking. I guffawed in disbelief and moved beside him. I'm not going to let you do this. It's not right. She's too young, I argued, firmly. This wasn't the first time we had gone toe-to-toe, and it wouldn't be the last. Liberty, stop interfering, he ordered as if I would listen to him. I stood my ground. No. There are other ways to get answers. Gabriel's jaw ticked. This must be done. We must know why she attacked. Let me talk to her. I supplied a different solution. I just tried that, he retorted, placidly. It took a lot of effort for me not to roll my eyes. Yeah, you tried that. Not me. He was actually considering my words. To my utter relief, there was a chance I could get through to her without pain being involved. The girl snorted. Do you really think you'll get me to talk? Grinding my teeth together, I glanced at Gabriel. He sent me a small nod, giving me permission to approach her. Warily, she stared at me. What's your name? I began. Softly, she scrunched her nose up, finding me distasteful. I had to admit, this girl was making it difficult for me to stay calm. It was like she knew which buttons to push. However, I'd rather endure whatever she threw at me than watch her battle her own mind. I'm not going to tell you that, she countered, crossing her arms over her chest. The clothes she had been assigned were too big for her body. They drowned her small form. Why not? I'm not going to be able to do anything with this piece of information. I just want to know who I'm addressing, I replied, tucking strands of my light blonde hair behind my ear. She hesitated. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gale, I repeated, letting her name roll off my tongue smoothly. Were you sent here by someone? Is that person threatening you? She sucked in a breath and pinched her lips together tightly. You know you will be safe here. Right. If you give us important information, we can help whoever is being threatened. I added, delicately. I don't trust you, she eventually claimed. I understand, but I want to help you. I could have met my mate and given you that drug, but I didn't. I reminded her. She eyed me up and down. So you're the new Luna, she stated, flatly. I would have thought she'd guess who I was. Maybe it didn't occur to her. Yes, I am. I have the power to help you, I responded. You just need to tell me why you attacked us. What were you trying to do? She took a deep, shaky breath. Clearly, this really weighed on her conscience. Whoever she worked for, assuming she did work for someone, scared her. If she didn't work for anyone and it was just random, what was she trying to achieve? A week ago, our camp was infiltrated. We were bagged, gagged, and forced into drugs. When I woke up, we were told we would attack this pack, otherwise a few of us would be killed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They kept my mate and told me if I didn't attack your pack, she'd be killed. It was the same for most of us rogues. We are not rogues who are forced to leave our packs, we chose to. We never hurt anybody else. We are good people, she told us as tears formed in her eyes. Her tough exterior faded and showed who she really was behind the mask. I contemplated her words. Do you know who took you? Gil turned her head away, using her knotty hair to shield her from my penetrating looks. Yes, she mumbled. Slowly, she locked eyes with me. It was Delta, Moon, I gasped. Shocked. I should have seen it coming though. It made perfect sense. Delta, Moon sent the rogues as a warning. They wanted us to see what they were capable of. It was a bold and cocky move. Movement behind me caught my attention. Gabriel stepped next to me, facing Annika. He was probably just as anxious as me. Delta, Moon was proving more and more psychotic. Gabriel and I shared a knowing look and swiveled around. About to leave. T, there's one more thing, Gil whispered. We stopped and faced her. As we were being told our mission, I overheard the man in charge say to some blonde guy that Alpha Gabriel would disappear. My heart stopped. What else did they say? I urged, frantically. Besides me, Gabriel was as cool as a cucumber. They said he'd never see it coming. That's all. I swear. Everything was a blur from there. I was faintly aware I was being dragged away by someone. When we made it outside, I was still unaware of what was happening. All I knew was that I was out of the cell, and I was being pulled back to the pack house. My mind went mad. All I could hear was Gale's words. Alpha Gabriel would disappear. They were going to kill him. They said he'd never see it coming. They weren't planning on killing him, somewhat not in the fight. They were going to assassinate him. 38 falling from grace. By the time I made it to the pack house, thanks to Gabriel dragging me, I snapped out of my thought process. The word assassinate circled in my mind. The more I said it in my head, the more I believed it. Gail wasn't lying, there was no deceit in her eyes. She was telling the truth. She had heard Delta, Moon confirm they planned to kill Gabriel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. An old woman called Gabriel's name, pushing her way through the crowd. She was one of the elders of the pack, a very respected woman. I hadn't had a conversation with her yet. Gabriel immediately stopped and gave her his full attention. I stared into her eyes and saw nothing but pure joy. Not concern nor fear. Yes, Mr. Jacobson, he asked as Gomes wandered off. Glade was the only one who stayed with us. They're born. Lani gave birth to the twins. She informed us, grinning happily. Gabriel's exterior softened. The birth of pups was nothing extravagant in the werewolf world. But the birth of twins definitely was. I assumed Mrs. Jacobson was the grandmother of the twins. She was probably worried her daughter, Lani, would never survive. Mothers rarely did survive. What must have been worse was the rogue attack. The stress must have caused Lani to go into labor. That is wonderful news, Gabriel said, genuinely pleased. I think we'll hold a celebration tonight in honor of the birth of the twins' Mrs. Jacobson smiled gratefully. It was nice to see such an older lady so bubbly and happy. She looked young. Oh, thank you, Alpha Gabriel. I wondered if Gabriel would have been like this before I came along. When I first met him, he was so private and unwilling to show any emotion now. Well, he's better than before. I'll have the cooks prepare a fine dinner. Have Lani and Dale come. Gabriel added, Mrs. Jacobson left and Gabriel sauntered to the kitchen where he ordered the cooks to prepare a celebratory meal. He then mined his entire pack and informed them about tonight. When he turned to me and gave him his full attention, I sought physical comfort. My arms wrapped around his waist. My body pressed against his. Why are we not talking about what Gale said? My voice was muffled because my face was buried in his neck. Hesitantly, he encircled his thick arms around my body. Gabriel sighed and planted a kiss on the top of my head. There is no need to. They probably talked about it in front of her for a reason. It's a scare tactic. Nothing more. He was treating this as a warning. He wasn't concerned for his safety. I fisted his shirt. To my authentic extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You don't know that. This could be what you want. So please, swear on the moon goddess's name that you'll look into it. His warm and calisol hand found my jaw and tilted my head up. Our eyes interlocked and I felt my heart stutter. I couldn't lose him. I swore on my life I wouldn't let Delta, Moon, hurt him. If it's causing you this much stress, then I will do as you say. The hand on my back creating small circles. I smiled at him gratefully and pecked his rough cheek. Thank you. We parted ways. I went to have a relaxing bath in his tub. I refused to go into my suite after that incident. Grabbing a blue dress from my wardrobe, I ventured into Gabriel's room smoothly. This felt like my room now. I didn't even think about catching Carrie acting suspiciously earlier. My mind was solely focused on what Annika said. Whilst the bath filled up, I stared into Gabriel's large mirror. I had to admit, even though I was being strained a lot these days, I looked amazing. My light blonde hair had a golden edge to it, under the fluorescent lights. My jade orbs were wide and bright. My pale skin wasn't sickly, not that it ever looked sickly, but it looked better. Every aspect of me looked better. I wasn't sure how that was even possible. Was this because of the mate bond? I saw no other reason other than that. The mate bond could have several positive effects on wolves. I guessed it applied to Phi too. A smile formed on my face. My pearly white teeth shone. All I could see was my happiness. Despite the stresses Eel has been causing me, I'm happy. I found my soulmate, and after a lot of effort, we were making things work. My bath was long and well overdue. I let my body soak until my skin started to wrinkle. After drying my body and applying lotion, I slipped the silky blue dress over my body. It was typically one I'd wear in the Phi realm. Its style was old, fashioned but beautiful nonetheless. The pack knew who I was and seemed to accept me. They'd probably accept my style too. I tied a blue ribbon around my waist loosely and one around my slender swan-like neck. Then, I moved on to my long locks. Gabriel had asked Kerry for a hairy about a week ago when he realized how annoyed I got with my dripping wet hair. I'd always complain after showering that it took hours to dry. Why don't you just cut your hair then? It won't take as long to dry then, he'd said as I forced the comb through my unruly hair. I paused and stared back at him through the mirror. He was sitting on the king-sized bed, surrounded by paperwork. There were bags under his eyes. Glancing over my shoulder, I sent him an incredulous look. I'm not going to cut my hair. I've always had long hair. He threw his hands in the air, surrendering. Okay. The corners of my lips quirked upwards as a thought popped into my mind. Plus, you'd miss my long hair. I know you like running your fingers through it. He didn't even bother to deny it. I knew I was right. The next morning, when I snuck into his room to grab some deodorant, I noticed an expensive hairdryer on the bed. When we went to bed that night, I asked him about it. You were right. I would miss your long hair, was all he said. It took a while for me to dry my hair. Naturally, it curled into large ringlets. As I stared at my appearance, I noticed something was missing. If I was dressing up in my usual Phi attire, I needed something in my hair. Normally, I'd stick flowers in my hair, but I wanted to symbolize who I was in this pack. Conjuring up an image in my head, I created a golden headband around my head. It fitted perfectly in my hair and didn't draw too much attention. Satisfied, I smirked at my reflection and checked the time. The meal would be starting in 15 minutes. I had spent too much time getting ready. Oh well. Gliding down the stairs, I greeted pack members, putting on a facade of happiness. Tonight, I'd forget about everything else and enjoy the night. We needed to have a break from training and dread. The arrival of twins would bring hope to many. It was a sign that anything was possible. We could beat Delta, Moon. The dining room had been converted. Instead of having separate group tables, they had all been joined together in long lines. They all circled around the room. It was a truly extravagant sight to see. The walls were decorated with banners and balloons. I guessed a group of wolves had volunteered to decorate the room. It was already starting to get busy. Many of the seats had been taken. I spotted Gabriel on the other side of the room, his table at the front. On either side of his table, in the corners, were doors leading to the kitchen and hallway. His grey orbs bore into my face and body. They gave nothing away. I longed to know what he thought of my outfit if he approved. I didn't need his approval, no woman could define myself, worth by a mere word, but I wanted him to think I looked nice. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He had never really said those things to me. I knew he was attracted to me. It was how the mate bond worked. Smiling brightly go of ily at him, I stalked towards his table with ease and confidence. A few turned their heads as I passed. My brothers were seated close to Gabriel's table and were talking idly to Sabrina. When I made it to Gabriel's table, he rose to his feet. In a gentlemanly manner, he pulled a red chair out and gestured for me to sit down. Cocking an eyebrow at this, I lowered myself into my seat and observed the room. As I suspected and hoped, the sour and worried mood had vanished. Everyone looks happy, I commented, my tone light and majestic. Gabriel shot me a pleasing look. Yeah, they are. The stress of the pack affected him a lot. If the pack was sad, then he was sad. When the food is rolled out, everyone's eyes light up. My mouth literally waters at the smell of it. As the food is placed on the tables, Gabriel stands to his feet with a glass of champagne. I didn't even notice he had alcohol. The room immediately went silent. All eyes went to Gabriel. Today has been a difficult day. Every one of you has gone through something traumatic today, and I commend you for being here with smiles on your faces. But we do have one thing to celebrate. Lonnie and Dale have brought not one but two new pack members. Twins. He paused as a chorus of cheers erupted in the room. The joyous atmosphere was beautiful to watch. Dale has told me he has named them Stella and Bryce. More cheers. As Gabriel wrapped up his speech, I relaxed. There was a large and bright chandelier above our heads. It twinkled brightly. Conversation started back up loudly. Gabriel sat back down and observed our pack with pure love. There was no denying how affectionate he was for his pack. Nobody could ever take that away from him. I'm worried, I heard myself blurting out. He focused on me, the grey in his eyes swirling with determination. He was convinced we stood a chance. Failure was never an option. We're prepared. Liberty. We stand a chance. He replied, calmly. It was in his nature to be so calm and stoic. If he appeared stressed or alarmed, it would negatively affect the rest of the pack. He had to put on a brave face. My attention was suddenly pulled elsewhere. A figure that had its hair covering its eyes walked out of the kitchen door to my right. They were carrying a glass of red liquid. My green knobs trailed after them, watching their every move. I couldn't see their face since their hair shielded them. I got chills in my body. All of a sudden, I'm transported to the dream I had in the bathtub. A powerful sense of déjà vu hit me. The unknown person walked over to my table. Somehow, they remained undetected. I had to assume it was because everybody was concentrated on Gabriel and his speech. Maybe nobody suspected anything funny. Maybe it was just me and my nerves. What I tried to whisper to the person as they put the cup down. The person then scurried away quietly, but not before I could catch a glimpse at their face. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shocked even though I really shouldn't have been, I gazed down at the drink and became transfixed by it. Drink it, a voice whispered, angelically. I stared at the cup in awe, losing all instincts to fight back. I wanted to drink it so badly. Their voice was sinister and dark but so alluring. Go on. You want to. Drink it. As in it was an out-body experience. I reached for the cup the anonymous person put down and lifted the cup to my lips. It felt cold but magical. Parting my lips, I let the cool liquid travel down my throat. It was only once I had drunk it. I came to my senses. The enchanting spell that had befallen me ended and I realized what I had done. Poison now ran through my veins. Libby, Sabrina's sweet voice coaxed me out of my train of thoughts. My face, which was a picture of fear, turned to her. "Can you pass me the chick?" She paused, noticing my expression. "What is it? What's wrong?" I didn't even know how to tell her what was wrong. How could I tell them I had somewhat willingly drunk poison? Oh God, what was Gabriel going to do? He didn't deserve this worry. Not now. I could feel the poison infecting my organs. I wasn't sure what kind it was, but I imagined it was one that would slowly destroy my body. Even if I could be killed by such things. If witches develop the poison, then it would be effective and harmful. This was the plan all along. I had been wrong. A fit of coughs racked through my body. I leaned forwards, coughing vigorously. The people around me stilled, watching the scene unfold. I squeezed my eyes shut tightly and placed a fist over my chest. The pain was unreal. "Liberty, what's wrong?" Gabriel's concerned asked, reaching for me. I couldn't focus on the tingles his touch created because I was in pure agony. My body quaked violently and blood poured out of my mouth. "Oh my God," Sabrina gasped. "Where's the pack doctor? Get him here now. Liberty, please tell me what's going on." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "You're scaring me," Gabriel muttered, his voice shaking. Mustering up whatever energy I had left, I lifted my head up. I'm sure my face looked like a mess. "I am sorry." I apologized and felt my consciousness slip away. This could be the last time I ever opened my eyes. This could be the last thing I see. I was just glad it was Gabriel's handsome face. And with that, I let myself be carried away into the abyss. As I lay in bed, basking in the soft rays of the morning sun, I couldn't help but smile at the sight of my peaceful partner beside me. 39 meet me in my dreams. I was lying comfortably in bed. The sun's soft rays filtered into the room and highlighted the person beside me. His soft snores were music to my ears. Smiling in contentment, I simply watched his sleeping face. In hindsight, it was probably extremely creepy, but I didn't care. He looked so peaceful. It was a rare sight to see. There were no worry lines, no anger in his eyes. His breathing was normal and calm. Resting my face on my hand, I felt for the first time in my life that things were going great. I was where we wanted to be. I had finally found I had a group of friends with who I was close to. I had a purpose in my life. Nothing could destroy that. Gabriel stirred in bed, groaning. He slowly peeled his eyes open and blinked a few times. "Good morning," I greeted it in a joyful voice. He cleared his throat and stretched his neck. His grey orbs were still hazy as he was still waking up. I could get used to waking up like this. "That was the best night's sleep," he commented, drowsily. I chuckled at his tone, finding it endearing and adorable. I wouldn't tell him that, though it would only end in me hurting his ego. I flickered my gaze to the clock by his nightstand and nearly gasped at the time. It was nearly 9 in the morning. Normally, we'd be training at this time. "Oh shit, we've got training," I exclaimed, throwing the warm dew off my body. To my utter surprise, Gabriel chuckled at my antics and flicked the duvet back on me. Puzzled by his behavior, I shot him a look. "We're not going to training today. Liberty," he informed me, casually. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, I gasped. Gabriel was not the type of person to not go training. Did something happen to him? Did someone give him something they shouldn't have? I racked my brain for some logical answer, but I couldn't provide any. It was certainly a mystery. There had to be some explanation. He wouldn't put training off for anything. "Why not?" I eventually asked, frowning. The corners of his lips quirked upwards as if he was fighting a smile. What was he playing at? Yesterday, as you were getting ready, I recalled your words to me from a few weeks ago, and it got me thinking. I don't know the basics about you and vice versa, he commented. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. However, I could tell there was a great deal of weight behind what he was saying. He felt the same as me. So, eager to hear him talk more, a glint formed in his alluring orbs, full of mischief. He was so carefree at this moment. I wanted to treasure this moment always and keep it in a bottle, safe and locked up. So, we're going to have a day to ourselves. No training, no meetings, just me and you in bed. I swore my heart melted at his words. He was not a romantic person, not by any means, but small acts like this showed his feelings. A full, blown, pleased smile stretched onto my face. Pure happiness flooded inside of me. A moment together, just me and him. I liked the sound of that. I commented. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It could almost be sickening how thrilled I was. I had never understood how people in love could lose any sense of embarrassment. Now I understood. I liked the sound of that a lot. Good. He nodded his head. Lazily, tell me what your favorite color is. I quirked an eyebrow. Oh, so we're starting there. Confidently. Yes. I blew out a breath and wriggled closer to him. The bed was massive, and even though there wasn't much distance between us, we weren't close enough. My favorite color is green. Not my eye color green, but dark green. The color of the forest. I told him, reminiscing in my home world. The forests back home were gorgeous. Everything there, trees, grass, flowers became one. They flourished. Tears formed in the corner of my eyes at the reminder of how much I missed my home. I wanted to take Gabriel there one day. I wanted to take all of my friends there. They'd love it. Gabriel's orbs softened. What about you? I asked him, curiously. He pondered over it for a moment. I don't really have one, arching an eyebrow in disbelief. He smiled bashfully. Next question, he said before I could say anything else. Rolling my eyes, I thought of something simple to ask him. What about your favorite food? Gabriel could answer this question. That's an easy question. It has to be a large roast dinner. A smile of adoration slipped onto my face. I felt so happy at this moment. This was what I had dreamed of my entire life. Oh, that sounds good. I can imagine having one right now. At 9 in the morning. Checking the clock. My cheeks stained a bright pink color, but I still acted unashamed. Oh, yeah, definitely, I replied, jokingly. Gabriel lifted his hand and stroked my cheek. Affectionately, I fluttered, my eyes closed in pure bliss. The tingles trailed all over my face. He leaned forwards, causing his minty breath to hit my face. How he didn't have morning breath was beyond me. I felt Gabriel's soft, plump lips land on my cool cheek and plant us off-kiss. I saw every cliché thing: stars, rainbows, fireworks, you name it. You smell so good, he whispered against my cheek. Lightly, that's such a werewolf thing to say. I laughed, playfully slapping him on the shoulder. Gabriel pulled back and narrowed his eyes. Liberty, I think you're forgetting that I am a werewolf. He reminded me as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. I snorted and rolled my eyes. I don't think I can ever forget that. Mr. Alpha, his eyes lit up with amusement. I had never seen him like this before. You didn't tell me what your favorite food is. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gazing deeply into my eyes, I shuffled even closer to him by this point. It shouldn't have been possible, and released a happy sigh. Okay, I'll tell you, but don't laugh. He knitted his bushy brows together. Why would I laugh? You'll find out in a moment. Don't laugh. he conceded, promising to keep a straight face. Loosening my breath. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's spaghetti hoops on toast. Peering up at him, I watched his face transform from seriousness to amusement. Wait. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mashed my lips together and nodded my head. When I was little, I would refuse to eat any meal except that. My parents didn't know what to do. To this day, none of us know why I only wanted to eat that. Breaking his promise, he smiled and let out a small chuckle. I glared at him angrily and punched him in the shoulder. Lightly. It would have felt like a tap. Okay. I'll stop laughing, shaking my head. I boldly rested my head on his rising chest. My fingers drew circles on his smooth skin. My face heating up. Silence ensued. It was peaceful and reassuring. Then, a question popped into my head. What were your parents like? He stilled under me, shifting my head. I stared up at him worriedly. Did I say the wrong thing? Gabriel. I called his name, hesitantly. I heard him inhale sharply, his grey eyes glazing over. I don't really talk about them, he mentioned, trying to keep his voice level. I knew that. The only time he talked about his parents to me was when he told me about his past. Since then, I hadn't heard anything else. I had shared everything about my family, wanting him to know more about me. Now I wanted the roles to be reversed. I know. That's why I asked. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gabriel sighed and patted my hair. Delicately. I don't like talking about my parents, especially my dad. I want to get to know you, but if difficult to talk about him, then you don't have to. I don't want to push you, I murmured, sincerely. He fought the urge to close in on himself. It was something he always did, so to not do it right now went against every single part of him. My dad was very stubborn. He would never shift his opinion once it was made. It was damn near impossible for his beta to talk to him sometimes. As soon as I understood who I was to become, he told me the pack was always the most important thing in my life. It was my duty to protect them at all costs. Staring at me with so much intensity, I thought my heart would burst. I recalled the day we spoke, the day after I discovered he was my, and what he said to me. His father and mother weren't mates. They lived for the pack, always putting it above anything else. Did that include above him? To think of his childhood and what he must have experienced made my stomach twist. My mother was gentler. She was the daughter of an alpha and knew how to be a Luna. The pack adored her. He inhaled, taking a moment. They knew my parents were true mates, but they had something. A deep respect for each other and dedication to the pack. Do you miss them? I murmured, grabbing onto his hand tightly. He needed to know that I would support him no matter what. Every day. He answered instantly, appearing to surprise himself. Sensing he was in a bad spot emotionally, I wrapped an arm around his broad, tan chest. Discreetly, I inhaled his intoxicating scent whilst he buried his face into the crook of my neck. His unsteady breath licked my skin, making me clutch onto him even tighter. Thank you for sharing this with me, I whispered. Honestly, it meant a lot. He smiled through his pain and brought his mouth against mine. If I had thought this real, I would have decided to stay in bed. We'd ever had a full day to ourselves where we could bond and learn about each other. The brain tends to produce comforting things when the body is going through trauma. I was dying and I wanted my last thoughts to be sweet. I'd only wished I had had a bed date with Gabriel. The worst part was I never got to say I loved him. He would never know. 40 never going to give up. The blood in my heart was pounding loudly. The world around me was muffled and distorted. I could barely see anything in front of me. I could barely see my mate Liberty, who was barely holding on to life. I couldn't remember what had led up to this moment. My brain refused to relive it. Standing next to me was Blade, who had a worried expression on his face. Sitting on the only chair in the hospital room was Sabrina, who was softly crying into Gomez's shirt. The doctors hovered over my mate. Baffled. Liberty's siblings Jacob and Declan had disappeared, gone to tell the rest of their family what had happened. They were also searching for a cure. We have never seen anything like this. I don't know what poison it is, they had said. Regretfully, failing the Luna was the worst thing imaginable. Knowing my mate might not survive, having doctors confirm she would die if they didn't find a solution quickly, was like the ultimate punch to the stomach. The kind of one where it feels like it destroys your kidneys and forces you to crumble to the floor in defeat. I didn't want to do anything else. I should be out there finding some sort of antidote, but I was frozen, stuck in a dark and cold loop of depression. Who would do such a thing to my mate? There was only one answer, Delta fucking Moon. They would do something as low as to poison the Alpha's mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Blade called my name. Sharply. There was an edge to his voice that didn't go unnoticed by anyone. Reluctantly, I turned my head to face him. His hazel eyes were glazed, signifying that he was mine, thinking someone. There's a man at our borders, demanding to speak with you. You can sort it out on your own. Blade, you don't need me there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brazenly, my attention was immediately brought back to my gorgeous mate, who was pale. Her chest rose and fell slowly. I could hear her faint heartbeat. Barely thumping. But Alpha, he tried to argue, but I shot him a harsh look. Blade, my mate and your Luna is currently lying on my bed, barely breathing. I have more pressing matters to deal with. I snapped, losing my cool. The room fell into a heavy silence. Blade's jaw ticked, but he managed to hold himself back. Unlike me, I had never lost control like that, but these circumstances meant I couldn't even try to hide my irritation. Every single emotion I felt was going into overdrive. I didn't truly understand my feelings for her, or maybe I tried to deny them until now. Where I could possibly lose her. It's Azil. Gomez stepped up. Gruffly. I froze and hesitantly, rounding my gaze to him. His dark orbs held nothing but honesty. He was unafraid to face me during the worst time in my life because he knew they still had jobs to do. You're sure? Clearing my throat. Gomez and Blade shared a look and nodded their heads. For a moment, I slipped back into alpha mode. Blade, go collect him with a handful of warriors. Bring him here. Is that a good idea? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Blade asked, skeptically. Just do it. Blade. I shot back, coldly, stiffly. He obeyed and left. I drifted my eyes back to Liberty and slowly approached her lying form. Her usual light blonde hair had lost its shine. The ethereal aura that normally surrounded her had vanished. It made my heart clench seeing her so close to death. I had taken my mate for granted, pretending she didn't exist for so long. I had lost so much time with her already. What if I lost her? I didn't think I would cope without her. I could before I met her, but since getting to know her, since getting used to her presence, I needed it. She was breathing air into my frozen self, and without her, I feared I would return to that state. I can't lose you. I just found you. I just accepted you. Don't go. I lifted my hand up to her freezing cheek, wishing to feel the warmth of her body on my skin. Please stay with me, I whispered under my breath, leaning over her face. My lips pecked her soft cheek as my eyes fluttered shut. Gabriel, she's strong. They'll find something. Sabrina tried to reassure me, also praying for Liberty to pull through. The Luna of the pack could arguably be the most important member. I didn't see that before, but I did now. I would crumble. I wouldn't be able to cope and look after my pack. We would be crushed by Delta, Moon, any other packs that wanted to attack us. If she was awake right now, she would tell you to stop worrying and wipe away that worried look. She added, laughing to herself. I even managed to crack a smile for a split second. She's not going to disappear that easily. I wanted to believe her badly. Sabrina wanted to believe her own words too. Why would Aziel be here? Sabrina then wondered, peering up at her stoic mate before glancing at me. Aziel's here. A familiar voice queried from behind me. Morpheus glided over to us. His green eyes are hard and concerned. He flickered his similar eyes over his younger sister. Softly, he is at my border. My beta is bringing him here now. I informed him. Morpheus clenched his fingers into a tight fist. And how is my sister? What is her state like? He quizzed, moving closer to Liberty. I could tell he cared for his only sister deeply. They all did. Family was important to Phi apparently. The doctors don't know what poison was used, so they don't know how to counteract it. We don't even know how much time she has left. Her condition over the last 2 hours has only worsened though. I managed to speak in a wavering voice. His eyes were on the side of my face, reading my expression. I have my brothers looking into it as well. We will find something, he told me, determined. Once again, I tried to believe him, but there was only so much hope I could give myself. My hand glided down to her hand and I interlocked our fingers. I would never give up on her. It didn't take long for Blade to arrive with a grinning Aziel. I had never seen him before and his physical appearance was not what I expected. I had assumed he would have a big, burly build, but he was lean and shorter than me. He had platinum blonde hair which seemed lighter than Liberty's but a no glossy shine to it. His pale features were sharp and cunning. What made everything worse was the air of entitlement around him. Aziel was wearing a black suit as if he was attending a business meeting. At his arrival, I straightened my posture, rolled my shoulders back. The poker expression on my face revealed nothing. As soon as he stepped into the room, his eyes landed on my mate. "Oh, my pretty fiancé. I see your predicament is not what you expected. I did warn you." Triumphantly. It made my blood boil. If he knew about Liberty's situation, it meant he had something to do with it. My wolf was raging. He wanted this asshole's blood. I should have assumed you'd have something to do with this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Morpheus commented, emotional as lie. Aziel sneered back at him. I should have known you knew where she was. Hiding her from me is a crime. The moment I found out about your plan, I made sure you would never see her again. He replied, calmly. Morpheus possessed more control compared to the Dark Prince. He glowered at him before turning his attention to me. And you, the fucking mate. How dare you think you could have her? He had the audacity to act as if Liberty belonged to him, like he owned her. How did you know she's my mate? Trying to fight the urge to kill this bastard. Liberty wasn't kidding when she said he was a horrible person. Aziel's lips slipped back into a sly grin. His mood doing a quick 180 shift. It was enough to give me whiplash. Easy the same way I knew she was staying here. Playing house. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I summarized, coming to the awful realization far too late. Sabrina gasped, throwing a hand over her mouth. Blade and Gomez snarled furiously. To spy on a pack, it was a gigantic betrayal. Wolves were all about trusting every member of the pack. Took you long enough to work it out. He baited, adjusting his already neat jacket. My anger simmered under my skin and I wanted nothing more than to knock that cocky smirk off his face. I could see what Liberty meant. He was unbearable. You bastard, I growled, fighting the urge to rip his throat out right now. It wasn't me who planted the spy. You can thank Delta, Moon for that. More specifically, Alpha's E. Egan was the one who ordered the spy here. Fucking Alpha's E. Egan. Leader of Delta, Moon, and the reason I had many headaches. Who is the spy? Blade asked, glaring at Aziel. Aziel tucked E, shaking his head. That would be too easy to reveal. It's actually pretty obvious when you think about it. Annoyed by his cryptic riddles, I lunged at him, grabbing a fistful of his shirt by the throat. He wasn't even slightly intimidated by me. Temper, To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Attacking me won't help your mate, he admonished, glancing at Liberty. I hated his eyes on her. He didn't seem worthy enough to stare at her. Reluctantly, I peeled my hands off his shirt and shifted backward. Were you the one who poisoned her? He shrugged his shoulders, straightening his t-shirt. Indirectly, yes, I commanded Z. Egan's spy to administer it. We had to find that spy now more than ever. I also planted visions in Liberty's head, making her see you being poisoned instead of her. It was comical to watch her panic. Chuckling darkly, Liberty never told me this. Why didn't she come to me? The torment that must have had on her. She was so brave to brave. You're a bastard. I spat, disgusted. He simply laughed cynically, furthering my anger. I know. So, this was your plan all along. To poison Liberty out of revenge. I summarized, distastefully. He doesn't want Liberty dead, Morpheus stated, pulling my attention away from Aziel. I had forgotten he was in the room. He had been so silent. He was watching like a hawk reading Aziel and gathering information. Aziel grinned. You're right. Morpheus, I don't. I'm here to give you the antidote. My heart stopped, and for a split second, I felt hope, but then the rational side of me reigned in that feeling, reminding me that it would be too easy. Why would Aziel willingly give up the potion after boasting about his work in this? Noticing my hesitation, Aziel produced a small vial full of an onyx liquid. The poison given to Liberty was produced by Dark Phi. The only thing that would counteract it would be something also made by Dark Phi. It just so happens I have it on me, he told us, holding the vial tightly. And why would you give it up so easily? Especially after all the trouble you went through just to administer it. I voiced my doubts. I don't think you have the right to question me right now. Don't you care about your mate and her current state? Clenching my jaw, I turned to Morpheus. He knew the man more than me. We exchanged a silent look with each other, both unsure of how to proceed. My eyes drifted back to my beautiful mate, who was barely hanging on for life. Did I want to take a chance? I wished Liberty was awake and able to tell me what to do. This thought struck me. I never needed guidance from other people. I was always so sure about what I wanted and needed. Yet, right now, I was terrified to make a choice in case it was the wrong one. What if Aziel's antidote was wrong and it kills her? She doesn't have long. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can't dilly-dally all day, he reminded me, annoyingly. Quiet, Blade hissed, shooting the arrogant prince a warning look. Aziel threw him a frosty glare in return. Give me the antidote, I demanded, making up my mind. I stretched my arm out, waiting for it. But I forgot to say, he leaned back, his eyes dancing with a challenge. I stiffened, unprepared for what he had to say next. Before I give you it, I want you to confront the spy. My lips pursed together. Is that really necessary now? Liberty doesn't have long left. He rolled his eyes. She'll be fine. I want to watch the Alpha punish his pack number. There was something wrong with this. I flickered my eyes to Blade. He wanted to know who was the traitor to. However, I was worried about Liberty. Fine. I relented, my jaw ticking. Tell me who it was. I can do one better. Dramatically, he clicked his fingers and a cloud of pink mist appeared next to him. Suddenly, there was a new person in the room. 41 trauma, what is this? Staring at a dumbstruck Carrie. Her dark brown orbs scanned the room and its occupants, never falling on Liberty's lying form. Don't act stupid now, Alpha Gabriel, Aziel taunted, pushing Carrie forwards. She's the traitor and the person who poisoned Liberty. Carrie gasped, crossing her arms over her stomach in a protective manner, trying to appear smaller. It was you, I spat, staring at her in a cold, unforgiving manner. She shrank under my gaze, flitting her eyes from one side to another. Oh yes, She was the one who told Moon everything and was the one who poisoned Liberty. As Elvin, smirking, quite sly. Don't you think? She sure knew how to fool all of you. This time, Blade was the one who stepped up. But Carrie, you've been with us for years. Why would you betray us? She inhaled shakily, her body trembling. I have never seen her so fragile before. She always seemed submissive but strong. If you don't answer him, you will be sent to the cells. Carrie, I threatened, my mind conscious of Liberty and her dire state. She shuddered at the mere thought of the cells, which was intimidating to any wolf. I had to. They made me. She stuttered. Sabrina, sympathetic towards Carrie, stood from her seat and approached her. She wrapped a comforting arm around Carrie's quaking shoulders, encouraging her to continue. I escaped from Moon years ago after I found out my mate chose to marry my sister's best friend. My sister Annika ushered me to leave, hoping it would help me move on. Bitterly, I was surprised to hear that Carrie had already found her mate, but they had rejected her, choosing someone else instead. I didn't hear anything from her. She paused, sucking in a breath. I heard the fear in her voice as she glanced up at Aziel. Had they met? And then I got a call from my sister's number. It was around the time Lunar Liberty arrived. But it wasn't Annika. It was Alpha Z Egan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He told me he had arrested my sister and that if I didn't do what I was told, he would punish her. My anger brewed internally. Alpha Z Egan was a piece of work. Kidnapping an innocent wolf who was a part of his pack diabolical. He didn't deserve to be an alpha. He used his power for awful things. I'm so sorry, Alpha Gabriel. Carrie apologized, her knees knocking against each other. I noticed Sabrina had to support her, kicking her upright. He made me report back to him, telling him whatever I found. He was so interested in Luna. Beside me, Morpheus remained as still as a statue, listening closely. He had no idea who this girl was, but I knew he was mad. Perhaps at her for hurting Liberty or at Egan for abusing this girl. Alphazia Egan wanted to know everything about her, and I was so afraid he hurt Annika, so I spied on you and her. I would rummage through her room, searching for anything about her. He somehow knew to were mates, she explained, furrowing her eyebrows together. Then, as I was walking through the woods on my break, I saw him. I heard heart rate drop as she pointed at Aziel with terror. He had an aura around him that could invoke fear into any person's heart. She must have been petrified when she saw him lurking in the woods. He knew who I was and told me he was working with Alphazia Egan. I didn't know who he was, though. He handed me a vial and told me that on this day, at 9:30 precisely, I would have to give it to Lunar Liberty. If I didn't, then he would kill Annika. She added, crying. My gaze bounced from her to him and I snarled. Of all people, placed a hand on my shoulder and held me back. I snapped my head in his direction angrily. He shook his head in response, silently telling me to bide my time. Tell them what else you did. Carrie, Aziel prodded, arching a blonde eyebrow. I breathed in and on out, focusing on control. I had never lost control like that before. My emotions were all over the place. My wolf was raging inside, wanting to save his mate. Carrie sniffled, rubbing her red eyes. I went through your room several times, making sure one time she saw me. He told me to act suspicious in front of Liberty to make her think I was going after you. And now my brave mate is lying on this bed, dying, I summarized, clenching my jaw. Carrie, I don't know what to say to you. You are a traitor to this pack and a killer. You should be killed for your actions. She let out a cry of horror, her knees unbuckling. Sabrina couldn't catch her this time, so she sunk to the floor with her. Sabrina's hazel eyes peered up at me from the floor, begging me to reconsider. Her heart was too big for this world. She always saw the good in people. However, I emphasized, dragging the word out, Carrie stopped sobbing and waited for me to continue. I can recognize what happened to you and can understand that you felt like you had no choice. That is why I'm not going to kill you. Carrie breathed a sigh of relief. Sabrina rubbed her arms reassuringly, thanking me with her eyes. When the battle with Delta Moon is over, we will rescue your sister Annika. From there, I will decide your fate. Wanting to move on from this conversation, if Liberty was awake, she would be telling me that I made the right choice. If I had chosen to execute Carrie, she would have argued tooth and nail. She wouldn't have forgiven me for killing Carrie. My heart stuttered again at the thought of my mate. Sabrina, take Carrie back to her room. I ordered Sabrina, wanting her out of the room in case Aziel became difficult. She nodded her head obediently, helping Carrie up. Gomez, go with them and make sure Carrie doesn't try anything. I mind-linked my gamma, still not trusting Carrie. Gomez left shortly after the two girls did, leaving my beta, the king of light phi, prince of dark phi, and my unconscious mate in the room with me. I moved to stand next to my mate, discreetly inhaling her intoxicating scent. She smelt so good, still her scent calming but also desirable. It drove my senses wild. Now, Aziel, I've done what you asked. Give me the antidote, I demanded, stretching my hand out awaiting. Aziel darted his eyes around the room, taking everyone in. He didn't look nervous even though he was outnumbered. He didn't lose his composure, but he certainly seemed hesitant. Was he deciding whether he should back out now or not? God actually murder him if he did. My patience was running thin, barely hanging on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Morpheus said in warning, seeming to grow an inch. He exhaled loudly and slowly slipped his hand into his inner jacket pocket. I watched his exact movements, my body alert. If he tried anything, I would snap instantly. I saw the small vial. Immediately, I stalked over to him and snatched it out of his hands, my eyes hard. If this doesn't work, I'll have your head, I declared, my voice full of promise, as Eel rolled his green orbs, acting nonchalant. So feral, so animalistic, he commented in disgust. I growled at him, along with Blade. Watch your tone. He held his hands up in surrender as I examined the vial. In my peripheral vision, I noticed my mate whose chest slowly rose and fell. My worry for her only increased. I felt Morpheus's powerful presence shift closer to me. We have no choice but to trust him. Give it to her, Gabriel, he murmured. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I popped the lid off and turned my body fully to her. I sat in the chair next to her and examined my mate's condition. Silently, I prayed to the moon goddess, wishing her to bring Liberty back to me. Don't leave me. Steadily, I placed the vial between her parted lips, craning her neck upwards so she wouldn't choke. I watched as the liquid flowed from the bottle into her body. There was no going back now. 40 to a furious elf, and nobody moved. Everyone waited with anticipation, watching her sleeping form. I could feel my heart hammering in my body as I eagerly waited for her to flutter her gorgeous green orbs open. But she didn't. She remained unconscious, her chest slowly rising and falling. I could feel the ounce of hope I had dwindled and fall into my stomach. Aziel lied. He gave me false hope. Did he do it to watch my face crumble? I had underestimated how cruel he was. It was one thing to try and kill my mate, but this was a whole new level of sadistic. I recalled a time when Liberty told me about Dark Phi and their nature. They were the complete opposite of Light Phi Liberty. She was everything bright and joyous in the world. She made me want to be a better person. If that wasn't me declaring my love, I don't know what is. The feelings I had for her were on a whole new level. I couldn't imagine spending my life alone anymore. I couldn't imagine not being with her. If she died today, I couldn't survive. I would fall back into my old ways, but this time, I wouldn't be able to climb back out. She was more than my mate. She was my best friend, my family, and my hope. A world without her would be dark, it would never prosper. For me and my pack, she brought good and joy. Trying to be the man she had now helped to create wouldn't last long. I had seen with my own eye that life without a mate was like my dad always advocated that the pack should come first. However, I always knew deep down that that was all he had in life. His mate was human and already happily married. If she had been with him, he would have felt happiness and love. He wouldn't have hammered my responsibilities into my head. Perhaps our relationship would have been normal. I used to avoid thinking about my parents. Any time an image of them popped into my head, I'd immediately shut it down. My mother was a good woman and she tried her best to be the Luna of Red Night. I never really thought about what it must have been like for her. She never met her mate, never got a taste of what happiness could be. She admired my father, but there wasn't love between them. They were together for the pack. That was the only thing they had in common. If my mother was still alive, I imagine she'd have tea-scared at my cold treatment toward Liberty. She might not have ever said anything about mates, especially around my father, but I knew she had great respect for them. She wanted to find hers. I'm sure she would have loved Liberty. The longer I stared at her, the more hate I felt. I was angry. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With blazing eyes and a twisted face, I leapt to my feet and charged at Aziel, the man who promised so much and couldn't deliver. He deserved to die for what he did to my mate. I'm going to kill you. Shoving him to the wall, my hand was fisted onto his shirt once again. His green orbs widened momentarily before a smirk slid onto his devilish face. You can't try. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But you're not stronger than me, he taunted, truly believing he was invincible. The only problem he couldn't see or didn't want to see was that I was a manch, wanting to punish. There was nothing holding me back. The only emotion controlling me was pure rage. However, his cockiness would be his downfall. I would use this to my advantage. We shall see. Coldly, my eyes flashing as my wolf surged forwards. My power doubled and all I could see was red. Just as I aimed for his jugular, an invisible force knocked me backward, causing my body to collide with the freezing marble floor. I wasted no time getting back up. By now, Blade had now attacked Aziel too, protecting his alpha. I glanced at Morpheus, noticing how he hadn't stepped in. Then I remembered what Liberty's brother Jacob told me. If Morpheus used any sort of physical violence against Aziel, there would be a war of the crowns on their hands. Liberty could hurt him because she was with me, but he couldn't. Not unless he wanted all of the dark fire to attack. It must be hard watching and not being able to attack. He was more controlled than I. Blade was thrown backward by the same force that was used on me. The wind knocked out of his lungs. His wolf, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shifted into his natural form, shredding his clothes. He growled at Aziel furiously. Aziel simply laughed humorously. Wolves can't beat me. It doesn't matter if you're in your skin or in wolf form. I have power you couldn't even fathom. I can crush you with the flick of my wrist. He laughed malically, boasting. When I approached him again, he didn't immediately push me away, wanting to humor me. He genuinely thought I wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on him. Well, I'd show him that wolves what meant to be messed with. My next attack was physical and involved my fists, not my fangs. I punched him in the stomach hard, and when he doubled over, I grabbed his shirt and threw him to Blade. He swiped at Aziel's face, creating 3 new, deep claw marks. Aziel hissed and used his magic, creating a form of dark mist. It was at that moment Gomez pressed into my mind. Urgently. There's a perimeter breach. A large group of Delta Moon wolves are coming through. The attack was happening. This was their big plan, have the Alpha distracted as they attacked. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. clenching my jaw. I quickly sifted through my possibilities. I couldn't defeat Aziel alone. Morpheus couldn't fight Aziel, but he could definitely help us against Moon. I turned to Morpheus, who seemed to be focusing hard on the ground. He glanced up as he sensed my intense gaze on him. "There's I know." He interrupted me, somehow knowing what was happening. Did he predict this? Or did he have a way of seeing Moon? It was a question I'd ask him later. There was no time now. "I'll go. Protect my sister." Flickering his eyes away from Liberty back to me. "And protect yourself." I nodded sharply and switched my attention back to the matter at hand. "Gomez, Morpheus is going to help. I have to deal with Aziel first. I'll be there as soon as I can." I told him through my mind link, knowing Gomez would happily lead the pack. Glade was now being choked by the mist. Aziel was grinning wickedly, enjoying his pain, angry that my best friend, my beta, was facing death. I let my claws elongate and cut him on the legs and the back. Aziel didn't let out a cry, but he did wince, making the black mist retract. So much for power I couldn't fathom. I knocked him to the ground and pressed my leg around his neck with as much pressure as I could muster. Glade shook off the pain and scrambled to his feet, his wolf sitting on his legs. Aziel struggled underneath us, trying to escape. He was gasping for air, bleeding out on the stone floor. Pathetically, his hands clawed at my shirt, trying to weaken me in some way. Just as I thought he was beginning to lose consciousness, he used his magic to throw us off him. I smacked into the wall, flying straight through it into the next room. Coughing, I looked down and saw my shirt was torn up. The bastard wobbly climbed to his feet and touched his face. The once handsome face was gone now. He truly looked as ugly as he was on the inside. Glade was on my floor. "You're going to pay for that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Stalking closer to me like a predator. No matter what difference in power, I still didn't fear him. All I could do was hate him with every fiber inside of me. It took a great amount of effort for me to clamber to my feet. Feeling dizzy, Aziel stopped in front of me. She should have never run away. She should have stayed with me. She would have felt true power. He thought Liberty would want to be with a man like him. He was truly delusional. She didn't love you. She thought you were a monster. Rolling my shoulders back, ready to fight him. She would have never stayed with you. Why would she want to be with an alpha when she could have a king? He asked rhetorically, thinking he had hit her spot. Did he think I was weak? Did he think my heart was thin and could easily be infiltrated? I had experienced more pain than he could even imagine. That made me stronger than him. You didn't know Liberty at all. My mate ran away because she didn't want to be your queen. It seemed fate was on her side as well because it made her fall into my pack. I spoke victoriously, his expression switched from triumphant to confused. His confidence was waning. "Still, I will end you. You can, I knowing you couldn't save your mate." Aziel's eyes started to glow a dark color and he used his invisible force to thrust me through the air. Soaring out of the window, the last thing I thought as my body touched the ground was Liberty. It seemed we would both see each other again soon in the afterlife. 43 The Luna and the Beta. To wake up after believing you had died was disoriented. I sat upright quickly, breathing hard. I could sense everything and nothing at once. My body hummed and my throat felt closed up as if I had an allergic reaction to something. I was aware I was lying on an uncomfortable bed. Frazzled, I slipped out of bed and took in my surroundings. I should be wondering how the hell I'm awake right now, questioning whether this was another dream or it was reality. The dream flashed in my eyes and I realized I hadn't seen Gabriel yet. Where was he? Did he save me? Lying on the floor in wolf form was Glade, covered in blood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I rushed to his side, falling to my knees. My hand located his pulse and my eyes widened at how slow it was. What had happened? Glade. I caught his name. Shakily. Gabriel's beta had started to grow on me once he found out who I was. He no longer glared at me and I no longer scowled back at him. I didn't wish him any ill will and I respected him for being loyal to Gabriel. Gabriel couldn't lose him. Waning in my hectic emotions, I placed my hands on Blade's chest and fluttered my eyes closed. The magic I was about to use was borderline dangerous, and if I cast it wrong, I could delve into darker magic. I shouldn't be doing this well, let alone after I just woke up from a death-like slumber. Jacob had once taught me how to use this spell in case I ever needed to use it, which I didn't until now. Like I had the ability to heal, a gift that dark I couldn't do, but the cost could sometimes be great. It was why I did it. The toll on the caster could be catastrophic. Please let this work, I thought to myself. Biting my bottom, I envisioned Blade's beating heart, visualizing it picking up its pace. The rest of the world became dark. My attention was on Blade and restoring his life. Slowly, I felt the pace of his heart pick up. I didn't feel success just yet. Afraid that if I did, it would go horribly wrong. I imagined Morpheus encouraging me right now. He had the ability to say one thing, even the tiniest sentence, which could make the biggest difference. So, with a final push, I willed Blade to wake up. His hazel eyes snapped open and his body transformed back into his human self. Nudity was not a thing to be self-conscious about as a werewolf, so he didn't blush when he looked at me. Hi, I greeted, dazed and shocked. My hands hurt a little from the power that had slid through them, but that wasn't what made me feel dizzy. It was the fact I had performed the spell correctly, without killing Blade. I wouldn't tell him that though. Not when he was on the verge of death. Luna. Sitting upright. He had never referred to me as Luna before. It made my heart swell with pride. What did you do? I cupped the back of my neck, staring at him sheepishly. Well, I think I just saved you. Almost as if he knew exactly what I was talking about. He slapped his hand over his heart, checking to make sure it was beating. A look of pure wonder shone brightly in his hazel orbs. He didn't seem stunned that I saved his life, just surprised to be alive right now. How are you alive right now? He suddenly asked me, trying to put it as nicely as possible. I don't think he's ever tried to act so nice before. My lips sloped downwards, my mind just as puzzled as his. I have no idea. I woke up like this. Where's everyone else? What's happening? Why were you on the brink of death? He flinched at my last question, making me send him an apologetic look. Well, a lot happened since you drank the poison, he admitted, unsure of how to start. A few hours after you drank it, Prince's eel appeared at the border, demanding to see Alpha Gabriel. When he got here, he claimed to have a cure to the poison, but only if Alpha punished the spy in the pack. My eyebrows shot up. You discovered Kerry was the spy. His eyes snapped to mine. You knew. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And he was back. My eyes narrowed as I turned defensive. I saw her acting suspicious, but it wasn't enough for me to think she was a traitor. It was only when I was poisoned and I saw her walking away from the table that I realized she had betrayed me. Blade bowed his head ashamed, clearly embarrassed about acting like that towards me. He was supposed to respect me, not question me. Right. Sorry, Luna. Meeting my eyes once again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I accepted his apology, letting his comments slide. We would get nowhere if I held a grudge. Continue. But Alpha Gabriel didn't punish her. Not after Kerry told us why she was a spy for Delta Moon. So, he sent her and Sabrina into a room whilst he spoke to Aziel. Blade told me, wiping his face tiredly. The cuts on his body, the ones not deep, were already starting to heal. Werewolves had remarkable healing. The ones in power like alphas, betas, and gammas could heal in a few minutes. They are rarely scarred. So did Gabriel give me the antidote. I summarized. Still lost. If Gabriel gave me the potion, Then where was he? Why didn't he greet me with open arms? And what on earth happened to Blade? I was impatient to find out answers. There was a gnawing feeling in my heart, telling me something was wrong. Blade nodded his head, a crease forming between his brows. Yes, but it didn't work. You didn't wake up. That's when Alpha Gabriel went ballistic. He tried to attack Aziel, but he wasn't in the right mindset. Aziel kept taunting him. It was hard to fathom Gabriel losing control. Then again, I had never seen him in a predicament like this. How did he feel about me being poisoned? I imagined not well. Our bond as mates was growing rapidly. We were starting to become inseparable. To lose your soulmate was the ultimate heartbreak. I didn't wish it on my greatest enemies. I tried to assist him, but Aziel is more powerful than any of us thought. Shamefully, tenderly, I placed a hand on his bare shoulder. Blade, you have no reason to be ashamed. I didn't warn any of you of what Aziel's powers were. He is royalty, and that means he is one of the most powerful creatures to roam the realms. The fact you are still here shows how talented of a fighter you are. Don't put yourself down. He stared at me with a look of admiration. Thank you. Learn Liberty. Call me Liberty for this. I cut him off, smiling softly. Thank you, Liberty. So, what happened next? Then Gomez told us through Mind Link that Moon's warriors were at the border, preparing to attack. They had planned this with Aziel perfectly. They knew Alpha Gabriel would try to avenge you and would leave Gomez and possibly me to fight them. Morpheus went with them thankfully. But the pack can't fight to the best of their ability without their Alpha by their side. My heart sank to my chest in worry. We had trained hard for this and still. Yet we were unprepared for all of the possibilities. It was just Alpha and me against Aziel. He used his powers to slow down my heart, making me pass out. I have no idea what happened to Alpha Gabriel. That made my concern for him grow. Gabriel was a strong Alpha and impressive fighter. But against Aziel, a dark fire with powers, he didn't stand a chance. Hell, even I didn't stand a chance. Okay, to my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oddly calm, a plan was forming in my mind. We had to have a plan. I want you to search the entire pack house for any pack members. Take them to the safe house. Then, when you're done, go and join Gomez if you feel up to it. If not, stay with the vulnerable pack members. Blade looked at me like he looked at Gabriel with respect. I am more than able to fight for my pack, he informed me, referring to the last section of my order. I smiled proudly. As I was about to pull away, he grabbed my arm, preventing me. Even though we've had our differences, Luna, I want you to know I'm happy you're his mate. I didn't see it, but now I do. You're his match. He needs you as much as you need him, he uttered with sincerity. Maintaining eye contact, my eyes began to well up with unshed tears. It took a lot of restraint for me to hold back. Gabriel is just as lucky to have such a loyal beta, I murmured in reply, choking up. With that, I clambered to my feet and scanned the room. To Blade's left was a gigantic, gaping hole. I had somehow missed it. My eyes stopped scanning the room once I landed on Blade, and so I failed to notice it. I had a sinking suspicion the hole had been created by Gabriel and Aziel. Jumping through it, I landed in another room, and to my horror, saw something I wished to never see. Gabriel had been shoved through the window and had fallen from the 4th floor. And standing above his body was my worst nightmare. For Aziel, the world around me seemed to shift. I stared in horror at the sight below me, afraid for my mate's life. He wasn't moving and his eyes were squeezed shut. Aziel loomed over him, a sadistic smirk on his face. To my agent extraordinaire, Moonlit, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I yelled, my voice hitting new octaves. As soon as my words rippled through the air, his attention was on me. Those dark green eyes I had come to hate with so much passion settled on me, and his lips turned into a vicious smirk. step away from him. He turned his back to Gabriel, giving me a full view of his bloodied state. 3 fresh claw marks were stretched down half of his face, giving him an ominous look. He looked deadly. A cough fear trailed down my spine. You're finally awake. I was starting to think the antidote was wrong. His eyes flashing with sick humor. Why don't you come down here and talk to me? I narrowed my eyes at his request, mentally debating whether to go through it or not. Eventually, I decided to concede. I rushed down to the building, ignoring the eerie feeling that swirled in my stomach. There was a heavy breeze that sang in the air as I stepped outside. It was as if the gods who controlled the weather sent the dismal atmosphere. Azazel was now standing against a tree close to Gabriel's body, his arms crossed over his chest. His expensive, looking clothes seemed so out of place. Blood-coated parts of his body, appearing as if he had attended a bloodbath. You were responsible for my near-death, knowing in my heart he was behind it. And now you're trying to kill my mate. He pushed himself off the tree and glared at me. And you left me at our engagement party. Angrier. My parents were furious. I was embarrassed. I could never picture Azazel losing his temper. He was so controlled, albeit cruel and cold, but still in control of his emotions, or whatever emotions he could feel. However, now he looked like a maniac. How had he lost complete control of himself? Had his quest to find me turned him into this monster? Neither of us wanted to get married to each other, I pointed out, staying calm. My heart was thundering in my chest, my worries directed at my mate. This was forced on us. To my agent extraordinaire, Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't marry you knowing I had it out there. He pursed his lips together. We are royalty, and so it's our duty to put aside our wants for the greater good. He fought back, speaking harshly. You are a coward. Liberty. So weak. And there was the man I had met at my engagement party. He hadn't lost his charm. I narrowed my eyes at him, refusing to let him knock me down again. Since coming to Red Night and meeting Gabriel, I had found my balance. I found my rock, and I wasn't going to let its power slip from my grasp. Stepping forward, I squared my shoulders and glowered at him. The only weak thing I did was let myself be poisoned by you. I won't be making a mistake like that again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He liked that. A mischievous and dark glint flashed in his orbs. I hated how he could revel in this. I hated his eyes on my body, examining my outfit from head to toe. He saw me unconscious without the ability to fight back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Liberty. Gabriel was in the room too. He wouldn't let that monster touch me. Who would have thought my betrothed would have grown a backbone, knowing it would rile me up? So, now that you have this newfound strength, what are you going to do? Fight me? I faltered for a brief moment. I had impulsively stormed out here, my mind whizzing with too many thoughts, with no plan in mind. I didn't know what I wanted to do. Well, I did. I just wasn't sure if I could pull it off. I was still regaining energy from the poison and the spell I cast on Blade. Killing Azazel would bring me so much pleasure, but it would always bring a whirlwind of accusations and possibly my death. The dark fire would try and have my head, but he had to be stopped. He attempted to murder me, and he was working for Delta Moon. I couldn't just let him walk away. I want you to disappear, I declared, my voice strong and unwavering. To anyone else, it would appear I was as cool as a cucumber. However, that wasn't the case. I was definitely nervous. Azazel was angry, and anger made people unpredictable. Azazel threw his head back and laughed boisterously. He found my demand hilarious, and that pissed me off. Oh, Liberty, Princess Liberty of the Light Fi, the youngest sibling. What are you going to do? He taunted, moving closer to me. He wanted me to cower, to step back and show I wasn't as strong as I portrayed, keeping my face neutral. I answered him with a brave voice. I may not have as much power as you, but I can access one form of magic you can't. Although he maintained a confident expression in his eyes, the moment I mentioned the magic I could access, he quivered. You're bluffing, he commented, refusing to believe I would. You see, there was dark magic that only Lightfi could tap into. In order to access it, you had to have a pure soul. Darkfi didn't have that, their souls were black and impure. But, by using this magic, I would compromise myself. By saying the spell, my soul would be blackened, and I'd lose a part of who I was. There weren't many Lightfi who dared to utter the words. In any other circumstances, I'd never even think about using it. But I had to get rid of Aziel. No, I shook my head, my eyes showing how I wasn't lying. I'm willing to do anything to get you out here. He saw that glint of determination and seemed to understand that I wasn't joking. Knowing I had the upper hand aggravated him. Aziel snuck his hand into his jacket pocket and produced it dagger. I barely had a second to process what was happening. Aziel was colliding with me, and I felt my body fall into the ground in slow motion. The air around me was shed, my powers coming into play at the threat. I could see the grey skies above me and Aziel's dark green eyes. Flashing in fury, I heard a crackle of thunder in the sky. A small scream tore through my lips, and just as I was about to crash to the ground, but the weight that was pressed against me was gone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I threw a hand over my racing heart, feeling no wound. Sitting up quickly, I was glad to see my mate tearing Aziel off me and trying to get the dagger off Aziel. Rising to my feet, I rushed over to my mate and used my magic to create vines from the ground. They slowly twirled from trees around us, moving swiftly to Aziel's feet. He didn't see them coming. His concentration on Gabriel, they wrapped around his feet. Tightly, his eyes snapped to his feet, but by then, he was too late. Aziel went tumbling to the ground, yelling profanities. As soon as he was on the ground, I wrapped the vines around his entire body, leaving no room for him to fight back. You're awake, a familiar voice breathed as I was enveloped in a heartwarming and bone-crushing hug. I wrapped my arms around him, breathing in his intoxicating scent. Gabriel nestled his head into the crook of my neck and hailed my scent. I thought I lost you. Liberty. For a second, I thought I was gone too. I mumbled, shakily. His thick arms tightened around me, holding on to me for dear life. The mate bond hummed in relief, sizzling my skin. Thank you for trusting him and saving me. I know it was a hard thing to do, but thanks. I stepped back and watched his expression shift from happy to angry. He glanced at the scarred man on the floor, his eyes full of hate. Clearing my throat, I turned my attention to Aziel, gaining control of my emotions. We could have an intimate moment later. Right now I had a dark prince to deal with. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you don't leave this realm and your home, I will use the on you. I warned, standing next to Gabriel. He was breathless and there were scratches over his body. Even with the bloodstains and scratches, he managed to look handsome. I was relieved he was awake and able to fight. Gabriel tilted his head to the side. What did you say? I pinched my lips together. The dark curse. It's a forbidden spell that only Lightfi can use. It turns the victim's veins to ice and makes their skin transform into stone. It's a slow and painful curse. Aziel hissed, struggling on the ground. You won't do it. Liberty. You'd never be able to live with the consequences. I pursed my lips as Gabriel's eyes widened in alarm. Consequences. What consequences? He quizzed, sharply. I cursed Aziel for revealing this. Sighing, I grabbed onto Gabriel's hand and focused my attention on him. Those who use the dark curse open their souls up to darkness. If you are not strong enough to handle it, it can taint you. But that won't happen to me. I'm strong because I have you. Surprisingly, a tender expression fell on his face. I had never seen him so open to his emotions. He cupped my cheeks and commanded me to gaze into his grey orbs. "I'm not losing you. Liberty." Gently, I placed my hands on top of his and softly said, "You won't. I will have you to ground me. That's all I need." He exhaled in exasperation. He clearly didn't want me to do this. As Aziel could agree to my terms, and if he does, I won't have to do it. I reminded him, hoping he'd go along with this. Deep down I knew Aziel was too cowardly to let himself be cursed and killed. He'd rather run with his tail between his legs and spend the rest of the days hidden in a realm. My eyes pleaded with Gabriel's. It took some time for him to come around to the idea. Eventually, he released a long breath and rested his forehead against mine. "I love you." My heart stopped at those words. I had heard them speak to me before. I had been alive for over 80 years, and so I'd had my fair share of relationships. But none of them meant as much to me as this. Gabriel was my soulmate, the only person in this ever-changing world who could make me feel complete. My love for him ran so deep that I couldn't imagine my life without him. I'd take a bullet for him. I'd sacrifice myself for him. I'd follow him to the afterlife and beyond. I'd risk Kurt's survival just to spend another second with him. I loved him. Truly, purely, simply. I loved him. "I love you too," I replied. Honestly, his eyes shone with unshed tears, and I felt my heart swell with pride knowing he let me see his vulnerable side. The moment was ruined by my betrothed. "Gabriel, if you let her do this, she'll become a monster. The dark curse doesn't just affect the victim but also the curse bearer. It curses them both. She'll have to live knowing what she did. It will swallow her." Aziel was interrupted by my mate, who growled, "Venomous lie. I trust my mate." "You asshole." The corners of my lips quirked upwards. Aziel paled, knowing I was willing to do this and risk my life. It made him fumble over his words pathetically. Humorously, I watched this once sadistic and confident man withdraw into himself. He looked scared. "So what will it be, Aziel?" Aziel licked his lips together nervously, darting his green eyes around, hoping someone would come and save him. They wouldn't. He was alone. Aye, he stammered. "I'll leave." A full, lone smile spread onto my face at his answer, before I could release him. However, I had to go over a few things. Firstly, I told him about the conditions. You can never return to your home. You will disappear without a trace and will not contact anybody you know. The realm you choose cannot be this realm either. When you get there, you must not tell anybody who you are. I told him as Gabriel encircled an arm around my waist. To make sure you don't go against these terms or attack me once I release you, I will make a magical contract. Fluttering my eyes closed, I focused on creating an enchanted contract. I envisioned the terms and bound Aziel's name to them. Once he signed it with his blood, he was stuck to it. If he broke these rules, his heart would stop. It was a sudden punishment, but at least he had the option to live on. Once I had finished making my head, I imagined it coming into existence. Suddenly, I could feel the thick paper radiating with magic. Now, the only thing left to do was take some of his blood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. If you accept the terms of the contract, you will let me take a drop of your blood. Am I allowed to do that?" Dejectedly, he muttered a yes. Reluctantly, Gabriel let go of me and watched like a hawk as I kneeled next to Aziel and inflicted a small cut on his arm. One single drop of his blood soared straight onto the page, binding him to me. Aziel winced as he felt its magic wrap around his heart. It was done. 45. The truth will set you free. The once great Prince Aziel of the Dark Fight opened a portal into another realm and disappeared soon after I set him free. Satisfied, I leaned against my soulmate, embracing his warmth. He was covered in dry blood, his wounds already healed. The blissful moment was ruined almost immediately. Gabriel stiffened and his grey eyes glazed over, leading me to believe he was being mind-linked. Blade had told me we were being attacked by Moon. The fight wasn't over yet. A few seconds later, he dropped his arm around my waist, spinning me around to face him fully. Momentarily having whiplash, I blinked rapidly and tilted my head to the side. What is it? I forgot to tell you, Moon are attacking us. I sent Gomez and Orpheus down to lead our warriors. He informed me, unaware that Blade had already told me. I bit my lip. I know. Blade told me. I ordered him to make sure everyone in the pack house was evacuated. He's currently making sure the safe house is secure. Gabriel's eyes widened, surprised I was already informed. Then, processing what I had told him, they flashed brightly with pride and respect. I knew you'd be a great learner. You never run away from danger. Normally, I would have smiled and tried to get him to compliment me more, but right now, we had an evil pack to deal with. We should go and help Gomez. I know Morpheus will be fine, but I'm not sure about everyone else, I suggested, worried for the members of the Red Knight pack. Whilst I wasn't well acquainted with all of them, I care for them deeply. They were my responsibility too. As I stepped forwards, prepared to go into battle, I was stopped by a warm hand wrapping around my wrist. Confused, I followed the long and thick arm to the person Gabriel. He appeared torn as if he was thoughts. Concerned, I shuffled closer to him and gently placed my hand on his rough cheek. The sparks that accompanied it were delightful but did nothing to ease my worries. Why aren't you moving? He slid his piercing gaze to me, exhaling onto my face. I don't think you should go. My eyebrows shot up in shock. And then, realizing where he was coming from, because how could I have not seen it instantly, I opened my mouth ready to defend my ground. However, Gabriel managed to slide in before I could. Hear me out. Liberty, I nearly lost you to that monster. You look dead. Gone. I can't live with that again. This was quite possibly the worst time to be having this conversation. For once, Gabriel was putting himself first and I wanted to bash him in the head for choosing the worst time. He needed me, but by putting me into the battle, his thoughts would be on me. One of us would have to make a sacrifice. And as much as I respected my mate, I had a duty to this pack. Gabriel, no. Liberty, I think you should go and find Blade. Protect the safe house. He interrupted me again, his voice demanding and sure. I snorted. He knew me well enough to know I'd never do that. I was going to be right by his side. Had my close encounter with death really affected him this much? He seemed so different. You have the worst fucking timing. Gabriel, I pointed out, almost laughing crazily. And I guess that's another thing I love about you. His swirling grey orb snapped to mine, holding me captive, all of his features enlarged, portraying his shock. This wouldn't be the first time I wished I could read his mind, but boy did I really wish I could hear what he was thinking right now. He seemed completely lost for words. He didn't expect me to declare my love for him. Then again, I didn't expect him to order me to run and hide from our enemy. We were both surprising each other. Did you just say yes? I cut him off. Now, knowing that I love you, will you start walking towards the fight? Every second we stand here having an intimate moment. Another pack member falls. Gabriel swallows audibly and leans down to smash his lips onto mine. My mind floods with feelings of desire and want to shake them off as I do to him. He stumbles back but smiles. Dazed. Let's go. Did A's eel bash him on the head hard or something? No, not now, Liberty. We have a pack to save. With that clear as day thought circling in my head, I dashed through the forest beside my mate. The both of us standing united against an evil force. Shouts are the first thing I hear. Then the scent of blood floated up my nose, causing me to scrunch my nose up in disgust. Finally, we ran into the field where there were hundreds of wolves fighting each other off. I saw dozens of bodies lying flat on the ground, dead. My heart panged for them, for they lost their lives too soon. Gabriel faltered. I knew this would be taking a heavy toll on him too. Every pack member was close to him. Losing them was like losing a part of his soul. We didn't have much time to take in the scene before us. A feral wolf came charging at us. Intent on killing us, Gabriel managed to knock himself out of his thoughts and quickly shifted into his large wolf. It occurred to me that I had never seen him in wolf form before. For a brief moment, I marveled at how stunning his wolf was. To my agent extraordinaire, Madame, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Strong and commanding, he was everything an alpha had to be. Gabriel tackled the ground, snarling loudly. A few wolves popped their heads up at the sound of their alpha and howled. Their alpha had joined the fight. Now they had more motivation to win this. Leading my mate with the wolf, I ran over to Morpheus, who was using his ability to manipulate air. Any wolf that charged at him received a rush of wind, making them go flying backward. He glanced at me, his eyes shining with relief. He thought I was a goner too. Liberty. He called my name, his tone projecting his mind. I knew what he was saying to me immediately. Where do you need me? Darting my eyes around the expansive field. There's the alpha I can't get to. There is a block of wolves who are defending him. I can't leave this front line, he told me, zapping another wolf away. I scanned the area, stopping when my eyes landed on 7 wolves guarding something. Or should I say someone? The alpha. I'll get some wolves together. Leave the alpha to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madame, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Embracing my lunar status. It wouldn't work on my brother since he was a king, but he respected me and trusted me with my decisions. He nodded his head, giving his full attention to the herd of wolves, barreling towards us. I bolted over to where the alpha was, only stopping to ask Red, Night Wolves, for assistance. They didn't even falter, trusting me and wanting to help me. I managed to gather 6 wolves. It was not nearly enough, but I had to put my faith in them and hope they wouldn't let me down. The wolf in the middle of the block, Kate, noticed us and growled, alerting his packmates. They all leaned forwards, preparing for an attack. My wolf snarled and leapt into the air, aiming for them, whilst they distracted the warriors. I focused on the alpha. He was taller than the other warriors. Hell, I was fairly certain he was taller than Gabriel. I didn't know much about this alpha. I didn't even know what his name was. I didn't care though. He was a threat to my pack safety, so he had to be eliminated. His beady red eyes slid to me and glowed with hatred. As he stared into the depths of my eyes, it felt as if he could see my soul. I shivered at the thought, shaking off my feelings. I plastered a neutral expression onto my face and summoned my powers. Once again, I produced vines from the forest, intent on getting them to twist around the alpha's body. However, unlike my intentions with Aziel, my plan was to kill this alpha. Just as the vines were going to wrap around his wolf body, he managed to dodge them with skill and ease. I had never seen anyone do that before. Then, he connected eyes with me, letting me stare into his cold and unforgiving eyes before hurtling into the woods. I had no choice but to follow him. It took me longer, and since I didn't have super senses, I couldn't scent him out. I had to hope he ventured along the path. I followed him until we reached an ancient stone table. Knitting my eyebrows together, I examined the area, searching for the alpha. The sound of a stick snapping to my left caught my immediate attention. Whipping my head in that direction, I saw a tall and burly man saunter towards the table, his eyes trained on me. This was the alpha, but in human form. He was handsome, but not in a conventional way. His eyes were a dark color and his features were sharp. Too sharp. If I brushed my finger on his jaw, it would probably cut. His eyes were full of hatred. You must be the alpha of Delta, Moon. Crossing my arms over my chest, I forgot I was still wearing my dress from last night. It's not the most appropriate outfit to be fighting in. A grin spread onto his lips. It pissed me off that he appeared calm and collected. It was like he had forgotten there was a war going on between our packs. I flickered my eyes up to his eyes and felt suspicious when I saw the glint of amusement in his eyes. "And your Princess Liberty," he responded, equally confident. I figured the alpha knew my name because of Aziel. They had been working together after all. Rolling my shoulders forwards, I straightened my posture, conveying my confidence. Your accomplice won't be helping you anymore, I informed him, slyly smiling discreetly. He has been disposed of. To my annoyance and horror, he wasn't taken aback. Am I supposed to be angry? Cocking an eyebrow, posing, I took in his form and the way he stood so casually, not at all fazed. It was like he wanted this to happen. That made my stomach churn. You're working it out, aren't you? Coldly, you did me a favor, Liberty. Stepping back cautiously, there was something awfully wrong with this. Suddenly, I wished I hadn't chased after him like some hero. You wanted Azil gone. My voice going quiet, but not dead, he pointed out, sticking a finger up. Originally, I planned to use him for this, but now that he's gone, I'll have to use you instead. What was he talking about? Why did he need me? You see, I needed his help to get onto Red Knight's back, and since he was driven mad with the need to carry out revenge, I thought I'd help him out. He explained, nonchalantly. All I had to do was help him poison you. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just threaten Carrie's sister and it'll be done. I just have to attack Red Knight when they were at their weakest, when you were unconscious. Who was this man? He had planned this out very well. Too well. With the pack distracted, I could lead Azil to this stone table. The only table to be created by the Fae. It was a pain working out how to get to your territory and use it, but that was another thing Azil helped me with. Attacking Red Knight. Perfect. He tapped his fingers on the magical table lightly. It was beautifully crafted, with intricate designs around the edges. This man had mentioned the Fae had created it. He didn't specify which Fae. Everything was going according to plan. But what I failed to consider was Azil losing. Spitting it out as if it was the most detestable word in existence. Thankfully you survived and fallen me. I thought you would have learned more from the werewolf book. You have read it. Right. Carrie said you had. The werewolf book. Was he referring to the one about the origin of wolves? I can see the wheels turning in your brain. You're supposed to be smart. Liberty. He taunted, mocking me, clenching my jaw. I recalled the book I had spent many hours poring over. I then remembered Declan's story and what had entailed. Who are you? I questioned, lifting my head up. Our eyes met, his full of cynical humor whilst mine full of desperation. Did I not tell you my name? He said purposefully for dramatics. My name is Alpha Z Agan, 46 in Alpha's power. The man who betrayed the original king and queen of wolves, who stabbed them in the back. The wolf who kidnapped my people and tried to their essence so that he could become immortal. The man who should be dead. I stumbled backward, reeling. How was this possible? How was he alive? Standing before me with a cocky grin on his face. How had I not picked up on the clues he had said throughout our conversation? So you have read the book? He commented with wicked glee. That makes it more fun then. You'll know exactly what's going to happen. I hardened my stare, glaring at him with hatred. He had tried to kill my people, to take our powers. How are you alive? Sir Egan. Distracting him. Perhaps I could delay him until reinforcements come. Assuming they come, of course. He cocked his head to the side, his eyes twinkling with intelligence. He knew what I was doing, but he went along with it, confident we wouldn't be disturbed. Well, as you know, I tried to conduct the spell hundreds of years ago. Yet, here I am, looking 25, without any wrinkles. Taking pleasure in telling this story. It took a while for me to recover from what your grandfather did, but I eventually managed to find a lineage of witches who were willing to create an art potion to keep me alive. My eyebrows furrowed together. Then why do you want to use me? You've succeeded. He narrowed his eyes at me, annoyed I had asked a stupid question. Because the potion uses dark magic, it has more cons than pros. For instance, grabbing onto his blue T-shirt, tugging the top of it down, he exposed his tan skin and the burned marks that seemed to infect his body. My nose crinkled in disgust. I had never seen anything as revolting as that before. The potion is slowly killing my body. I have to take several other remedies to slow the process down even more. He told me, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's why I need you. Liberty. I need your essence, your powers. With them, I won't have to rely on those useless witches. I can finally enjoy immortality over my dead body." A bubble of sadistic laughter escaped his pink lips. "That can be arranged." I had really walked into a mess. I had no plan. I was all alone, shaking my head at those depressing and alarming thoughts. I straightened my posture, matching his look evenly. He might be older than me, and he might be intent on sacrificing me so he could be immortal. But I was a light fire. I had powers. So how would you like to do this? Princess, Liberty, are you willingly going to walk to your death, or must I force you? Arching a thick eyebrow, stepping closer, I plastered a poker face on myself, refusing to be seen as weak. Surprise flitted across his handsome face. Shocked, I was walking over to him. Foolishly, he believed I had given up. Or maybe he sensed I was plotting something and wanted to seem caught off guard. My heart was racing in my chest, and I knew he could detect it. He knew I was nervous and was reveling in it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Stopping a few inches from him, I focused my magic on him, forcing him to go flying into a nearby tree. Instead of letting him drop to the ground, I held him against it. Above ground, he gasped for air and struggled, believing he could get out of my magical spell. I inched closer, directing my power to my stretched out hand. "I don't want to kill you, Sir Egan. I don't believe in murder." I spoke in a calm voice, never losing my composure. Confidence seemed to pour out of me now that I knew he was stuck to the tree, unable to harm me. I was so wrapped up in my success that I failed to account for other beings coming toward me. Distantly, I heard a voice chanting quietly, the croak-wive voice casting a familiar spell. My body went skyrocketing a few meters away, landing with a thud. I let go of my mental hold on the Aegon as I groaned. The muscles in my back pangay in pain, and it took me a moment to regain my strength. When I clambered to my feet, I spotted a raven-haired woman with sharp, cool features. Instantly, I knew she was a witch, possibly from the clan that was helping the Egan. She must be here to complete the sacrifice. I should have realized he'd have a magical being with him. Coughing, I glared at the woman who was still muttering a foreign language. I believed it was German. Peculiar, choosing the hard way, the Egan stated, seeming pleased I had chosen that route. He liked causing pain. I glowered at him as well, calling my magic again. This time, the woman sensed what I was doing and started casting a dark spell. A spell that chilled my very soul. Just as I was about to silence her with my vines, my body became immobile. Startled, I realized she froze my body. I had no control. She had managed to stop my body from fighting, and it terrified me. Never had I been put in a position like this before. I didn't like it at all. As I tried to conjure my magic, nothing happened. Panic flooded into my system, making me dart my eyes to the witch. The only way I could communicate was through my eyes. She smirked at me. Pleased, she beat me. All I could feel was confusion. How could she stop my magic? "Do you know what spell Irene used?" Sir Egan queried, dusting the dirt off his clothes. Cocky look had returned. I couldn't speak, or even shake my head. All control was gone. Irene is from the coven of witches who have been helping me stay alive. She's the only person who agreed to this. Standing beside her, almost affectionately, he dragged a finger down her cheek. "She likes a challenge, and you seem to fit the bill perfectly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I honestly expected you to last longer, Perhaps you're not as powerful as you claim. Clueless. All I could do was listen to him talk insufferably. He reminded me of Aziel. He loved to talk and boast about his intelligence. It's an old spell. A spell created by the Grand Witch herself, Claudia. She forbid anyone from using it due to its horrible nature. She spoke up, her voice layered with a German accent. She named the spell herself Nicht mehr. It means no more. My heart was galloping in my chest now. I knew her next words were going to puncture a hole in my body. She was having a ball talking about this, her mind just as twisted as the Aegon's. Irene glided closer to me, her movements to agile and to precise. She examined me from head to toe and scrunched her big nose. Leaning to my ear, she huskily whispered, "No more magic. No more magic." She took my magic away, the thing that had been gifted to me by my ancestors, the element that made me who I was. She ripped it out of me, out of my soul. A lone tear shed from my eye and trailed down my cold cheek. Maneuvering herself back, she stared at my face. More specifically, my cheek, and grinned. C.A. Egan then appeared beside her, his dark eyes regarding me with amusement. He slipped past her and wrapped his arms around my shoulders and behind my knees. In one fluid motion, he lifted my limp body from the ground, carrying my bridal style to the grey table. My only hope was that my mate would show up with my brother and stop him. What would my family think knowing their daughter had lost her magic? Fluttering, my eyes closed in defeat. I prayed Gabriel was okay. I prayed the pack defeated the Aegons with minimal lives lost. I wished Gabriel would move on if I died. Escaping death once was lucky. Twice. Well, that was like dancing with the devil. If I was to die, I hoped Gabriel would avenge me by capturing the Aegon and punishing him for his crimes. Gently, he placed me on the ice-cold table and stepped back, allowing Irene to come into my view instead. Hovering over my upper body, she harshly wiped away the lingering tear. "Some powerful princess you are, Liberty," she mused, cackling wickedly. "Are you ready? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The Egan asked, interrupting her moment. Rigidly straightening her posture, she flashed him a flirtatious smile and composed herself. Did they have some sort of relationship? That didn't even matter anymore. I'd be dead in a few minutes. Where had my will to live gone? Irene began whispering in a ghostly voice an unfamiliar spell, her words striking fear into my heart. The atmosphere around her stilled and then picked up, circling us crazily. Losing the will to watch anymore, I made my last wish. I wished Gabriel would be happy. Suddenly, the wind came to a halt. A cry of agony erupted through the air, followed by a vicious and protective snarl, tuning my ears to the area. I listened to what was happening since I couldn't tilt my head to the side and see. A new person came into my view, blurry at first. As my vision started to clear, I took in their light blonde hair and sparkly jade eyes. Jacob. Liberty. Thank God. Que my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Relieved to see me alive, he evaluated my state, his lips pressing together firmly. "What did they do to you?" I tried so hard to open my mouth, but no words came out. He realized I had been paralyzed and clenched his jaw tightly. "Those bastards. We'll make them pay for what they did." My brother helped me sit up, using his arm to support my body. I could see the scene. Declan and Gomez were here. Gabriel was nowhere in sight. Was he still fighting with the rest of his pack? Was he hurt? Sensing my rising anxiety, Jacob soothingly rubbed my shoulder. "Gabriel's alive. He's taking care of the last few wolves. We won. Liberty. We won." Those were the words I was so desperate to hear. My brothers were busy with the witch who took so much from me, easily winning. Gomez was dealing with Egan. I was watching my brothers, taking satisfaction from Irene's defeat when I heard a pained whine, snapping my gaze back to the wolves. I saw that Egan was pinning Gomez to the ground. Blood was smeared over Egan's mouth and a chunk of flesh was sitting in between his razor-sharp teeth. I gasped in horror. My eyes whipped to Gomez, and where blood was pouring out of his neck, Jacob let go of me, causing me to fall back onto the table. No doubt he was racing over to Gomez. Annoyingly, all I could do was lie on the table and stare at the sky, hoping Gomez was okay. Sabrina wouldn't be okay if he wasn't. She crumbled. Another pair of arms lifted me up, this time carrying me. I saw it was Declan, who had a grim expression on his face. His kind orbs were layered with unshed tears, and he said the words that would change many people's lives quietly. He's dead. 47 Aftermath. The funeral was on a sunny day. Hundreds of pack members, some still injured, crowded around the casket and watched it be lowered to the floor. Muffled cries echoed throughout the pack graveyard. I scanned the area, making eye contact with a few familiar pack members opposite me. They all had looks of grief plastered on their faces. Today was a tough day for everyone, especially Sabrina. She stood to my left, clutching her brother's body, sobbing her heart out. Her skin was extremely pale, her hair disheveled. Blade was soothingly whispering words into her ears, worried for his sister. My heart shattered at the sight of her. She didn't deserve this. Gabriel tightened his hold on me and pecked the top of my hair affectionately. He had acquired minor injuries during the fight. All of the gashes had healed quickly, but as for the broken arm, it was taking its sweet time. It had been stressful the past few days. With the death of Gabriel's gamma and with rebuilding the pack, I was trying to help him whilst battling my negative thoughts. Ever since I lose my powers, I felt empty. There was a hole in my soul that I couldn't fill with anything. When I told Gabriel, he hugged me and tried to reassure me that my powers didn't make me who I was. His words helped, but he would never truly understand what it felt like to have powers one day and then not have any. Knowing I had lost them broke my heart. My brothers shed a tear when they found out. Jacob declared he would try and find a way to get them back, believing there must be some spark left. Unbeknownst to him, I didn't feel a single trace of magic inside of me. It was all gone. Yesterday, my parents visited. My father faced me with watery eyes and embraced me. I relished in his warm arms, feeling safe. He pulled away, letting my mother have her turn. Her resolve momentarily softened. It was only when I pulled away from her that she scolded me for recklessly leaving and for not giving her some sort of warning. Gabriel watched our interactions with keen eyes. After she finished, I introduced him to them. They already knew about him but had yet to meet him. I was worried my father might interrogate him, but he did none of that, thankfully. I'm Alpha Gabriel. It's a pleasure to meet you. He introduced himself with an air of confidence that my father respected. Approval shone in his eyes the more they spoke. My mother stared him up and down. We've been hearing some things about your relationship. My mother interrupted them. Gabriel darted his eyes from my father to me, and then my mother. She could appear intimidating when she wanted to be. Gabriel straightened his posture, refusing to back down. I smiled with pride. You were showing that my mother didn't scare him. Liberty. She swiveled to me, silently asking if I wanted this. I love him, mother. I told her, sincerely. She blanched, clearly not expecting my declaration. It made me wonder what my siblings reported to her. Did Morpheus depict our relationship in a negative way? My mother flickered her jade orbs between us and eventually managed to smile. Albeit awkwardly, she approved. It was strange to see her so protective. I would have thought my dad would be protective if anyone was. My parents stayed for dinner, wanting to get to know my mate more. It was difficult, though we were preparing for Gomez's funeral. The pack was still mourning. We were still mourning. After they left, with promises to visit again soon, we made the final adjustments to the funeral. I tried to approach Sabrina, but she had locked herself in her room, refusing to come out. She only let her brother in, and whenever he left, he'd have a distraught expression on his face. It hurt the whole pack. Gomez's death hit everyone. After the ceremony, we shifted back into the pack house for food. I spoke to many pack members who tried to sound positive. I wished I had spent more time with Gomez. It occurred to me I never really got to know him. This sad thought made me promise to get to know the pack more. My eyes met Gabriel's from across the room, silently conveying all of my emotions. I knew he could decipher every single thing I felt. As we ate, I tried to speak to Sabrina, but she turned me down. By the end of the day, I was glad to go back to my room. Well, Gabriel's room. I hadn't officially moved in yet. He returned to the room an hour later, exhaustion evident in his face. He had even more on his plate now. After the fight, he had to sort out what to do with Z Egan and the members of Delta, Moon, and then there was the question of who would take over Gomez's position. I had just walked out of the bathroom, my hair tied in the towel. "Hey," I greeted quietly, attempting to smile. "Hey," he replied, eyeing me up and down. The bathrobe I was wearing was large and fluffy. Today was hard. Grimacing as I recalled Sabrina's face of agony, Blade had to hold her up during the ceremony as she was too weak to do so herself. Gabriel nodded his head. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I sauntered over to him, my facial features softening. "Why don't you have a shower? Let yourself relax." His alluring grey orbs drifted to the end, sweet behind me, the idea warming his eyes. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He walked past me, intentionally brushing against my shoulders, allowing the sparks to ignite my body. When he closed the door, I sighed and crawled into bed. Remembering I was still wearing the towel on my head, I took it off. My fingers combed through my knotty wet hair as I hummed an ode to my mother used to sing to me. The time passed quickly. I only realized this when Gabriel's velvety voice startled me. "Would you like me to brush your hair?" Jumping in my seat, I blushed at my fear. Embarrassed, I saw his lips twitch, finding it amusing. "Sure." He glided over to the dressing table where my headrush lay and then climbed into bed. His dark hair was wet, but he seemed fresh. The light in his eyes seemed to have a spark. Gabriel sat behind me and started running the brush through my hair in a soft and slow manner. I closed my eyes, relishing the feeling. Tranquility washed over me, and unconsciously, I started humming the song again. Sabrina looked rough, he commented, worryingly. I stopped singing and swallowed. I tried talking to her, but she refused to acknowledge me. "Do you think she's mad at me?" Gabriel paused, his fingers lingering in my hair. "I think our emotions are all over the place. Grief is a terrible thing. It can't twist your thoughts and make you want to blame the whole world. She's not thinking clearly right now, and she's going to need time to find a way to cope." His words came from a place of understanding. He'd had experienced a great loss, and so he could see what I couldn't. "Do you think I should keep trying, or should I give her some time?" Unsure of how to proceed. Sabrina was one of my closest friends, and I valued our friendship. I didn't want to lose it. He continued brushing, more certain of his words. It must have been difficult for him to speak about this. "I think you should keep trying. You're one of her closest friends. She looks up to you," he advised. Wisely, I accepted his advice gratefully. Gabriel had finished brushing my hair and was placing the brush on the bedside table. I shrugged the cozy dressing gown off and chucked it on the small chair to my left. The lights turned off and silence ensued. Gabriel's arms encircled my body, cocooned me. My body relaxed in his arms, my mind settling. "I love you," he murmured against my bare skin, inhaling my scent. "I love you too," I replied, smiling happily. The next morning, I followed Gabriel to his office. Instead of loitering around and feeling sorry for myself about my lack of powers, I decided to put my skills to work. Gabriel was surprised to see me. His grey orbs flickered up to me with confusion, those beautiful eyes swirling with warmth. A few months ago, if someone had told me I'd find Maya and be happy, I would have thought otherwise. Especially after I met Gabriel and realized he didn't want me. "Are you okay?" Shutting the big book, I darted my eyes around the room, recalling every instance I was in here. There was always some drama happening. "Yes, I've come to help you." Eager to help him and relieve some of his stress, he tilted his head to the side, causing strands of his dark hair to sweep over his forehead. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He conceded, the corners of his lips quirking upwards. "We have to sort out what we're going to do with Carrie. She is currently locked in her room with the guard stationed outside of her door. I'm aware of what happened, but she still must face some sort of punishment." I had barely thought about Carrie. She had been the one that nearly killed me, but it was because she was being blackmailed. What about her sister? He pinched his lips together, sighing. "Well, she must have been released after the Egan's death. I'm sure she's in Delta, Moonpack. Is there a chance I can bring her here?" My words startled him. He peered back up at me with furrowed eyebrows. "You want to bring her sister here?" I nodded my head. "Yes, Delta. Moon imprisoned her, and maybe even tortured her. She won't want to live there. We should bring her here." His face softened. I could tell he was impressed by my compassion. "And what do you want to do about Carrie?" Pondering over the options, I didn't want any harm to come to her, but Gabriel had to punish her in some way. He had to establish authority. Lowering my body into the chair opposite him, I sat upright and loosened a breath. "Carrie," her name slipped out of my lips with sadness. "She doesn't deserve imprisonment. She was just as much of a victim as me." I sunk into the chair, gathering my next words. "I think she should be made to work here, but under lockdown for a year." "That sounds fair." He agreed, smiling. "Would you like the arrangements for her sister? Or shall I?" I perked up. In comfortable silence, we both worked, finding a smooth rhythm. As I glanced up at my mate, I felt content. We had worked hard to get here. 48 friends. A week after the incident, I finally mustered the courage to approach Sabrina. The walk towards her house was full of anticipation and nervousness. My heart was beating erratically in my chest, threatening to burst out at any moment. Her small and quaint house came into view. It had lost its original charm, now becoming a dreary and solemn place. The loss of Gomez's presence was evident here. As I stepped up to the door, I knew Sabrina was in her house. She hadn't left it since the funeral. She had people who came to visit and tried to coax her out of her house. It never worked. She refused to leave her sanctuary. The real world was too difficult for her right now. Taking in a deep breath, I raised my amut and knocked on her door sharply. Footsteps on the other end of the door sounded, her feet stomping over to me. When she swung the door open, I softened my gaze. "Hey," I greeted, trying not to seem unsure or anxious. Her hazel eyes examined me from head to toe whilst her upper lip curled upwards. "What are you doing here?" "Liberty." Her voice cold and detached. I winced. She sounded nothing like the happy and bubbly Sabrina who befriended me immediately. A pang of sadness shot through my heart, knowing there was nothing I could really do to help her. "I'm here to see you, of course. Can I come in?" My voice wavered at her hard stare, my throat becoming dry. Sabrina didn't say anything. She shuffled to the side, allowing me to enter her home. It was just as I remembered it, but without warmth. We walked into the lounge where piles of items were thrown everywhere. It looked as if someone had tried to rob the place. Keeping my face neutral, I sat down on the couch whilst she uncomfortably sat at the edge of her chair. Now inside, I had the time to look at her properly. Violet bags were prominent under her eyes. Her usual tan complexion was gone. Her shiny hair had lost its healthiness and was tied in a messy and unruly bun on the top of her head. My heart broke for her. She was not dealing with this well at all. Not that it would be reasonable for her to deal with it in a calm manner. She had lost the love of her life. Her man. "Why are you here?" "Liberty." She repeated her question, apathetically. Swallowing, I forced a friendly smile on my face. "I wanted to talk to you and tell you I'm here for you. You're not alone." It was as if my words had snapped a chord in her. Her blazing eyes darted to me and her jaw clenched. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, she let out a cold and chilling laugh. throwing her head back. I was momentarily stunned by it, not used to seeing her so dark. Silently, I wept for her and her suffering. She didn't deserve to feel like this. Sabrina was a good person with a heart of gold. Losing her mate would change her, and not in a good way. Don't look at me like that, she spat, her glowing eyes flashing murderously. It's your fault I'm in this predicament. I stilled at her words, my stomach churning, at my loss for words. She wickedly grinned, a maniacal glint present in her eyes. I blame you for what happened. You were the one who foolishly went after Zeagan. You put yourself in that position, knowing you would need rescuing. My loyal mate went after you because it was his duty and that got him killed. Her vicious words aimed to hurt me, and they did. She didn't care about anybody else's pain. Her pain was more painful than anyone else's, and I resonated with that. I couldn't be angry with her even if I wanted to be. She was spiraling and needed help. There was an element of truth to her words. I had got a loan that I never intended for anyone to follow me. I wanted to deal with Zeagan by myself. In the end, I should have realized that the pack would follow me. I was their Luluna, they wanted to protect me. I was going to be the person that helped her. I was going to stick by her no matter what. She could push me away at every turn, but it still wouldn't stop me from helping her. You're being cruel because you're in pain. This isn't who you are. My voice laced with compassion. She smeared at me, her hazel eyes watery. I have the right to act however I want to. I'm in pain. I lost my mate, my world. You have no right to talk to me. It's all your fault. But this isn't who you are. I countered, emphasizing every word. I wanted her to see that this person wasn't like this, that she didn't blame her friends. You're right, it's not who I am. It's not who I was. This is me now, though. This is what happens when you lose the love of your life. What's the point of trying to move on? To be better? What is my life going to lead to now? She cried, fisting a handful of her hair. He's gone and now I'm going to be alone for the rest of my life. I wanted to hug her so badly, to make her feel like she wasn't alone. But I knew my presence wasn't comforting to her at the moment. I was simply somebody she could let her frustrations on. And I didn't care how toxic or bad that was. I'd let her. I'd take every bad word and every insult if it made her feel pleasant for 1 second. No matter what I say, you'll refute it. But I want you to know that I'm not going to run away. You're one of my closest friends, one of my confidants, and that means a lot. I'm going to try and help you no matter what. I told her, even though I knew she didn't want to hear my words. At least she knew the truth. It should have been you that died. You escaped death once, it shouldn't have happened twice. That's why death took Gomez, my kind and good bidmate, because it wanted payback, she claimed, sniffling. Her cheeks were bright red, flamed from the hysterics. It needed a soul, and since it couldn't claim yours, it took his. Speechless, I stared at her with sadness. Blame me then, I blurted out, steadily staring at her. She blinked, shock written all over her face. What? I said, blame me. Slowly. I'm the one at fault, so take it out on me. I deserve it. She tilted her head to the side, emotionally retreating backward. Is this some sort of reverse psychology? What are you doing? She eventually asked. She gazed up and down my form, unsure of where I was going. I shook my head. No, this is me wanting to help you. I hate seeing you like this. You don't deserve to suffer. I know I don't, but you do, she retorted, but then paused. Her eyes glistened as she thought over my words. Her eyes hardened. You're doing this because you know me, lashing out that you won't be the same, she stated. Tu m'as été extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not going to get the same satisfaction. Pursing my lips, I exhaled. If that's what you want to believe, then okay. Abruptly, Sabrina jumped to her feet, the atmosphere switching to annoyance. I casually rose to my feet, keeping an eye on her. Without my magic, I wouldn't be able to restrain her if she attacked me. Then again, I didn't want to do that. I also knew in my heart that she wouldn't hurt me. Not really. She still cared about me, she was just hurting. Stop doing this, she screamed, flapping her arms around haphazardly. I remained silent. To her aggravation, you should fucking leave. I don't want to see you anymore. I never want to see you again, she shrieked, her voice cracking. Pain was evident in her voice and eyes. I will leave, but I'm not going to give up on you, I announced, firmly. She turned her back to me, refusing to let me look at her anymore. Sighing, I walked over to her door, my thoughts clashing. A part of me desperately wanted to stay, but I wanted to respect her wish. Maybe she needed a bit more time. I'd keep my promise though. I wouldn't stop fighting for her. As my fingers brushed the door handle, I heard her rush to the corridor. I was spun around to face her and my body was forced into hers. She buried her face in my neck, a few tears escaping her eyes and wetting my skin. My arms hesitantly wrapped around her trembling body and I whispered soothing words into her ear. We stood in each other's arms for a few minutes, until she cooled down. When we pulled away, her face was blotsky and tear stains had marked her pale skin. Do you want to come and stay in the pack house for a while? I suggested, concerned for her. The idea of her staying in this house alone didn't sit well with me. Thankfully, she nodded her head. I think that would be a good idea. It didn't take Sabrina long to pack a small suitcase. I watched her silently as she stared at a picture of her and Gomez on their bedside table. A look of longing flickered over her distraught face. My heart lurched at the sight and I slowly approached her, my arms wrapping around her frail and shaking shoulders. When we returned to the pack house, I was met by Blade, who embraced his sister in a bone-crushing hug. Come on, let's find you a room, Blade murmured, guiding her up the stairs. I left them to it, knowing Blade would assist her in any way he could. I strolled into the kitchen where Nellie was baking a cake, her hair a rumpled mess. At the sound of my arrival, her brown orbs wide and a smile spread across her innocent face. Luna, it's good to see you, she exclaimed, causing the other cooks to notice me. They all bowed their heads in respect. What can we help you with? I smiled at her friendliness and stepped to the counter. I came to help. I haven't seen any of you in a while. Nellie's eyes brightened. Oh, are you sure? We don't want to keep you from your Luna duties. I waved my hand. The Alpha is currently busy with another Alpha. He won't need me for a while. Skeptical but happy I was here. She told me what they needed help with and I got straight to it. We chatted for a while, swapping stories about our cooking experiences. It felt nice to bond with them. They were one of the first people I spoke to when I arrived here. Although they were hesitant to trust me, they opened up to me and allowed me into their space. Gabriel came rolling into the kitchen an hour later, looking stressed but thrilled to see me. I excused myself, promising to be back later this week, and grabbed onto his hand. Magical tingles erupted on my skin, traveling up my arm. I could never get enough of this. Peering up at my handsome mate, I saw his reaction too. He was feeling them just as intensely as I. The bond was thriving now. We had many close calls where we believed we'd lose the other, but now we were here, safe and alive. Did you get everything sorted? I asked him, softly. He nodded his head, his posture relaxing. Yes, actually. Alpha Imogen was all for taking in a few members of Delta, Moon. She was surprised at what I told her about Z.A. Egan and was apologetic that she didn't help us earlier. It sounds like we have a good ally. I mused. The corners of his lips quirked upwards. Yeah, I think we do. Walking closer to him, I felt my heart click into place. Losing my magic didn't feel as bad now because I knew I had Gabriel. I'd rather lose my magic than him. It wasn't the end of the world. It was the start of a new one. 49, the Ankari embraced her sister with tears rolling down her flushed cheeks. They were both shaking vigorously. I watched the exchange with soft eyes. Happy for them. Carrie might have done some horrible stuff that would take a while to get over, but she loved her sister dearly. She did it to keep her alive. I would have done the same if Gabriel or my family were in danger. Gabriel stood beside me, his arms slung around my waist. It had taken longer than expected to get Annika here. Carrie was beginning to wonder if we were lying to her. Now that she was here, I felt like I had made the right decision. Gabriel didn't judge me, nor did he think I was doing the wrong thing. Carrie guided her sister to her room where they will both be staying. Surprisingly, Carrie took her punishment well. She was relieved we weren't to banish or kill her, and she gasped when we informed her we were bringing Annika to her. She will be working as a housemaid for some time. Privately, she told me she didn't mind. When I first saw her alone, she pulled me aside and apologized profusely. Tears sprung in the corners of her eyes, and the remaining remnants of anger I held towards her vanished. She was a victim just like me and didn't deserve to be shamed or labeled an outcast. We were never going to be friends. I realize that now. But she didn't need a friend anymore. She had her sister back. The one person she really needed. I snuggled into my mate's neck, basking in his delicious scent. He tightened his hold on my shoulders, squeezing onto me for dear life. The bond had been pushing us together, wanting us to mark each other. Werewolves physically marked their mates on the neck by biting them. I didn't do that. We used our magic to create a mark on the soul of the other. Since I no longer had my magic, I couldn't deal could mark me. I didn't need the mark to know we belonged to each other. We had each other, and that was enough. Your scent is driving me wild, he murmured into my hair huskily. I shivered at his deep, baritone voice. I want to mark you. We hadn't talked about him marking me. I wanted him to. I wanted to let him mark me and then have a passionate night where we got to taste each other's bodies. I wanted him to mark me soon, and I think he knew that. I want that too, I whispered, my voice laced with desire. His body jerked back, his grey eyes darkening at the prospect. Are you sure? It's not been that long since. Unable to finish his sentence, he struggled to deal with Gomez's death. It had been 3 months since it happened, but the pack was still shaken. Sabrina was doing better. She had bad, dark days, but she also had brighter days. Instead of blaming me, she turned to me for help. I'm sure, I declared, my voice portraying my certainty. I wanted him and he wanted me. There was nothing else that needed to be said. His eyes brightened, appearing like the stars. I mentally framed this image, wanting to remember him like this for eternity. Now that I had lost my magic, I would continue aging. One fear I had that I discussed with Gabriel earlier was about my immortality. I stopped aging after 21. Werewolves aside from royalty aged like humans. He'd die eventually whilst I kept living. The heartache would be so terrible that I'd die along with him. However, since I no longer had powerful magic rushing through my veins, my cells would start aging again. It would have worked out perfectly. Abruptly, Gabriel picked me up and whisked me away to his room, dropping me on the bed. I let out an excited gasp, my body tingling in delight. He hovered over me, careful not to crush me. An animalistic look flashed in his eyes, and I was so excited to embrace his dark side. The bite is going to hurt a bit, he warned me. Bravely, I tilted my head up so that we were eye level. I'm not scared. His lips twitched. You never are, that's why I love you. By now, my heart was pounding in my chest. We hadn't exchanged that word until now. Now that he had said the word, I could feel my world spinning. This wasn't the first time someone declared their love for me. I had been around for a long time and had many relationships, but this was the most significant. I love you too. That was when he sunk his fangs into my delicate and pulsing skin. A short shriek passed through my lips, followed by a moan of pleasure. Bursts of colors flooded my vision. I was transported to a whole new world, an extraordinary place. My body floated out of space and time. When he retracted his fangs, his lips slid to my pursed lips, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I begged, and with my crazy passion, I flipped us, my body on top of his. He was momentarily stunned, but I didn't give him any time to interpret what happened. My top was ripped, exposing my nude bra. My pale skin glittered under the bright yellow light, and I arched my back in pleasure. Gabriel trailed kisses down my body. his lips finding every mold imperfection. I squeezed his shoulders and tried to take his shirt off. He sensed my struggle and threw it off in one easy go. I had seen his upper body before and it was impressive. My mouth watered at the sight of his bare, chiseled body. Everything about him was attractive to me. Gabriel smirked at my drooling face and swooped back in for an earth-shattering kiss. A growl erupted in the back of his throat. His hands roamed around my body into my trousers. I wiggled, letting him pull them off. Now it was only in my underwear, my body exposed to him. He took a moment to examine every part of me, his eyes lingering everywhere. "You are an angel, Liberty," he complimented, sincerely. "And you're my world," I replied, smiling happily. That day, we embraced each other's bodies in a passionate manner, becoming one. Our bond strengthened and everything was complete. When I woke up, the sun streamed through the windows. A groan passed through my lips as I used my free hand to shield the rays. Beside me, Gabriel shifted his thick arm that was wrapped around my stomach, tightening. Our bodies were tangled together. Last night was perfect. We had gone on and on the rest of the day and into the night. Gabriel had run a bath in his inn, sweetened together. We sat and talked. It was the most intimate thing I had ever done. I told Gabriel everything, putting all of my cards on the table. He had it all up and copied me. I turned to watch Gabriel sleep. There were no frown lines on his forehead. The scar on his face became more noticeable, but I found it endearing. He muttered my name under his breath, possibly dreaming about me. I brushed away a loose strand of hair, my fingers igniting. "I love you. Thank you for coming into my world and saving me. I'll always love you and I'll always stay by you," I whispered, my heart flowing with pure love. He hummed, "Hatches." I knew deep down he already knew my feelings. I knew this because he felt the same way. Rolling out of bed, I stretched my tense limbs and threw on a yellow flowery dress. I descended the stairs with a spring in my step and met Sabrina, Glade, and Jacob in the dining room. Jacquard really settled in the pack. He promised to stay and help me recover my magic, which I knew was impossible. I knew the real reason he was still here was because of Eden. He was waiting for her. We hadn't heard back from Eden in a while. She had been told about Gomez's death because she wrote to Sabrina, but that was the last letter. I assumed she was doing well. I hoped she was at least. I had a feeling Jacob would be staying with us for a while. "Good morning." Sliding into my usual seat. "How did everyone sleep?" "Well, but I imagine not as well as you. You're practically glowing," Jacob mentioned, eyeing my form. I smiled boldly. "Well, it's a beautiful day, why would I not be happy?" They all exchanged looks, knowing the real reason I was in this mood. None of us saw Gabriel until mid-morning. He looked just as cheerful as me. We both worked in his office, making an excellent team. Gabriel had assigned me to inner pack jobs whilst he focused on outer pack ones. We decided that we'd come together if we had new alliances. I peered up at him from my desk opposite his. He looked so out of place yet in place still. This was his world. Her world. That one simple thought made me thrilled. I didn't need anything else. I had him in the pack. That was enough. And that's a wrap. It's been a long time in the making, but now Liberty is over. And boy, what a ride it has been. As I said at the top of this chapter, I will be posting an extra chapter that will have some more information about the series and other books. You can start reading my new book, The King's Lost Queen, ahead on Patreon. If you don't want to, you will also be able to read it on Enkitten Wattpad. Here's an excerpt from it. "Home," he snorted. "You didn't have a home, Aurora. You were bouncing between places." I glared at him. "What? And you think this place is my home?" I countered, darkly. A frustrated sigh passed through his lips. "Yes. You are home and you are safe." I had had enough. Rising to my feet, I chucked my napkin on the table and began walking away. Long fingers wrapped around my wrist, stopping me from moving any further, fighting the urge to gasp. I followed the length of the arm to its owner. King Alan gazed down at me, his dark orbs, with flickers of gold that I had failed to spot earlier, were narrowed. I noticed that his breathing had gotten heavier and the veins in his forehead were bulging. Don't you feel it? Easing his grip on my wrist. My tugging came to a halt as I focused on what he was referring to. The tingles. No, tingles did not describe it well. The electricity. It was as if his touch had set off fireworks on my skin. My whole body came to life, ignited by such a simple touch. There was no denying what I was feeling. This wasn't some near electric shock. What I was feeling was something magical, overwhelming, and new. Even he appeared taken aback. This was the first time we had made skin-to-skin contact. And by God, the fire that had been ignited in my body left me breathless. It was harder to deny his words now. Not when there was clearly something otherworldly going on between us. This was not normal. He was staring at my face, gauging my reaction. I couldn't hide the shock painted on my face, nor could I mask the desire and curiosity in my eyes. He could see it all and knew that I was starting to believe it. This is real, he declared. Surely, thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.